Hatake-style instant slash. Sharp sword light filled the entire training ground, the blade wind tearing through the air with a sharp howl, all slashing onto the thick earth wall released by another ninja. The moment the sword chi touched the earth wall, the thick wall was instantly shattered. Such fierce sword chi was hard to imagine being unleashed by a 5-year-old child wielding a training ninja sword. At the edge of the training ground, Uchiha Shien lay on the railing watching the intense battle on the field, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Such a thing as sword chi. Is it really right for a 5-year-old boy? And beside the training ground, after watching Kakashi's Jinin exam, guy was directly doing push-ups carrying a boulder that weighed at least a ton. Isn't this ninja world a bit off? While Uchiha Shien was speechless, the battle on the training ground had entered a heated stage. Kakashi crushed the fine sand under his feet, his body suddenly charging forward. The tachi in his hand cut through the air, drawing a cold silver arc. Chakra instantly attached to the blade, wrapping the ordinary training ninja sword with a fierce electric light. Hatake-style instant slash. Straight down. The examiner ninja's eyes narrowed slightly. Instead of retreating, he advanced, shifting his body sideways as he approached Kakashi, barely avoiding the blade, while simultaneously raising a kunai horizontally to block. Clank. The sound of metal clashing suddenly exploded. However, just as the examiner ninja was about to overpower Kakashi's sword and flip it away, a stone hand suddenly emerged from the ground beneath him, grabbing his ankle. And the Kakashi in front of him, who was exchanging sword techniques, exploded with a puff, leaving only an activated burning explosive tag attached to the kunai in his hand. When did he release the earth release? The examiner ninja, caught by the ankle, was shocked. He had not noticed when Kakashi formed the hand seals. Obviously, at this moment the outcome was decided. I lose. The examiner ninja quickly flung the kunai in his hand into the sky, then turned around to face Kakashi, who had his ninja sword pressed against the examiner's back. Boom, 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 boom. The explosive tag thrown into the sky detonated instantly. Amid the deafening explosions, the examiner ninja declared his defeat. Congratulations, you are officially a ninja. May you become the next Konoha White Fang or surpass him. Under the blazing light of the explosion, the examiner ninja sincerely wished the white-haired boy before him. I declare Hatake Kakashi passes the early graduation exam and is officially promoted to Genin. At the same time, the ninja, acting as referee, announced the result. Wow. With the referee's announcement, the audience surrounding the training ground instantly erupted. These were all students of the Ninja Academy. Looking at the white-haired boy on the training ground, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He applied for early graduation less than a year after enrollment, and he successfully passed. In other words, Hatake Kakashi successfully set the record for the youngest graduate of the ninja school. Leaving aside this explosive tag with excessive power, shouldn't a normal Genin graduation exam just demonstrate the 3 basic techniques? Why can such terrifying things be used? At the edge of the training ground, Uchiha Shien ignored the cheers around him, looking up quietly at the still smoldering flames from the explosion of the explosive tag. The power produced by this explosive tag was absolutely abnormal. After all, whose explosive tag can explode 5 times in a row? This ninja world seems a bit hellish. Damn, if you're going to reincarnate, at least let me reincarnate well. The ninja world was already twisted enough, and now it adds unnecessary difficulty. Uchiha Shien, originally named Chun Beishuan, was obsessed with arguing with netizens on his computer at home on the 18th floor about which character in the Naruto mobile game was more hellish. He was killed by a suddenly appearing truck and reincarnated into the Naruto world. As for why a truck appeared on the 18th floor, don't ask. Unlike possessing someone else's grown-up body, Uchiha Shien retained his pre-reincarnation memories from infancy. But because the infant body was too fragile, it wasn't until he was 2 or 3 years old that his consciousness containing all memories fully awakened. Commonly known as breaking the mystery of the womb. Anyway, close enough. It was at the age of 3 when he awakened all his memories that Uchiha Shien discovered the abnormality of this ninja world. As for how he discovered it, can you understand the shock of taking a normal walk after a meal in the Uchiha clan grounds and seeing 2 miniaturized Susanoo wielding swords and fighting each other on a public training ground? That was Susanoo. Normally Susanoo is an exclusive ability that can only be used after the Uchiha clan awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan. And now it appeared right before his eyes in two at once. Although it had shrunk into an armor-like form, just from appearance Uchiha Shien absolutely could not mistake it. That was definitely Susanoo. Following the idea of asking out of curiosity or wondering if he had accidentally fallen under a Jinjutsu, Uchiha Shien directly approached and asked, so which Uchiha clan member could refuse the inquiry of an Uchiha child? After asking, Uchiha Shien got the answer he wanted. Then, haha, Susanoo had actually become a technique that anyone could learn as long as they had awakened the Sharingan. And the most abstract thing was that the Susanoo available at each stage of the Sharingan was different. The complete Susanoo armor that Uchiha Shien saw could only be activated by the 3 Tomo. Well, that's a bit more normal. Bah, what's normal about this? In the following time, as time passed and he read more books and learned more, Uchiha Shien's original understanding of the manga Naruto was completely shattered. For example, according to the records of the Uchiha clan, the Aburame clan still uses insects like in the original, but the insects have changed a little, such as insects as big as tailed beasts and some insects that can spit fire, release lightning, and use ninjutsu. Another example. The Nara clan is still the representative of wisdom and also uses shadows, but changed a little, such as being able to travel through shadows or cutting the enemy's shadow with their own shadow to cause direct death anyway. This ninja world is completely different from the one he knew. No, not completely different, at least the people he knew were still the same people, just became a bit more hellish. After watching Kakashi's graduation exam, Uchiha Shien left the school and walked on the streets of Konoha, looking at the street vendors and the bustling crowds. Well, one thing that hasn't changed is these Konoha commoners with their will of dominance. They act brainless, daring to mouth off regardless of status, and sometimes even throw stones when angered. Silently walking all the way. At the Uchiha clan compound, Uchiha Shin's home. He pushes open the door. The empty house is devoid of any light. He turns on the light and goes straight into the bathroom to take a shower. Since Uchiha Shien fully grasped his memories, he has been living alone, raised by an old caretaker from the Uchiha clan's orphanage. As for his parents, it is said they died together on a mission. Shien feels nothing about it. At least they left him a house that allows him to apply for independent living once he reaches school age. Orphans are normal in this shinobi world. After all, 4 people can barely make up a pair of parents, right? 7 squat. After showering, Shien sits cross-legged on his bed, recalling the battle between Kakashi and the exam ninja. A smile involuntarily rises on his lips. This shinobi world is indeed abnormal, but fortunately. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a small amount of eye power. Eye power again, better than nothing. At least it's not those useless cola and instant noodles. Listening to the data sound effect in his ears and the cool sensation in his eyes, Shien is used to it. The check-in system is also a cheat that Shien awakened at the age of 3 when his memories revived. It's not very useful. He just checks in every day at 6 p.m. and gets something. The things obtained from check-in could be increased chakra or eye power or some item or some ability. As for what Shien has obtained in the past 2 years. Panel open. Shien raises his hand and silently chants. A transparent data panel appears, visible only to him. Host Uchiha Shien. Gender male. Age 5. Identity Konoha Uchiha clan child. Potential unknown. Special talent single Tomo Sharingan. Abilities armament Haki 7th sense fire control. Items Demon Blade 1000 Blades Immortality Totem Cola X43 Kang Shifu Pickled Beef Noodles X113 Sprite X1 Oi and others. Looking at this, I'm actually quite sly. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight shone on the windows of Shien's house, he had already finished washing and left some time ago. As for why he left so early, the class bell has already rung. Sarutobi Ichino, the teacher of Class A, has started calling the roll. At that moment, a boy wearing goggles and a blue shirt with the Uchiha clan crest pushed open the classroom door and stood panting at the entrance. Huff. Sorry. I'm late, Ikano Sensei. The newcomer is none other than Uchiha Obito, who in the future will want to create a world with Rin. Unmoved by the boy at the door, Sarutobi Ichino just rubbed his forehead. Go ahead, what's the excuse for being late today? Already completely used to Obito's lateness, Ichino has plenty of patience. After all, facing such a problem child, without patience it's easy to get sick from anger. Hi, I met an old lady on the way to school. She was carrying a big bag, so I helped her carry it home so I was late. Obito scratched his head awkwardly. This is the 28th time you've used the helping someone excuse. Good, at least it's not the abstract black cat blocked my way excuse you used nearly 100 times. Go back to your seat. Sarutobi. Ichino nodded lightly, not criticizing Obito too harshly, and calmly pointed to the desk to indicate Obito should sit down. If a student is late for the first time, a teacher might get angry and warn him. But if a student is late every time, and each time for a strange but true reason, then the teacher would wonder if this person is a bit unlucky. After all, the Uchiha clan is indeed quite ominous. Yes. Obito, as if pardoned, quickly walked into the classroom and plopped down next to Uchiha Shien. Why did you leave in the morning without calling me again? As soon as Obito sat down, a low voice reached Shien's ears. Shien, who had been doodling 72 rad in his notebook out of boredom, stopped his pen and looked up at Obito with a flat gaze. Because I don't want to be late too. As clan members in the same class, Shien and Obito naturally know each other. However, Shien doesn't want to interact with Obito too much, not because of Uchiha Madara lurking in the shadows, but simply because Shien finds Obito really annoying. But Obito is just too familiar. As for why Obito asked why Shien didn't call him, it's because their houses are only 10 meters apart. That's all. Ouch. Uchiha Obito. Before Obito could continue, a roar sounded, and a piece of chalk hit Obito's forehead with a thud as he was whispering to Shien while leaning on the desk. The pain on his forehead made Obito, who had been lying down, suddenly look up, meeting the angry gaze of Sarutobi Ichino in a deep eye contact. Sorry, Ikino-sensei. He'll shut up now. Obito quickly bowed and apologized loudly. The classroom quieted down. Looking at Obito's expression of "I'm really obedient now," Shien couldn't help but wonder what changes this wielder of Kimui would undergo in this shinobi world. In the afternoon, Uenfei Inuwa brought all the students to the playground. This afternoon's session is shuriken throwing. As before, your scores will be. Uenfei Inuwa took out several shuriken and casually tossed them at the wooden stakes behind him while speaking. With a series of thuds, all shuriken struck the very center of the stakes. This move demonstrated Uenfei Inuwa's shuriken skills. However, did you think it was just ordinary shuriken throw? The next moment. Additionally, pay attention to controlling the amount of chakra you attach to the shuriken. Note that this will also be graded. I will check each of your chakra attachment states when throwing. After finishing his throw, Uenfei Inuwa took out another shuriken and held it in his hand, speaking in a low voice. As he spoke, the shuriken spun on his fingertips, chakra flowing. That is non-elemental chakra attachment. One can wrap their own chakra directly around the surface of kunai tachi or shuriken, reinforcing the weapon's hardness and slightly increasing cutting power. The consumption is low, but the requirement for chakra control is high. Well, this is one of the most basic lessons taught at the Ninja Academy. As for the more difficult ones, the incomplete space-time ninjutsu, true substitution technique, can only be learned after mastering the summoning technique. The transformation technique must be used with real mimicry makeup, and the clone technique, which functions almost identically to the original shadow clone technique. What? You ask, what shadow clone? Allow me to explain the real solid clone. By materializing the shadow, one obtains a solid clone. The advantage is that it won't break upon contact and can fight normally, and unless it suffers a fatal injury, it can keep fighting. The downside is that if the shadow clone dies, it truly dies, and you can never use the shadow clone technique again. As for that forbidden technique, the multiple shadow clone technique, Uchiha Shien hasn't learned it, so he's not sure yet, but he imagines it must be extremely powerful. Alright, break is over. Let's begin now. Uenfei Inuwa tossed the shuriken that had been spinning in his palm, clapped his hands to attract all the students' attention, and spoke. Remember what I just said. The upcoming throwing practice will be recorded, especially you Uchiha Obito, don't pull any tricks. Shirihong, you're first. Yes. The black-haired reedy girl replied softly, stepping out from the crowd and walking to Uenfei Inuwa's side. A wooden target was placed 100 meters in front of her, and beside her was a basket of special training kunai. Shirihong picked up a shuriken. The next moment, a faint gleam flashed in her red eyes. She raised her hand and flung the shuriken fiercely toward the wooden target. The sharp sensation of chakra attached to the shuriken cut through the air and instantly embedded itself into the wooden target. 6 points chakra attachment, 7 points. Not bad, I suppose. Shuriken throwing is the most basic skill for a ninja. The illusion eye bloodline is ultimately more suited for casting genjutsu. It's very difficult for you to rely on the illusion eye for positioning like the Uchiha Sharingan or the Hyuga's Byakugan. Looking at the shuriken on the target, Yuanfei Inoue nodded, lightly recorded Shirihong's score, and then spoke softly to her. I understand. Thank you, teacher. Shirihong shyly glanced at Uchiha Shien, then quickly lowered her head. Uchiha Shien, who had been inexplicably glanced at, remained silent. He accepted very calmly the fact that Shirihong had suddenly gained a bloodline ability called Illusion Eye, which, as the name suggested, was a Jinjutsu-type ocular technique. Well, now he could calmly accept anything new. Next, Might Guy. Boom. After a sonic boom, looking at the wooden target that had been smashed by a single shuriken and the small crater that suddenly appeared on the ground, Uchiha Shien couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Well, it's just a small crater from throwing a shuriken normal. 0 points. Next, Uchiha Obito. In response to the broken target, Yuanfei Inoue calmly clapped his hands, had someone install a new one, and then called out the next student. Lost control again. Might Guy, how can you ever catch up to Kakashi like this? Alright, I've decided after school carry the new weights, and do 500 frog jumps around Konoha with Dad. If I can't finish before 9, then add 200 laps of one-handed handstands around Konoha. Hearing his score of 0, Might Guy burst into tears, but the next second, he instantly became passionate, did a few push-ups on the spot, and then loudly devised a series of inhuman training plans. Uchiha Shien, as Might Guy's classmate, was already used to this. Finally, it's my turn. Obito excitedly walked forward and picked up a shuriken. This time I'll show you my true strength. I've been secretly training with shuriken for a long time, waha. Uchiha Obito threw the shuriken forward with all his might. Missed the target, 0 points. However, chakra attachment 8 points. Turning to look at the empty wooden target, Yuanfei Inoue said weakly. How is that possible? I don't believe it. It's a mistake, it must be a mistake. I want to try again. I hit it during practice. Uchiha Obito, enraged, threw another shuriken, but the wooden target was still empty. Indeed, it passed through. Well, in this ninja world, the single Tomo Sharingan has dynamic vision, and it's reasonable that it can slow. Beneath his black cosmetic contacts, his single Tomo Sharingan reflected a faint red light, playing back the scene of Uchiha Obito's shuriken throw frame by frame. Well, in this ninja world, the single Tomo Sharingan has dynamic vision, and it's reasonable that it can slow things down frame by frame. Right. In the slow-motion view, the shuriken thrown by Uchiha Obito did not physically collide with the wooden stake. The moment the blade passed through the wood, it quietly phased out. An ungraduated Ninja Academy version of Kamuyui's first manifestation. Interesting. Still 0 points. Obito, behave yourself and don't disrupt the class. Facing Uchiha Obito, who picked up another shuriken and wanted to continue trying, Yuanfei Inoue said helplessly. Mistake. This is really a mistake. This is not my level, teacher. Give me one more chance. Uchiha Obito quickly glanced at Noara Rin in the crowd, then hurried to Yuanfei Inuo's side, clasping his hands together in plea. Ha 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 ha. At this scene, thunderous laughter erupted all around. Hearing these laughs, Dai-Tu flushed crimson, his entire being, like an inflated chili pepper, his teeth grinding audibly. He wasn't lying. When he practiced shuriken in the ninja clan before, he had never performed at such a level. It was just that for some reason, every throw today missed the target entirely. Alright, Dai-Tu. The teacher knows you just didn't give it your best today, okay? Settle down and wait. Next up, Uchiha Shien. Having spoken to Uchiha Dai-Tu in a gentle, coaxing tone, as if soothing a child, Yuanfei Inoue called out the next name. Roll call in hand. Yuanfei Inoue's gaze fell upon Uchiha Shien. In the shuriken subject, apart from the outlier Uchiha Dai-Tu, nearly every Uchiha ninja could achieve full marks. Thus, what he needed to focus on was merely the level of Uchiha Shien's chakra adhesion. Uchiha Shien stepped forward, picking up the specially training kunai. Slap, 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 slap. With a flick of his wrist, 5 shuriken flew out simultaneously. Following a few crisp sounds and 5 dull thuds as they embedded into wood, the 5 shuriken were firmly lodged in the wooden target. At the same time, the 5 shuriken were all aligned in parallel, with nearly equal intervals between each shuriken throwing. The Uchiha clan held absolute authority, well, except for Dai-Tu. Indeed, Dai-Tu is an anomaly. Gazing at the shuriken on the wooden target, Yuanfei Inoue nodded knowingly, then glanced at Uchiha Dai-Tu, whose expression screamed, why can he do that? A corner of Yuanfei Inoue's mouth involuntarily lifted. So it's not an issue with my teaching ability. Uchiha Shien, double full marks. Next, Yuanfei Asuma. Shuriken 6 points, chakra adhesion 3 points. Next, Ri Xianghui. What's the deal with that Uchiha guy? So pretentious. If he could get full marks, why didn't he choose to graduate early like that Kakashi? Hot, typical Uchiha. Disgusting. Upon hearing his own score, Yuanfei Asuma couldn't help but curl his lip and speak with displeasure. Hearing his grade placed right after a double full mark, Yuanfei Asuma found it grating no matter how he listened. He spoke these words in a loud voice, making no attempt to conceal them. Thus the gazes of most people on the training ground converged on Uchiha Shien. You bastard, what do you mean? Looking for trouble? If you want to fight, I'll take you on. Your uncle Dai-Tu is just bursting with anger. But before Uchiha Shien could react, Uchiha Dai-Tu, who was still questioning his own existence, rushed over to Yuanfei Asuma, grabbed him by the collar, and snarled fiercely. If you loser, go play with your shuriken 0. Yuan Fei Asuma, whose collar had been seized, spat disdainfully and has anyone ever told you that you're really quite stupid? But it doesn't matter. With the identity of being the Hokage's son, even a fool like you can live well. Without relying on anyone else, Uchiha Shien stepped forward slowly, pulled Uchiha Dai-Tu aside, and then looked at Yuan Fei Asuma's arrogant expression, speaking calmly. Bastard, are you looking for death? Hearing this, Yuan Fei Asuma, who detested being called the Hokage's son, flew into a rage. Ignoring his torn collar, he pointed at Uchiha Shien and shouted furiously. Heh! Uchiha Shien merely let out a light scoff, ignoring the red-faced, furious Yuan Fei Asuma, and looked toward Yuan Fei Inua, who had already arrived behind Asuma, with a dark expression. Asuma, you sure know how to make a scene. Yuan Fei Inua smiled, placing his hand on Yuan Fei Asuma's shoulder, and spoke slowly with a grin. SEC. Second uncle. During school hours, please address me by my title. Yuan Fei Asuma, for disrupting classroom discipline. You will stay after class to clean the restroom. Now let's continue the lesson. Anyone else who dares to cause trouble will join him in cleaning the restroom. Yuan Fei Inua smoothed Yuan Fei Asuma's collar, then turned to Uchiha Dai-Tu and spoke sternly. Why are you looking at me when you're talking? Uchiha Dai-Tu, feeling a bit uneasy under the stare, gave an awkward smile. After school, Uchiha Shien had just returned home when someone knocked on the door. Opening it, he saw a familiar face. The visitor wore a warm smile and handed him a bulging envelope. Shien, this is your living allowance for this month. If it's not enough, remember to come find me at the institute. You're still growing, so don't skimp on food, got it? Uchiha Shien took the envelope. On it were his name and the amount was quite substantial. Thank you, Gang Hoji. Don't worry, I won't starve. Uchiha Gang Ho smiled and nodded, said, I still have to deliver allowances to others, and vanished in an instant. Uchiha Gang Ho, the biological son of the director of the Uchiha Specific Orphanage, was tasked by the director with delivering living allowances to children who had left the orphanage to live independently. Uchiha Shien typically saw him only once a month, and they rarely exchanged more than a few words. Still, Gang Ho treated these children with great gentleness. It was worth noting that Uchiha Gang Ho was a Freedomo Sharingan wielder. After Gang Ho left, Uchiha Shien returned indoors and opened the envelope. It was stuffed with thick banknotes, 10,000 ryo, an undeniably generous sum. The Uchiha clan always provided the best treatment for orphans within the family. After all, nearly 90% of Uchiha orphans were children of heroes. And the sons of old friends. Then check in. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the skill, Trick Room. Trick Room, upon activation, rewrites the turn order rules on the field. When move priority is equal, the slower the target, the more they act, first reversing the conventional logic of speed. Last 5 turns. Releasing the move again dispels the space effect. A drop. Hearing the skill description ringing in his ears, Uchiha Shien paused for a moment, then a hint of joy rose on it. To have fought your way out of a pile of cola and instant noodles, Haji FAU bastard. I acknowledge you. Next day. It was weekend, so the Ninja Academy had no classes. Uchiha Shien decided to take a stroll. Following the Nanga River all the way to the back mountain of Muyi, the mountain path was strewn with scattered leaves. Uchiha Shien leisurely stepped over the broken stones by the stream. The sun hung slantingly among the treetops. Along the way, he picked up a few round pebbles, casually wrapped them in a thin layer of flame, and threw them into the ravine. The sparks fell into the water and were extinguished in an instant. The sound of water roared ahead, a white silk-like waterfall cascading into a deep pool, with mist spreading over half the cyan stone platform. This was Uchiha Shien's destination for today, the place where the original story's future Uchiha Shursui would die. No other meaning. Uchiha Shien was just bored and wanted to take a look at this place. However, it seemed someone was already there. Within sight, Kakashi leaned against a wind-eroded rock under the waterfall, his mask covering half of his face. In his left hand, he held a specially made short blade, swinging and slashing repeatedly at the splashing waterfall in front of him. The blade's wind cut through the water curtain, sending beads of water splashing in all directions, leaving him drenched. Uchiha Shien stood in the shade of a tree not far away, not making a sound to disturb. The next moment, Kakashi lowered his waist and gripped the blade, exerting force from his wrist to execute a horizontal slash. The blade's wind suddenly tore open the entire water curtain. The surging torrent was cut off in midair the instant the blade passed through, hovering in suspension for a moment. The originally continuous waterfall was split in the middle. The upper part stagnated at the cliff edge, while the lower part crashed down into the deep pool, stirring up a vast white mist. Hataki-style stream sever. Kakashi's cool voice came with the severing of the waterfall. After a moment, enough water accumulated at the cliff edge, and the waterfall poured down again along its original course. After the slash, Kakashi lowered his hand holding the blade. Water droplets from the blade dripped down the tip onto the cyan stone, creating tiny circular spots in the puddles. Just cutting a waterfall normal. After Kakashi sheathed the blade and lowered his arm, he turned his head and caught sight of Uchiha Shien under the tree. The two stared at each other across the vast mist, the roar of the waterfall filling the surrounding space. Why didn't you graduate early? After a moment, Hatake Kakashi spoke first, asking Uchiha Shien in a cold tone. Uchiha Shien raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He seemed not that familiar with Hatake Kakashi, right? What did these words tinged with a hint of resentment mean? With your strength, you shouldn't need to continue playing house games in the Ninja Academy. Without receiving an answer from Uchiha Shien, Hatake Kakashi continued. Looking at Uchiha Shien's figure, Hatake Kakashi couldn't help recalling the words his father had said to him when he first entered the academy. Is that your classmate? Kakashi's hands are very suitable for practicing the blade. No, this child should have already started learning swordsmanship. Moreover, that muscle texture is the Uchiha's fire-style ninja sword technique, right? Kakashi, it seems you need to work harder. This child should be much stronger than you now. And Uchiha, whom his father considered much stronger than himself. Hatake Kakashi had absolute faith in his father's judgment. Hatake Tsukumo was a ninja known within Muyi as the absolute insight. Therefore, he also believed that he might not be a match for Uchiha Shien at present. That was why he had been training, desperately striving to surpass Uchiha Shien. But Kakashi didn't understand why Uchiha Shien still stayed in the Ninja Academy, playing house-like student games with those boring classmates. Why should I graduate early? I finally have a few years of leisurely training time. Why should I graduate early to do tedious tasks and be a beast of burden? Being a 10-mile slope sword god in the newbie village is more interesting than doing missions. Uchiha Shien shrugged, answering Kakashi. From the very beginning, Uchiha Shien had no intention of graduating early. With a check-in system, he could develop steadily during the years he spent as a student in the Ninja Academy. After all, this ninja world was not quite right, so playing it safe was always the right choice. I don't understand what you're saying, but I can see you have no ambition. You also know swordsmanship, right? Let's fight. Kakashi frowned upon hearing this. Although he didn't understand the meaning of a few words in Uchiha Shien's speech, he could still grasp the general idea. Understanding that Uchiha Shien would not graduate early, Kakashi raised the special ninja sword in his hand, pointed it at Uchiha Shien, and spoke in a deep voice. The idea of fighting Uchiha Shien had been with him ever since Hatake Tsukumo said those words. However, he had never actually acted on it. Coincidentally, he met him today. Then he couldn't miss this opportunity. Sorry, I'm not interested. Since someone is already here, I'll go for a stroll somewhere else. Looking at Kakashi, who stood silently holding the blade, Uchiha Shien curled his lips and turned to leave directly, leaving Kakashi silently gripping the hilt of his ninja sword tightly. No obligation to be a sparring partner. Leaving the Shizui's death waterfall, well, Uchiha Shien's current name for it. He followed the river toward the Uchiha clan compound. During the leisurely stroll, two unknown green creatures flashed by in an instant. A cool breeze blew past, and Uchiha Shien remained calm. It's nothing. Just a bit faster running speed, normal. Morning peacock, noon tiger, evening elephant, night guy dance. I just wonder, in this ninja world, what would the scene be like when the eighth gate, the gate of death, is fully unleashed? It can't be that one kick could kill a normal 10 tails, right? Well, maybe it really is possible. Still, this ninja world is interesting, isn't it? Especially when I have also opened it. Walking by the river, feeling the river breeze, Uchiha Shien looked up at the sky. He was looking forward to how many wonderful sights he could witness in this ninja world. Oh ho ho ho, 238th lap. Keep it up, guy. Do you feel the charm of burning youth? Speed up, speed up, speed up. OSS. Dad, I feel it. Youth. Burn. Speed up, speed up, speed up. Ha ha ha. Well, forget it, let's go home. Hearing the sound of wind from the figures rushing past his ears and the two youthful shouts, Uchiha Shien silently turned and headed home. Weekends always pass quickly. All students of Class 1A gather here and report to me for grouping. On the training ground, Sarutobi was still holding that notebook he never put down, shouting loudly. The students who had already eaten lunch immediately gathered around, looking at Sarutobi with expectant expressions, because the afternoon class is a practical combat class. It seems you are all looking forward to the next course. Then the 5th practical combat class officially begins. Please prepare other students whose names will be called. First group, Uchiha. Well, Uchiha Obito versus Might Guy. Second group, Noera Rin versus. Looking at the eager crowd, Sarutobi smiled slightly, began to call names with the notebook, and arranged the groups clearly. Now everyone step back and leave enough space for Obito and Guy. After arranging the match schedule, Sarutobi clapped his hands to signal the crowd to disperse. After a moment, in the center of the training ground, Uchiha Obito stood with arms crossed, facing off against Might Guy. Hey youth brother, don't cry for mercy later. I've mastered an incredible fire-style ninjutsu. Uchiha Obito said confidently. Don't worry, Dato, I will give it my all. Looking at the confident Uchiha Obito with arms crossed, Might Guy said seriously. Hey, you bastard. Why do you still get my name wrong? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito couldn't hold back and immediately roared. Huh, did I get it wrong? It's okay, Daika. Give it your all. A youth duel must not hold back. Kai let out a clear shout that echoed across the training ground. Before his voice faded, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Without any sign of hand seals or charging, pure physical speed broke through air resistance, causing a violent gust. The yellow sand on the ground was kicked up and splashed everywhere. Facing Kai's sudden attack, Obito's pupils contracted. He quickly stepped back, his hands forming seals at high speed. Blazing chakra surged into his mouth, his throat bulged slightly, and he suddenly opened his mouth and roared. You bastard. The teacher hasn't even called start yet. And am not called Daika. Fire-style great fireball. As he roared, a scorching, dazzling red fireball burst from his mouth. The fireball, carrying rolling heat waves, quickly expanded in the air, turning into a half-moon-sized torrent of flames, with the power to burn everything and crash straight toward the advancing Kai. Wherever the flames passed, the air was scorched and distorted. The fresh grass around the training ground was instantly ignited and charred by the residual heat, with small flames leaping up. Facing the overwhelming flames, Might Guy remained calm, without a trace of panic. Leaf. Fistbone cut. With a soft whisper, Might Guy changed his fist into a palm during the sprint, fingers together, and stabbed straight into the great fireball. Fizz. The fireball was split in two and exploded in midair. Watching this scene, Uchiha Gen in the crowd just looked on quietly. Catching a fire-style ninjutsu with bare hands, that's normal. The shattering of the fire technique made Uchiha Obito greatly alarmed, and he suddenly retreated. However, Kai was faster and had already positioned himself in front of him. Lowering his center of gravity, turning his hips, he delivered a beautiful backswing kick. Leaf. Whirlwind. Boom. This kick, carrying a fierce wind, landed heavily on a suddenly appearing log. Wood chips flew and Uchiha Obito's voice instantly appeared behind Might Guy. It's the substitution technique. I don't know why, but I learned it in just a day or two. Ah, this must be talent. The substitution technique, one of the 3 basic techniques, can only be learned after mastering the summoning technique in this ninja world. Its effect is already considered a pseudo-spacetime ninjutsu. However, just as Uchiha Obito was showing off, Might Guy twisted his body, and the kick quickly turned around. Leaf. Whirlwind second stage. This kick was even faster, carrying a fierce wind, and landed heavily on Uchiha. Under the immense force, Uchiha Obito was knocked to the ground, writhing in pain, with a grimacing face. After kicking Obito away, Kai stood on one leg, striking a cool pose. Still want to continue, Daika? Obito struggled to get up, gritting his teeth. Of course I will. You bastard, you actually attacked by surprise. Damn it. As soon as Uchiha Obito stood up, he saw Kai's attack already coming. When Obito called out, continue, Might Guy assumed the fight was not over and directly began to strike. This time, Might Guy once again burst forth with speed far exceeding before. His figure was like a sharp green lightning bolt, forcibly breaking through the dust kicked up by Obito's earlier kick. The moment he closed in, the muscles in his right leg instantly tensed and swelled, gathering all his strength. A fierce and domineering roundhouse kick swept toward Obito's chest, the wind so strong it made Obito's hair fly wildly. Obito reacted very quickly, pushing off the ground to retreat, half a step, barely dodging the roundhouse kick. The sharp wind of the kick brushed past his ear, slashing heavily onto the ground beside him. Uchiha Obito raised his arms to block, kicking out a wind blade that deals damage. Normal. After dodging the attack, Uchiha Obito landed steadily, his gaze toward Might Guy becoming more serious, no longer underestimating him. His hands began to form seals, and the speed suddenly increased. Fire-style flame stream song. This time the flames were no longer a massive spherical attack, but condensed into several slender, sharp fire snakes. Faster and more penetrating, with sharp, air-tearing sounds, they cunningly stabbed at Kai's vital points, while precisely blocking all of Kai's escape angles. Facing the incoming fire snakes, Kai did not dodge. His eyes focused, his entire body muscles tensed to the limit, and he crossed his arms in front of his chest to block. The scorching fire snakes slammed into his arms, and rolling flames instantly engulfed his body, the searing heat rushing toward him. Using the impact of the flame attack, Might Guy backflipped to dissipate the force, neutralizing most of the damage from this fire-style ninjutsu. The moment he landed, he stepped forward and burst through the flames, with only a few parts of his training suit scorched and slight burns on his skin. Ha ha ha, this is youth. Not caring about the burns on his body, Might Guy let out a roar and charged forward again. Before the shout ended, Guy had already closed in on Uchiha Obito. The next moment, a series of taijutsu attacks poured out. So fast. Straight punch, side kick, elbow strike, knee strike. Each move was fierce and swift like a phantom. Might Guy's relentless assault completely sealed off all of Uchiha Obito's movements and space to form hand seals for ninjutsu. With no other choice, Obito was forced to engage Guy in taijutsu. However, every strike from Might Guy whistled with force, exuding immense pressure. In just a moment, Uchiha Obito's body was covered with several bruises. With no alternative, Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth, trying to break free from the grapple. He used one hand to guard his face, while the other formed a single-handed seal, bursting with chakra as sparks gathered in his mouth. Fire release. Facing Uchiha Obito forming seals, Might Guy simply responded with a steady, powerful palm strike, landing precisely on Obito's chest. Boom. A crisp, muffled sound rang out. The chakra gathered in Uchiha Obito's chest suddenly stalled, and he was sent flying by the immense force. After tumbling several times in the air, he crashed heavily to the ground, coughing out wisps of black smoke, and his body hit the earth, raising a cloud of dust. The outcome was decided. Uchiha Obito can perform hand seals with one hand, haha normal. This is a battle between two ninja students who haven't even graduated yet, normal. Among the spectators, Uchiha Shien remained calm. Beside him, Noera Rin watched Obito's flying figure with eyes full of worry, instinctively clenching her small hands. First match, Might Guy wins. Combat score 60 points. Uchiha Obito combat score 76 points. The reason for giving you such a low score, Guy, is that directly receiving a ninjutsu is an extremely dangerous act. If Uchiha Obito had awakened the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan, then his release techniques would be imbued with Release Chakra that can damage the soul. You might be able to kick through the flames, but it's difficult to defend against the additional damage brought by the bloodline. I remember teaching you this knowledge a few classes ago, right? Pay attention to this in the future. Obito performed well both in releasing ninjutsu and using the substitution jutsu. However, when you gained an attack opportunity through the substitution jutsu, you wasted it showing off your ninjutsu. That's a big deduction. You two released the seal. Next match, Noera Rin vs. Chinching Pijio. The battle ended. Sarutobi Inoue with a stern face used medical ninjutsu to treat Uchiha Obito while commenting on the fight. However, the information revealed in his words made Uchiha Shin's mouth twitch involuntarily. Uchiha Shin had learned from the Uchiha clan's archives that awakening the Sharingan could add a release power capable of eroding the soul to their techniques. After learning this, Uchiha Shin was completely silent. He originally thought Susanoo armor was invincible, but who would have thought there was a trait like soul striking? Release Chakra strikes the soul, directly causing the target to experience the agony of soul damage, then casting Genjutsu on them, making it impossible to defend. Very normal. The next match between Noera Rin and the nameless character was somewhat normal, except that their displayed combat power didn't seem like that of normal ninja students. However, it was worth noting that Noera Rin seemed to have an invisible shadowy half-humanoid summoning beast. Next match, Sarutobi Asuma vs. Uchiha Shien. Sarutobi Inoue looked at Uchiha Shien with an unreadable expression and spoke softly. Uchiha Shien, teach Asuma a good lesson. Perhaps only after you completely defeat him will this child truly understand the meaning of hard work. Pairing Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Shien together was intentional, but not to give Asuma a chance for revenge. As a former elite jonin who had been forced to retire from the battlefield, Sarutobi Inoue knew very well that Sarutobi Asuma was no match for Uchiha Shien. Although Uchiha Shien didn't show much at school from some daily details, it was clear that he was a genius not inferior to Kakashi. I didn't expect Uncle to actually put us together. Damn, Uchiha, you're finished this time. He'll show you what the Sarutobi 5 release secret arts are. Today he'll make you understand that being good-looking and only slightly skilled with shuriken means nothing. Strength is the foundation. Sarutobi Asuma stood arrogantly in front of Uchiha Shien, speaking viciously. Looking at Shien, Asuma seemed to already envision Shien lying on the ground yelling surrender. Heh. Hearing these taunts, Uchiha Shien merely let out a light snort, completely ignoring the blustering Asuma, and walked toward the training ground. However, as he passed by Sarutobi Inoue, a whisper suddenly reached his ears. Give Asuma a thorough beating. If you succeed, you won't have to do cleaning duty anymore. Uchiha Shin's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Marvelous, the stakes are still increasing. You bastard. You will pay for your arrogance now. Seeing Uchiha Shin's contemptuous look, Sarutobi Asuma's face turned red with anger, and he shouted. Are you ready? I'm about to strike. Looking at the boy who was red-faced from throwing threats, Uchiha Shien raised his hand, witnessed the Sarutobi's 5. What? Sarutobi Asuma raised his hands to form seals, glaring at Uchiha Shien, about to say something more, but found Shien's figure had instantly vanished from before him and reappeared right in front of him. Having rushed to Asuma's front, Uchiha Shien didn't wait for Asuma to react and swung a slap. No fancy moves, just an extremely simple palm strike. The sharp pain on his face instantly interrupted Asuma's hand seal forming. With Shien's palm strike, Asuma stumbled and fell forward, lying prostrate before Shien. The current Sarutobi Asuma was far from the mature and steady personality and the responsibility of a ninja he would have in the future. Now Asuma was just a brat who constantly opposed his father, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Feeling the burning pain on his face, Sarutobi Asuma was first shocked, then furious. He suddenly stood up, bit his finger, and began forming seals, activating the summoning jutsu. Boom. A cloud of white smoke exploded, and a monkey-like summoning beast appeared beside Asuma. Yuan turned into a staff. I'm gonna get him. Flying into a rage, Sarutobi Asuma's eyes turned red. The moment he summoned the monkey, he immediately roared. Accompanied by the roar of Yuanfei, Asuma, a small monkey with brownish fur and a nimble physique, agilely climbed onto Asuma's shoulder, its fluffy tail twining around his forearm, its bright black eyes glancing around lively. However, as a summoned beast called forth by Yuanfei Asuma, it did not obey his command to transform into a weapon. Instead, it just kept squatting on Yuanfei Asuma's shoulder, curiously observing the people around. What are you doing? Seeing that his summoned Yuan didn't listen to him, Yuanfei Asuma's already red face turned even. It seems you're not up to the task either. Yuzibo Shien remarked softly, looking at the monkey on Yuanfei Asuma's shoulder with interest. Well, Yuanfei-sama is the son of Yuanfei Risen, so it's normal for him to have a summoning beast that can transform into a weapon. He was somewhat curious. What changes would these summoning beasts undergo in this ninja world? What do you know? Yuan, if you don't transform, I'll never summon you again. Yuanfei-sama shook his shoulder and commanded in a low voice. The threat worked. Yuan leaped into the air, instantly wrapped in thick earthy yellow chakra, its body rapidly contracting and reshaping. In an instant the monkey's form dissipated, and a heavy solid staff with slight grain patterns fell steadily into his hand. The staff was about 2 meters long, hard in texture. Exactly the ninja tool transformed from the monkey. Interesting. Watching Yuanfei-sama holding the staff, Yuzhibo Shin couldn't help but smile. This feeling of the unknown was what made it interesting. You never know what kind of surprise those familiar characters might suddenly spring on you. The moment Yuan completed its transformation, Yuanfei-sama struck first. He lunged forward, sweeping the staff horizontally with a sharp, whistling wind, its body wrapped in gusts. Clearly the nascent form of wind release chakra. He didn't even need to activate the Sharingan to predict Yuanfei-sama's movements. Facing the attack, Yuzhibo Shin merely sidestepped and darted backward, easily evading the heavy strike. The staff smashed down, leaving a shallow dent in the ground. Yuanfei-sama tried to lift it for another strike, but a foot firmly planted itself on the staff. It seems I overestimated you. You're really so slow. Stepping on the staff, Yuzhibo Shin looked down at Yuanfei-sama, who gripped the staff with both hands, and spoke with a smile. Damn, Uchiha, what are you pretending for? Yuan transform. Realizing that he couldn't pull the staff free while Yuzhibo Shin stood on it, Yuanfei-sama immediately shouted again. The next moment the staff in his hand erupted in white smoke as Yuan reverted to its small monkey form. With a spring it launched a flanking attack from the side, its claws laced with sharp chakra, raking toward Yuzhibo Shin, while Yuanfei-sama rapidly formed hand seals. Ha, pay for your arrogance, Yuzhibo Shin. You're finished. Fire release, blazing fire. Wind release, flowing cloud. Yuanfei-sama's hand seals were extremely fast, and the two techniques he unleashed required relatively few seals. In an instant a gale carrying blazing meteors swept toward Yuzhibo Shin's face. Simultaneously from behind him, Yuan's claw strike came in tandem. However, as Yuanfei-sama finished his seals and released the techniques, he saw Yuzhibo Shin standing leisurely opposite him with no intention of attacking. Oh no! Yuzhibo Shin dodged. Seeing Yuzhibo Shin motionless, a flicker of panic crossed Yuanfei-sama's face. Although he disliked Yuzhibo Shin, he had no real intention of harming him. But the next second a familiar voice came from behind. What kind of foolish brain made you think you could hurt me? Oh, and one more thing. About the word pretending, we Uchihas are born with it. Don't be jealous. Yuanfei-sama whirled around to find Yuzhibo Shin smiling at him. The next moment a familiar pain flared on his other cheek. Meanwhile the Yuzhibo Shin caught in the double assault of the technique, and Yuan dissolved into a flock of illusory crows. Jinjutsu. Ah damn Yuzhibo Shin, you only use such underhanded tactics. I didn't mean to disparage Jinjutsu. Suffering a second humiliation, Yuanfei-sama flushed bright red and roared. But as soon as the words left his mouth he immediately realized his mistake, and turned to explain to Shiri Hong, who was watching from the sidelines. However, Yuzhibo Shin wasn't about to wait for his explanation. With a swift kick Yuanfei-sama flew through the air and planted a kiss on the ground. Bang! As Yuanfei-sama flew away, Yuan, who had been scratching its head, dissipated into a puff of white smoke. Yuzhibo Shin wins. The moment Yuanfei-sama hit the ground, Yuanfei, as if afraid he might get up again, immediately announced the result of the match. Nice work. The contest decided. Yuzhibo Shin turned and walked off the stage. As he passed Yuanfei, the latter's low voice drifted into his ear. In response, Yuzhibo Shin simply made a gesture reminding Yuanfei of what he had promised. This kid. Next match, Bazihuo Shinjin versus Shiri Hong. Don't miss out. Quality Ninja Tools clearance sale last day. Barbecue Q weekend dining, 20 off, limited slots, first come first served. Another weekend. Walking on the streets of Konoha, shops on both sides were enthusiastically calling out to attract customers. After a week of classes, Yuzhibo Shin deeply understood the need for balance between work and rest. He was already exhausted from his daily check-in to become stronger, so the weekend was naturally for a good rest. As for his goal today, half an hour later, standing on the Hokage rock engraved with the inherently evil Chinsho Feijin, he looked down at the unobstructed view of Konoha village and the occasional ninja hawks flying through the sky dispatched for missions. Yuzhibo Shin's mood was inexplicably good. The Hokage rock, as Konoha's most famous landmark, appeared imposing, but was actually an open area. Normally, as long as one didn't engage in provocative acts like graffiti on these rocks, no one would bother you. No wonder everyone likes to stand at a high place to view the scenery. The view from the highest point is indeed good. Those two really know how to pick a spot, huh? Yuzhibo Shin sat cross-legged on the Hokage rock, holding a bottle of cola, looking down at Konoha village with a slight sigh. However, just as Uchiha Shin was quietly gazing at the scenery of Konoha, a loud explosion suddenly erupted from the depths of the forest behind him. Then a piece of wreckage that seemed to be some kind of technological artifact fell right beside Uchiha Shien, emitting black smoke. Uchiha Shien fell silent for a moment as he looked at the object that didn't quite fit the ninja world's aesthetic. Exposed precision gears and wires were tangled, chaotically copper cables were torn and flipped outward, and fragments of circuit boards were embedded in the rock of the Hokage monument. Although there had been robots in the ninja world, such as the mechanical Naruto was such an obviously technological creation, something that should exist in this era. Then a white snake suddenly emerged from the side, and in Uchiha Shien's silence swallowed the wreckage in one gulp before slithering away into the depths of the forest without looking back. Sorry, there was a small issue with the experiment. I hope I didn't startle you. A cold, hoarse voice came from beside him. Uchiha Shien's hair stood on end, and he immediately leaped several paces away. He had been approached without even noticing. When did? Looking at the speaker, black hair tied back, purple pigment on both sides of his nose, golden snake-like eyes devoid of emotion, and two comma-shaped pendants on his ear. Uchiha Shien instantly recognized him, Orochimaru. But this Orochimaru was wearing a white lab coat, and this had to be a holographic projection. A translucent blue-green holographic projection floated in the air. Before him, Orochimaru's form, entirely composed of tiny light points with scattered pixel fragments drifting around the edges. So it wasn't that he hadn't noticed Orochimaru approaching, it was simply that what had come was not a living person. Lord Orochimaru. Looking at Orochimaru's current state, Uchiha Shien suppressed his discomfort and bowed. While Orochimaru had always been scientific, so it was normal for him to create such high-tech things. An Uchiha child, no wonder he has such reflexes. Recognized Orochimaru's expression didn't change, he merely nodded slightly, noting the clan emblem on Uchiha Shien's back. Well, if you're fine, go on with what you were doing. Without any intention of conversing with Uchiha Shien, after confirming that the boy had not been injured by the experiment, Orochimaru's holographic projection vanished from before his eyes. Staring at the spot where Orochimaru's projection had disappeared, Uchiha Shien involuntarily activated his single Tomo Sharingan beneath his beauty contacts. Indeed, this area is filled with Orochimaru's scientific creations, and I hadn't noticed them before. At the location where Orochimaru had vanished, there was an extremely tiny object resembling a pebble. This was what Orochimaru had used to project the image. I wonder what kind of experiment he is conducting now. That thing just now looks like a small part of some large mechanical construct. After confirming the surroundings, Uchiha Shien deactivated his Sharingan and stood up. Taking one last look at the area, he turned and walked away along the mountain path. There were too many eyes here, staying would feel uncomfortable. Unfortunately, Uchiha Shien would probably not enjoy a peaceful vacation. Just as he arrived home, Shien opened the door. It's Obito. Having just lain down for a nap, Uchiha Shien opened his eyes with a heavy aura. He opened the door to see Uchiha Obito still holding his hand in a knocking pose. You'd better have something very important or else. Heh. Uchiha Shien narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing as he spoke coldly. Well, Grandma asked me to call you for lunch. Realizing that Uchiha Shien was in a bad mood, Obito lowered his voice. I see. Hearing this, Uchiha Shien's morning mood dissipated. As mentioned before, his house was only a few meters from Obito's, almost adjacent. Unlike Uchiha Shien, Obito had a grandmother who raised him. Since moving out of the Uchiha orphanage to live independently, Shien had often been taken care of by Obito's grandmother. Thus, Uchiha Shien held great respect for Obito's grandmother. Otherwise, given how often Obito pestered him, he would have been beaten long ago. Let me tell you, Grandma made your favorite trotter soup this time. Sigh, I actually wanted rib soup more. You're so noisy. Hey, is this how you treat me for sacrificing my rib soup? Shut up. After the meal, to escape the scorching heat and avoid Obito, Uchiha Shien dove into the Uchiha library. This was a place Obito would never enter. Wooden bookshelves were filled with basic ninjutsu scrolls, clan records, and various strange knowledge. The summer sunlight streamed through the windows, warming the pages. Uchiha Shien sat quietly at the desk reading the Uchiha clan's records of other ninja clan secret techniques. One of the few things learning about the peculiar changes of these ninja clans and the somewhat divergent histories was fascinating in this ninja world with no entertainment facilities. Uchiha Shien often sat for several hours, which made Obito think he was a bit odd, studying even at the ninja academy and then again in the clan compound. As I expected, the Hyuga's Byakugan has also undergone some changes. And these stubborn fools aren't just using gentle fist anymore. They are extremely skilled at using special bows combined with explosive tag arrows. A bow. Isn't that just a large bow? Tisk, using Byakugan for long-range attacks. That's really sneaky. Isn't this basically a real-life version of X-ray vision with auto-aim? And the ability to imbue arrows with extremely sharp cutting power using Byakugan's ocular power. This origin seems a lot like the Tensigan. Speaking of which, what kind of outrageous power is that Rinnegan of Nagato in the Land of Rain? Flipping through the Hyuga clan's records, Uchiha Shien couldn't help stroking his chin thoughtfully. Immersed in the ocean of knowledge, time always flows faster. The lingering glow of 6 in the evening spilled over the eaves and corners of buildings, the setting sun sinking between distant houses, while a warm orange mingled with pale gold painted half the sky. As the warm light dimmed, Yuzhibo Shin looked up at the sky outside the window. Speaking of which, it's time to check in. Check in. Congratulations. You have acquired the ability, Electromaster. Raising his hand, arcs of electricity danced at his fingertips, and the corners of Yuzhibo Shin's mouth involuntarily lifted. The electric light dancing at your fingertips is the faith I have never abandoned in this life. Long live the railgun alone. The electromagnetic force of the four fundamental forces. Truly, when it comes to being dark, I'm still the one to watch. A week later. Swish. 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 3 shuriken crackling with electricity flew out in a triangular formation, colliding midair, and amidst the flying sparks scattered in different directions. Yet, just as the shuriken were about to hit the tree trunk, they instantly reversed course and flew back to Yuzhibo Shin's side, spinning rapidly around him. Snap. A final snap of the fingers. The 3 shuriken shot out instantly and embedded themselves in different tree trunks, each hitting a fallen leaf with pinpoint accuracy. This thing is way more useful than magnet release. During this time, Yuzhibo Shin had replicated some of Misaka Mikoto's techniques and added his own understanding. For example, crack. On the tree trunk, azure electric light danced on the shuriken, and the next moment the entire trunk exploded with a roar of blue streak, shooting like an arrow into the ground. Thud. A faint sound of entering the earth, and a tiny shuriken cut appeared on the ground. Small, yet it had penetrated hundreds of meters deep. Simply put, it used the principle of electromagnetic ejection to instantly accelerate the shuriken. It's dinner time, I'll just grab something outside today. With a snap of his fingers, the shuriken lodged in the tree trunk flew back into the ninja tool pouch at Yuzhibo Shin's waist. As for the one buried deep underground, it was probably ruined. Walking along the streets of my Yuzhibo Shin sauntered leisurely, pondering what to eat. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a furrowed brow and obvious anger on his face walked toward him, holding a half-empty bottle. Damn, Uchiha. I just had a few drinks, not like I was causing trouble on purpose, and those bastards dared to detain me for a whole day. Humph, indeed, the evil Uchiha. These annoying creeps will eventually be driven out of my... That's an Uchiha brat. The middle-aged man cursed under his breath, taking a swig as he walked. It was during this motion of raising the bottle to drink that Yuzhibo Shin's figure caught his eye. Seeing the Uchiha clan crest on Yuzhibo Shin's clothes, a nameless resolve stirred in the man's mind. It's all the fault of those damned Uchiha. Looking at Yuzhibo Shin, the man let out a sinister grin, and the next moment, he moved closer to Yuzhibo Shin's position. But as soon as he took a step, his body stiffened, and he immediately fell to the ground, trembling violently. This scene immediately drew the attention of passers-by. Isn't that old drunkard Jizuin Qingya? Is he drunk out of his mind? Did he catch some disease? Shaking like that. Looks like he got electrocuted. Better call the police department. For a moment the crowd gossiped, but no one stepped forward. On the side of the street, Yuzhibo Shin still leisurely thought about what to eat. Such obvious hostility. He had no obligation to let it slide. Electromagnetic force, truly handy. Praised. Time flew by, and 2.5 years passed in the blink of an eye. School life was extremely monotonous, yet exceptionally stable. As usual, Yuzhibo Shin lived a routine of 2 points, home and school. The days might be dull, but during this period Yuzhibo Shin had no intention of graduating early. Relying on daily check-ins, his strength steadily improved. In the afternoon classroom of the Ninja Academy, sunlight slanted across the windowsill, casting dappled shadows on the wooden desk. On the podium, Yuanfei Inuo was explaining the basics of ninjutsu combination and how bloodline limits are created. His voice echoed steadily through the room. Yuzhibo Shin had long grown accustomed to the ridiculous content of the lessons. Extended habit had completely desensitized. This shinobi world was just that dark. Thankfully, he was even darker. Outside the window, the wind rustled the treetops, creating a faint sound. The lecture continued, but in this small seat the boy's mind had already drifted to the panel visible only to him. Master Yuzhibo Shin, gender male, age 8, identity, a cub of the Mai Uchiha clan, potential currently unknown, special talent, 3 Tomo, Sharingan abilities, armament, Haki, 7th sense, flame control, trick room, Electromaster, sun, breathing, chicken talisman. Items, demonic blade, 1000 blades, revival totem, senzu beans, 2 master ball, 1 unknown Pokemon egg, 1 Kula, 133 master Kongs, old tan sauerkraut, beef noodles, 313. Sprite, 42 others. Still half a year until graduation. This shinobi world is dark, but the third great ninja war probably won't deviate much in timing. My growth and strength is still too slow. In a world like this, couldn't I have been born with a pair of Rinnegan or something straight to 6 paths level? Sigh. Closing the panel, Yuzhibo Shin felt a twinge of melancholy. A 3 Tomo Sharingan at age 8. It looked impressive, and indeed it was. But this world wasn't normal. War was coming soon, and who knew what kind of dark things he'd encounter. Though he had the revival totem and senzu beans as a fallback and could fly away if outmatched still. What if? Who knew what kind of oddities existed in this shinobi world? Just in my alone had heard of countless bizarre bloodline limits. Gen, let us engage in a duel, staking our youth as the wager. A fervent voice interrupted Uchiha Gen's thoughts. Looking up as expected, it was Might Guy clad in his green spandex. Class had just ended when this ardent enthusiast of youthful literature hastened to Uchiha Jin's desk and excitedly blurted out his challenge. Next time for sure. Faced with the duel invitation, Uchiha Jin casually brushed it off with his habitual reply. For reasons unknown, ever since Kakashi became a Chunin, Might Guy had completely shifted his target of challenge. After every class, he would dash to Uchiha Jin and issue a challenge. This had been going on for over a year without fail. Uchiha Jin strongly suspected that Kakashi, that insufferably smug fellow, had said something to Might Guy. Again with that reply, "Very well, but as my eternal rival, one of only two Jin, I will earn your acknowledgement. Youth is meant for effort and struggle." After saying this, Guy turned and sprinted out of the classroom. As per his routine, he would do handstands on the school playground until class began. Toward dusk, classes finally ended. Uchiha Jin leisurely made his way toward the Uchiha clan compound. What should I eat today? Instant noodles are getting tiresome. Should I splurge a little? Try some grilled meat. Uchiha Jin walked slowly, his mind wholly occupied by tonight's dinner. Deciding what to eat each day was his most profound daily dilemma. However, as he turned the street corner, a tall, upright figure approached. The man's silver-gray hair was sharp and conspicuous, clad in a Konoha Jonin vest with flame-like half-sleeve decorations at the cuffs. Konoha's white fang. Seeing this Jonin, Uchiha Jin recognized him at once. Hatake Tsukumo. A formidable shinobi who had carved out a fearsome reputation in the monster-filled shinobi world solely through his peerless swordsmanship, yet also a despicably weak individual. However, it seemed this powerful shinobi was currently in a rather unfavorable position. Even as he walked along the street, the common folk of Konoha cast disdainful glances at the white fang. Watching Hatake Tsukumo, these people whispered among themselves, exchanging hushed murmurs. Such a situation. Clearly that incident had already occurred. Yet, the white fang of Konoha appeared utterly unfazed by the surrounding gazes and, in fact, seemed to be in quite good spirits. As the approaching Hatake Tsukumo drew nearer, Uchiha Jin halted, his expression calm. He raised his hand in a slight nod of greeting. Sakimo-senpai. I didn't expect you to recognize me. I was just wondering how to initiate a greeting with you, haha. Hatake Tsukumo looked pleasantly surprised, his gaze warm as he smiled. It seems you have encountered some trouble. Would you like me to call the security division? After all, wantonly defaming a hero is. Uchiha Jin glanced around at the Konoha commoners, whose eyes held even deeper disgust upon seeing him converse with the white fang, and smiled as he asked. No need for that. It's merely a few winds and frosts. They don't know the full story behind the matter. Let them be. In any case, I believe what I did was right. No matter what, I will never regret the decision I made back then. As for the losses incurred, I'll forget it. Compared to the value brought by my previous missions, it shouldn't be too much. Wait, why am I telling you such dreary things? If I'm not mistaken, you've just finished school, haven't you? Would you like to join me for dinner? Kakashi has always wanted to get to know you. But that kid is thin-skinned. To train him, I even sent him ahead to reserve a spot at Barbecue Q. What do you say? Wanna come? My treat. Hatake Tsukumo's lips curled slightly, revealing a relieved smile. He paid no heed to the recent gossip. Instead, he was more eager to engage in conversation with this young man before him. With his keen, well-established eyesight, he could discern that this youth possessed both commendable character and strength, making him an excellent candidate to be Kakashi's friend. Compared to the rumors about himself, Hatake Tsukumo was far more concerned about Kakashi's mental well-being. He was deeply troubled that his own child had yet to make a single friend. Gazing at the earnest invitation from Hatake Tsukumo, Uchiha Jin remained silent for a moment before simply nodding. Yes, a thick-skinned Hatake Tsukumo. Perfectly normal. A short while later, inside a private room of a barbecue restaurant, smoke curled gently. The meat sizzled on the iron grill, its rich aroma spreading through the air between the tables. Hatake Tsukumo sat cross-legged on the mat with two boys of the same age seated side by side beside him. Hatake Kakashi lowered his eyes, his fingertips lightly resting on his knees, his silver-white bangs half covering his face, utterly silent. Uchiha Jin sat upright, his gaze fixed on the grilling meat. Likewise, he remained silent. The atmosphere between the two was stiflingly quiet. Seeing this, Hatake Tsukumo smiled, picked up the tongs to flip the meat slices, and broke the silence first with a light and amiable tone. I used to be bogged down with missions, now I rarely have free time. Kakashi graduated early, and Jin is busy with school. It's rare for the three of us to have a meal together. Don't all clam up. As he spoke, Hatake Tsukumo used the tongs to pick up two pieces of fragrant, well-grilled meat, and placed them into the bowls of the two boys. Then he turned to look at Kakashi. Kakashi, haven't you wanted to get to know Uchiha Jin for a long time? Your old man here shamelessly dragged him along to eat with us. Don't let me down, okay? After addressing Kakashi, he turned to Uchiha Jin, his eyes carrying a warm expectation. Jin, this is my son Kakashi. If you remember, you might recall him. He was your classmate for a while. You two are the same age. When you have free time, you could practice ninjutsu together, or just hang out. After distributing the meat, Hatake Tsukumo added charcoal to the grill while smiling. At this moment, Hatake Tsukumo was not the dreaded white fang of Konoha on the battlefield. Instead, he was simply a father hoping his child would make more friends. But Hatake Kakashi merely stared at the meat in his bowl, giving a slight nod as a response, remaining taciturn. Uchiha Jin only glanced briefly at Kakashi, then looked away, quietly enjoying the free meal, without initiating conversation. He had figured it out. This little white-haired brat was still sulking over the fact that he had refused to spar with him 2 years ago. The evening breeze slipped through the gaps of the lanterns lining my commercial street, casting warm swaying shadows onto the wooden walkway outside the barbecue restaurant. Sensing the quiet tension between Uchiha Shien and Kakashi, Hatake Tsukumo refrained from urging them to bond. Instead, he continued to cheerfully prepare the grilled meat, leisurely recounting mission anecdotes to keep the atmosphere from growing too stiff. Now he likely wouldn't have many more missions, so he had ample patience to let the two youngsters gradually grow familiar with each other. This continued until the end, when all three had eaten their fill. The prices at the barbecue queue were not cheap, but for Hatake Tsukumo, it was nothing. After paying the bill, Hatake Tsukumo smiled and chatted casually with Uchiha Shien for a while. Just as Uchiha Shien silently rose to take his leave, the hitherto taciturn Kakashi finally spoke softly, halting Uchiha Shien's steps. Wait a moment. The quiet voice was not loud, yet it inexplicably brought a glint of amusement to Hatake Tsukumo's eyes. Knowing his son, well, he could roughly guess what Kakashi intended to do. Hatake Kakashi lifted his gaze, his eyes cutting through the faint smoke rising from the extinguished charcoal, locking precisely onto Uchiha Shien. At this moment his tone shed its usual nonchalance, taking on a rare solemnity and seriousness. Uchiha Shien, there's something that has troubled me for a long time. As he spoke, Hatake Kakashi stood up, his posture upright, his usually languid back now slightly straightened. The usual laziness in his lifeless eyes completely faded, replaced by a focused gaze, the purest fighting spirit that only geniuses shared. Ever since we first stepped into the ninja academy, because my father once said he will become your lifelong rival, I have been watching you. Kakashi spoke slowly, his voice clear and distinct. But as these words fell, Uchiha Shien's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Uchiha Shien glanced at Hatake Tsukumo, who was awkwardly scratching his nose, then back at the earnest Hatake Kakashi. So I'm getting the mic guy script. And how come I never knew you were watching me? But from the subsequent school life, I was disappointed. I did not see your growth, your strength, nor the qualification my father spoke of, that you would become my lifelong rival. However, my father's judgment cannot be wrong. You must possess a power I have overlooked. So 2 years ago I challenged you, but you refused. No, not refused, but completely ignored me. That feeling, as if my strength had never earned your acknowledgement, as if I could not even enter. Although my father said that Uchihas typically treat those weaker than themselves this way. Kakashi paused mid-sentence. Frankly, I am curious. What exactly did my father see in you? So I want to test it myself. Hatake Kakashi focused, his usually listless eyes widening as he stared intently at Uchiha Shien's face. Not hostile, but brimming with seriousness. Hearing this, Hatake Tsukumo was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that a casual remark from years ago would stick with Kakashi, but he didn't think he had been wrong. He could sense that Uchiha Shien would indeed become Kakashi's lifelong rival. Or rather, a goal he would strive to catch up to for his entire life. His eyes since birth could see through many things, not anything substantial but a sensation he called talent. And Uchiha Shien was the one with the highest talent he had ever seen, a talent that even the Sannin and the renowned Namikaze Minato could not match. That was why Hatake Tsukumo valued Uchiha Shien so much. As he spoke, Hatake Kakashi's gaze remained steadily fixed on Uchiha Shien, his tone open and candid. So, he leaned forward slightly, his posture solemn, adopting the complete stance of a formal challenge. Uchiha Shien, I challenge you. On a chosen day beneath that waterfall with my father as witness, we shall fight fairly. Do you dare to accept? As the words fell, silence once again filled the room. Hatake Kakashi's eyes locked onto Uchiha Shien, awaiting his response. Hatake Tsukumo also turned to look at the Uchiha youth he had his eye on. After a brief moment of silence, Uchiha Shien's lips curled slightly as he slowly stood up. Looking at the earnest young man, he said, dare. Using such a word to issue a challenge. Kakashi, you know how to provoke an Uchiha. See you tomorrow. Inside the Hokage building. Did you do this? Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly, slapping a dossier onto the desk. Across from him, Shimura Danzo sat with a calm expression. Monkey, you didn't stop it. White Fang is a hero of Konoha. Humph. As a hero of Konoha, he should not be treated like this. Do not target White Fang again, understand? Stop playing the good guy here, Hiruzen. You know full well that before this his prestige had already led many to expect him to become the 4th Hokage. Though you never spoke of it as your friend, how could I not see what you were thinking? Now that his reputation is tainted and he is forever disqualified from the Hokage seat, can you honestly say you feel no joy in your heart? Hiruzen, as your shadow, I know you better than anyone. So you can fool those fools, but don't fool yourself. As the words faded, Shimura Danzo's figure slowly dissipated, as if he had never been in the Hokage's office. Staring at the spot where Danzo vanished, Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his pipe with an unreadable expression, quickly filling the room with smoke. Danzo's dream release can now construct dream clones in reality without the Baku's cooperation. That bastard. And the contact between Hatake Tsukumo and the Uchiha boy. The Uchiha clan. Tsukumo, now that this has happened, what will you think? The next day, deep in the mountains behind the Nanha riverbank, a waterfall roared like a white silk ribbon, crashing into a deep pool. The mist never dissipated, soaking the entire cliff base in cold and dampness. Today at this waterfall, personally named Shizui's Death by Uchiha Shien, it was exceptionally quiet. Two 80-year-old boys with still youthful figures stood on opposite sides of the pool. It's rare for you to find such a place. This spot is spacious, just right for you, and the scenery is quite nice. Why didn't I notice it before? Chimu Shimao stood on the open space nearby and spoke with a smile. Standing beneath the waterfall looking up at the cascading water, he felt for the first time that taking a proper rest wasn't so bad after all. At least in the past, he had been constantly busy with missions and rarely noticed such beautiful scenery. While admiring the waterfall, Chimu Shimao did not forget his role as the referee. Ahem, you can go all out. If necessary, I will intervene to stop you. Withdrawing his gaze, Chimu Shimao looked at the two boys, his clear voice cutting through the roar of the waterfall as he delivered the verdict. The moment the words landed, Kakashi moved first. Without any warning, the Kaima-style swordsmanship burst forth instantly. Kaima-style instant slash. With a low murmur, Kakashi's figure suddenly blurred into an afterimage of extreme speed. The short blade tore through the mist with a sharp sound, and a straight fierce white slash swept diagonally from below toward Uchiha Shien's side. Facing the deadly swift slash, Uchiha Shien neither dodged nor avoided. Within his eyes a faint crimson flash appeared. Beneath the black contact lenses, the three-tomo Sharingan instantly activated, the tomo gently rotating. The entire trajectory of Kakashi's slash was instantly perceived, and his prediction was made in advance. I've been wanting to try this for a long time. Watching the seemingly infinitely slowed down Chimu Kakashi, Uchiha Shien curled his lips slightly. The next moment, he tensed his right arm, channeling his ocular power, and the pitch-black Susanoo chakra armor instantly transformed into an arm guard. Susanoo armored form. Clang. The explosive sound of metal clashing shattered the water mist. The fierce blade light struck the pitch-black Susanoo arm guard. In an instant, the immense impact sent a wild shockwave, and the river water burst into a sky full of spray from the sudden force. The unique Susanoo armor technique after activating the Sharingan. This kid has already awakened the Sharingan. That's a contact lens. What a sneaky boy. Outside the battlefield, Chimu Shimao looked at the pitch-black arm guard on Uchiha Shien's arm, and a flicker of surprise crossed it. On the field, Chimu Kakashi's ultimate Kaima style slash struck the surface of the Susanoo armor, leaving only a shallow scratch, unable to advance an inch. Beneath the armor, the armament haki layered to absorb the force, completely dissipating the shock from the powerful slash. On the water surface, Uchiha Shien stood as steady as a rock, the pool rippling only slightly beneath his feet, not retreating half a step. The defensive power of the armored Susanoo combined with armament haki is much stronger than I thought. But this color, is it affected by the armament haki? After easily blocking Chimu Kakashi's attack, Uchiha Shien glanced at the arm guard on his own arm with interest, and a black Susanoo is acceptable as long as it's not something green or pink. With his attack blocked, Kakashi's expression remained unchanged without surprise. Having trained with the blade since childhood, he had cultivated extreme calm in battle. Moreover, in Kakashi's eyes it would be problematic if Uchiha Shien couldn't block his slash. Ripples rose again on the water surface. He used the body flicker technique again. Kaima-style 9 heavens. With a flick of his wrist, a continuous chain of Kaima-style slashes poured out in an instant. Horizontal slashes, vertical chops, upward thrusts, wrist cuts, waist strikes. The Kaima-style swift blade layered upon itself, sword-like, dense, as a rainstorm covering every blind spot of Uchiha Shien. Each strike was precise and cunning, locking onto every human weakness. The Kaima-style swordsmanship was truly a top-tier sword art. The blade light filled the sky, the cold edge pressing against the eyes. Facing Kakashi's attack like a rain of pear blossoms, Uchiha Shien remained composed. Beneath the contact lenses, the Sharingan foresaw all sword movements. Raising his hand, a spark of lightning danced at his fingertips. The next moment, a violent blast of lightning exploded. The lightning net instantly caught Kakashi's storm-like slashes. Sealless lightning release, or the same as Shimon's. Watching Uchiha Shien release the lightning with a raised hand, Chimu Kakashi was momentarily stunned. However, his ninja instincts made him instantly discard any distraction. Under his blade, seeing that high-frequency slashes were ineffective, he twisted his wrist and changed tactics instantly. He tapped his toes on the water, suddenly retreating half an inch, pulling back his sword to gather power. The next moment, he lowered his center of gravity. Kaima-style lightning flash, break face. Lightning burst forth. Deep blue arcs opposite to Uchiha Shien's azure lightning instantly crawled over the kunai sword in Kakashi's hand. The next moment, the lightning propelled Kakashi's body, and a powerful thrusting slash arrived in an instant, aiming straight at the part of Uchiha Shien's body not covered by the Susanoo armor. This slash was at the pinnacle of speed that Chimu Kakashi could currently master, and its target was the only weakness he believed. The two different colors of lightning clashed in an instant. The blade of the kunai in Kakashi's hand pierced through the lightning net in front of Uchiha Shien. This slash. It was extremely fast and possible for ordinary eyes to catch. However, just as the short blade edge was about to strike Uchiha, the corners of Uchiha Shien's mouth involuntarily curled up. Zzz. In an instant, a violent high-voltage current burst out. A circular electromagnetic storm suddenly swirled around Uchiha Shien, fine blue lightning weaving into an invisible barrier that instantly enveloped his body. The short blade, thrust by Chimu Kakashi, was within the lightning's range, instantly disturbed and shaken by the electromagnetic force. The blade began to tremble violently. Kakashi's hand holding the sword went numb, and in a moment the slash speed decreased sharply, and even the trajectory began to deviate. Seizing the moment when Kakashi's sword technique was disrupted, Uchiha Shien slightly raised his left arm. The pitch-black Susanoo arm guard on his body instantly transformed, and a dark blade extended out. Turning sideways, the blade precisely struck the edge of Kakashi's already deflected blade. Clang! A clear ringing sound, and the kunai in Kakashi's hand snapped instantly. One strike broke the blade, a perfect kill. Amid the flying water mist, the battle between the two geniuses seemed to have reached a conclusion. Looking at Uchiha Shien, the fingers of Kakashi's hand holding the kunai hilt turned slightly white. Uchiha Shien, on the other hand, stood quietly, the Susanoo armor on his arm remaining solid and unbroken. The long blade entered the water, splashing tiny ripples, and his figure remained firmly before the waterfall. The cold mist of water rushed toward him, the chill instantly snapping Kakashi back to his senses. He retreated abruptly, his toes scraping against the slippery rock for a few inches before chakra adhered to the soles of his feet, allowing him to steady himself upon the water's surface. He glanced down at the half-broken hilt in his hand, his silver-gray bangs concealing the fleeting surprise that flickered in his eyes before he swiftly regained his composure. As a prodigy renowned across the land, he possessed a sufficiently resilient heart. He did not believe that he was necessarily incapable of defeating Uchiha Shien. It was merely that his weapon had shattered. He was not limited solely to the Haddock-style swordsmanship. The battle is not yet over. As his words fell, Hatake Kakashi loosened his fingers, slightly casting the half-broken hilt into the turbulent current, letting the rushing water carry it away. His dark eyes instantly shed all extraneous thoughts. His fighting spirit, far from diminished, blazed with renewed intensity. A clear, stubborn edge aimed directly at Uchiha Shien. His swordsmanship had failed, so he would cast aside the blade and fight on. He, Hatake Kakashi, had never yielded to anyone in his life. Is that so? Then come again. Seeing Kakashi's fighting spirit surge even higher, Uchiha Shien smiled faintly, raised his hand, and crooked his finger at Kakashi in a beckoning gesture. Unfazed by Uchiha Shien's provocative stance, Hatake Kakashi's slender frame suddenly dropped, his feet planted firmly on the wall. The next moment, the chakra around him condensed to its utmost limit, converging into the palm of his right hand. Vast quantities of lightning-natured chakra surged, compressed, and agitated wildly through his meridians, tearing through the previously still air. Zzz, crackle. A piercing, explosive noise abruptly overwhelmed the roar of the waterfall as a blinding azure bolt of lightning burst from Kakashi's palm. In an instant, a cacophony like 1,000 birds chirping resounded beneath the waterfall. The purely refined lightning-natured chakra coalesced into a sharp, fierce spear of lightning, with fine arcs of electricity writhing and surging around it. Countless bolts leaped and exploded, tearing through the surrounding mist, unleashing wave after wave of searing heat. This sight only heightened Uchiha Shien's interest. This is Chidori, isn't it? He's already created it this quickly. And this form? It looks more like Chidori Iso. This white-haired brat is quite interesting. But can he overcome the side effect? The next moment, Kakashi's cool voice provided the answer. Chidori, that is the name of this jutsu. It was born after my graduation from the Ninja Academy through countless deductions and attempts after hundreds of failures due to chakra going out of control. It is a unique technique I developed alone, my own creation. The azure thunder rested in the youth's palm, fierce and unstoppable, poised to strike. Holding the crackling lightning, the white-haired boy spoke with pride. To have created such a powerful jutsu at such a young age, he had every right to be proud. Impressive. But a mere lightning release is far from enough, Kakashi. The black-haired youth's cool voice pierced through the thunder and water calm, yet with an unshakable authority. The moment his words concluded, Uchiha Shien's chakra surged explosively. The Susanoo that had previously only armored one arm was now fully unleashed. A vast, profound black chakra erupted from within him, surging forth like a torrent. A low, heavy chakra tremor resonated in the air as the transparent, solid Susanoo chakra layered, solidified. First the shoulders, back, chest, and arms. The perfectly condensed Susanoo bone armor spread at a visible rate. The pitch-black skeletal framework interwove, forming an unyielding torso armor. The armor bore fierce patterns gleaming with a cold luster like ink-black glass. Half-body Susanoo, armored form. At least a 2-tomo Sharingan. An 80-year-old with 2 tomo, possibly even 3 tomo. Uchiha Shien won't grow to the level of those 2, will he? Outside the battlefield, Tsukumo Hatake, who had moved to a tree branch on the shore to avoid the combat zone, watched the ink-black glass armor on Uchiha Shien, astonishment deepening in his eyes. Lament your unfortunate fate of not having the Sharingan. As the armor took shape, feeling the immense boost from Susanoo, Uchiha Shien spoke with a smile. The Sharingan of this ninja world far surpassed that of the normal world in power. After all, in his battle with Kakashi, he had never once utilized the release power of the Sharingan. That power carried a devastating negative effect. It could sear the very soul. Gazing at Uchiha Shien, who radiated an overwhelming aura, Kakashi pressed his lips lightly. Instead of rushing into a direct assault, he subtly turned his wrist, causing the concentrated Chidori lightning in his palm to instantly expand. The originally focused, violent lightning-natured chakra spread, flowed, and extended in an instant. Fine arcs of lightning poured down his arm, racing along his body surface, layering and covering him entirely, forming a wide-ranging lightning domain. Chidori Nagashi. Uchiha Shien stared at the tumultuous azure lightning before him, a flicker of genuine surprise finally crossing his pitch-black eyes. He was not surprised that Kakashi had mastered Chidori, nor even that he had developed something like Chidori Iso. But developing the second pillar's Chidori Nagashi ahead of time was a bit too much, wasn't it? Oh, this ninja world itself was abnormal, so never mind. Just as Uchiha Shien was taken aback, Kakashi moved. Facing the formidable pressure of Uchiha Shien's Susanoo armor, Kakashi neither dodged nor retreated. He charged across the water. The water beneath his feet was instantly vaporized into white mist by the lightning, his form transforming into a streak of blue lightning that pierced through the mist. With one hand, he condensed a perfectly refined Chidori Iso, thrusting it straight at Uchiha Shien's Susanoo chest plate. Simultaneously, his Chidori Nagashi exploded, fully layer upon layer of lightning waves crashing against the armor's surface, both in assault and a suppression. And at the same time, it was the ultimate chain of attacks solely from the Chidori lightning system that Kakashi could currently muster with all his might. As Chidori Nagashi maintained, streaks of lightning slashed, pierced, and swept across Uchiha Shien's half-body Susanoo armor like a dense rain. Lightning exploded ceaselessly, brilliant blue flashes flickering one after another, illuminating the dark Susanoo armor. The lightning thrust forward, but the next instant the ultimate edge of lightning seemed to collide with an absolute barrier. Thud! A resounding dull impact exploded. Uchiha Shien stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. No matter how the Chidori lightning raged, it failed to harm him in the slightest. In response to Kakashi's Chidori, Uchiha Shien activated Armament Haki at full power, darkening the already black Susanoo armor even further. In fact, due to the full power operation of Armament Haki, faint purple light traces appeared on the surface of the Susanoo armor. Watching Uchiha Shien, who was completely unharmed, Kakashi's pupils contracted. For the first time, a genuine shock arose in his heart. This was the Chidori he had personally created. Even his father, who possessed a pair of keen eyes, had said that this technique, when unleashed at full power, could absolutely slay enemies above one's rank on the battlefield. Moreover, due to the Chidori's inherent extreme sharpness, even against some formidable bloodline limits, with astonishing defense, the Chidori could instantly penetrate their armor. With such a high appraisal from Hatake Shumao, the Chidori became his proudest ultimate killing move. Yet now, facing Uchiha Shien's Susanoo armor, it appeared so pale and weak. Uchiha's bloodline. Is it this powerful? Kakashi stood stunned, but Uchiha Shien gave him no time to catch his breath or adjust. In an instant, Uchiha Shien moved. His right arm, clad in Susanoo armor, rose slowly, unhurried, yet carrying a formidable force. Susanoo armor was not merely an additional layer of defense, it represented a comprehensive enhancement of all attributes. Bang! With a resounding boom, Uchiha Shien's fist struck heavily against the scabbard of a pure white short blade. It was Hatake Shumao who intervened. The battle is over. In his current state, Kakashi can't withstand this punch. You two little ones are quite Hatake Shumao, who had stopped Uchiha Shien's attack, smiled lightly as he spoke. So fast. Even the Sharingan couldn't clearly see how he got here. This is the level of power possessed by one of the top combatants in this world. Looking at Hatake Shumao, who had so easily blocked his attack, a trace of admiration rose in Uchiha Shien's eyes. This shinobi world was even more interesting than he had imagined. If even a mere Hatake Shumao possessed such strength, then what kind of performance would the 6 paths level of this shinobi world show? He looked forward to it. Kakashi, are you satisfied this time? Dispersing the Susanoo armor, Uchiha Shien asked, leisurely turning to Kakashi. He remembered that during yesterday's barbecue, this white-haired kid had been brooding over the fact that he had refused to be a free sparring partner back then, and had been sulking in silence. At that moment, Kakashi's hands hung down his shoulders, slightly slumped. His silver-gray hair was soaked through by moisture, and sweat plastered to his forehead, looking somewhat bedraggled. He lowered his head, gazing at his numb, empty palms. That place had once held the blade of the Hatake style, and the lightning that belonged only to him, yet he had still lost. After a moment of dead silence, Kakashi slowly raised his eyes. In his pitch-black pupils, there was no resentment, only calm acceptance. He had lost. And he had lost thoroughly. In this battle, he hadn't even forced Uchiha Shien to use his full power. At that moment, he finally understood what his father had seen in Uchiha Shien. Kakashi slowly exhaled a turbid breath mixed with moisture, his tense back completely relaxing and his fighting spirit fully receding. I lost, but I will catch up. His voice was clear, calm, and open-minded. My Chidori may not be able to break through your Susanoo, but one day my blade will. Hatake Kakashi raised his hand, fingers naturally spread, and combed his hair back from his forehead, speaking calmly. His tone was flat, yet carried the unique pride of a genius. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. Watching Hatake Kakashi mimic a hair gel gesture, Uchiha Shien just smiled lightly. Just kidding. His Susanoo would only become harder. In this grim shinobi world, his Susanoo needed to be tough enough to give him a sense of security. Meanwhile, Hatake Shuomo's gaze fell on Kakashi, whose hair was soaked. He reached out and gently ruffled his son's hair, his smile soft. This is my son, Hatake Shuomo's son. One day you will surpass your old man. With pride in his eyes after ruffling Kakashi's hair, Hatake Shimao turned to Uchiha Shien, his tone light, as he issued, well, now that you've finished your fight and exhausted your energy, the sky is just right, the evening breeze is pleasant. How about we continue the barbecue? We didn't finish. I'm hungry. No objections. Ha ha ha, I knew you both love barbecue. Let's go. By the way, Kakashi, didn't you eat a soldier pill before leaving to maintain full condition for the fight with Shien? Father must have misremembered. Ah, really? Heh, idiot Kakashi. Hey, don't think you can be so insolent just because you're stronger than me. Idiot Kakashi. You bastard. Ha, you two seem to be getting along quite well. Father, who's getting along with him? He's just an opponent. Is that so? I wouldn't consider someone I've defeated as an opponent. Arrogant guy. Right back at you. Idle words drifted. Mountain wind passed through the valley, the sound of the waterfall babbled like music, and the setting sun spilled golden fragments over the figures of the two youths, and Hatake Shinao, carrying a touch of poetry. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan compound at the time, when Uchiha Shien and Kakashi were fighting. Inside the Elders' Hall, several elderly men clad in Uchiha attire silently gazed at a sphere of light before them. Within the light, shadows flickered, displaying the real-time scene of the battle between Kakashi and Uchiha Shien beneath the waterfall. Among the elders, Uchiha Setsuna's fingertips gently rubbed his walking stick. In his eyes lay a cold scrutiny, and within his gaze a three-tomo Sharingan flickered with an eerie red light, meticulously slowing down every move of the two combatants frame by frame. It seems we have a problem with our training of the younger generation. Such a genius, yet we only discovered him now. If not for the reflection barrier sensing the eruption of Sharingan's pupil power at Nanga Waterfall, we would likely have remained in the dark about Uchiha Shien's strength. This is our dereliction of duty. After the battle ended, Uchiha Setsuna waved his hand to dispel the light sphere and spoke in a deep voice to the other Uchiha elders beside him. At the very least, a double Tomo Sharingan. This child is an absolute genius. The Uchiha elder beside Uchiha Setsuna chimed in, his eyes burning with fervor as if he had discovered an extraordinary treasure. This little one's temperament seems rather laid back, otherwise with his strength that surpasses even Kakashi, graduating early would be no problem at all. As for the proficiency in this Susanoo armor transformation, not bad, not bad. But don't you think this kid's Susanoo armor seems a bit odd in terms of hardness? That Hatake kid hasn't fully mastered the Haddock-style swordsmanship, but with such sharpness, he shouldn't be unable to break through the defense of the first form of Susanoo armor. A genius, after all. It's normal to have some personality, especially for a genius of our Uchiha clan. However, this kid never shows his hand at all. That doesn't sit well with me. As a genius of our Uchiha clan, he should be suppressing other geniuses thoroughly. Moreover, why does he keep his Sharingan covered? Even we can only infer that he has two Tomo. I actually think this kid is just fine as he is following his own whims. And it's not like he hasn't shown his hand. If he really wanted to hide, he wouldn't have agreed to fight Kakashi, and he defeated him in a completely overwhelming manner. The other elders also chimed in with their comments. Alright, you old fool, stop showing off your understanding here. Since Uchiha Shien has taken the initiative to hide his talent, it means the kid has his own ideas. You don't disturb him. However, as a genius of our Uchiha clan, he must receive what he deserves. From today onward, open the entire library of ninjutsu, and all Uchiha secret techniques except high-risk forbidden arts to him. At the same time, since Uchiha Shien comes from the orphanage, Ganghwa should be the most familiar with him. From now on, Ganghwa will be responsible for protecting Uchiha Shien's safety until he grows strong enough to no longer need protection. Also, don't let this kid worry about finances. A dignified Uchiha doesn't need others to treat him to meals. And don't look at me with those eyes. This kid may be hiding his abilities, but actually it's not really hiding. After all, he hasn't shown any weakness. It's perfectly normal for a genius to have his own thoughts. As for hiding his Sharingan, he did the right thing. It shows he is mature enough and understands the nature of this village. Moreover, everyone knows what the ninja world is like now. The scent of war is growing thicker, and it's uncertain when war will break out again. With the strength Uchiha Shien has shown so far after being tempered by war, he will surely become a genius ninja capable of standing on his own. I don't want such a genius to be fooled by the person sitting in that position. Moreover, you should have all heard about the recent incidents. What happened to Hatake Tsukumo? I don't believe that person's shadow isn't behind it. Since Uchiha Shien is now in frequent contact with Hitaki Tsukumo, it means the Uchiha clan has the opportunity to befriend a powerful. Uchiha Setsuna spoke softly, and with just a few words he decided on the arrangements for Uchiha Shien. No, not exactly arrangements, just providing better benefits for Uchiha Shien. Let's arrange things as Setsuna said. Consider it an investment. After all, the current security department humph. Beside Uchiha Setsuna, a curly-bearded old man glanced at him seeming to understand something, and then spoke softly. After that, Uchiha Setsuna continued speaking, his tone low and indifferent, seemingly devoid of any emotion. Additionally, old seven, go immediately to the place where Uchiha Shien and the Hitaki kid fought. Be sure to erase all traces of their battle, leaving no evidence that a fight occurred here. Konoha has quite a few old dogs with sharp noses. Since this kid wants to hide, let's give him a hand. I'm curious to see what this little fellow is really up to. Got it. An old bones like me still has to run errands for you. I really owe you, don't I? The old man addressed, as old seven stood up with an impatient look, flickered, and vanished directly from the house. Alright, everyone, go about your business. I still have to go meet our genius. After watching old seven leave, Uchiha Setsuna also stood up and vanished with a body flicker. That old man is really in a hurry. How could he not be? That fool sitting in the security department always thinks of entrusting the Uchiha's fate to outsiders. That alone is enough to make Setsuna anxious. Being an Uchiha yet not understanding that only clan members can be relied upon and trusted. To Mishima, this is the fine successor you chose. Evening clouds rolled across the sky, the orange-hued twilight pressing heavily down onto the streets of Konoha. Uchiha Shien was still carrying the unfinished takeout box of grilled meat between his fingers, walking leisurely toward his home in the Uchiha compound. By the time he returned to the Uchiha compound, the sky had grown dark. However, at Uchiha Shien's house, a warm yellow lamp was steadily lit, very conspicuous in the deepening twilight. He paused his steps at the door, his brow slightly furrowing. Someone had entered the house. Is it Obito? Or? Lost in thought, Uchiha Shien pushed the door open directly. He would know who it was as soon as he saw. What danger could he possibly face within the Uchiha compound? Opening the door, an elderly man wearing a dark-patterned Uchiha uniform kimono came into view, sitting on a cushion in the living room. Elder Setsuna. Looking at the old man seated cross-legged on the cushion, Uchiha Shien was a bit surprised. Why would this person suddenly come to his house? Uchiha Shien, from now on you will enjoy the best treatment of resources. Looking at the youth, Uchiha Setsuna directly stated his purpose. What do I need to pay? Looking at this legendary figure, who dared to assassinate Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Shien asked calmly. After agreeing to fight Kakashi, he had guessed that his strength would be exposed to some people. But he didn't expect that the first to find him would be this old man. He originally thought it would be some one-eyed guy. After all, most fanfictions write it that way, and then they put on a show of leave him to me, no, you'll regret this, I am the Hokage, bang, and so on. Hey, haha, that's an interesting question. Shien, you need to know one thing, this is not a transaction. Since it's not a transaction, how can there be a need for you to pay? The clan gives you these things only because your talent is sufficient. But if there is truly a price, then there is only one: to live up to the name of Uchiha, become a truly powerful ninja, and then guard the glory of the Uchiha. Uchiha Setsuna smiled, looking at Uchiha Shien and speaking loudly. Especially when he mentioned the glory of the Uchiha, there was a light in the old man's eyes. It was faith. In the end, Uchiha Setsuna left Uchiha Shien's house with a satisfied smile. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the training grounds of the Ninja Academy. Hey Obito, why haven't you applied for graduation? Don't tell me you want to repeat a year. Jin has already submitted his graduation application. Even Kai, who only practices taijutsu, has submitted his. Are you scared? Sarutobi Asuma said to Uchiha Obito with a somewhat sarcastic tone. This rebellious kid had never dared to show off in front of Uchiha Jin since being taught a lesson by him in a practical combat class 3 years ago. However, Uchiha Obito was clearly an exception. Damn it, you bastard Asuma, what are you yapping about? I just forgot. Humph, just watch, he'll definitely become a Jinin before you. The taunted Obito instantly flew into a rage and retorted loudly. As he said, he had genuinely forgotten that today was the deadline to submit the graduation application. Sarutobi Asuma merely let out a light snort and ignored Uchiha Obito. This trick was something he had learned from Uchiha. He had discovered that taunting someone and then ignoring them was particularly infuriating. He had used this trick to irritate that old geezer many times already. It was precisely because of this that Sarutobi Asuma secretly developed a desire to emulate Uchiha Jin's behavior. Unfortunately, during the 3 years of school life, no one else had dared to provoke Uchiha Jin anymore. You bastard. How dare you ignore Obito-sama? It's infuriating. I'm going to teach you arrogant punk a lesson today. The scene of Sarutobi Asuma ignoring Uchiha Obito was clearly a success. Uchiha Obito, his face flushed red, rolled up his sleeves and prepared to duel Sarutobi Asuma. Obito, the exam is about to start. You haven't submitted your graduation application yet. Noara Rin immediately grabbed the furious Uchiha Obito by the arm. Seeing the cute girl holding his arm, Uchiha Obito blushed, and his anger instantly dissipated. Rin held my arm again, he You damn fool, one day you'll be ruined by a woman. Sarutobi Asuma, seeing this, curled his lips in disdain. Asuma Obito, why are you still here? The exam is about to start. Didn't Rin say she was going to call you? At that moment, another girl's voice rang out from a distance. They turned to look and saw Yuhi Kurenai standing obediently at the entrance of the school building staircase, holding a graduation application form. Coming. Seeing who it was, Sarutobi Asuma quickly hurried over. Let's go too. I've already filled out your graduation application, you just need to hand it to teacher Inoue. Noura Rin, seeing this, gave Uchiha Obito a gentle smile and spoke softly. Hee okay. A short while later, inside classroom A, Sarutobi stood on the podium looking at the students below with a serious expression. These are the graduation applications for all of you. I have signed them all. Next, I just need to submit them to the Hokage, and you will be eligible to take the graduation exam. As for the graduation assessment, you should have heard something about it. Every year there are students who get injured during the exam, and there have even been cases of students who died. You need to understand one thing, I am not trying to scare you, nor am I trying to dampen your enthusiasm for the exam. I need to tell you how harsh this assessment is. If your strength is insufficient, there is a high chance that something we all wish to avoid might occur during the upcoming exam. So if you want to withdraw, now is the time. At this moment, Sarutobi Inoue, abandoning his usual gentle demeanor, said with a half smile, while holding a stack of graduation applications. Haha, bring it on, teacher Inoue. We will never give up. Seeing Might Guy's passionate demeanor, the corner of Sarutobi Inoue. As soon as Sarutobi Inoue finished speaking, Might Guy suddenly stood up from his seat, his eyes seemingly blazing with flames. He clenched his fist and thumped his chest, shouting loudly. Seeing Might Guy's passionate demeanor, the corner of Sarutobi Inuo's mouth twitched involuntarily. Very good, I appreciate your spirited attitude, Kai. What about the rest of you? Bring it on, teacher. We have to try, right? No problem. I'm the Uchiha who will become Hokage. Now let's go. For a moment, all the students responded in unison. Uchiha Jin, sitting in the corner by the window at the back, curled his lips into a smile. So it was finally about to begin, his life as a ninja. Is that so? I understand. Then go back and prepare. Assemble at the large clearing in front of the forest behind the Ninja Academy. Looking at the students below, all with anticipation in their eyes, a smile involuntarily rose on Sarutobi Inuo's lips. These were all his students. The next day, the forest on the back mountain of the Ninja Academy was shrouded in mist. Sarutobi Inoue stood before everyone reading the assessment content with a serious expression. Inside the forest grounds behind you, we have set up 120 sets of real and false intelligence, 60 simulated enemy situations, and 30 trap locations divided into 3 categories. During the next 90 minutes while being hunted by 15 genin, you need to complete at least 20 identifications and recordings on this sheet. In other words, based on what you've learned in class, you need to classify the intelligence you obtain into 3 categories: real threats, false threats, and the most common surface intelligence. As for how to judge, that's up to you. After the assessment ends, I will collect the forms from you. Of course, if the form is abandoned. Haha. This is an assessment that turns a written test into reality. In this exam, every subtle action you take will be recorded by the invisible cameras provided by Lord Orochimaru. So don't think about cheating. Additionally, throughout the exam, blind clustering in groups is strictly prohibited. However, temporary cooperation between 2 or 3 people is allowed. Group actions of 4 or more are forbidden. Violators will be penalized. At the same time, even if you act together, you must independently identify true and false enemy situations, record the locations of effective threats, decipher the marked traps you encounter, and collect key intelligence. Furthermore, a reminder during your assessment, you must beware of the pursuit by the other 15 genin. Throughout the exam, 5 jonin will effectively control the situation. When you are seriously injured and fall, or are forced to leave the grounds, they will directly take you out of the exam site. Of course, those who are removed will receive 0 points for this round, and return to school for repetition. Above are all the rules for this graduation examination. Now line up and come forward to receive your record sheets. Having finished explaining all the rules in one breath, Sarutobi Inoue pulled out a stack of white paper and announced loudly. For a moment, murmurs rippled through the crowd. So the graduation exam is this troublesome? I thought it would be like when Kakashi graduated, fighting someone. Standing in the long line, Uchiha Obito spoke with a hint of exasperation, feeling that this exam was practically targeting him, the great Obito. Hey, Obito, Kakashi also went through this exam. What you mentioned, that's only for early graduation where you spar with a chunin designated by the Hokage. Noura Rin, standing behind Uchiha Obito, looked at his displeased expression, gently poked his back, and said with a smile. Huh, ahahaha, so that's how it is. As expected of Rin, knowing even this. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito scratched his head in embarrassment, then praised Noura Rin with a wide smile. In front of the 2, Uchiha Shien remained calm, having grown accustomed to this graduation exam that would never exist in the original Shinobi world. Over 3 years, Uchiha Shien had fully adapted to the many bizarre aspects of this Shinobi world, especially the so-called invisible surveillance devices provided by Orochimaru. In just a moment, all the students received the record sheets distributed by Sarutobi Inoue. Though called record sheets, they were merely ordinary white paper and a pen. The exam was about to officially begin. Exam start. At Sarutobi Inoua's command, over 30 candidates rushed in, most either eager to charge ahead and grab points, or forming groups of 3 for mutual support. Uchiha Shien, however, declined Uchiha Obito's team-up request and ventured alone into the dense forest. Since it was still early, mist lingered among the trees. Upon entering the forest, Uchiha Shien immediately accelerated his figure, darting through the woods. His steps lightly landed on the blind spots of tree roots, avoiding the shallow explosive tag traps hidden on the ground. He took out the white paper. Area 121, a lower left block at the root of a cedar tree, explosive tag trap. False information. The explosive tag is a dud merely for show. Having finished writing, Uchiha Shien put away the paper and pen, then flashed toward the next location. 15 minutes after all the examinees had entered the exam site, 15 youths wearing Konoha forehead protectors with sly grins on their faces flashed into the dense forest under Sarutobi Inua's watchful gaze. They were all genin who had taken on the pursuer mission. In the dense forest, after casually breaking the basic genjutsu barrier hidden in the depths of the vines and recording it on paper, Uchiha Shien suddenly stopped his writing and turned to look at a tree beside him. An Uchiha brat, huh? Looks like my luck isn't so good. Hey kid, how strong are you? If you're too strong, I don't want to waste too much effort on you. 10,000 ryo per head. I wouldn't want to miss out. On the tree trunk, the youth wearing a Konoha forehead protector half-crouched looked at Uchiha Shien seriously and asked. But before the words finished, Uchiha Shien slightly raised his eyes. An invisible mental shock instantly enveloped the youth. Genjutsu Sharingan. As the genjutsu was released, the youth on the tree instantly froze in place. His pupils contracted sharply, his muscles uncontrollably twitched violently, and his hands began flailing wildly unconsciously. Glancing at the genin caught in the illusion, Uchiha Shien remained expressionless. With a step, he vanished into the depths of the forest. His form still lacked one entry. After Uchiha Shien left, a hand suddenly appeared on the shoulder of the convulsing genin, and his trembling body steadied. Nice genjutsu. As expected of an Uchiha child. Looks like a genius. The man who had dispelled the youth's illusion had golden hair. Watching the direction Uchiha Shien had gone, a sunny smile spread across. With that, the golden-haired man vanished along with the genin youth. Not with a body flicker, but a true disappearance. This was space-time ninjutsu. 10 minutes later. At the entrance of the forest clearing on the back hill, Uchiha Shien slowly emerged. Seeing the boy, Sarutobi Inua smiled, knowing that Uchiha Shien would be the first to come out. Congratulations, Uchiha Shien. You were the first place in this exam, which means you have successfully graduated. Kid, even after graduation, don't slack off. Keep striving to become stronger. Holding a brand new forehead protector, Sarutobi Inua walked forward with a smile, handed it to Uchiha Shien, and said sincerely. Uchiha Shien looked at the forehead protector, raised his hand to take it, and ran his fingertips over the cold metal Konoha emblem. A smile crept onto his lips. This was proof of a new beginning. Since he still needed to wait for the others to finish, Uchiha Shien casually put on the forehead protector and stood aside. 90 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the rigorous genin exam came to a complete end. During those 90 minutes, almost all the examinees walked out of the forest holding their forms. However, it seemed they had experienced quite a few battles, as most of them had torn clothes. Moreover, many had scrapes on their arms, necks, and other places from the fights. At this moment, all the exiting examinees looked at Sarutobi Inua, their eyes filled with anxiety and hope. Unlike Uchiha Shien, who came out early, their forehead protectors had not yet been distributed by Sarutobi even when the Amid these eager gazes, Sarutobi Inua held a stack of brand new Konoha forehead protectors, slowly walked to the front of the line, smiled as he looked around at everyone, and spoke calmly. Congratulations, I declare that all participants in this exam have passed. You are truly the best class I've ever taught. As his words fell, an uncontrollable commotion erupted in the field. Especially Might Guy and Uchiha Obito. Their cheers nearly drowned out everyone else. Amid the cheers of all the students, Sarutobi Inua stepped forward one by one, handing the forehead protectors engraved with the Konoha emblem to each person. After a moment, Sarutobi Inua returned to the front of the line, smiling as he looked at all the students now wearing their forehead protectors. He wasn't lying. These students were indeed the best class he had ever taught, although this was the only class he had taught so far. I believe you're all tired after the exam, so I won't take up too much of your time. Go back and rest well. Tomorrow at the same time, gather in classroom A. Ninja Squad assignments. After handing the last forehead protector to the final examinee, Sarutobi Inua loudly announced the dismissal. Thus the ninja exam officially ended. The next day, the class division was not as troublesome as imagined. In just a short while, the classmates of Uchiha Shien's class were gradually called away by the Jonin team leaders assigned to them. After a while, a figure suddenly appeared in the classroom. Yuyuin Lin Uchiha Dado, I am your instructor, Jonin Bwofeng Shueman. Please come with me. The visitor spoke softly with a smile like the sun. Huh, are we the only ones in our class, just me and Lin? Huh, could it be? Hee. Looking at the suddenly appearing Bwofeng Shueman, Uchiha Dado completely ignored how this Jonin had entered, his eyes filled with fantasies of a two-person world with Yuyuin Lin. I hate to interrupt your joy, but as your teacher, I think it's necessary to explain that you actually have one more teammate. Unlike you, he has been my subordinate for some time. Watching the grinning Uchiha Dado bluffing, Shuemin smiled slightly and spoke. Huh, what? I thought Lin and I would form a two-person team by ourselves. Hearing this, Uchiha Dado pouted in speechlessness. Alright Dado, let's go. Yu and Lin, standing aside, awkwardly pulled Uchiha Dado, not wanting him to leave a rash impression on bluffing Shuemin. We'll be going now, Xian. Pulled by Yu and Lin's arm, Uchiha Dado was overjoyed. He waved at Uchiha Xian and quickly followed bluffing Shuemin out of the classroom. Uchiha Xian in response nodded silently, and then looked at the spot where bluffing Shuemin had just appeared. It must be the Flying Thunder God technique. The classroom door was not opened, and the window was only slightly ajar. So, did bluffing Shuemin leave a Flying Thunder God mark in the classroom? No, this ninja world is abnormal to begin with. Bold guess if bluffing Shuemin's Flying Thunder God now has no need for marking. Hiss. A bit harsh. Just as Uchiha Xian was boldly speculating, the classroom door was pushed open and a man wrapped in a wide robe walked in wearing sunglasses, exuding an aura that kept others at a distance. I am Yun Jiwei, the instructor Jonin of Team 8. Uchiha Xian Shirihong Yuan Fei-sama, please follow me. The visitor's voice was short and forceful, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. It's him. Looking at his instructor Jonin, Uchiha Xian was somewhat surprised. This one was not weak. Moreover, the Yunf clan in this ninja world seemed to have many strange insects. Is this guy really our instructor Jonin? Nearby Yuan Fei-sama was somewhat surprised. Asama, do you know him? Shirihong was a bit surprised. Although her father was also a Jonin, she did not recognize this man. Of course. To prepare for the team division, I've already gotten to know all the powerful ninjas in the village. If we're talking about the strongest besides the old man's 3 disciples, and some ninjas that are hard to mention, it's that blonde Jonin who just came in. Next, it's probably this one. This one is a quite famous ninja of the Yunf clan. In his youth, he improved the insect secret arts of the Yunf clan, and he even independently cultivated giant single combat insects similar to summoning beasts. Also some special insects that are flexible in reconnaissance combat and support. Most importantly, this one has the legendary title of an army of one. Moreover, he is called the most comprehensive ninja, truly comprehensive. In other words, all-round. Yuan Fei-sama, getting more excited as he spoke, completely failed to notice how many times the girl beside him shuddered upon hearing, "It seems you've done some research on me, but it's not accurate. Among the Jonin of my strength is not among the strongest, at best I am average. Let's go." Yun Jiwei glanced at Yuan Fei-sama with some surprise upon hearing this, then turned and walked out of the classroom, leaving only a low voice echoing in the ears of the three. After a while, at a public training ground after leaving the ninja academy, the wind rustled through the leaves, and the faint chirping of insects filled the surroundings. As per tradition, let's start with self-introductions. My name is Yun Jiwei. I like all kinds of insects and hate toads. In this format, now it's your turn. Yun Jiwei stood before Uchiha Xian and the other two, slightly nodding, speaking slowly and concisely. He'll go first. My name is Yuan Fei-sama. I like pulling the beard of a certain old man, and I hate being called the Hokage's son or being lectured with big principles. Yuan Fei-sama casually ran his hand through his short hair, speaking in a cheerful and brisk tone. After ruffling his short hair, defiantly stood on end. I am Shirihong. I like learning Jinjutsu with my father, and I dislike rude behavior. Standing beside Shirihong with a proper posture also began her self-introduction. As Shirihong finished her introduction, the three present simultaneously looked at the last one who hadn't introduced himself, Uchiha Xian. My name is Uchiha Xian. Currently there's nothing I particularly dislike. If I had to name one, it would be bad luck. As for what I like, it's 6 o'clock every afternoon. Well, that's it. Facing the gaze of the three, Uchiha Xian spoke calmly. They are all distinctive hobbies. Then the self-introduction session ends here. Next is the most important combat test. Facing the gaze of the three, Uchiha Xian spoke calmly. They are all distinctive hobbies. Then the self-introduction session. He took off the gourd strapped on his back and spoke calmly to the three before him. Next, you can go all out to attack me, preferably. Fight with the intent to kill me. Don't worry, you don't need to be concerned about my safety. What you see now is merely a special insect clone. So are you ready? In an instant, a cold, fierce, killing intent pressed down on the hearts of the three. At the same time, the air was filled with a continuous dense buzzing of fluttering wings. A swarm of black insects like a dark cloud swept toward the three of them overwhelmingly. Scatter! With a light shout, the three instantly dispersed. At the same time, a brilliant blue lightning burst from Uchiha Xian's fingertip. Wherever the lightning spread, the flying insects' bodies instantly stiffened, falling to the ground with a crackling sound emitting a burnt smell. A lightning release that can be instantly unleashed without hand seals. It seems to be the same special single property as Minato. Moreover, given this level of mastery, it's likely that it awakened long ago. Looking at Uchiha Jen, who had instantly dispersed his swarm of insects, Aburame Shibi couldn't help but show a surprised. The special single property refers to a normal 5-element nature that some ninjas are born with, similar to a Kekkei Genkai. A ninja possessing this talent can guide the chakra of that nature and release corresponding ninjutsu without needing hand seals. There are only 5 types of special single properties: fire, wind, earth, lightning, and water, corresponding to the 5 most basic ninjutsu natures in the ninja world. As far as Aburame Shibi knew, only a few people possessed such talent. The 2 he was most familiar with were the deceased second Hokage Senju Tobarama and the genius ninja, who shone like a star, Namikaze Minato. These 2, one awaken water release, the other wind release. Now another genius who mastered the special single property of lightning release was added to his list. In that case, as a teacher, wanting to know the true level of his subordinates should be a very reasonable thing, right? Watching Uchiha Jin easily handling his swarm, and the stark contrast with Sarutobi Asuma, beside him, Aburame Shibi's mouth hidden by his collar couldn't help but curl slightly. He began forming hand seals. Summoning technique. As the last seal ended, a circular dark black technique pattern suddenly cracked open on the gourd in front of Aburame Shibi. Immediately, deep purple miasma surged out from the gourd. Kaka! A strange insect chirp echoed within the go. Looking at the purple miasma before him, a trace of amusement flashed in Aburame Shibi's eyes behind his sunglasses. This was one of his latest creations. The moment Aburame Shibi summoned a new insect, Uchiha Jin immediately turned his head to look. At the same moment, the purple miasma surged violently, and a humanoid purple figure instantly shot out from the miasma. Using the swarm of parasitic insects to conceal its form, it kicked off the ground and charged forward explosively. In an instant, a sickle-like forelimb gleaming with cold light slashed straight toward Uchiha Jin's lower back at speed, almost stirring the air. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Just as the sickle blade was about to touch the fabric at Uchiha Jin's lower back, he instantly activated the body flicker technique under his feet. Chakra burst at his soles, and his form sharply slid several feet diagonally to the side, the force so great that it plowed 2 shallow furrows in the ground. The unknown insect's sharp sickle blade struck empty air, heavily slamming into the ground, carving a deep long fissure with gravel flying everywhere. Kazik. In the moment of evading, Uchiha Jin's Sharingan fully saw the assailant's appearance. The moment he clearly saw it, his eyes widened in shock. Its appearance was strikingly similar to a mantis with limbs covered in hard dark brown exoskeleton. A pair of sickle-like forelimbs gleamed with cold light, and its crimson compound eyes flickered with a fierce, ominous glow. This appearance truly resembled a character from a certain game. Just as Uchiha Jin was astonished, the mantis-like insect resembling Kazik moved again. Its form turned into a black blur as it suddenly dashed forward in the blink of an eye, appearing right in front of Uchiha Jin. Raising its forelimbs high, the sickle blade with a sharp, air-tearing gleam slashed straight at Uchiha Jin's torso. Speed seemed to be the specialty of this giant insect. Not only was its movement extremely fast, but even the swinging motion of its sickle was so quick that only afterimages could. The sharp sickle-like forelimb, accompanied by a piercing sound, carried immense piercing force straight toward Uchiha Jin's chest, a vicious and cunning attack. Facing the swift, lethal assault, Uchiha Jin had no intention of retreating. He unleashed his dojutsu power. Susanoo armor manifested. In an instant, a thick, dark chakra armor wrapped around Uchiha Jin's chest. As the armor formed, its surface instantly condensed and solidified, raising its defense to the peak. At the same time, armament haki added a sheen to the already pitch-black Susanoo armor. Clang! A harsh metallic clash exploded across the scene. A scorching shockwave radiated from the point of impact, sending gravel flying in all directions. Kazik's sickle blade pierced down, slashing heavily onto Uchiha Jin's chest, which was reinforced with both haki and Susanoo armor. The extreme close-range assault was completely blocked. The powerful recoil force made Kazik's massive body stagger back 2 steps, a hint of human-like shock and ferocity flashing in its compound eyes. Its attack should have been unstoppable, for failure of an attack meant failure in evolution. And failure meant being discarded or becoming food for its own kind. Not giving Kazik a chance to adjust its stance, Uchiha Jin took the initiative. With his Sharingan locked on Kazik, Uchiha Jin stepped forward, his movements light and swift. Leveraging the enhanced physical power from the Susanoo armor, his form instantly pressed forward, closing the distance. Clenching his fist. Strike. A layer of pitch black covered Uchiha Jin's arm. Armament haki. This blow was incredibly swift and fierce. Facing Uchiha Jin's attack, Kazik reacted swiftly. Its jointed legs kicked off the ground, flipping its body sideways to evade the oppressive punch. Simultaneously, a venomous tail stinger suddenly shot out from its rear, aiming viciously at a blind spot near Uchiha Jin's throat. From the sidelines, Aburame Shibi watched the battle, intently confident that he could end the fight between the man and the insect. Crack! The Susanoo armor on Uchiha Jin's chest instantly extended. In a flash, a Tengu mask covered his face, and his throat was also covered with scales formed from chakra and dojutsu power. Such a scene made Aburame Shibi's eyes widen in shock. A Susanoo armor that can cover the entire head. He is Free Tomo. Ding. A crisp sound. The sharp tail stinger was successfully blocked by the Susanoo armor. Meanwhile, Uchiha Jin's fist had already landed precisely on Kazeek's side exoskeleton. Thump! A dull heavy impact resounded. The immense force penetrated the hard exoskeleton, violently shaking Kazeek's. Under a single blow, Kazeek's body instantly flew backward like a stone smashed by a heavy hammer, heavily crashing onto the ground dozens of meters away, creating a shallow crater of rubble. For a moment, the hard exoskeleton on Kazeek's body trembled violently, and the intense pain caused him to let out a "This human in armor hits really hard. Such force feels even greater than that of its companion, who only knows how to eat." However, before Kazeek could recover from the heavy blow, Yuzhibo Shien's second wave of attack had already arrived. Sizzle. Snap. With the snap of the young man's fingers, the surrounding air suddenly became restless, and tiny arcs of electricity crackled in the gaps of the Shuzwa armor's patterns as pale blue lightning suddenly surged and spread outward. Roaring lightning surged from Yuzhibo Shien's body, rapidly spreading along the patterns on the ground beneath his feet, transforming into a dense electromagnetic net that instantly enveloped the entire area around Kazeek. Game over, sis. As the young man's confident words fell, wild lightning instantly wrapped around Kazeek's limbs and torso, and intense paralyzing currents invaded his body through the gaps in his exoskeleton, violently disrupting his neural perception and muscle control. Wrapped in lightning, Kazeek began to convulse violently. He struggled to rise and attack, but was firmly trapped by the electromagnetic force. The lightning coursing through his body made his limbs stiff. Under the electromagnetic restraint, Kazeek's originally most proficient speed and explosive power seemed to be completely sealed. His resistance to lightning chakra is still as poor as ever. I need to continue optimizing it. However, although Warbug No. 9527's resistance to lightning is poor, its combat ability is fully capable of crushing a Chunin and could even match an ordinary Jonin. Yuzhibo Shien's strength seems not much inferior to that genius of the Chi. Possessing a 3-Demo Sharingan and such a skilled Susanoo armor technique, his strength. Probably his eyes. Another monster. Yunu Jiwei stood outside the battlefield, his eyes behind the sunglasses filled with shock and awe. As the creator of this bug, he knew well how powerful this ninja insect was. Without exaggeration, even a Jonin-level ninja, if caught off guard by its close-range assault, would suffer severe injury. Yet the Yuzhibo Shien before him, who had just graduated, could firmly suppress it throughout with flawless offense and defense, and even had spare power. As he thought, Yunu Jiwei's body began to disperse. Meanwhile, within the lightning pool, the ground beside Kazeek cracked open with tiny holes, and countless small black bugs emerged quickly, forming Yunu Jiwei's body. Standing in the sea of lightning, Yunu Jiwei took off the gourd on his back and made a single-handed seal. With a series of buzzes, purple-bodied bugs flew out of the gourd and began to devour the lightning released by Yuzhibo Shien. In the blink of an eye, the lightning around Kazeek was swept away. Yunu Jiwei slowly walked forward, looked at the collapsed Kazeek, then turned to Yuzhibo Shien, who was watching him calmly and couldn't help but praise sincerely. Perfect offense-defense transition, extreme prediction, and control of battle, whether it's the application of the Uchiha's dojutsu, your combat ability, and those you displayed. All far exceeded my expectations. Should I say as expected of the Uchiha. With that, Yunu Jiwei raised his hand and slapped the gourd, retracting all the bugs, including Kazeek, then put the gourd on his back. Similarly, you two are also quite impressive. Whether it's Yuenfei-sama's use of composite ninjutsu or Shiri Hong's application of jinjutsu, based on her own bloodline limit, both are commendable. While finishing the assessment of Yuzhibo Shien, Yunu Jiwei turned to look at Shiri Hong and Yuenfei-sama, who were exhausted from dealing with too many parasitic bugs, and made his comments. Teacher, why was Yuzhibo Shien's assessment different from ours? And that big bug that suddenly appeared, could it be the legendary war weapon of the Yunu clan? On the grass nearby, Yuenfei-sama lay spread-eagled, panting heavily as he asked, because while dealing with the swarm of bugs, he had released multiple large-scale composite ninjutsu, so his chakra consumption was considerable. War weapon. Another thing not recorded in the Uchiha clan's archives. So what kind of underworld contraption is this? Off to the side, Yuzhibo Shien was slightly surprised by this, and he turned to look at Yunu Jiwei with some curiosity in his eyes. In fact, the Uchiha clan's records of other ninja clans were generally sparse. Except for those clans that were deemed decent or interesting by the Uchiha, and given extensive documentation, the rest were basically glossed over with a few words. For example, the war weapon of the Yunu clan that Yuenfei-sama just mentioned. At least Yuzhibo Shien had never learned of it from the Uchiha clan's existing archives. As for other war weapons, Yuzhibo Shien had learned about some, such as a certain Uchiha matriarch. That was Warbug No. 9527, a semi-finished product of my latest bug research. This assessment must have exhausted you. It's rude to make you so disheveled just after meeting. As compensation, I'll treat everyone to grilled meat. Consider it a celebration of the formation of Team 8. Besides, it seems to be a tradition for the supervising Jonin to treat his students to a meal. After putting away all the bugs, Yunu Jiwei spoke softly to the three. So every time a team is formed, we must have grilled meat. Dismissing his Shuzwa armor, Yuzhibo Shien silently complained. Konoha. In the Akimichi clan's grilled meat restaurant. Yunu Jiwei looked at the mountain of grilled meat plates piled before him and fell silent. Lord Hokage. Does he usually mistreat his own child? In front of him, Yuenfei-sama was devouring food like he had never eaten before, eating ravenously. Every time a plate of meat was grilled after giving a portion to Yuzhibo Shien and Shirihong, the rest would be stuffed into Yuenfei-sama's mouth in one go. So satisfying. Is this the feeling of eating barbecue with abandon? Teacher Jiwei, I agree to have you as my teacher. After the last plate of meat was consumed by Yuenfei-sama, he covered his bulging belly, lounged leisurely on the sofa, and loudly declared. Agree. That is truly my honor. Are you all full? You can order more. My financial situation is quite comfortable. Yuenfei was slightly startled at the words, then gently shook his head before turning to look at Yuzhibo Shien and Shirihong and asking. Most of the barbecue had been eaten by Yuenfei-sama, and he worried that the other two hadn't had enough. I'm full, thank you, teacher. Shirihong nodded shyly and replied politely. I'm full. Yuzhibo Shien also nodded. Barbecue. He seemed to have eaten quite a bit of it lately, though there wasn't much else tasty in Muyi anyway. The lingering warmth of the charcoal fire slowly dispersed, and the room was still filled with the unique smoky aroma of grilled meat and the scent of oil, warm and relaxed. Yuenfei looked at the three children before him, and a faint smile involuntarily lifted the corner of his mouth hidden beneath his collar. Although spending all day in the lab researching new types of insects was also enjoyable, but the feeling of being a teacher seemed quite nice. He too was a first-time teacher. Then today's gathering ends here. Assemble at the Back Hill Training Ground at 6 tomorrow morning. From tomorrow you will officially begin your life as Shinobi. Be prepared. After the meal ended. Inside the Hokage's office. How do you feel about these children? Yuenfei Risen looked at the assembled jonin and asked with a mixed bunch, not quite qualified. All a bit dull, and some are lopsided in their skills, but their strength is quite good though. Not bad, rather easy to manage. Lucky you. Too bad my subordinates seem a bit troublesome. Very outstanding. The jonin each gave their evaluations, but when it was Yuenfei's turn, the words, very outstanding, made everyone present simultaneously turn their gaze toward him. Somewhat socially anxious Yuenfei felt a bit awkward at the sight. Very outstanding. Well, I really envy Jiwei. Too bad my subordinates are hard to handle. Very outstanding. Haha, good. Then you should go back and rest, and prepare for the subsequent training tasks. Jiwei, stay a moment. Next it's a... Yuenfei Risen couldn't help but smile happily at the words. He was very pleased that his own child had received such a high evaluation. Based on his understanding of Yuenfei, he was not the type to flatter just because the other was the Hokage. Yes. As the jonin left, the entire Hokage's office was left with only Yuenfei and Yuenfei Risen. Jiwei, can you tell me in detail about these three children? Especially that child Xian. Yuenfei Risen looked at Yuenfei and asked with a smile. Asama, as a descendant of the Yuenfei clan, naturally has a bloodline attuned to the 5 elemental jutsu. He already possesses a mature thinking for composite 5-element jutsu, and can use them roughly. But the shortcomings are also obvious. His temperament is a bit impatient, lacking endurance and composure in prolonged battles. As for Shirihong, she can already skillfully use the Phantom Eye bloodline inherited from Jinhong. Hong herself is delicate-minded, gentle, and calm in nature with extremely keen perception, almost perfectly suited to the characteristics of the Phantom Eye bloodline. However, correspondingly, because the Phantom Eye strengthens her illusion abilities, this child has also become lopsided in her specialization. In the future, if nothing unexpected happens, she won't surpass Shinhong by much. However, this is also her own choice. This child truly loves illusions. As for Yuzhibo Shien, Yuenfei spoke while recalling the assessments of those three children. However, when he got to Yuzhibo Shien, he stopped mid-sentence. He didn't quite know how to evaluate Yuzhibo Shien. If Asama was a genius in composite ninjutsu, and Shirihong was a rare inheritor of the illusion bloodline, then Yuzhibo Shien was a monster completely beyond the common sense of the shinobi world. What others sought, but could not obtain, seemed to be everywhere. Not only did he possess the universally recognized strongest eye technique bloodline limit, but also a 1 in 10,000 special single attribute. Moreover, that child's Susanoo armor technique seemed slightly different from that of normal Yuzhibo shinobi. Yuzhibo Shien's Susanoo seemed much harder, no, not just much, but rather directly doubled in hardness. From his perspective of insect research, if he were to give an evaluation, Yuzhibo Shien was more like a mutant of the Yuzhibo. His Sharingan had most likely mutated to grant the ability to strengthen Susanoo. Is there something special about Yuzhibo Shien? Looking at the hesitant Yuenfei, a glint of light flashed in Yuenfei Risen's eyes. He had been curious about Yuzhibo Shien for a long time. Whether it was the close relationship between the Chimu father and son and him, or the special regard that brat Yuenfei-sama had for him, all made him curious about this Yuzhibo youth. Ever since Inua asked Yuzhibo Shien to teach Yuenfei-sama a lesson, that time Yuenfei-sama had become more diligent in practicing the Yuenfei 5-element secret techniques. Moreover, since then Asama had gained a goal. He no longer spent his days just opposing him. Such a change was very welcome to Yuanfei Risen. Therefore Yuanfei Risen deliberately placed Yuzhibo Xian and Yuanfei Asama in the same class. Besides wanting Yuzhibo Xian to influence Yuanfei Asama more, there was another point Yuanfei Risen wanted to see. Whether Yuzhibo Xian could serve as a turning point. That child has a 3-tomo Sharingan. In the end Yuanfei only uttered a few short words. The moment the words fell, the Hokage's office instantly became deathly silent. The rustling paper suddenly stopped, and the breeze passing through the window seemed to freeze in midair. The entire room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The rustling paper suddenly stopped, and the breeze passing through the window seemed to freeze in midair. The entire room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The warm, composed smile on Yuanfei Risen's face stiffened and faded inch by inch at a visible pace. His originally slightly relaxed brows suddenly tightened. His turbid yet sharp eyes widened abruptly, his pupils contracted violently, leaving only extreme shock and disbelief in his gaze. "Jue, what you said. Is it true?" Yuanfei Risen's deep voice trembled slightly, his usual calm tone completely shattered. The fingers holding his pipe tightened abruptly, his knuckles turning white. A 3-tomo Sharingan at 9 years old. Even earlier. As a disciple of the inherently evil Chinsho Feijin Yuanfei, Risen naturally understood what the 3-tomo Sharingan represented. 3-tomo. It represents the ultimate dynamic vision, top-tier illusion resistance, and perfect combat prediction through ocular jutsu, as well as various additional special bloodline abilities. 3-tomo. That was an eye that countless Uchiha clan members could hardly achieve even after a lifetime of effort, yet now it appeared on a still immature child. If it is already like this now, what about the future? And the most important point. It was that he was completely unaware of this matter. With this thought, Yuanfei Risen leaned forward slightly, his previously relaxed back tensing up, his gaze fixed firmly on Yunu Jue, his eyes filled with gravity. He waited for Yunu Jue's answer. During my assessment of him, he used the Susanoo armor technique, which can only be used after awakening the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and at the same time. He could cover his entire head, which meant his Susanoo armor could cover his whole body, and such ocular power covering the entire body could only be achieved by the 3-tomo Sharingan. Facing Yuanfei Risen's expression, Yunu Jue nodded calmly, his words firm. Is that so? This child. Yuanfei Risen, upon hearing this, could not help but slowly raise his hand to rub his throbbing temples. Such news was still too shocking for him. After all, he knew what kind of ninja the Uchiha clan had produced. A 9-year-old with 3-tomo Sharingan. Then would he reach the same height as him? Jue, this child has an immeasurable future. Therefore, as the Hokage, I want to entrust you with one thing. During your time as his instructor, please try your best to let Asama and the others form sufficient bonds with Yuzhibo Xian. You also know the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Although this child has never shown any extreme behavior in the past, we have no way of knowing how a 3-tomo at such an age was awakened or for what reason. You must understand the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is not something that can be awakened just by having excellent ninja talent, let alone a 3-tomo. A 3-tomo. The inner world of this child is something we cannot fathom at all. It requires long-term interaction to judge such talent. If he goes to extremes, then he will most likely become the next Uchiha Madara. Therefore this child, I entrust him to you. Yuanfei Risen spoke in a low voice, his tone extremely solemn. Upon hearing this, Yunu Jue slowly lowered his head, bowed solemnly, and spoke in a calm and dignified tone. Understood. Good. You may leave now. Oh, by the way, record the details of that assessment and hand them over to me. After seeing off Yunu Jue, the entire office was left with only Yuanfei Risen. He took out his pipe, lit it. Wisps of smoke slowly rose upward. My teacher once said that the birth of the Sharingan is always rooted in extreme emotional fluctuations, parting pain, hatred, despair, or the obsession of near-death experiences. The awakening of a single tomo is already like this. For 2-tomo and 3-tomo, it requires even more intense mental shock, step by step, to break through the ocular power shackles. A 9-year-old with a complete 3-tomo. Through the hazy smoke, Yuanfei Risen uttered these words heavily, his eyes filled with unfathomable worry. Child, will you be a different kind of Uchiha, just like Jing? At 5:30 in the morning mist of Konoha had not yet dispersed. The morning sun pierced through the layered tree canopies, casting fragmented golden light onto the bluestone square in front of the ninja building. Why did we have to set such an early time? Yuanfei Asama yawned. Because he was too excited to become a ninja, he hadn't slept well all night. On top of that, some old geezer kept nagging him to get along well with Yuzhibo Xian and Hong, which resulted in him hardly getting any sleep. Yuzhibo Xian stood quietly aside. There are at least 3 ninja of Chunin level or above watching me from the shadows, one of them with obvious hostility. Whose people could they be? So hard to guess. Observation haki indeed useful. Observation haki obtained from yesterday's check-in unexpectedly came in handy today. He had just subconsciously wanted to try out his new ability, but unexpectedly, just by spreading out his haki, the entire area of the square within a dozen meters was completely within his perception. Under the perception of observation haki, the three heartbeats hidden in different shadows were clearly discernible. Judging solely by the thickness of their chakra flow, all three were above the threshold of Chunin. Withdrawing the perception of observation haki, Yuzhibo Xian's fingers hanging by his side curled slightly, while his face remained an indifferent expression, as calm as still water, betraying no sign of abnormality to others. Yuzhibo Xian had long been mentally prepared for being watched. After all, this was perfectly normal. In all Hokage fanfiction, that one always did this, let alone the fact that he was an Uchiha. Before long, Yunujiwei, wearing the standard Konoha Jonin thin vest, but also a thick overcoat, walked slowly over. The standard Yunu clan attire: trench coat, sunglasses, and tapering pants. Very punctual, and even more than 10 minutes early. It seems you are also looking forward to your first official mission in life. Then prepare yourselves. I've taken a decent drank mission for you. Looking at the three who had all arrived, Yunujiwei took out a scroll and spoke with a smile. Hearing this, Yuanfei-sama pouted slightly, inevitably a bit disappointed. Just a mere drank mission. That's too easy, sensei. Can't we change to a higher level mission? Preferably give us something like a rank directly. He muttered. Drank mission. No. Let's see again. Yuzhibo Xian was also a bit surprised upon hearing this. Logically, after testing his strength, Yunujiwei should not have taken such low-level missions. This is already the highest level mission I can take for you by skipping levels. Don't underestimate this mission. It is also a test for you, or rather, a test of whether you can truly become ninja. Facing Yuanfei-sama's disappointment, Yunujiwei only spoke calmly in a gentle voice. At the same time, he slowly opened the scroll. As the scroll unfurled, the mission assigned to Uchiha Xian and his team was revealed before the three of them. Drank mission: eradicate all bandits near Tsihong town in the Land of Fire, leaving no survivors. Note this mission may involve onmyoji and samurai. Please accept it with an elite jonin escort. Uchiha Xian stared at the scroll in silence. Since when did a bloodshed mission become drank? Normal dranks were supposed to be things like catching cats or cleaning canals. And samurai were easy enough to understand. Kakashi's family were samurai who turned ninja, and there were plenty of samurai in the Land of Iron. But what the hell was an onmyoji? Had Hyankyo suddenly merged into the ninja world? Are we going to kill people? While Uchiha Xian remained silent, Yui Kurenai, standing beside him, looked at the scroll's contents, her voice trembling faintly, barely above a whisper. The words "no survivors" struck her with overwhelming impact. At just 9 years old, with a still tender heart, the shock was immense. Beside her, Sarutobi Asuma had also lost his smile. His usual carefree grin vanished completely. He stared at the scroll, reading it twice, his expression growing grave. This, and not just ordinary bloodshed, but total annihilation. A common bloodshed mission. Let's go. Uchiha Xian shook off his thoughts and spoke calmly. New ninjas needed to see blood and learn to kill everyone. Men, women, old, young, without hesitation. That was a lesson every ninja had to endure. As a ninja, this is something I must face. I should have been prepared long ago. Seeing Uchiha Xian unfazed, Sarutobi Asuma recalled his own fleeting cowardice and gritted his teeth, speaking fiercely. If Uchiha Xian wasn't afraid, why should he be? He absolutely refused to be looked down upon by Uchiha Xian. I won't hold you. I am also prepared. Seeing both comrades ready, Yui Kurenai pressed a hand to her chest, steadied her nerves, and spoke sincerely. Seeing the three prepared, Aburame Shibi's lips curled slightly beneath his collar. Such self-reliant students were truly— Since you're all ready, let me brief you on the specifics of this mission. Due to some special circumstances, various disturbances have broken out along the borders of many nations, causing bandits near the border to move inland. Our target is near Tsihong town, about 250 kilometers from Konoha. A group of bandits led by an onmyoji has been raiding the town from an unknown origin. After a villager reported it, a lower-ranking shogunate official funded the mission and posted it at Konoha. Our objective is to eliminate all bandits, including the onmyoji, and leave no survivors. Aburame Shibi's expression turned serious as he detailed the mission to Uchiha Xian's team. Wait, did you say 250 kilometers, sensei? That means we'll be away from the village for a long time. Sarutobi Asuma's eyes lit up. He had never left the village in his life, and now, freshly a ninja, he could spend a long time outside. Probably about a day. Although I'm not as fast as a certain friend of mine, I'm not slow either. Aburame Shibi smiled confidently. Among the insects he cultivated, there were naturally those suitable for riding. Outside the gates of Konoha, Team 8 stood silently, watching Aburame Shibi. A breeze rustled through the trees. Aburame Shibi raised his hand, bit his finger, and began forming hand seals. Kuchios no Jutsu. The technique unfolded. With a low rumble, a massive beetle, its pitch-black shell adorned with dark purple-golden patterns, spread its wide wings and emerged steadily from the white smoke. The beetle's back was broad and flat, like a black platform, easily capable of carrying several people. This is Travel Beetle No. 12,138. Its flight speed is excellent, and riding it on missions will save us a lot of time. As he spoke, Aburame Shibi flickered to the beetle's head and stood there, introducing it calmly. So huge. So cool. Sensei, this is awesome. Seeing the giant beetle summoned by Aburame Shibi, Sarutobi Asuma's eyes sparkled. Boys always had a thing for big things. Uchiha Shien was no exception. Gazing at the massive beetle, he recalled the single master ball in his storage. Maybe he should get himself a summoning beast. It didn't have to be good at fighting, having a mount would be stylish. And Uchiha couldn't just rely on the 11 bus after all. Even Sasuke knew to catch a giant ninja hawk. Now let's depart. Once everyone stood on the beetle's back, Aburame, Shibi spoke softly from the insect's head. With that, the giant beetle lightly fluttered its wings, its massive body, rising smoothly, soaring higher and higher. Time passed. So this is Tsihong Town. It looks more like a small village, very few people. The giant beetle hovered above the destination. Uchiha Shien closed his eyes, spreading his observation haki. In an instant, the number of villagers in the entire town was clear in his mind. We're here already. So fast. I thought we'd be flying for a while longer. Yuhi Kurenai was surprised. She leaned out to look at the scattered houses below and murmured softly. We're here already. Sarutobi Asuma leaned out, as well, frowning at the scenery below. Arriving meant they had to start the mission. Their mission was to kill. According to intelligence, these bandits have established a temporary stronghold using the special terrain of the mountainous area. There are about 60 bandits, among them roughly 3 samurai and 1 yin-yang master. For this mission, you 3 shall discuss among yourselves how to proceed. I will observe from the shadows. Remember, the objective of this mission is to leave no survivors. Looking at the hesitant Yuanfei, Asama Yunujiwei spoke directly. After saying this, his entire body transformed into countless tiny black insects and scattered. For a moment, only the 3 members of the 8th squad remained on the back of the giant beetle. How should we do this? Should we or, as the teacher left, Yuanfei Asama and Shiri Hong simultaneously turned their gaze to Yuzhibo Shien. Although the 8th squad had no designated leader, both knew that Yuzhibo Shien's strength far surpassed theirs. In such a moment requiring a decision, Yuzhibo Shien became the backbone of the team. Since this is our first time facing slaughter, there's no need for assassination. Let's just break in. The moment the words fell, his pupil power erupted. The Susanoo armor instantly enveloped Yuzhibo Shien's entire body. Susanoo full armor deployment. The instant the Susanoo armor covered his body, Yuzhibo Shien took a step, and his form vertically descended toward the stronghold. Boom. With Yuzhibo Shien's descent, the air was torn with a sharp howl, as if solid carving a white sonic boom trail above the stronghold. Such a scene was like a punitive spear cast by the gods. What the hell is that? The sudden roar confused the bandits below. When they all looked up toward the source of the sound, their pupils contracted. From the sky. Falling. Person. The moment the words fell, the descending figure crash-landed on the ground before them. The instant his feet struck the ground, the earth erupted in a circular shockwave, centered on Yuzhibo Shien, sending those bandits who had been looking up flying backward. Then, let's begin. Under the Yaishan dog mask, a sinister crimson light flickered. Yuzhibo Shien raised his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the strongest being in the entire stronghold, that so-called yin-yang master. At that very moment, from the deepest dilapidated pavilion in the stronghold, a cold hoarse laugh slowly echoed. Look, truly fine provisions. Creak. The wooden door of the pavilion decayed and shattered on its own. A man in a dark purple yin-yang master robe with a pallid face slowly walked out. With his Sharingan flickering an eerie red light, Yuzhibo Shien quietly watched the so-called yin-yang master. His left eye was unremarkable, but in the pupil of his right eye, layer upon layer of pitch-black curse patterns coiled, and a rune that Yuzhibo Shien could not understand faintly appeared in the depths, shimmering with a strange gloomy luster. Really a real-life version of the Eye legend, encountering such a weird thing in such a shabby place. Looking at the yin-yang master's unusual eye, Yuzhibo Shien silently complained in his heart. He knew this mission would not be normal. In the shadows, a tiny insect quietly lay on the ground watching the two. That eye. Zening. The wanted a rank yin-yang master from the land of Yi. It seems this mission exceeded Drank. However, Shien seems to want to fight him. Through the shared vision of the insect, Yunujiwei, who was observing the situation, frowned slightly. He knew that yin-yang master. No knowing meant he only had partial intelligence on this person. Zening came from a small country known for producing yin-yang masters, the land of Yi. After learning a sinister technique that converted fear into yin-yang master curse power, he began wantonly persecuting children to create fear and was put on the wanted list. After being wanted, Zening vanished from the land of Yi with no news for 3 whole years. And now he appeared in the land of fire. As an rank yin-yang master, his strength was almost on par with the Jonin, and the yin-yang master's methods were extremely sinister. Clearly this Drank mission had been misjudged due to intelligence issues. However, seeing Yuzhibo Shien's high fighting spirit, Yunujiwei thought the mission could still proceed. After all, even if the worst-case scenario occurred, he could step in at any time. Meanwhile, on the back of the giant beetle in the sky, Yuanfei Isama silently watched the situation below. This monster. Normally, shouldn't the mighty giant beetle carry us down? Why did he just jump straight down? Is he not afraid of falling to his death? And this really makes me look stupid. Ahem Hong, I didn't mean you. Mighty giant beetle, please hurry and take us down. Can't let Yuzhibo Shien take all the enemies. Below. Zening was surrounded by a faintly visible black curse aura. Each strand of black air greedily sucked in the fear from the entire stronghold caused by the bandits' terror at Yuzhibo Xian's appearance. The awe-inspiring landing of Yuzhibo Xian had pushed the fear level of the whole stronghold to its peak. Endless black curse power flowed through the air into Zening's limbs and bones, and his curse aura instantly multiplied several times. This appearance, you should be the legendary Reed clan, the Uchiha, right? Ha, here, because someone issued a mission to Konoha. Ridiculous, I have always restrained those worthless ones from killing anyone. All I wanted was their fear. Fear is nothing but an emotion. Compared to directly taking their lives, isn't this my gift to them? So these people here, like those worthless ones in the land of Yi, are just ignorant fools. But it doesn't matter, I was planning to move to a new place anyway. Its quality is too poor. However, before leaving ninja from Konoha, your fear might become my strongest curse power. After all, I have never absorbed the fear of the Uchiha. The fear produced by the clan known as the possessors of the god's power, what kind of delicacy would it be? As he spoke, Zening raised a hand, and 3 yellow talismans ignited at his fingertips. Instantly 3 figures wielding blades materialized behind Zening. They were exactly the 3 samurai mentioned in the intelligence. However, these so-called samurai were clearly not right. They were not under Zening's control. 3 samurai corpse puppets, fearless and bolstered by the Onmyoji's cursed energy, charged at Uchiha Xian, with blades wreathed in dense, deathly aura slashed toward Uchiha Xian's Susanoo armor. Clang, clang, clang. 3 heavy strikes landed on the pitch-black armor, only sending up sparks. Before the defense reinforced by armament hockey, such meager attack power couldn't even leave a scratch. Uchiha Xian stood motionless, his crimson Sharingan beneath the Tengu mask, cold and indifferent. If this is all you've got, I'll be disappointed. The words barely faded when lightning abruptly exploded around Uchiha Xian. Zzz. The sky was instantly filled with azure arcs of electricity covering the entire stronghold. In an instant, the lightning swallowed the 3 corpse puppets. In mere moments, they were reduced to charred ruins. Watching Uchiha Xian spread his lightning field, Zening suddenly sneered and raised his hand, snapping his fingers. Several talismans flew out, spinning around him to form a defensive barrier. So this is a ninja's chakra. Truly a wondrous power. Pity that we, the cursed ones, are born unable to grasp it. However, after blocking the lightning's erosion, Zening looked at Uchiha Xian with a sneer, yet beneath the mockery, there was a trace of barely detectable envy. In this ninja world, chakra is not something everyone can master. As he spoke, Zening raised his hand to cover his right eye, and in an instant, pitch-black, cursed energy surged violently. Demon twisting calamity, Buzz. A strange cursed energy spread with Zening's gaze, instantly covering a small area. Within that area, the laws of energy seemed to be completely altered. The lightning field began to collapse and dissipate, and countless black eerie gases started to spread. Ha ha ha. It works. Though we are born unable to grasp chakra and can only pursue cursed energy, but from what I understand, ninjas also need to perform technique connections to release ninjutsu, just like us. My demon twisting calamity, is naturally capable of hindering Onmyoji from casting curses, and now this has proven it works on you ninjas too. As he released the dojutsu, seeing the lightning field around him vanish, Zening couldn't help but laugh wildly. As the black mist spread, the fear-cursed energy he had absorbed began to boil and churn. For a moment, the atmosphere of the stronghold grew even more eerie and savage. Hey, arrogant. Watching Zening laugh heartily, Uchiha Xian curled his lips. His lightning field had indeed been affected by a very peculiar... But isn't it laughable to play with dojutsu in front of an Uchiha? His 3-tomo Sharingan glowed with eerie red light as its power erupted. Don't even think about interfering with my curse. Ghost Fong Heaven collapsing. Sensing a dojutsu far surpassing his own, prying at the small cursed energy field formed by demon twisting calamity, Zening's eyes turned cold as he charged straight at Uchiha Xian. In his palm, a massive sinister black Ghost Fong shadow condensed instantly. The Fong tore through the air with a terrifying force that seemed to shred everything in its path, hurtling straight toward Uchiha Xian's body. What is that? Xian dodge. Damn it. Hong'll go help him, you deal with the bandits closing in. Asima and Shiri Hong, who had just landed, saw Zening attacking Uchiha Xian, and their pupils contracted. Seeing this, a hint of fear rose in their hearts. The moment that fear arose, wisps of black mist began to coil around their backs. What is this? I thought Onmyoji would summon Shikigami or something to fight, but it's still this old-fashioned way. Watching the Ghost Fong charging at him, Uchiha Xian's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. He had thought this Onmyoji would fight using Shikigami as he understood, but it seemed he had overthought it. As he muttered, his jet black hair was wildly blown by the fierce wind. In an instant, deep black patterns faintly appeared on the Susanoo armor. Full armament hockey coverage. Uchiha Xian neither dodged nor avoided. He raised his right hand, covered in armament hockey, and clenched his fingers into a fist. A straight punch. Bang. The moment the fist wind collided with the Ghost Fong, shockwaves swept through the entire stronghold, sending the swirling black mist flying. Feeling the power transmitted from the opponent, Zening's pupils abruptly contracted, his face full of disbelief. Demon Twisting Calamity. I conceal a ninja's ability to use techniques, but it cannot restrain one's physical strength. And legends aren't ninjas, all fragile. Wait. Why isn't that guy's chakra armor affected by the Demon Twisting Calamity, IA? Before Zening could recover, a sharp pain from the depths of his soul struck him instantly. It was the Release Chakra inherent in the Sharingan burning Zening's. Just as the intense pain hit, Uchiha Shien had already used Body Flicker to close in. You placed a curse on me. Clutching his forehead, Zening endured the pain and roared. He didn't understand why a ninja would have such a curse-like ability. Chakra really is as omnipotent as the rumors say. In Zening's understanding, such spiritual pain could only be— It's useless to explain to a waste like you who doesn't have a Sharingan. You should die. He raised his hand, and the gauntlet of the Susanoo armor instantly transformed into a sharp arm blade. A vertical slash down. Crack. As the arm blade fell, blood splattered. The warm drops of blood landed on Uchiha Shien's face without causing any discomfort. Compared to Uchiha Shien's calmness, Zening, struck by the arm blade, stiffened all over. He seemed about to die. For a moment, the Onmyoji, who had fled to another country, had extreme fear surge in his eyes. And this fear, the moment it arose, was instinctively devoured by his own cursed energy. But this time, devouring fear was no longer a boost. It was a backlash. How can one who devours fear produce fear themselves? A man who had spent his entire life growing stronger by feeding on fear, yet had never personally experienced such overwhelming despair that crushed life itself. The ultimate fear shattered the balance of his cursed energy, instantly destroying his meridians and internal organs. Black mist churned, and Zening's body began to deform. Cursed energy, after all, is nothing but the basest emotional power. Uchiha Shien watched indifferently as Zening started to mutate. The next moment, the pitch-black Susanoo arm blade pierced through the chest of the mutating Onmyoji. He had no intention of fighting a second-phase monster again. Mission complete. Beneath the Tengu mask, the crimson eyes with black tomo were filled with brutality and excitement. Killing is something one must face eventually. Standing before Zening's corpse, looking at the fresh blood on the arm blade, his three tomo Sharingan began to slowly rotate unconsciously in their sockets. Yuanfei-sama and Shiri-hong stood silently behind Uchiha Shien. The staff in Yuanfei-sama's hand and the kunai in Shiri-hong's hand both bore traces of dark red blood. After witnessing Uchiha Shien personally kill the Onmyoji, they too had seen blood. At this moment, looking at Uchiha Shien's back, they finally understood completely. Uchiha Shien's strength was not the crushing of geniuses among his peers. It was a true, a cross-dimensional degradation strike. Was such strength really that of a genin like them? The mission was completed well. He is called Zening and a rank Onmyoji wanted by the land of Yi. With his strength, this mission should not have been only rank. Therefore, after returning to Mai, I will propose to change the mission rank. The corresponding reward should be a bit more than originally. The voice of Yunujiwei came from behind the three. After this baptism of blood, it meant that the ninja careers of the three had officially begun. Teacher, let's go back to Mai. Yuanfei-sama spoke in a low voice with a slight tremor. Having experienced killing for the first time, Yuanfei-sama completely lost any desire to stay outside any longer. Now he just wanted to return to a familiar place. You noticed it too, Shien? Facing Yuanfei-sama's words, Yunujiwei simply looked at Uchiha Shien and spoke soft. On both of them, a curse power fluctuation similar to Zening's has appeared. Uchiha Shien's tone was indifferent, his scarlet Sharingan quietly watching the figures of Shiri-hong and Yuanfei-sama. In his sight, wisps of black aura were rising from the bodies of the two, affecting their emotions. Onmyoji mostly originate from the land of Yi, the land of calamity, the land of ghosts, and other lands cursed by ghosts and gods and legends. People born in these countries are naturally unable to refine chakra, but they can use extreme negative emotions to convert them into curse power. Therefore, based on curse power, many professions different from ninjas have developed. For example, this Onmyoji. Onmyoji mostly use prearranged arrays and pre-drawn talismans for combat. And this mountain stronghold had an array pre-laid by Zening, but the main function of this array was only to stimulate negative emotions in others to generate fear. Normally, arrays pre-laid by Onmyoji can be more troublesome, so when you encounter Onmyoji in the future, remember to find a more suitable battlefield before engaging them. Yunujiwei rarely spoke such a long passage. As he spoke, he raised his sleeve, and several insects flew out from his sleeve, burrowing into the ground to destroy the array. In just a moment, the black aura on Yuanfei-sama and Shiri-hong began to dissipate. Standing aside, Uchiha Shien watched the scene calmly. It didn't matter anymore. He felt that whatever happened in this ninja world was normal. Even if someone told him now that there were monsters or something in this world, he would believe it. Speaking of which, are the toads of Mount Miamu, the so-called sacred land of summoning, considered monsters? So, I was scared because I was under a curse technique. I knew it, how could I be afraid? As the black aura completely dissipated, wisdom regained its high ground in Yuanfei-sama's mind. Recalling the thought of wanting to go home and hide in bed, Yuanfei-sama's cheeks flushed slightly. Looking at Uchiha Shien, whose face was calm and devoid of other emotions, Uenfei-sama thought he had lost too much face and couldn't help but laugh it off. Unfortunately, just as Uenfei-sama finished speaking, Yunu Jiwei's voice followed. The function of this array is just to amplify fear. It seems it was specially laid by Zening to better collect fearful emotions. Teacher, has anyone told you that you really have no emotional intelligence? Huh, never mind. Teacher, are we still going back to on that big beetle? Did the teacher say something wrong? Teacher apologizes to you. Yeah, Zai Weisensai, are you doing this on purpose? Idiot. Shin, you're back. Just as Uchiha Shien and his team returned to Mai to hand in their mission, a familiar voice suddenly rang in their ears. Without turning around, Uchiha Shien knew who it was. Following the sound, sure enough, the only one in Mai who would call his name so enthusiastically was Uchiha Daido. However, at this moment, Uchiha Daido's face bore obvious claw marks, and beside him stood Kakashi and Rin Nohara as well. A familiar yet unfamiliar figure with yellow hair, with a tall and straight posture, gentle brows, and eyes, a clean and pure temperament, and a reassuring warm aura around him like a little sun. The golden flash of Minato Namikaze. It's Minato, you're also here to hand in a mission. Yunu Jiwei also noticed the presence of Team 7, and he greeted Minato Namikaze, whom he was very familiar with. Oh Jiwei, what a coincidence. Are they your subordinates? No wonder you gave them an excellent evaluation. They are all very good. Minato Namikaze smiled lightly, looking at Uchiha Shien and the other three with bright, sincere eyes. Behind Yunu Jiwei, Uenfei-sama immediately puffed out his chest slightly upon hearing this, feeling a surge of pride. An excellent evaluation. That old man must have changed his opinion of him too. While Minato Namikaze and Yunu Jiwei were catching up, Uchiha Daido quickly rushed in front of Uchiha Shien, his face full of curiosity. Shien, how was your mission this time? I heard you went to a bandit stronghold, super dangerous. Did you encounter any did you have any super cool fights? He was full of excitement, his eyes filled with longing for the battles of the strong, completely ignoring the claw marks on his face scratched by some unknown animal. Rin Nohara followed helplessly and gently advised. Daido, don't be so rash. Shien and the others just got back, let them rest well. But I'm curious. Daido scratched his head awkwardly at the words. He dared not disobey Rin Nohara, but even so Uchiha Daido still stared at Uchiha Shien with eager eyes. Kakashi Hitaki stood behind, his gaze lightly falling on Uchiha Shien. You didn't perform a mission outside the village. Then what about these injuries on your face? Looking at the claw marks on Uchiha Daido's face, Uchiha Shien frowned slightly and asked. In theory, with Hitaki, Kakashi, and Team 7, they should be able to undertake high-difficulty missions soon. After all, Kakashi is now a chunin. It was scratched by a stupid cat. Let's not talk about that first. You haven't told me how your mission went yet, haha, it must have been exciting. Uchiha Obito's expression stiffened upon hearing this, as if the source of the scar on his face was very embarrassing. He immediately started laughing and changing the subject. Because this dead last held us back, we failed the assessment mission assigned by Teacher Minato, so for now, we can only take on A-rank missions. And the injury on his face was scratched by a cat during the mission. Fujinin can't outrun a cat, truly a dead last. Nearby, Hitaki Kakashi rolled his eyes and directly exposed Uchiha Obito's embarrassment. Bastard Kakashi, you want to fight? Exposed, Uchiha Obito shouted in shame and anger. But obviously Kakashi ignored Obito as usual. My father asked me to convey a message to you. He said that although the power of the Sharingan is great, it also obscures some of your own edge. He suggests that you can temporarily set aside the use of the Sharingan. The fire-style ninja sword technique you have learned would be a good choice. Father thinks that since you have studied swordsmanship, it would be a pity if you don't awaken the sword momentum. Well, I think so too. Ignoring Obito, Kakashi looked at Uchiha Shien and spoke seriously. As always, Kakashi never doubted his father's judgment. Uchiha Shien was somewhat surprised. Sword momentum. This thing sounds like nothing that should exist in the ninja world. Although he had seen corresponding records in the books of the Uchiha clan, hearing these two words from someone else for the first time felt sword momentum is a high-level power form that transcends basic swordsmanship techniques. It is an intangible aura or force trend with a sense of oppression and domain formed when a swordsman completely merges his own sword intense spirit and energy with the natural world and the combat environment. In other words, it is a domain expansion and pressure unique to a swordsman. Have you comprehended it? Uchiha Shien looked at Kakashi and asked. No, the awakening of sword momentum depends on talent, but even more on luck. It requires a special battle. And I know. It's hard to even find a fight. Kakashi shook his head, lightly glanced at Uchiha Obito, who was chatting with Nohara Rin nearby, and then spoke helplessly. He couldn't understand why Teacher Minato wanted to form a Genin squad, and why his father supported Minato's idea. Is that so? That's a pity. It seems I will awaken sword momentum before you. Following Kakashi's gaze, Uchiha Shien also glanced at Uchiha Obito, and understanding the meaning in Kakashi's words, he shrugged and replied. Teaming up with Obito is not a big problem in terms of strength. The big problem is needing to watch out for Obito's impulsiveness. And the ninja profession least needs impulsiveness. Therefore, if Minato Namikaze is responsible enough, Team 7 will probably have to endure long-term low-level missions to wear down Obito's temperament. That's not certain. Awakening sword momentum is not that easy. So don't be too confident, Shien. Interested in another fight? Recently I've developed something new. Looking at the confident Uchiha Shien, Kakashi said softly. He paused, and the battle intent that had been dormant in his eyes for a long time quietly ignited, his tone becoming more serious. The last battle gave him some additional thoughts on the development of Chidori. Uchiha Shien saw the unconcealed battle intent in Kakashi's eyes, curled his lips slightly, and remained calm and composed. Not interested. You should continue to wrestle with Obito. I'm very busy. Having said that, Uchiha Shien turned and walked towards Team 8. Aburame Shibi and Minato Namikaze had just finished their chat. He needed to go collect his share of the mission reward. This guy. Watching Uchiha Shien's retreating figure, Kakashi couldn't help. This guy is as infuriating as ever. After Team 8 separated. Inside the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat upright behind the Hokage's desk, his fingertips tapping lightly on the edge of the desk, his gaze resting on Aburame Shibi, who stood bowing before him. So Uchiha Shien defeated in a rank on Myoji Hiden, and still had strength to spare. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was low and gentle, but carried the unyielding authority of a superior. At this time he was still the powerful ninja, known as the Ninja Hero. That's right. In the battle against Zenin, apart from using the power brought by the Sharingan bloodline, Shien did not use much of his other ninjutsu. Preliminary estimation: Uchiha Shien's strength is already infinitely close to an elite jonin, given the power boost from the 3-tomo Sharingan. Aburame Shibi stood upright and proper, slightly bowing his head as he replied respectfully. The strongest dojutsu bloodline. Since Uchiha Shien's strength has reached the level of a jonin. Perhaps that mission could also include him, and by the way, Shibi continued to lead Team 8 well. For now, don't take on missions that require leaving the village. Go back and wait for notification. In a few days there will be a special mission that requires you and Uchiha Shien to join. As for Asuma and the little girl from the Yuhi clan, let them temporarily join Team 7 to carry out missions together. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag of his pipe and stood up, looking out the window at the bright Konoha sky as he spoke in a low voice. Yes. Go rest. As Aburame Shibi left, the office was left with only Sarutobi Hiruzen and the gradually rising smoke. It seems you need to step in Uchiha. Whether that child possesses the will of fire. Kagami, your junior is truly remarkable. The smoke drifted. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze fell beyond the window lattice, looking at the distant contours of Konoha's rooftops, a long-lasting reminiscence welling up in his eyes. Uchiha Kagami, a close friend who once fought alongside him, the most insightful and overall considered Uchiha, and he abandoned clan grudges all his life, prioritized the village, and harbored great righteousness. He was one of the very few Uchiha who truly understood the will of fire. But it's a pity that time passes and the old friend has long been buried in the yellow earth. The afternoon heat was tempered by the slowly drifting evening breeze. Uchiha Shien lounged lazily atop the ridge of the roof, soaking in the cool air. Beside him rested a can of cola. It was inevitable. The most common reward from his daily check-in was this very drink. On days without missions, sipping cola while enjoying the breeze. What a splendid thing to do. As his words faded, a clear hawk's cry pierced the sky. A sleek gray-brown figure burst through the drifting clouds, folded its wings, circled once, and landed precisely on the edge of the roof. Uchiha Shien stared at the ninja hawk before him. There was a moment of silence as he tapped his fingertip against the cola can, producing a crisp hollow sound. So it seemed his peaceful days were over. He straightened up slightly, reached out to remove the tiny scroll tied to the hawk's talon, and unrolled it. The message was concise. Temporary Emergency Mission Squad Assembly. 8th Platoon member Uchiha Shien is to report immediately to Konoha's training ground No. 3 for an outfield mission. Mission rank B. Having delivered the message, the ninja hawk lowered its head to peck lightly at the tile in front of Uchiha Shien, as if confirming the delivery, then spread its wings and soared away again. A rank mission. And only me. Uchiha Shien frowned as he studied the contents of the tiny scroll. Being summoned alone to join this so-called emergency task force, he couldn't shake the feeling that it had something to do with that one item, and starting straight off with a rank mission. As far as he knew, Konoha had a strict hierarchical system for mission assignments. A genin shouldn't be able to take rank missions at all. No matter. Random speculation is pointless. Seeing is believing. Uchiha Shien casually set the scroll ablaze, tipped his head back to drain the last of the cola, then tossed the empty can aside. It landed squarely in the trash bin at the corner of the wall. The moment the can hit the bin, Uchiha Shien's figure vanished from the rooftop. He made his way to training ground No. 3. Unexpectedly, only one person was waiting for him there. It was a short, middle-aged ninja clad in simple brown clothing. The most striking feature was the large iron pot strapped to his such an eccentric getup. It had to be you. Mariboshi Kosuka. Though he held only the rank of genin, his strength was beyond question. Uchiha Shien approached and greeted the middle-aged ninja with a polite bow. Greetings, senior. I am Uchiha Shien. I look forward to working with you. Maraboshi Kosuke was visibly taken aback by Uchiha Shien's courtesy. He scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. I never expected a prodigy of the Uchiha clan to be assigned a mission with an old nobody like me. I'm afraid this is a hardship. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. How rude of me. My name is Maraboshi Kosuke. Please don't call me senior. You just senior. Uchiha Shien said, shaking his head gently at Kosuke's self-deprecation. No kidding. Though this man called himself a genin, his true skill and experience likely surpassed most of the jonin in Konoha. A water dragon bullet technique formed with only 3 hand seals. Who knew what kind of monstrous version he had twisted it into in this shinobi world? Hahaha, I'm not joking. I really am a genin, just like you. Maraboshi Kosuke waved his hand with a smile, assuming Uchiha Shien didn't believe his genin status. I'm not sure why the village assigned me, an old burden, to accompany you on this mission. But a mission is a mission. Shien, may I call you that? This mission won't be easy. We need to become comrades who can entrust our lives to each other. Maraboshi Kosuke looked at Uchiha Shien with sincere eyes and spoke softly. But before that, I think we need to get familiar with each other's abilities. Only then can we better formulate the plan for this mission. What do you think, Shien? Maraboshi Kosuke's tone carried an unreadable weight. Because of certain past events, he had to ensure he knew his teammates' true combat prowess before the mission. Otherwise, he feared that history might repeat itself. Hiruzen Sarutobi had assured him that this Uchiha youth was exceptionally strong, that he had awakened the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit at a young age, even reaching the level of 3 tomo. But some things needed to be verified. The more others called Uchiha Shien a genius, the more Kosuke needed to confirm it for himself. A man like him should not allow the village's prodigy to come to harm because of his own inadequacy. As he spoke, Maraboshi Kosuke reached behind him, pulled a slender, specially crafted ninja sword from the iconic iron pot, and held it in his hand. Don't worry. Though I'm just a genin, I have some skill in swordsmanship and water release. So you don't have to worry about hurting me. Uchiha Shien fell silent as he watched the older man draw his blade of his own accord. What was wrong with this shinobi world? Why did everyone want to fight as soon as they met? I've long heard of your reputation, senior. There's no need for such modesty. Since you wish to test my abilities, I certainly won't disappoint. With that, Uchiha Shien formed a single hand seal in front of his chest, the seal of opposition. Then, come at me with the intent to kill. The moment his words fell, the ground sank silently. Maraboshi Kosuke's figure vanished from where he stood. In the next instant, a biting blade wind streaked straight toward Uchiha Shien's brow. The sword path was steady, cold, and ruthless. This was clearly a high-speed slash combined with the body flicker technique. In other words, a zero-frame start. Uchiha Shien's eyes remained calm as an eerie crimson light flickered in his pupils. The 3-tomo Sharingan blazed to life. In an instant, Maraboshi Kosuke's slashing motion was dissected and slowed down. Facing the blade at point-blank range, Uchiha Shien shifted his foot slightly, turning his body, and moved his shoulder aside by an inch. The fierce blade aura grazed past his neck, tearing through the air with a sharp, explosive crack. This was one of the great quirks of the Bloodline Limit Sharingan in close-quarters combat. As long as the body could keep up with the eye's reaction, it could evade every attack that was possible to dodge. After all, in the Sharingan's vision, all attacks were in slow motion. The first strike missed, but Maraboshi Kosuke remained. In the next heartbeat, he subtly twisted the wrist of his sword hand while forming a single hand seal with the other. In an instant, his form became ethereal. The surrounding light seemed to be gently stirred and bent by an invisible force, causing Maraboshi Kosuke to merge into the rippling reflection of water vanishing from the spot. Konoha-style sword technique, 3 Moon Veil. A low whisper accompanied the next moment. A sharp, lethal strike came from Uchiha Shien's blind side, precisely aimed at his back. They were exactly the 3 samurai mentioned in the intelligence. However, these so-called samurai were clearly not right. They were not. Facing the Uchiha clan's dynamic tracking ability, one only needs to vanish from their sight and then strike from behind. Though this method is as absurd as telling someone to take a blade and slay Chinsho Jujin, yet for some it is indeed a viable approach. It is a pity, however, that Uchiha Gen is no ordinary Uchiha. Within the perception of Kinbunchaku Haki, Wanshing Gujie's figure remained crystal clear. The moment he clearly saw Wanshing Gujie's position, Uchiha Gen's body rebounded, like a drawn bowstring pivoting on his left foot, as his waist and hips unleashed a tremendous twisting force, spinning his entire body into a high-speed rotation. At the same instant, a long, straight blade, its body seeming both shattered and intact, tinged with a pale purple hue, fell into Uchiha Gen's hand. Demon Blade, 1000 Blades. Leveraging this swift rotational momentum, Uchiha Gen wielded the Demon Blade to trace a full arc, slashing from bottom to top against the incoming strike behind him. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing exploded across the training ground. Sparks flew between the 2 intersecting blades. A single exchange of strikes. Wanshing Gujie felt a slight numbness in the web of his thumb, and he instinctively retreated half a step. His arm holding the blade trembled faintly, the blade still humming with residual vibrations. Such immense strength in that blade. Is a special ninja tool. Or perhaps He lightly flicked the thin blade to shake off the numbness in his arm, and Wanxing Gujie's gaze involuntarily fell upon the demon blade, Thousand Blades, in Uchiha Jin's hand. He didn't recall the Hokage or Yunu Jiwei mentioning that Uchiha Jin was skilled in swordsmanship. Senior, shall we continue? Lightly flicking the demon blade, Uchiha Jin looked at Wanxing Gujie with a smile and spoke softly. Naturally, we must continue. With his words barely fading, Wanxing Gujie transformed into a swift shadow that ordinary eyes could hardly capture, charging in with a direct slash. A familiar body flicker slash. But this time Uchiha Jin chose not to evade. He lightly lowered the long blade with one hand, his body sinking slightly as his shoulders and back silently relaxed. Since you want me to employ more swordsmanship, then. In an instant, crimson fire-style chakra crawled over the blade, condensing and adhering to the fragmented edge of the demon blade. Uchiha sword leap flame. Clang, clang, clang. As the two converged, a dense and crisp series of clashing sounds echoed like a sudden rain beating against the silence of the training ground. The sound of blade against blade was as dense as popping beans. Dozens of sword marks of varying depths instantly appeared on the ground of training ground no. 3. After another hard clash, Wanxing Gujie quickly distanced himself from Uchiha Jin. After the second exchange, Wanxing Gujie realized that without overwhelming superiority, it would be difficult for him to break through Uchiha Jin's defense in a pure sword duel. Moreover, his swordsmanship was not focused on breakthrough attacks. The moment he pulled back, Wanxing Gujie immediately formed hand seals in front of his chest. Water-style water dragon bullet. A single seal. The air suddenly became humid and stagnant. With Wanxing Gujie's low shout, a thin layer of water ripples appeared on the ground. The next moment, 3 highly condensed water dragons burst forth from the ground at bizarre and tricky angles, skimming the surface as they rapidly converged on Uchiha Jin in a synchronized pincer attack. And this scene was clearly perceived by the Sharingan. 1 seal for 3 water dragons. That seal of yours is redundant. Watching the water dragons rushing toward him, Uchiha Jin's mouth twitched slightly. With a flick of his hand, the demon blade, Thousand Blades, instantly separated into 3 slightly larger fragments. Crackle. Pale blue arcs of electricity danced across the fragments. The next moment, 3 streams of light, like lasers, shot forth. Electromagnetic cannon. Using electromagnetic energy to instantly launch the fragments of the demon blade, Thousand Blades. Boom, boom, boom. With Uchiha Jin's precise control, 3 lasers simultaneously pierced the water dragons that were charging in. As the dragon heads exploded, water mist instantly filled the entire training ground. Swoosh. A shuriken shot out from the mist, then 1 became 2, 2 became 4. Until visible to the naked eye, overwhelming. Shuriken shadow clone technique. It was Wanxing Gujie attacking again. Moreover, each shuriken's edge was coated with high-pressure water blades. If hit by such shurikens, one would clearly be cut into mincemeat. Crimson Lotus. Facing countless water blade shurikens, Uchiha Jin raised his hand toward the sky with a light shout. A thread of flame instantly bloomed in his palm and rapidly expanded into a fist-sized fireball that shot forth. The fireball spun in the air with a tearing hum, each rotation pulling new flames from the void, layering and wrapping around it. In the span of a breath, the flame had expanded to several zhang in size, a torrent of crimson and gold intertwined, instantly engulfing all the water blade shurikens. The contact of high temperature and water instantly raised countless clouds of high-temperature steam. This scene made Wanxing Gujie frown. Fire-style special single-target nature. Didn't Jiwei say this kid awakened lightning style? With that thought taking advantage of the mist, Wanxing Gujie quickly broke through the water vapor and thrust his blade straight at Uchiha Jin. At the same time, countless sword blades drifting like willow catkins began to appear and sway before Uchiha Jin's eyes. Konoha-style, swordsmanship willow. Using something infused with illusion arts in front of an Uchiha is not a good tactic, senior. Watching Wanxing Gujie charging through the countless drifting blades, Uchiha Jin spoke with a smile. Wanxing Gujie had already closed in on Uchiha Jin, his thin ninja blade sweeping out like a willow branch, brushing the wind, casually tilting upward. Clang. Another crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Before the Sharingan, the illusory willow blades that disrupted vision were as good as nothing. As the sound rang, Uchiha Jin suddenly felt the force from the opponent's blade slacken. The battle intent of this eternal Jinin also vanished. Not bad, truly not bad. Konoha's future is fortunate to have a genius like you. He reinserted the thin blade into the large iron pot on his back, and Wanxing Gujie spoke with a gentle smile. So, when do we depart? Teacher Jiwei, you should be a member of this mission too, right? Uchiha Jin was not impressed by Wanxing Gujie's praise. He had no intention of giving his life for Konoha. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at a tree outside the training ground, and said calmly. As Uchiha Jin's words fell, countless black insects flew from the branches of that tree, and quickly coalesced into a familiar figure, the Jonin instructor of Team 8, Yunu Jiwei. When Uchiha Jin first arrived at Training Ground No. 3, Yunu Jiwei was already hiding there. He had witnessed the entire battle between the two. Now, Yunu Jiwei said concisely. Outside Konoha. A temporary squad composed of Mariboshi Kosuka Uchiha Shien and Aburame Shibi was moving swiftly. The sky was gradually darkening. The forest was already filled with the chirping of insects. As the squad leader Aburame Shibi briefed the mission while hurrying along, "Our mission is rated Brank, but before this it was only Crank. In the city of Chuntai Chung east of Changshio County in the northeastern part of the Land of Fire multiple cases of missing children have occurred. Originally the client requested an investigation into the cause and the recovery of the missing children. Because of the large number and some special identities the mission was initially set as Crank. However, the previous Chunin squad sent to investigate the missing children in Chuntai Chung completely lost contact. After confirming the disappearance, the Hokage dispatched 2 ENBU operatives. They found the squad's bodies in a sewer, but without visible signs of combat. Thus the mission was upgraded to Brank, and it's only provisional. Missing children. Uchiha Shien keenly seized the key information. In this shinobi world, when it came to missing children, the prime suspects were Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo. After all, both were specialists in this field. However, since the mission was personally issued by Sarutobi Hiruzen and was so far from Konoha, it was unlikely to be those two. But he had just completed a mere Drank mission, and now he was elevated to a Brank or even higher mission. How that old man in the office really thought highly of him. And he had deliberately sent his precious son away. Indeed, and the number of missing children is extremely high. This time, besides continuing the search for the missing children, there is also the task of finding the one who attacked our Konoha shinobi. Meanwhile, the ANBU operatives still in Chuntai Chung will cooperate with us. Aburame Shibi nodded slightly, picking up on Uchiha Shien's insight, and continued. Understood. Anyone who dares to harm our comrades is unforgivable. Beside him, Mariboshi Kosuka muttered with suppressed anger. Having clarified the mission requirements, the three proceeded swiftly toward the destination under the moonlight. Due to the mission's secrecy, and to avoid exposing their movements, they did not ride Aburame Shibi's large beetle. The reason was that there existed an organization called the Intelligence Agency whose informants spanned the entire shinobi world. It was rumored that as long as you paid enough, you could obtain any information you desired. Thus they chose to set out at night to prevent the hidden enemy from learning that Konoha had dispatched more shinobi to Chuntai Chung. This time the ANBU operatives who should have remained in the shadows became the public decoy, while the three of them were the true hidden agent. Their destination was the Chuntai Chung town magistrate's residence at night. While reading a book, the town magistrate Fuji Sakura suddenly turned pale, feeling a sharp pain in his body. He staggered out of the study and rushed to his bedroom. After the roars subsided and the pain slightly eased, he crawled tremblingly to the tatami, lifted the futon, and took out a... After the roars subsided and the pain slightly eased, he crawled tremblingly to the tatami, lifted the futon, and took out a... Opening the box, a strong stench of blood gushed out. Eagerly, he shoved the blood-red meat inside into his mouth. A moment later, his rapid breathing slowly calmed, and the rampant pain receded like a tide, leaving only a drenched cold sweat and thoroughly soaked robes. I told you to restrain yourselves. You can capture people, but not so recklessly. In just 1 month, a whole 108 children. Are you idiots? Who can't see that Chuntai Chung is in trouble? As the pain subsided, Fuji Sakura leaned against the wall and stood up, trembling, his voice hoarse as he roared at the empty shadow. And you idiots actually dared to attack Konoha shinobi. We could have easily framed a scapegoat, but what now? Now Konoha's ANBU are in Chuntai Chung. If you weren't so brainless, would I be suffering like this? I have to ration my medicine, damn it. Fuji Sakura was furious. Clearly the recent agony had fully unleashed his rage. Town magistrate, please calm down. We admit we were a bit hasty, but... My dear magistrate, are you too eager to push us away? Us. That's a wonderful word. Magistrate, don't bother. We are now in the same boat. If the boat sinks, we all die. No, maybe I won't, but you who haven't yet received the blessing of the great deity will most likely die. In response to Fuji Sakura's roar, a man in a black cloak slowly emerged from the shadows he faced. His voice was... Fuji Sakura did not refute, but his eyes grew darker and angrier, indicating that the cloaked man's words only fueled. All right, my dear magistrate, it's just 2 ENBU operatives. When necessary, we will produce a suitable scapegoat. Seeing Fuji Sakura's dangerous expression, the cloaked man remained indifferent, speaking casually. But as the cloaked man finished speaking, Fuji Sakura suddenly hurled a candlestick at him. A mist of blood rose out of thin air, and the candlestick disintegrated midair. He's indeed a fool. Proposing a scapegoat now? Go to hell. If you were going to kill, you should have done it properly. Do you know that the bodies of those 3 Konoha shinobi you killed have been found? And do you know that the Yamanaka clan of Konoha can read memories from corpses? The simplest principle of killing. You have to dispose of the corpse, yet you don't even understand that. Did you buy your position as branch elder, you damn fool? He looked at the cloaked man's casual expression, unable to suppress his anger any longer. He grabbed something nearby and hurled it at the cloaked man. It seemed that he was truly stunned by Tungjing Xiaoyang's words. This time the cloaked man did not move to intercept the object hurled at him. The cloaked man was silent for a moment, waiting until Tungjing Xiaoyang had vented enough before asking in a low voice, "What do we... Huh? Tungjing Xiaoyang was so angry that he laughed. He wondered why he had ever joined such a brainless organization. What do we do? Are you kidding me? There's no other choice. Push out those who attack the Konoha ninja better, yet plant something on them, so they are exposed in front of the Konoha ninja, and then let them die on the spot. Moreover, it must be the kind where they die, without a complete corpse, especially their brains, so that nothing will be leaked. The intelligence here must never be revealed, even a shred. And recently, we must completely lie low. Damn, my medicine. You damn fools. Tungjing Xiaoyang continued cursing. The thought of having to save and scrimp for a long time made him want to smash more things, but there was nothing left around him to throw. The cloaked man fell silent again. Watching the silent man, Tungjing Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Don't tell me. You personally killed those 3 Konoha ninja. Tungjing Xiaoyang's eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand how someone could be so stupid in being a villain. So what? In my opinion, we might as well kill all the Konoha ninja who came here, then we can be more reckless and find suitable children to receive the god's blessing. Facing Tungjing Xiaoyang's gaze, the cloaked man averted his eyes and let out a cold snort, speaking in a low tone. Upon hearing this, it was Tungjing Xiaoyang's turn to fall silent. He felt that he was probably right earlier. This guy in front of him had bought his position with money. Seemingly provoked by Tungjing Xiaoyang's look of contempt, the cloaked man continued speaking. Tungjing Xiaoyang, don't forget, only we can cure the blood disease on you, and even grant you eternal life. Therefore we must find a child who can receive the god's blessing. Only his power can completely cure your blood disease. This time the cloaked man's tone carried a hint of mockery. Go ahead and curse. After all, your life is in my hands. I know. I damn well know. Tungjing Xiaoyang let out a low growl, realizing that fury was useless and that the people around him were unreliable. He began pacing anxiously in the bedroom. He was thinking about how to resolve the current situation. The cloaked man wisely did not interrupt, but now he began to doubt whether his own brain was really that stupid. Finally, when the night outside the window faded and the faint light of dawn appeared, Tungjing Xiaoyang stopped pacing. Have you found a solution? The cloaked man, upon hearing this, his face lit up, and he asked, I'm damn tired of walking. What are you still doing here? Can you help me think of a solution? You can't. Since you can't, why are you still here? Go to your damn work. We can't capture talents in Chuntai City for now, but can't we capture talents from the small villages around Chuntai City? And remember to be discreet. Don't cause widespread attention again. Know better not to touch the surrounding villages. That's, by the way, the land of hot springs. Chuntai City is very close to the land of hot springs. Due to the tourism nature of the land of hot springs, the central areas are all occupied by nobles as leisure resorts, while the poor commoners of the land of hot springs are distributed in the outskirts far from the center. And to avoid frequent visits from bandits, those lowly scum will gather as close to the border of the land of fire as possible. Let's temporarily target these lowly scum. Their disappearance won't attract any attention, and the headquarters has already tested this in the land of hot springs. Tungjing Xiaoyang, hearing this, suddenly realized there was still someone else in the room. Seeing the cloaked man who had stayed with him in the bedroom all night, the anger that had dissipated from thinking all night surged back. For a moment, unable to contain his anger, Tungjing Xiaoyang roared again. While roaring, he couldn't help but think of the neighboring country of the land of fire, and spoke. They'll go right now. The cloaked man turned into a blood shadow and disappeared from the bedroom. As the cloaked man left, Tungjing Xiaoyang resumed pacing. Konoha, these fools have really found a huge trouble. Couldn't they have provoked something like the sand village, those useless scum? 2 days later. 3 days later, in the northeastern part of the land of fire, near the edge of the dense forest east of Chanqiu Prefecture, 3 figures were hidden in the dense bushes, silently watching ahead. In the distance, the outlines of curling smoke and ridges of fields could obviously the 3 had reached their destination. Ahead is Chuntai City. Wanshin Gujia spoke first, his tone carrying some anger. Clearly, he had not yet recovered from the fury of the Konoha ninja's death. Senior, after entering the city, should we go meet the client first or infiltrate secretly and exchange intelligence with the ANBU ninja inside? Among the 3, the team leader Jonin Yunu Jiwei whispered to Wanshin Gujia. This demeanor made it seem as if he were not the team leader, but Wanshin Gujia was. Let's infiltrate secretly. We don't need to meet the ANBU ninja. They have probably been exposed already. Anyway, with Xian here we can get enough intelligence. Xian, your Jinjutsu ability, no problem. 3 to Mo Sharingan, it shouldn't be weak in Jinjutsu, right? Wanshin Gujia lightly shook his head, directly rejecting both plans proposed by Yunu Jiwei, then turned to look at Yuzhibo Xian with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. I am a Uchiha. Uchiha. Xian smiled confidently at the remark. Asking a Uchiha if they knew Jinjutsu. That was like asking a human if they knew how to breathe. That makes things easier. We'll disguise ourselves to enter the city, then infiltrate the security office of Chuntai City, and then rely on Xian's Jinjutsu. As a border city, Chuntai City's security office wouldn't have many samurai stationed there, so using Jinjutsu to extract the information we need shouldn't be difficult. Mariboshi Kosuka pulled out a map of Chuntai City from his bosom, gently tapping his finger on the location of the security office on the map as he spoke in a low voice. Additionally, the task of contacting the Umbu ninja is yours, Shibi. Try to keep them operating as normal, and don't reveal that we have already arrived in Chuntai City. As he spoke, Maraboshi Kosuka turned to look at Aburame Shibi and softly instructed. The insects for communication have already been released, Aburame Shibi replied in a low voice. Even when the group had just arrived near Chuntai City, he had already released many ordinary parasitic insects into the city. Tiny creatures would not attract attention. I actually have a question. Searching for clues in the dark like this is too inefficient. As I recall, the Yamanaka clan of Konoha can read the memories of corpses, right? Didn't you say earlier that the bodies of that Chunin squad had been found? Wasn't enough information obtained from their memories? Next to him, Uchiha Shien frowned slightly upon hearing this. Chuntai City might be a remote small town, but it was still a city. Though it couldn't compare to Konoha's size, it was still quite vast. In such a city teeming with people searching for an unknown number of killers, that efficiency could never be high. Moreover, Uchiha Shien didn't think the enemy would be foolish enough to kill Konoha ninja and then remain in Chuntai City waiting for Konoha to send more reinforcements. Maraboshi Kosuka, upon hearing this, couldn't help but rub his fingers along the edge of the map. The calluses on his fingertips scraped against the rough paper, producing a soft rustling sound. He was silent for a moment, the anger in his eyes deepening in the twilight. The Yamanaka clan ninja did try to read the memories of those 3 children, but the memories of those corpses were as if soaked in strong acid, not blurred but forcibly gouged out. And this situation, decades ago, a Konoha ninja had encountered the same situation while on a mission in the land of demons. At that time, Konoha Jonin Sarutobi Koru was tasked with eliminating a heretical cult called the Three Crow Church in the land of demons. The Three Crow Church was an evil cult that worshipped the ancient god Yatagarasu. They believed that their deity Yatagarasu could use his wings to take away all the suffering in the world. The sentiment was good, but what the followers did was to rob and kill under the guise of purification. So the current Miko of the land of demons requested Konoha to go to the land of demons to purge this cult. The one who took on this task at that time was none other than Sarutobi Koru, a jonin of the Sarutobi clan, along with his 3 subordinates. And the result was, Sarutobi Koru was suddenly ambushed and severely wounded. The 3 children who followed him, because they were temporarily separated from him at the time, were also attacked. In the end, they were left behind in the land of demons forever. After that, Sarutobi Koru, wanting to avenge his subordinates, also sought out the Yamanaka clan ninja, hoping to find out who exactly had attacked them. But the result was exactly the same as this time. So, we didn't get any useful information either. Gouged out. Yatagarasu. Three Crow Church. Uchiha Shien raised an eyebrow, his crimson Sharingan spinning faintly in his eye sockets. Wait, is this still the ninja world? Aren't the heretical cults in the ninja world just that Jashin religion? The one with Haiden. So senior, you mean this time it's still that Three Crow Church is doing? Uchiha Shien frowned slightly and asked in a low voice. No, the Three Crow Church has been completely eradicated by Konoha. Moreover, at that time, the 3rd Hokage's disciple Orochimaru specifically interrogated the members of the Three Crow Church about how they managed to destroy memories. However, the result was that they themselves didn't know they had destroyed others' memories. In their description, they simply used the power granted by Yatagarasu to kill Sarutobi Koru's subordinates. Maraboshi Kosuka's voice grew heavy. So someone else intervened. Uchiha Shien was puzzled. He felt more confused the more he listened. So, what exactly erased the memories? It couldn't be the power of Yatagarasu, could it? No, the root cause was actually them. Or rather, the power bestowed upon them by Yatagarasu. This was personally stated by Lady. In this ninja world, there once existed many so-called gods, but for reasons unknown, these gods all eventually. However, gods must exist through faith or memory, so various churches that worshipped these gods were born. According to Lady Mito, the reason those 3 children's memories disappeared was that the power from Yatagarasu directly devoured part of their memories. And this information was obtained by Lady Mito herself after consulting the death god controlled by the Uzumaki clan. So our target this time is most likely another heretical cult established by those vanished gods. Finally, Maraboshi Kosuka gave Uchiha Shien the answer. Hearing such absurd words, Uchiha Shien couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He did know that there were gods in the ninja world. After all, the original Naruto series started with the dead demon consuming seal summoning the death god, and later there was Haiden's immortal Jashin. It even mentioned that Kagaya Otsutsuki ended the darkness of an era. That was easy to guess. A bold guess. Those so-called gods disappeared because Kagaya Otsutsuki wiped them all out. As for the ones that still had churches, those gods probably didn't die completely. So our target this time is also some kind of evil god church similar to the Three Crow Church. A glint of excitement flashed in Uchiha Shien's eyes. He really wanted to see more of the unique things in this ninja world. Most likely. So although this method is extremely inefficient for your safety, sometimes a clumsy method becomes the best one. Looking at Uchiha Shien, Maraboshi Kosuka smiled slightly. He would never let his teammates die before his eyes again. Let's set off. With that, Maraboshi Kosuka stood up ready to infiltrate Shuntai Castle. But just then, the insects that infiltrated the city just now sent back a message. According to intelligence from the Umbu ninja, the guards at the security station were replaced yesterday. It seems our plan needs to be changed. Aburame Shibi suddenly spoke, the Kakashi on his sleeve, emitting a faint buzzing. Change of guards. Maraboshi Kosuka frowned, turning to look at Aburame. In his expectation, with so many children missing in Shuntai Castle, many people would inevitably report to the security station, so the ones most informed about the child disappearances in Shuntai Castle would naturally be the security station personnel. But now, it is said that the town mayor of Shuntai Castle transferred them from the border garrison of the Fire Country. Those people are not local samurai of Shuntai Castle. Aburame Shibi's voice was flat as he spoke softly. After learning this intelligence, I sent insects to the security station. After that, the insects smelled a trace of blood in the gaps of their armor. The situation in Shuntai Castle seems more troublesome than we imagined. Replacing all the guards outright almost indicates that this town mayor of Shuntai Castle is problematic. Bold speculation, the reason they placed the bodies of that Chunin team in the sewer for our people to is provocation. The entire ninja world knows that when facing Konoha ninja you must destroy the bodies, yet they so blatantly place the bodies in such an obvious place as the sewer, which is not even hidden. Combining this with the newly obtained intelligence, these people are truly audacious. No, or rather they want to use the city's civilians as leverage to threaten Konoha. Aburame Shibi analyzed calmly. Arrogant. As soon as the words fell, Maraboshi Kosuka beside him couldn't help but roar angrily. At this moment Maraboshi Kosuka's mind was filled with the words, the enemy placed the bodies of Konoha ninja in the sewer just to provoke Konoha. Hey senior, should we change the plan now? What do you think? How about we just break in directly? Simple and effective. Hearing this, Uchiha Jin nearby couldn't help but curl his lips upward. How wonderful. There are actually people who dare to provoke Konoha so blatantly. Although Uchiha Jin doesn't care about Konoha's collective honor, he does recognize Konoha's overall strength. After all, this is the strongest ninja village that can fight 4 other ninja villages simultaneously while maintaining a slight advantage. Meanwhile, inside the town mayor's residence of Shuntai Castle, Fuji Sakura, isn't this too obvious? Replacing everyone in the security station with our people directly shows that you, the town mayor, have a problem. The cloaked man spoke lowly with suspicion in his eyes. Now he thought Fuji Sakura was as stupid as he was. Shut up. Do you think I want this? You have already revealed your appearance. With Konoha's investigation ability, it's only a matter of time before they trace me. Since I will be discovered sooner or later, I might as well take a gamble. As long as Konoha still cares about its reputation among the civilians, they will hesitate whether to act immediately. During this time, what you need to do is to kidnap as many children as possible, and I must also escape Shuntai Castle as soon as Fuji Sakura said in a gloomy tone full of displeasure. It was all because of this damned blood disease otherwise. How could he give up being a good town mayor and risk his life against Konoha? No wonder as soon as we started capturing the children from the border, you suddenly demanded that we no longer restrain ourselves. So you were planning to go all out. But wait, since you've already exposed yourself, why didn't you wait until after leaving Shuntai Castle to expose yourself? Wouldn't that make it easier for you to escape? The cloaked man nodded in understanding upon hearing this, but just as he nodded, he seemed to spot a key point and immediately spoke. As he spoke, the cloaked man didn't forget to look at Fuji Sakura with a look of looking at an idiot. You have the nerve to call me stupid. You're not much better, are you? Looking at the cloaked man who was staring at him as if he were an idiot, Fuji Sakura couldn't help but get a headache. Don't you know there is a technique called the clone technique? Besides, when did I say I didn't run away? Fuji Sakura's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. He finally got rid of this fool. What? You've already run away. Then what about me, eh? Without your blood escape cooperation with my strength, how could I possibly stop the Konoha ninja? Come back immediately. Don't forget your medicine still needs us to make it for you. The cloaked man was stunned. He looked at Fuji Sakura and anxiously reached out his hand to grab him, but was afraid he might accidentally dispel the clone. For a moment the cloaked man could only stand helplessly in front of Fuji Sakura's clone, shouting in anxiety. Do you think there is a possibility that I never intended to leave the Jashin cult, but simply changed partners? For example, Elder Tangyue of the main sect. Hey Ji, since we've come to this point, there's no need to hide anything from you. You have been abandoned. As for why, because all the high-ranking officials of the Jashin cult headquarters unanimously believe that a fool like you will bring countless troubles to the cult, and this time the trouble in Shuntai Castle needs someone to smooth over. You and your followers are the sacrifices this time. But don't worry, you are just returning to the embrace of the Jashin god. With that, Fuji Sakura's lips curled into a relieved smile. It feels so good to say that. He had wanted to say this for a long while. I brought back so many talents for the holy cult, and how could my uncle agree to the decisions of the other elder? The cloaked man tore off his hood, revealing a face of disbelief, and roared loudly. Your uncle? You mean the vice leader? I always thought it was strange that you became the branch elder. So it was because of this connection. But unfortunately, do you think you are more important than the Jashin cult in his heart? Your face has been exposed. For the safety of the main cult, this branch has to be abandoned. Rest assured, as I just said, you are simply returning to the embrace of the Jashin god. This isn't that the wish of every follower. With that puff, a burst of white smoke exploded and Fuji Sakura's clone. Damn. Watching the clone explode before him, Heiji's face was full of rage. He couldn't understand why he had become the abandoned scapegoat. No, I can't just sit and wait for death. I have to do something. After the fury subsided, reason regained its foothold. Heiji with a dark gaze lowered his head, pondering how to escape from Chuntencheng. However, sizzle, boom. A bolt of lightning instantly shattered the roof of the town chief's mansion. Within the lightning, a youthful figure silently stepped through the night. Uchiha Shien stood atop the high wall. His eyes in the night gleamed with a translucent crimson, coldly looking down at Heiji below. Hello there. Uchiha Shien continued to look down at Heiji, his observation haki, sensing the strange power on Heiji that was distinctly different from chakra. The corners of Uchiha Shien's mouth involuntarily curled up. How could you be so fast? Could it be? Aren't you Konoha worried that we might harm the civilians of Chunencheng? Now the security officers outside are all my men. Staring at Uchiha Shien bathed in lightning, Heiji's pupils contracted sharply. Although Uchiha Shien seemed only a young child in appearance, but what he feared was the person behind this child. Since this child could appear here so openly, then does it mean that other Konoha shinobi have also arrived? Heiji's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He nervously looked around, but aside from the crackling sound of lightning around Uchiha Shien, the entire town chief's mansion was silent. Stop looking. It's just me here for now. As for your men outside, I'm sorry to say that among those who came here this time, there happens to be one with area effect attack capabilities. Uchiha Shien slightly raised his hand, and lightning danced on his fingertips. Meanwhile, on the streets of Chuntencheng outside the town chief's mansion, countless insect shadows flickered on the streets. Atop the city gate, Aburame Shibi calmly controlled as many as 180 humanoid giant insects. At this moment, Aburame Shibi was like a commander of all war insects. At the same time, on the other side, Wanshin Gujia, accompanied by 2 Umbu shinobi, was swiftly advancing toward the detention site, where the Jashin cult imprisoned the children. Those who can become Umbu shinobi are certainly not without skills. In the past 2 days, due to the Jashin cult's sudden rampant capture of children, they had smoothly located the detention point. During the advance, Wanshin Guji's eyes couldn't help but carry a hint of worry. Shien, you must not get into trouble. After we rescue the children, I'll come help you immediately. The blood release Kekkei Genkai user. Although due to the blood disease causing blood cancer, she can only use half of her full strength. Fuji Sakura's peak power is at the level of an elite jonin. Shibi, is this arrangement really okay? At this moment inside the town chief's mansion, lightning raged. Just you alone. Damn it, you dare to come here alone. Do you know who I am? Before his words ended, a cold blade was already at his brow. Uchiha Shien held the demon blade, 1,000 blades, in one hand. A faint blue fragmented light exploded abruptly in the lightning. The blade's momentum condensed into a single line, thrusting straight at the fatal point between the brows. Extreme speed, extreme cold. Facing Uchiha Shien's zero-frame initiation, Heiji's pupils contracted sharply. In the nick of time, he quickly tilted his head back and leaped backward. SSSHH. The tip of the demon blade scraped across his skin, the blade edge cutting Heiji's cheek, drawing a line of crimson blood droplets. Blood sprayed into the air. It was this drop of blood that instantly ignited a mad red light in Heiji's eyes. Ha ha ha. Damn it, everyone bullies me, don't they, You Konoha brat. Before I die, I'll take you down with me. As the bloody color flickered in his eyes, Heiji advanced instead of retreating. His body twisted bizarrely, and the wound's flesh instantly writhed and fused, healing without a trace in an instant. Offer your life to the great Lord Jashin. Die. As he approached Uchiha Shien, Heiji laughed maniacally and formed hand seals rapidly. In an instant, dark red curse marks blazed up on the ground of the town chief's mansion. Secret art, blood prison. As his words fell, the entire ground immediately surged with dark red blood waves. Countless viscous blood spurted from the eye pattern at the center of a triangular array, transforming into a bloody wind domain, instantly enveloping the entire courtyard. Even if I die, I must drag someone down with me. Konoha brat witnessed the power of the gods. Within this blood domain, I am invincible. Immediately after, the blood in Heiji's palm began to boil like boiling water. Blood scythe. Crimson blood stretched, shaped, and solidified in his palm, transforming into a curved, ferocious, giant blood scythe. The blade was densely lined with serrated teeth, and corrosive blood droplets dripped from the edge, immediately corroding the bluestone and emitting black smoke upon contact. He gripped the blood scythe, his form erratic and ghostly, completely abandoning conventional human mechanics. He stepped on the blood within the domain and instantly teleported forward. Die. The blood scythe swept horizontally, the blood-colored blade wind tearing through the air with a cold, killing intent, slashing straight at Uchiha Shien's neck. Uchiha Shien's eyes remained calm and unruffled. The 3 tomo of his Sharingan spun within his eye sockets, completely deconstructing and seeing through all of the opponent's movements. You aren't Fuji Sakura. Don't mention that bastard. Amid the roar, the blood scythe was already close. Uchiha Shin neither dodged nor avoided but abruptly flipped the demon blade, thousand blades in his hand. In an instant the blade was quietly covered in a layer of pitch-black armament haki. At the same time, crimson fire released chakra instantly flooded into the blade. Uchiha style, sword leap flame. The faint blue fragmented blade wrapped in crimson fire collided heavily with the giant blood scythe. Clang. The piercing metallic crash echoed throughout the entire mansion. The bloody smell of the scythe clashed violently with the blazing heat of the flames on the demon blade, and the blood mist in the air was instantly dried and evaporated by the high temperature. Heiji used the momentum to perform a backflip, landing with a ferocious grin on his face. So all of this was calculated by that bastard. Since the first day I was exposed, he had already thought of pushing me out. The angry cursing back then was just to lower my guard. Ha, he was right. I really am stupid. Hearing the name Fuji Sakura from Uchiha Shin's mouth, Heiji suddenly understood everything. A cold glint couldn't help but appear in his eyes. So that Fuji Sakura left you here to attract attention and then ran away himself. Whom should I praise him? Not interested in learning about the grudges between this guy and Fuji Sakura, Uchiha Shin flicked the demon blade, thousand blades in his hand and lunged forward again. He was more eager to test the Jashin cult follower before him. The demon blade, thousand blades, was shrouded in a pitch-black aura with flames blazing along its edge. A horizontal slash was unleashed. Chi. The blade instantly shattered into countless fragments, forming a long blade. A crisp piercing crack exploded. Heiji's blood-streaked body was as fragile as paper. Large chunks of flesh were torn apart by the blade fragments, blood gushing like a fountain. Heiji roared in agony, a feral gleam, not of human origin, ignited in his eyes. Everyone bullies me, everyone bullies me. With a roar, Heiji's half-finished, immortal body, granted by the evil god, instantly activated. The spurting blood crazily flowed back, writhed and reshaped. The torn flesh visibly healed, regenerated, and restored at an astonishing speed. In an instant, all the blade wounds on Heiji's body were completely healed. Indeed, only Lord Evil God loves me. As his body recovered, Heiji's expression grew more manic. For a moment, all the blood in his body boiled wildly. Yes, literally boiled. Through Uchiha Gen's Sharingan vision, the blood belonging to Heiji inside his body was rapidly evaporating, while the surrounding blood waves were merely energy constructs. Then I will dedicate everything to Lord Evil God. Heiji raised his blood scythe high. In an instant, the blood mist permeating the air was all controlled and gathered by him. Countless bloody spikes materialized out of thin air, wildly piercing from all directions toward Uchiha Gen. Noisy. Uchiha Gen spoke softly, his body not moving an inch. Crack. With a raise of his hand, a violently raging blue electric light instantly enveloped him, and a high-voltage electromagnetic force erupted. The countless bloody spikes raining down were instantly annihilated upon contact with the electric light. At the same time, the flames on the demon blade in Uchiha Gen's hand blazed even fiercer. Sun-breathing first form dance of the lotus. As he silently chanted, scorching flames instantly covered the blade. As Uchiha Gen swung the demon sword, countless fragments shot out, transforming into burning lotus flowers that descended upon Heiji. Clang. Facing the countless fire lotuses, Heiji raised his blood scythe and swung. However, the collision between the scythe's blade and the fire lotuses produced a clang of metal. Those fire lotuses were all solid blade fragments. Yet how could a single blood scythe withstand thousands of attacks from the countless fire lotuses turned into fiery meteors falling vertically? No matter how Heiji blocked, more than half of the lotuses struck his body. The blades bearing flames instantly left countless blackened blood holes on Heiji's body. As the countless fire lotuses pierced through his body, Heiji felt an excruciating pain that went deep into his bones for the first time. Unlike the ordinary injuries he had suffered before this time, it was a continuous barrage of damage. Even his half-finished immortal Bodis regeneration speed could not keep up with the rate of damage caused by the numerous fire lotuses. Under the heavy blows, the blood domain around Heiji began to collapse, turning into a mist of blood. Seeing Heiji's agonized expression, Uchiha Gen gave him no chance to regroup and counterattack. He instantly closed in. His elbow, coated with armament haki, was instantly covered by Susanu's gauntlet. With a force of 10,000 Jun, Uchiha Gen drove his elbow fiercely into Heiji's chest and abdomen. Bang! Under the immense force, Heiji's body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the courtyard wall. The wall collapsed and a dull rumble echoed through the night sky. Within the dust, Heiji lay limp in the rubble, his chest caved in with shattered bones, and mouthfuls of crimson blood dripped from the corners of his lips onto the ground. Although wielding a blade is cool, I still prefer fighting like this. Fist to flesh, that's the real feeling of hitting someone, don't you think? After speaking, Uchiha Gen instantly closed in on Heiji, raised his hand again, and delivered another punch. Uchiha Gen stood silently in the center of the ruins, his robes clean and tidy. In the shadows under the distant eaves, two figures stood quietly, long silent. They were Yinujiwei and Wanchinguja. After dealing with the cultists outside and rescuing some of the surviving children, the two quickly approached Uchiha Jin's location. Originally, they were worried that something might happen to Uchiha Jin, but after witnessing the battle between Uchiha Jin and Heiji, they completely dismissed their concerns. The battle between Uchiha Jin and Heiji was a one-sided massacre. Although they wondered why Tingjing Xiaoyang was not present, the scene before them was even more shocking. Because at this moment in front of Uchiha Jin, there was a pile of withered, rotting flesh slowly writhing. What? Blood burn. Keep regenerating. Uchiha Jin looked down, his tone light with a hint of casual mockery. Heiji's immortal body was clearly inferior to Haiden's, although he could recover it relied on his own blood. After his blood burned dry, Heiji's recovery speed visibly slowed. Sizzle. The sound of flesh recombining was sticky and nauseating, mixed with faint hoarse breaths like a broken bellows. A barely discernible outline of a shattered skull lifted slightly, and a pair of bloodshot, nearly shattered eyeballs struggled open, staring fixedly at the boy before him. There was no trace of madness or arrogance left. Only sheer terror and despair remained, along with a dazed confusion on the brink of collapse. He was wondering if the boy before him was the true demon. Every time he recovered a little, he was met with punch after punch. His blood was indeed almost dry. Aren't you very reliant on the evil god? Isn't it by sacrificing yourself that you gain? Standing before Heiji, Uchiha Jin's voice was not loud, but each word pierced like an ice pick into Heiji's shattered mind. Continue. Offer up everything you have left. Let me see if your evil god can save you this time. The cold mockery was the final straw that, Lord Evil God, save me. Heiji's ruined throat let out a piercing wail of utter agony. However, the response was not from the evil god, but another heavy blow. Tingjing Xiaoyang ran away. Wanxing Gujia stepped forward, looking at the unconscious writhing flesh before Uchiha Jin with a strange expression. Yeah, he was used as a scapegoat, and also likely the killer of that Chunin squad. Uchiha Jin said calmly, dismissing the Susanoo armor on his arm with an expressionless face. Is that so? I've already asked those two Yinbu ninjas to report the situation to the third Hokage of the village as soon as possible. Next, other personnel will take over here after all. This mission involves a city's mayor. Wanxing Gujia said softly. The mission in Chuntai City was completed, and the subsequent situation was handed over to the two Umbu ninjas stationed there. After that, Uchiha Xian's temporary squad also left Chuntai City. A giant beetle sped swiftly through the white clouds. On its back, Uchiha Xian and the other two sat cross-legged in silence. With such amount, it took only a little more than half a day. Evening. Inside the Hokage's office. That concludes the full account of this mission. As Yuhi Shibi's report fell silent, the Hokage's office returned to a brief stillness. Behind the desk, Hiruzen Tsurutobi listened quietly to the detailed report from Yuhi Shibi, who was the nominal squad leader, and then revealed a smile. You have all worked hard. This mission was completed excellently, far exceeding expectations. Based on the nature of this incident, the levels involved, and the final results, I have decided to officially upgrade the mission rating to a rank. However, this mission must be sealed and will not be recorded in your mission archives. After all, this mission involves sensitive matters. The mission involved the collusion between the mayor of the border city and an overseas cult. If exposed, it would cause a widespread crisis of trust. Understood. 3. Since the mission is complete, you should take a good rest for a while. Upon receiving the reply, Yuan Fei Rijan smiled. Go rest. Oh, and Gujia stay. After Yu Bo Xian and Unv Ji Wei left, the office was left with only the two old friends Wanxing Gujia and Yuan Fei Rijan. Tell me your thoughts. Yuan Fei Rijan raised his eyes, his voice low and his aged tone revealing no clear emotion. Wanxing Gujia nodded slightly, knowing what Yuan Fei Rijan was asking about. That child Xian is calm, restrained, and follows orders. But when it comes to combat, he seems overly enthusiastic. When subduing Kuroji, he seemed to be enjoying the battle with Kuroji. Of course, I can tell that the child simply likes fighting, not in a friend. Similarly, in terms of ninja qualities, Xian fully meets what a ninja should possess. Wanxing Gujia recalled all the details of this mission and spoke softly. As a temporary comrade, he recognized Yu Bo Xian's performance. Yuan Fei Rijan, upon hearing this, gently traced the patterns on his pipe stem, his eyes concealing complex emotions. He had seen too many members of the Uchiha clan. Gifted with extraordinary talent and astonishing power, most of them were stubborn, easily swayed by negative emotions, and trapped by the fate of their clan. Most clan members valued hatred, honor, and bloodline hierarchy. Very few could break free from their self-imposed shackles and focus on the entire village. However, Uchiha Kagami was the sole exception. And now he wanted to see another, or even more Uchiha like Kagami. You should understand that's not what I want to hear. Yuan Fei Rijan spoke in a low voice. Lord Hokage Xian is also a ninja of the village. Likewise, he is a comrade I recognize. Faced with Yuan Fei Rijan's inquiry, Wanxing Gujia responded in a low voice after a moment of silence. He did not understand why Yuan Fei Rijan harbored such wariness toward the Uchiha clan. As the eternal genin of the village, he accepted all ridicule and understood that each comrade in the village had their own personality. The Uchiha people were just more pronounced in personality. Were they not also serving the village? As a genin, aside from the missions specially arranged by Yuan Fei Rizhan, most of the tasks he could receive were simple low-level, and these tasks were mostly within the village. During the execution of these tasks, Wan Xinggu Jie inevitably came into contact with the Konoha police force. In his understanding, although the Uchiha ninjas were proud, they were merely proud in personality. They would diligently complete what needed to be done without leaving any fault. It seemed, in the eyes of these Uchiha, being troubled by those weaker than themselves was a matter of course. What they could not accept was merely others' contempt. And such Uchiha, in Wan Xinggu Jie's view, were far better than most people in the village who would bully others. After the White Fang incident half a year ago, Wan Xinggu Jie felt even more so. After all, at that time many in the village were cursing this hero who had contributed so much to the village. Instead, only the Uchiha stepped forward to help stop the rumors. Although White Fang himself did not care, Wan Xinggu Jie could not understand. Why would those people despise a hero so much? And now Wan Xinggu Jie also did not understand why Yuan Fei Rizhan was so guarded against the Uchiha. Xian was just a child with slightly stronger abilities. Gu Jie, you simply don't understand the Uchiha. They are the ones the second Hokage specifically instructed to keep a close. Yuan Fei Rizhan, knowing how much Wan Xinggu Jie valued his comrades, shook his head slightly and spoke in a low, complex tone. You don't trust me, but you should trust the second Hokage, right? But Wan Xinggu Jie, upon hearing this, couldn't help but recall the teachings of the second Hokage from back then. Clearly the second Hokage also valued comrades, didn't he? No buts. Sigh. You go rest for now. Seeing Wan Xinggu Jie's bewildered expression, Yuan Fei Rizhan felt a headache coming on and gently waved his hand to dismiss him. Yes. For a moment Wan Xinggu Jie, unable to process, walked out of the office in a daze. Watching him leave, Yuan Fei Rizhan couldn't help but sigh again. Yes, the Uchiha are also comrades of the village. But they are more like a double-edged sword. Such a sharp sword could very likely harm the village. Uchiha, you must not let me down. Otherwise. At this moment the protagonist of Yuan Fei Rizhan's concern, Yuji Bo Xian, was walking back to the Uchiha clan. However, when passing by Uchiha Obito's house, Yuji Bo Xian's expression turned somewhat strange. Since returning to Konoha, Uchiha Xian had sensed someone constantly spying on him, so he kept his observation haki active. However, at this moment his observation haki sensed a rather bizarre scene. Inside Uchiha Obito's house, in the bedroom, Obito was completely oblivious to the world. After a day's mission, Obito decided to relax. He took out a group photo of Minato's team, which featured Rin, Nohara, Kakashi, Minato Namikaze, and himself. Rin. Uchiha Obito automatically ignored Kakashi and Minato Namikaze's mind entirely focused on Rin. No, it feels a bit off. Just as Obito was about to try stealing a kiss, he suddenly remembered the last time he was caught by Kakashi. He looked around, confirmed that there was no sign of Kakashi outside the window, then took out some tape from the drawer. He taped over Kakashi's head to avoid the illusion of kissing Kakashi by mistake. After doing all this, Uchiha Obito took out the photo and intended to secretly kiss Rin Nohara on it. Rin. Obito, deep in emotion, couldn't help but call out Rin's name. What are you doing? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from the window. Uchiha Obito looked up abruptly and saw Uchiha Xian staring at him with a look reserved for a pervert. Hey Xian, do you think there's a bomb in this world that can destroy the entire world directly? As he looked at Uchiha Xian outside the window, Uchiha Obito spoke faintly, his eyes vacant. Had twice. Every time he mustered up courage to do something, someone would always interrupt him. Once by Kakashi, once by Uchiha Xian. A world like this. Let it be destroyed. There probably is. You can try to build one yourself. Also exercise moderation. Looking at the vacanted Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Xian curled his lips and spoke earnestly, then vanished with a poof into white mist before Obito. Clone technique. Obito's eyes widened at the words. Uchiha Xian, how dare you slander my innocence like this? I just wanted to sneak a kiss on Rin. Oh no, that's not it. It just so happened there was dust on the photo, and I leaned down just to blow it up. Then Obito started mumbling about the will of fire bonds and such. Unfortunately, there were no other listeners, only a strangely cheerful atmosphere that emerged. At Uchiha Xian's home, seeing the memories transmitted by his clone, the corners of Uchiha Xian's mouth involuntarily. Sometimes teasing Obito is quite amusing. Daily check-in. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a special talent, Azure Stone Statue Power. An extremely warm current instantly spread through his limbs and bones. At the same time, a faint glint of sapphire blue light flashed across Uchiha Xian's eyes, fleeting and too fast to be captured. Hearing the sound beside his ear and feeling the extra power within his body, Uchiha Xian raised his hand and spread his fingers lightly. Can I draw buff-type abilities too? Now I shouldn't have to worry about chakra usage issues anymore. Although the Uchiha clan naturally has a large amount of chakra, he also has many techniques, and now the arrival of the blue buff has made up for Uchiha Xian's endurance problem. With this thought, a smile involuntarily rose on Uchiha Xian's face. Others grow by slowly cultivating step by step accumulating weak and powerless. But I have to get it by daily check-in working so hard I am so pitiful. Perhaps because Uchiha Shien had just graduated and performed in a rank mission the team leader Jonin Shibi Aburame felt somewhat apologetic. Therefore in the following 2 months most of the missions that Shibi Aburame took were ordinary ones mostly requiring only a day or half a day to complete. So these days were relatively peaceful. And time quickly passed in peace. Meanwhile, Sunagakure. The Kazakage's office in Sunagakure was especially dreary after nightfall, sand being blown by the night wind against the paper windows tapping out monotonous sounds repeatedly. Third generation uncle take a rest. Sasori gently placed a cup of tea on the third Kazakage's desk and spoke to the Kazakage who was reviewing documents. It's you, Sasori. Sorry to trouble you staying with me so late. The third Kazakage looked at the young Sasori with gentle eyes because some of his wrong decisions had indirectly caused this child's parents to face enemies they couldn't defeat leading to their deaths. But even so the child had never blamed him, instead actively accompanying him. What most relieved the third Kazakage was Sasori. With Kyo's guidance Sasori's puppetry skills had been steadily improving. Chiyo even said that Sasori's future in puppetry was limitless if not for the early decision to make Raza, who possessed the same magnet, release the successor. The third Kazakage felt that he would have focused on cultivating Sasori to become the next Kazakage. It's no trouble, third generation uncle. Sasori lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the Kazakage who was raising his cup to drink tea, a curve forming on his lips. Sasori, your tea-making skills are getting better and better. Chiyo has a good grandson. Wait. This tea. Sasori. The tea had barely gone down his throat for half a breath before a sharp pain exploded in his abdomen. In an instant the third Kazakage who had just realized the tea was poisoned couldn't help but look up at Sasori. By then the potent poison was already racing through his blood vessels toward his limbs. The third Kazakage clenched the ceramic cup, its walls hitting the desk with a sharp clink, his eyes locked onto the boy who had suddenly burst into laughter. He didn't understand why Sasori would do this, when until tonight Sasori had treated him with respect. Dear third generation uncle, how can you think you bear no responsibility for my parents' death? You started the war. My parents died because of your arrangements. Whether it's you or the White Fang of Konoha, you are both murderers of my parents. Tsukumo Hatake. I will find him, and then kill him. But now you must go down early to accompany my parents. Sasori's laughter echoed off the walls of the sealed office. At the same time Sasori raised his hand and slammed it onto the ground to complete the summoning. As the summoning technique unfolded, 2 intricately constructed puppets crashed to the ground. Their joint gears whirred at high speed and razor-sharp blades aimed directly at the third Kazakage's vital points. The poison had already taken root in the opponent's organs, but Sasori left no room for variables, striking with a lethal finishing blow. Huff. I deeply regret what happened to your parents. I thought that nurturing you as you grew would be enough to atone, but in the end you have disappointed me. Moreover, none of this justifies your betrayal of the village and your attack on the Kazakage. Cold sweat dripped from the third Kazakage's jaw, dark poison patterns crawling across his skin as the toxin invaded his nerves and crept toward his brain. The third Kazakage clenched his teeth, suppressing the searing pain, and swiftly formed hand seals with one hand hidden beneath the desk. Sasori, I will show you how laughable it is for a puppet master to challenge a magnet release user. Magnet release is inherently the bane of all puppet masters and samurai. The hand seals were complete. A mass of black iron sand surged from the crevices in the floor, swelling like a dark tide to engulf the 2 puppets. The iron sand wormed into the puppet joints and the transmission cores. Yet despite the third Kazakage's furious roar, the iron sand suppression that should have jammed the mechanisms and severed the chakra threads failed to take effect. The sand entered the puppets, but Sasori's control of their movements remained utterly unimpeded. Seeing this, the third Kazakage's hand seal gesture abruptly halted. His chest heaved violently, and a large gush of black blood mixed with poison sprayed onto the ground, unaffected by iron sand. This is the forbidden technique of the human puppet. Sasori, how dare you defile such a forbidden art? Cough cough. The third Kazakage stared at the once obedient and gentle youth, his chest churning not only with deadly poison, but also with profound bewilderment. He could not comprehend how under his constant care, Kyo's personal supervision and layers of watchful eyes, Sasori had secretly mastered the forbidden human puppet modification technique. Was Chiyo also shielding him? No. He knew Kyo's character. Moreover, given her deep affection for Sasori, she would never allow her grandson to touch such a forbidden art. So, was it Sasori himself? How could this be? Hearing this, Sasori stopped his wild laughter, leaving only an icy indifference in his gaze. He paced forward, slowly flexing all 10 fingers, and the puppet's assault accelerated once more. Atonement. A mere apology plus a little resource support. Can that erase the reality of my parents' death? Give up struggling. The poison you've taken cannot be cured even by Tsunade of Konoha. Because this is an incurable poison. It took me 3 whole years to obtain this substance. So just die a beat. With a subtle twitch of his fingers, one puppet dodged the iron sand entanglement Its hidden poison needle magazine opened and a dense barrage of venom-coated needles shot toward the third Kazekage. The other puppets circled to the flank its blade trajectories, specifically targeting the weak points where magnet release flow was thin. What Grandma Chio taught me was never just puppet construction and mechanism arts. She clings to Sunegakure's outdated rules, hesitant and fearful. But I am different. I seek the pursuit of art. Sasori looked down at the puppets, still moving freely despite being wrapped in iron sand, his tone carrying an indescribable complexity. Ordinary puppets rely on mechanical structures and chakra threads for control. Iron sand could easily destroy their internal structures and jam the mechanical joints. But human puppets are different. They use the living person's original meridian system as the transmission foundation, with chakra flow hidden deep within the flesh and muscle. Magnet release can only seal the outer shell, never reaching the true core control link. The third Kazekage continuously drove magnet release to fend off the incoming poison needles. However, the poison had been steadily eroding his consciousness from the start. His vision began to blur, and the precision of his iron sand control gradually declined. He was acutely aware of his disadvantage. The toxin inside him hindered his chakra supply, and his control over magnet release would only grow weaker. If Chio knew you had secretly practiced the human puppet technique, she would never have let you go this far. You must understand that by doing this your grandmother will bear the infamy of your actions. The third Kazekage invoked Chio, trying to use her identity to restrain Sasori. Sasori merely scoffed, manipulating the puppets to press the attack. She will never know. After I finish you today, I will leave the village. And then, completely transform you into a new human puppet. Finally, with your magnet release, I will go to settle the old scores with Tsukumo Hitaki. His strength is too great. Without a means to counter him, revenge is hopeless. Sasori's voice, tinged with a hint of madness, echoed through the sealed office. As he spoke, Sasori's fingers twitched incessantly. The two human puppets responded, instantly shooting black iron chains from their chests, which lashed forward with a sharp piercing sound, binding tightly. The poison had already saturated the third Kazekage's internal organs, draining every ounce of his strength. His magnet release chakra completely collapsed, his limbs stiff and powerless, unable even to raise a hand. The cold chains wrapped layer upon layer around his torso and limbs, pinning him firmly to the ground. The third Kazekage's eyes trembled, his vision blurred and hazy, with only the last remnants of consciousness fixated on the approaching youth. Sasori silenced his voice, his steps light and slow as he walked up to the third Kazekage. He stood over him, gazing down at the Kazekage who had owed him a lifetime's debt. You will become one of the most beautiful works of my eternal art. His tone was flat, devoid of any emotion, leaving only a bone-chilling indifference. Go in peace, Uncle Third. This is the last time he'll use that nauseating address. Soon Tsukumo Hitaki will join you down there. None of you will escape. A slender hand reached out and rested on the third Kazekage's shoulder. A subtle pulse of chakra from his fingertips extinguished the last flicker of the man's life. Thus fell the third Kazekage, the strongest magnet release user of Sunegakure. Sasori produced a sealing scroll, unfurled it with a delicate gesture, and stored the third Kazekage's intact body inside. He didn't linger. Turning, he swept his gaze across the chaotic office. Stepping out, he saw several Umbu corpses strewn on the ground. Guards who had rushed to the scene only to be silently slain by the puppets. One by one, he collected all the bodies into scrolls, erasing every trace of the struggle blood debris. Soon the entire Kazekage office was restored to its pristine state, as if the brutal assassination had never occurred. After finishing, Sasori pushed open the door and walked out of the office building. The night wind carried a torrent of yellow sand sweeping across the silent Sunegakure village. He walked alone, evading all patrol posts, and climbed to the highest cliff peak in the village. The fierce wind whipped his coat, sand stinging his brows and eyes. He stood at the edge, gazing into the distance at the scattered houses within the village. Among them, a small hut glowed with a dim yellow light, warmth seeping through the paper window. That was where Chio lived, and also the only place he had ever called home since childhood. Without hesitation or lingering attachment, Sasori simply watched in silence. After a moment, he slowly turned his head. The last vestige of childish warmth in his eyes was utterly extinguished, replaced by an icy deadness. The wind and sand surged, swallowing the slender figure. The cliff top was left empty. Sunegakure was left with no more prodigy Sasori. From then on, there remained only a rogue ninja. The Red Sand Sasori. The disappearance of a village's Kage was a piece of news that could never be contained. The news that the third Kazekage has vanished spread like wildfire across the entire ninja world. For a moment, the various hidden villages exhibited different fluctuations in their attitudes. In the Earth Country, the Hidden Rock Village, the third Kazekage is missing. That one-eyed dragon of Konoha entered the third Kazekage's dream to assassinate him. Unlikely. Although that old Ian's dream release is quite good. But entering the dream of a cage-level powerhouse is itself a difficult task, let alone assassination. Besides, that guy Sarutobi wouldn't let him do something to disturb stability. Missing. Who could have done it? However, missing is good. Hidden Rock Village now also needs a war. So this time, what will the other villages do? Inside the Tsuchikage's office, Hanoki floated in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, murmuring lowly while looking in the direction of the hidden sand village. In the lightning country, the hidden cloud village. The Cloud's council hall was spacious and empty, with a huge terrain sand table in the center clearly displaying the territories of various countries, their mountains, rivers, and borders. The third Raikage stood before the sand table, his rough palm heavily landing on the territory of the wind country. His hearty and domineering laughter echoed throughout the hall. Huh. This time that dog who hides in the iron sand giant is missing, likely the work of that old dog from Konoha. The sudden disappearance of a Kage. Good. This time, it will definitely start a war. Tell me this piece of meat from the wind country, can my Cloud bite off a piece? The third Raikage fixed his sharp gaze on the wind country on the sand table, then turned to look at the external brain, standing. Toy, what do you think? The third Raikage asked with a smile, looking at the part of the sand table representing the wind country. Currently the wind country's defenses are weak and leaderless. Moreover, in the last war the hidden sand village was defeated by Konoha and lost its vitality. It's not difficult for us to tear off a piece of the wind country. However, truly taking the sand is somewhat troublesome. After all, the environment of the sand makes it hard to conquer. Moreover, although the sand lacks a Kazekage, Chiyo is still alive. Her poison, even if you Lord Raikage take it hidden, would be very troublesome. The Cloud doesn't have a medical ninja as skilled as the Raikage's external brain toy spoke in a deep voice. Hearing this, the third Raikage laughed even more boldly, his chest vibrating with the wild energy of unwavering determination. Ha, good. I'm not greedy. One piece of meat is enough. After all, that land of the wind country, I wouldn't even bother to take it if given. The truly fertile land, the third Raikage's eyes glinted with some greed. The land of the fire country, who wouldn't want it? In the water country, the hidden mist village, the Mizukage building. The third Mizukage sat at his desk with vacant eyes. Behind him a white Zetsu was leisurely picking his ears. So ear-picking is a very comfortable thing, but why do I have 3 ears? Yar, someone is coming. With that, the white Zetsu's figure instantly merged into the third Mizukage's body. As the white Zetsu entered, the third Mizukage's vacant eyes became lively. Report, Mizukage-sama. Important news. Ninja from the hidden sand village are spreading to the borders of various countries, as if searching for something. According to intelligence from the intelligence department, what they are looking for is most likely their Kazekage. The third Kazekage is likely in trouble. An ANBU ninja instantly appeared before the third Mizukage, kneeling on one knee and reporting loudly. The third Kazekage is missing. Interesting. Mobilize the troops and await orders. If nothing unexpected happens, war is about to begin. The third Mizukage, possessed by the white Zetsu, spoke coldly in the third Mizukage's voice. Understood. The ANBU ninja responded loudly, his head lowered deeply. Are you very afraid of me? The third Mizukage glanced coldly at the kneeling ANBU ninja. No. I dare not. You are our most revered Mizukage-sama. Hearing this, the ANBU ninja lowered his head even further and spoke with a slightly trembling voice. Is that so? Fear. What kind of feeling is it? The third Mizukage then flickered and appeared before the ANBU ninja, bending down to look at him and murmuring softly. The next moment, with a soft sound, all the moisture inside the ANBU ninja instantly turned into countless Senbon needles that flew out and began to spin around the third Mizukage. And that ANBU ninja instantly lost his life. Why didn't you answer me? It seems I'll have to arrange for someone else to gather. Having casually killed the ANBU ninja, the third Mizukage resumed white Zetsu's strange tone and spoke softly. Fear. What exactly does it feel like? I'm so curious. Unfortunately, Lord Madara is unwilling to tell me. Finding the answer myself is such a hassle. In the wind country, the hidden sand village. Inside the Kazekage's office, a woman with wrinkles on her face was now sitting in the Kazekage's seat. The flower of sand, still not found. Kiyo's voice was weary as she spoke softly to Ebizo, who had just entered the Kazekage's office. No. Looking at his haggard sister, Ebizo's eyes showed concern. His sister had first lost her son and daughter-in-law, and Sasori, could it be you? But if it really is you, how did you manage to kill the Kazekage? The power of a Kage shouldn't be something you can handle. Ebizo thought to himself with some speculation. 2 people disappearing together. It's hard not to speculate, if it weren't for the fact that Sasori is Kiyo's grandson. Sigh, my sister. Ebizo, keep searching. Search for 3 more days. Consider it. My selfishness. I will personally suppress the rumors in the village. If we still can't find him, then prepare. After a moment of silence, Chiyo raised her head and spoke in a low voice. The disappearance of a Kage will inevitably trigger internal conflicts in the village, and the best way to divert internal conflicts is to turn them into external ones. Meanwhile, in Hojiguomai, Yuanfei Rizen's face darkened as he gazed at the intelligence report on the desk before him. Jitsu and Tawanzang, did you do this? Though no one else was in the office, Yuanfei Rizen spoke coldly, as if certain someone was present. Rizen, do you think it was me? Countless pitch-black butterflies fluttered and flickered between illusion and reality, and a figure leaning on a cane appeared. Jitsu and Tawanzang, known as the darkness of the ninja world, the legendary scapegoat. I don't think so, but you are worthy of suspicion. Looking at Jitsuin Tuanzang who had appeared before him, Yuanfei Risen spoke with an inscrutable expression. You should know clearly that it wasn't me. Though I would very much like to do, so you know I'm not that foolish. Eliminating a Kage so directly is in my view an extremely stupid act. If it were me, I would, after eliminating the Kazekage, immediately seize all power in Shine Cun, seal off all information, silently take total control of the village, and then install the fourth Kazekage to present to the ninja world. Looking at Yuanfei Risen, Jitsuin Tuanzang's figure wavered ethereally as he spoke coldly. Stop these crazy ideas, Risen. Mui's pursuit is peace, Tuanzang. Do not sink into the dreams you have woven, whether they be beautiful dreams or nightmares. Do not forget the words our teacher. Looking at his old friend before him, Yuanfei Risen's expression was complex. Of course I have not forgotten our teacher's teachings. Or rather, I am always awake, but... Risen, and you. Jitsuin Tuanzang stepped forward, standing before Yuanfei Risen, his figure fully solidified. Me? Since taking over this position from our teacher, I have never slackened even a bit, Tuanzang. What do you mean? Looking at Jitsuin Tuanzang, Yuanfei Risen frowned deeply and spoke in a low voice. How you know it well in your heart. Let's drop this topic. I know you are the Hokage, so stop flaunting this position. This time, what do you plan to do? According to the intelligence I've received, spies from Sha-in and Yen-in have been frequently appearing along our Huijigua's borders. War is coming again. Seeing that Yuanfei Risen seemed about to continue that ugly old trick, Jitsuin Tuanzang immediately shifted the topic and asked in a low voice. Sha-in truly has no memory. Sha-in Cun. Yuanfei Risen's eyes were filled with anger as he spoke cold. It's one thing that Yen-in Cun dares to send spies into Huijigua, but you Sha-in a defeated village. Where do you get the confidence? Isn't this exactly the consequence of your weak decisions? How could there be a true alliance among the 5 great ninja villages? Risen, I told you long ago that Sha-in's request for an alliance was essentially just to gain a chance to recover and survive. Unfortunately, your weakness has brought about this impending war. If you had listened to me back then, Sha-in would never have dared to bare its teeth at me again. In fact, I could have turned Sha-in into a dog for my. Look now, this is the result of your weakness. Jitsuin Tuanzang spoke loudly with agitation, his eyes filled with disappointment and incomprehension as he looked at Yuanfei Risen. He couldn't understand why his own friend could not understand him. Shut up. However, before Jitsuin Tuanzang could finish his words, he was angrily cut off by Yuanfei Risen. I am the Hokage. Staring at Jitsuin Tuanzang, Yuanfei Risen spoke coldly, word by word. How, that's all you ever say? After a moment of silence, Jitsuin Tuanzang spoke coldly. Another swarm of black butterflies flickered and Jitsuin Tuanzang's figure vanished from the office. Tuanzang, peace is what my truly pursues. And also what our teacher and the others pursued. Therefore, as the Hokage, I must make such a decision. However, looking at the spot where Jitsuin Tuanzang had disappeared, Yuanfei Risen murmured lowly with a complex expression. However, after murmuring softly for a moment, he raised his head again, a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Although he pursued peace, it did not mean others could ride roughshod over him. Issue the Hokage's order. Summon Orochimaru and Jiraiya to see me. Also have the clan heads of all major ninja families gather in the meeting room in 2 hours. Tell them war has come. At this moment, Yuanfei Risen regained his reputation as the ninja hero. Yes. With Yuanfei Risen's order, an Umbu ninja instantly appeared before him, loudly acknowledged the command, and then vanished from the office in a flash. Since you want war, then let it be war. Mai has never been an easy target. Yuanfei Risen stood up, his expression dark as he looked at the setting sun's glow outside the window. While the major ninja villages were actively preparing for war, Yen-in Cun was already ready. The Yen-in force directly reached the border of Huijigua and declared to the entire ninja world that Yen-in Cun was simultaneously declaring war on my Sha-in and Yen-in. At the very moment of the declaration, the Yen-in forces officially launched an attack on Sha-in Cun. The attack also caused the news of the 3rd Kazekage's mysterious disappearance to be fully exposed before everyone in Sha-in Cun. For a time, the Sha-in leadership was in turmoil, and the entire village was unsettled. At this moment, Sha-in fully displayed its internal and just as Sha-in was on the verge of collapse, the heir long designated by the 3rd Kazekage, Luo Sha, stepped forward. With Kyoba backing him to stabilize the factions within the village, Luo Sha used a ferocious magnet release technique extremely similar to the 3rd Kazekage's to forcefully block the most fierce initial assault of Yen-in. This battle firmly stabilized Sha-in's precarious situation. It was also this battle that silenced all doubts, disputes, and opposition voices within the village against Luo Sha. With his solid achievements and Kyo's support, Luo Sha naturally surpassed the other Kazekage candidates, successfully took over all power of Sha-in Cun, and officially succeeded as the 4th Kazekage. After succeeding as the 4th Kazekage, Luo Sha immediately began a series of major reshuffling activities in Sha-in Cun, suppressing all high-ranking officials with ill intentions. After that, Luo Sha completely secured his position as the 4th Kazekage. What Luo Sha's actions after succeeding as the fourth generation Feng completely overturned the expectations of the entire ninja world. Everyone had assumed that Sha Yin, having just weathered the fierce assault of Yunin village, would first prioritize defensive restructuring or launch a war against the Thunder Country. However, unexpectedly, Luo Sha, having firmly secured his position as Feng Ying, immediately announced to the world that Sha Yin would declare war on Mu Yi. Moreover, the reason he gave was sufficiently strong and enough to sway public opinion across the entire ninja world. The disappearance of the third generation Feng Ying was the work of Mu Yi. Sha Yin demanded that Mu Yi immediately hand over the third generation Feng Ying and provide an explanation to the ninja world. Once this excuse was made, the two villages that were already on the brink of conflict had no possibility of de-escalation. In an instant, the flames of war scattered across the borders of various countries were fully ignited, and the Third Shinobi World War officially erupted in full scale. The entire structure of the ninja world instantly fell into chaos. This time, the Mist Village Wu Yin Village, which had remained silent throughout the Second Shinobi World War, did not publicly take sides or issue any declaration of war. However, shinobi squads from the Mist Village began to frequently appear along the borders of the Fire Country, Hu Country, plundering villages, harassing garrisons, and engaging in constant small-scale provocations. Their wolfish ambitions were blatantly obvious. It was estimated that once the situation became even more chaotic, they would immediately enter the fray and declare war. On the other side, the Rock Village, Yin Yin Village, which had also been declared war upon by the Cloud Village, Yun Yin responded just as swiftly. De Yimu directly began deploying his main forces. The army's route of march was straight, clear, and without any concealment, pressing entirely toward the direction of the Fire Country, as if treating the Cloud Village's declaration of war as nothing but a fart. Fire Country border. Dense forests, intertwined branches, and leaves blocking the sunlight, heavy tree shadows covering the entire mountain wilderness. A squad of Sha Yin shinobi lowered their profiles using the natural cover of the dense forest, moving swiftly with rapid rises and falls, advancing stealthily deep into the heart of the Fire Country. Footsteps were kept to a minimum, everyone's aura was concealed as much as possible, and their movements were swift and clean. Clearly, this was an elite unit specifically configured for infiltration missions. At the front of the team, the leading Sha Yin Jonin suddenly slowed down. He turned sideways, his gaze sweeping over the several Chunin following closely behind, and lowered his voice to quickly brief the mission. Review the mission once more. Elder Qian Dai predicts that Mu Yi has already begun wartime preparations, and the focus of their defenses will inevitably be concentrated on the front lines. Our mission is to penetrate deep into the heart of the Fire Country before Mu Yi fully establishes its rear defenses, and to map out the entire logistics supply line of Mu Yi. His tone was cold and hard without any fluctuation. At the same time, if the situation demands, we may destroy the entire logistics supply line of Mu Yi at all costs. Now check the detonators on each of you. Confirmed. Check, no problem. No problem. With that, the several Chunin behind immediately began checking the black diamond-shaped blocks at their waists. After confirming they were all correct, they responded in unison. Confirmed. Check, no problem. No problem. With that, the several Chunin behind immediately began checking the black diamond-shaped blocks at their waists. After confirming they were all correct, they responded. The members were all those who bore grudges against Mu Yi from the Second Shinobi World War, and each was alone. In their hearts, the only obsession was to use this war to take revenge on Mu Yi and earn merits for Sha Yin. Inside the dense forest, the atmosphere was deathly silent and murderous. Just as the squad was about to continue deeper, the leading Sha Yin Jonin suddenly raised his palm, making a halt gesture. The entire squad's footsteps instantly froze. The leading Jonin's neck tensed slightly, his body stiff, and he abruptly looked up, staring intently into the layered depths of the dense forest above. Wow, impressive, you found me. Yuzhibo Xian stood on a thick branch looking down at the Sha Yin group below with a smile as he spoke. Your killing intent is too obvious. In front of my killing intent perception, no hostility can escape my detection. The Sha Yin Jonin's gaze was icy, looking at Yuzhibo Xian as if looking at a dead man. Since he had been discovered, he naturally would not let Yuzhibo Xian leave alive. In his perception within the vicinity, the only one with hostile intent toward them was Yuzhibo Xian alone. In other words, this brat in front of him had appeared here alone. Killing intent perception. Yuzhibo Xian frowned upon hearing this, thinking that there was such a dark art. How could it feel even more effective than his own observation ability? Just as Yuzhibo Xian frowned, the 6 Chunin standing behind the Sha Yin Jonin simultaneously formed hand seals, and 6 streams of pale blue chakra erupted instantly. Wind release, Great Sickle Weasel. 2 wind release, Strangling Whirlwind. 2 wind release, 1,000 Raging Wind Blades 2. In an instant, 6 different forms of wind release jutsu erupted simultaneously. Overwhelming blue wind whirls came crushing down, giant tornadoes overlapping, merging, and amplifying into a colossal wind pillar that connected heaven and earth, madly shredding the giant trees along its path. Thick ancient trees were instantly sliced into flying wood chips by the wind blades. The entire forest trembled violently, and the sky, filled with splinters and raging wind, intertwined into a deadly cage. Meanwhile, the Shain Jonin who had been standing in front of the six had already sidestepped to clear the way the moment they struck. Under the superimposed wind force, the space itself was distorted by the air pressure, as if anyone stepping into this area would be instantly ground into mincemeat. This was a combined killing technique executed by the six Chunin. This thing, if placed in the original ninja world, I would believe it to be in strength jutsu. Looking at the giant tornado before him, the corner of Yuzhibo Shin's mouth twitched slightly. At the same time, the Shain Jonin who had moved aside also began to act. He raised his hand and formed seals. In an instant, a set of rapidly spinning wind armor covered his body, and the violent wind surged. His figure transformed into a golden blur behind the tornado, propelled by the raging wind as he lunged through the air. In his hand, a ninja sword was coated with a deep cyan edge, as if carrying a sharpness that could cut through everything, slashing straight toward Yuzhibo Shin's head. From the very first move, it was a lethal strike. This suicide squad held no contempt for Yuzhibo Shin. When deep behind enemy lines, anyone they encountered must be dealt with using full force. As for whether the commotion would be too great, that was not within their consideration. After all, the more people they attracted, the more profit. As for the mission, this time they were not the only squad entering the fire country. The violent wind swept, and the surrounding trees couldn't help but start flying up into the air. Faced with such a grand assault, Yuzhibo Shin, aside from being somewhat speechless, showed no change in expression. Is that all? His low murmur fell amidst the howling wind. In the next instant, a scarlet color flashed within the boy's eyes. Susanoo armorization. Pupil power erupted. The first to emerge were ribs. Pale white bone fragments drilled out of the void, arching like ribs to form a semicircular skeleton behind him. On every inch of the bones, dark black flames flickered. In the next moment, the skeleton adhered to Yuzhibo Shin's body and instantly began to contract, transforming into a form-fitting ferocious armor. The Krautenga mask burned like flames on his face, finally solidifying into reality. The instant the Susanoo armor formed, armament haki enveloped it, adding a layer of luster to the Susanoo. Standing within the tempest, Uchiha Shin chose to defy the raging wind. In the past, due to the need to allocate chakra and dojutsu, he had never fully unleashed armament haki and Susanoo simultaneously. But now, with the blue buff empowering him, he had no need to worry about chakra consumption. With Susanoo fully activated, countless pitch-black flames instantly erupted around Uchiha Shin, forming a small domain. Susanoo's second form domain. The In Release Chakra, which could burn souls, was materialized from the Sharingan, creating a flaming domain that moved around the Susanoo. Any enemy within this domain fighting against Uchiha would have their souls relentlessly scorched by the black flames. Moreover, fueled by both Uchiha's dojutsu and chakra, these flames could also consume the enemy's chakra as a defensive measure. With this domain expanded amidst the chaotic forest, hurricane, a vacuum of absolute stillness was forcibly created within 5 meters of Uchiha Shin. Each gust of wind that touched the black flames was instantly devoured by them. Feeling the frantic consumption of his chakra and dojutsu, a smile curled at the corner of Uchiha Shin's mouth. In the past, he would never have dared to play like this. Seeing Uchiha Shin's current state, the 7 Suna shinobi's pupils contracted sharply. How could they not recognize this spectacle? It's an Uchiha shinobi. Such a distinct Susanoo was unmistakable to any shinobi from the 5 great ninja villages. There was a legend in the ninja world that an Uchiha shinobi required 5 opponents of the same rank to be evenly matched. Keep pressuring him. Don't stop. The Uchiha clan's domain can't last long. Though their domain, like Lady Pakura's Scorch Release, can burn chakra, its consumption far exceeds hers. Rest assured, he'll soon give out. A Suna shinobi among the 6 Chunin who knew about the Uchiha clan shouted loudly. The other 5 gritted their teeth and poured in more chakra. The wind surged again, layers upon layers, crushing against the vacuum domain, trying to tear apart Uchiha Shin's defense. Well, a good idea, but unfortunately I'm not one to just take a beating. Feeling the intensified wind, a smile crept onto Uchiha Shin's face. Though he had the blue buff, that didn't mean he could waste his chakra recklessly. Uchiha Shin raised his hand gently. The moment the wind grew fiercer, flames erupted from beneath his feet. 7th sense flame control technique. Full release. Crimson flames spread wildly along the ground, exploding through the gaps in the forest, raging upward against the wind. The wind fueled the fire consumed the air, and the entire cyan wind domain was instantly engulfed by a sea of red flames. Scattered with broken branches and raging winds, all became kindling for the spreading inferno. The once cyan tornado, with the addition of flames, quickly turned into a blazing prison of fire. Flame control meant absolute mastery over fire. At the same time, the black flames around the Susanoo began to merge. In that instant, a cyan streak of light broke through the forest flames, a cold kunai, slashing horizontally. The sharp blade pressure tore through the air, splitting the remaining tree trunks lengthwise in its path. The attacker was the Suna Jonin, who had been waiting for Uchiha Shin's domain to fade. His slash aimed precisely at the vital point of Uchiha Shin's neck with no probing strike. This was a full-force assault from the start. As everyone knew, fighting an Uchiha shinobi must never become a prolonged engagement, or your soul would be severely burned. Uchiha Shien sidestepped slightly, just barely evading the blade's edge. The kunai grazed his shoulder, the fierce wind cutting through, but leaving the Susanoo unscathed. The Sharingan slowly rotated, and as the Tsunajonin's old strength waned, and new strength had yet to arise, a purple gleam appeared in Uchiha Shien's hand. The demon blade, Thousand Blades. The moment the blade entered his hand, Uchiha Shien swung it backhanded, and the azure fragments scattered, sweeping out like a fan-shaped wave of blades. Clang! Against the attack, the Tsunajonin quickly pulled his kunai back for a spinning block, the loud clash of metal echoing through the forest. In an instant, sparks burst continuously on the surface of the kunai. However, as the fragments were blocked, the arcs of electricity surrounding them traveled along the blade and exploded on the arm of the Tsunajonin. The electric shock numbed his hand, causing him to take several steps back to regain his balance. Meanwhile, the surrounding flames seemed to awaken, lunging toward the Tsunajonin. Seeing this, the Tsunajonin immediately shifted the form of his wind armor. Cyan wind flowed rapidly, sucking up gravel from the ground, which was enveloped by the wind, and instantly transformed into a heavy stone armor. In an instant, the wind armor completely transformed into a stone armor wrapped in cyan wind. As the armor formed, the Tsunajonin swung his kunai fiercely, sending crescent-shaped slashes flying toward Uchiha Shien. What's this? Seeing a wind-style shinobi clad in rock armor, Uchiha Shien tightened his grip on the demon blade. What kind of bizarre trick was this? Since you've switched to playing with mud, try this. Watching the Tsunajonin completely encased in rock, Uchiha Shien's eyes turned cold as he raised the demon blade, aiming its edge at the enemy. In an instant, countless arcs of electricity began to dance around the blade. Thousand Blades, electromagnetic cannon. The demon blade instantly disassembled, and countless blade fragments, charged with electricity, shot out like lasers. The lasers were so fast that they enveloped the rock armor in the blink of an eye. Boom! The rock armor shattered instantly. However, in Uchiha Shien's Sharingan vision, he could see a cyan figure escaping the moment the blade fragments touched the rock armor. Whoosh! The air suddenly emitted a sharp tearing sound. The Tsunajonin's figure almost merged with the wind, his entire form becoming a blurry afterimage, his kunai trailing a faint cyan wind mark slashing straight at Uchiha Shien's throat. The Sharingan instantly captured the trajectory of the opponent's movement. Not a straight line, but a zaped advancing slash. Seeing this, Uchiha Shien raised his demon blade, attempting to recall all the fragments. Young Uchiha, you are too slow. The Tsunajonin's voice came from within the wind. He twisted in midair, his body gliding like a piece of paper past the rubble, then reversed his grip on the kunai and slashed at Uchiha Shien's neck. This angle was cunning, perfectly exploiting the gap in the demon blade's fragment recall, and the blade was imbued with a wind blade capable of cutting through any steel, thrusting forward. Yet facing this seemingly unavoidable strike, Uchiha Shien smiled. The moment the blade was about to touch his neck, his body suddenly turned into a translucent phantom. The Sand Shinobi Jonin's blade passed straight through the wind blade it carried, failing to sever even a single strand of hair from the phantom. As the blade traversed, the phantom dissolved entirely into several illusory crows that scattered in that instant of an opening. Uchiha Shien's real body abruptly appeared behind the Sand Shinobi Jonin. The Jonin reacted with lightning speed, needing to re-establish distance. However, a crackle of lightning danced on Uchiha Shien's hand, the electric current sparking blue-white bolts in the air as it precisely coiled around the Sand Shinobi Jonin's body. Damn! An Uchiha illusion clone. Entangled by lightning, the Sand Shinobi Jonin's movements froze for half. The current spread along his body, momentarily paralyzing his muscles. Yet the Jonin reacted swiftly, instantly detonating a wind orb beneath his feet. Leveraging the recoil from the explosion, he somersaulted backward, his toes tapping the void, repeatedly conjuring a ring-shaped wind vortex in midair. The whirlwind spun at high speed, sweeping nearby debris into a miniature white tornado that pressed down toward Uchiha Shien. Did you think you were the only one holding back? Watching the backward flying Sand Shinobi Jonin, Uchiha Shien's eyes turned icy. In this shinobi world, those who become Jonin are all cunning enough. From the very beginning, this Jonin had never revealed his extraordinary speed, even using a technique like rock armor to mask the fact that he could easily dodge attacks with speed, thereby deepening the impression he left. Finally, he struck in the instant when Uchiha Shien's weapon had not yet fully formed. For an ordinary ninja, that lightning-fast slash might have indeed pierced through. Unfortunately, before Uchiha Shien's Sharingan and observation Haki, no detail could escape his perception. Sun-breathing first form circle dance. Uchiha Shien's voice was cold as tempered ice. The fragments of the demon blade, Thousand Blades, suddenly coalesced into a long blade about a zhang in length, its edge flowing with an orangered flame. He swung the blade against the tornado. The moment flame and wind vortex collided, the air ignited into rolling waves of fire, and the wind blades crackled as they were scorched, condensing into countless sparks in midair. The next instant, those sparks erupted violently, shooting toward the Sand Shinobi Jonin. Huh. Useless. Even if you dodge that strike with my swift release, I can evade any attack I wish. And you will never catch up to my speed. Swift release, instant prison shadow kill. The sand shinobi Jonin weaved through the flames, his figure blurring into multiple afterimages as he began to taunt. With those words, the Jonin suddenly transformed into 4 afterimages attacking from 4 directions simultaneously. Each afterimage held an identical ninja blade, the edges overlapping with wind blades to weave an impenetrable net of swords around Uchiha Shien. TCH, seems like every random cat and dog these days can manifest some unheard-of bloodline limit. The 3 Tomo in his Sharingan spun rapidly. Uchiha Shien's pupils reflected the detailed movements of the 4 sand shinobi afterimages. Under slow-motion perception, he quickly identified the true body, the afterimage on the rear left, because its frequency was half a beat faster than the others. But rather than pinpointing the real body and destroying it, wouldn't it be more interesting to directly seal the power he prides himself on? With this thought, Uchiha Shien raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Jutsu. Space. In an instant, an invisible force spread across the entire sea of flames. As the space unfolded, the 4 afterimages vanished instantly, and the sand shinobi Jonin's figure was revealed. My swift release. My speed. Can't move fast anymore. The sudden change made the sand shinobi Jonin quickly drive the azure wind enveloping his body, only to find he could no longer regain his former velocity. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shien's figure suddenly disappeared from its spot. Where did his speed go? So hard to guess. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Shien appeared 3 zhang behind the sand shinobi Jonin. With a swing of his blade, the fragments of the demon blade, 1,000 blades, shot out like a torrential downpour. Each fragment was entwined with azure electric currents, the arcs connecting in the air to form a giant lightning net. The sand shinobi Jonin spun around abruptly, his ninja blade carving a circular wind blade in an attempt to cleave through the net of electrified fragments. But those blade fragments moved as if alive, weaving nimbly through the wind blade, suddenly changing trajectory and converging on his right hand, gripping the sword. Faced with the shift in attack, the sand shinobi Jonin was forced to withdraw his blade to block. However, deprived of his extreme speed, his blocking motion was far too slow. After all, the speed propelled by electromagnetic force was not something anyone could intercept. In an instant, countless blossoms of blood erupted on the sand shinobi Jonin's body. The outcome was decided. In that moment of blooming blood, driven by the thought of not wasting such speed, Uchiha Shien performed a series of instantaneous leaps, weaving through the flaming forest. With each strike, he precisely shattered a Chunin's wind-release defense and slashed straight into the enemy's chest. In a mere dozen breaths, the remaining 5 sand Chunin had all fallen to the pure land, perishing in this burning sea of trees. In the hands of each of these sand Chunin lay a black diamond-shaped block. Uchiha Shien's swift action was because his observation haki had sensed a threat from those small black blocks. As the last sand shinobi fell, a palm-sized insect burrowed out from the ground beneath Uchiha Shien's feet. Shien, your commotion is too loud. The sand squads in the other 3 areas have detected the disturbance. The insect spoke in human language, its voice unmistakably that of Yunu Jiwei. I didn't release any large-scale ninjutsu. This was all caused by the sand shinobi. Uchiha Shien replied indifferently, directly ignoring the still burning flames around him. I'm not blaming you. Just letting you know that the other 3 areas have already engaged. You can go check on them after you finish here. Also remember to extinguish these fires. Protecting the forests of the fire country is every resident's responsibility. The insect shook its head in a human-like manner and continued speaking. After finishing, it burrowed back into the ground and vanished. The other 3 areas. That direction is where Team 7, Team 5, and Team 4 are assigned, right? Raising his hand, the surrounding flames surged toward his palm, condensing into a compressed fireball that silently extinguished at his fingertip. After extinguishing the fire, he casually sealed the 7 corpses into a scroll and pocketed the 7 black blocks he had looted from the sand shinobi. Then Uchiha Shien's gaze turned toward the direction of Team 7's assignment. He mused whether to steal their prey and make Obito and Kakashi miserable. The Graveyard of Mountains. Within an obscure, dim underground cavern, the deep, dark subterranean cave isolated all sound of wind and sunlight from the outside. The entire space was deathly still and damp, with icy moisture seeping from the stone walls. A murky gloom pressed down heavily, casting everything inside as cold and eerie. Deep in the cave, a decrepit old man sat leaning back on a cold stone throne. His face was wrinkled with age, the flesh slack and withered. If one ignored the several thick tube-like veins that pierced his back and were rooted in his flesh, his closed eyes and resting posture might even seem somewhat gentle and benevolent. But that gentleness set against the deathly silence of the underground brought no warmth at all, only a spine-chilling eeriness. The stillness was shattered. A bizarre pale white figure with a malformed body slowly rose from the shadows on the ground. Then a hoarse and strange voice echoed through the empty cave, fragmented and sinister. Lord Madara, the flames of war have been rekindled in the outside world, and that child has already stepped onto the battlefield. The moment the report ended, the old man, who had been resting with his eyes closed on the stone throne, suddenly opened his eyes. A pair of crimson eyes blazed in the darkness, and the once kindly old man instantly transformed into the legendary god of death. Within the scarlet pupils, 3 tomos slowly rotated, and a vast surging ocular power instantly swept through the entire underground cavern. Upon closer inspection, one could also see faint illusory rings of lines within the crimson eyes. Hashirama, the peace you maintained is truly fragile. The surging ocular power, accompanied by Uchiha Madara's low voice, continuously washed over the entire underground space. The 3 tomo Sharingan, unable to bear the immense power, spun wildly in their sockets. As the tomo whirled, the crimson eyes were gradually replaced by a purple hue. The illusory Rinnegan reflected over the 3 tomo Sharingan, exuding a bizarre oppressive aura. Watch that child carefully. An Uchiha with such great love and foolishness. And also born with a space-time constitution so perfectly suited for the ascension plan. I cannot wait much longer. This Shinobi world is decaying too quickly. Uchiha Madara spoke coldly. As his words fell, 6 figures instantly appeared before him. Within their eye sockets they possessed solid Rinnegan. Go. At his command, the 6 figures vanished in an instant. After transplanting the Rinnegan into Nagato, the remaining ocular power could only produce these inferior Rinnegan clones. But they are more than enough to watch that child. Without Hashirama, the Shinobi world is nothing but a bunch of misfits. No, not entirely, at least. The rat hiding in the shadows is not bad. The Otsutsuki clan. You are far more perfect, fuel. As he watched the 6 Rinnegan clones depart, Uchiha Madara spoke with a cold glint in his eyes. Lord Madara, there is one more matter. There is another Uchiha child. Should we pay attention to him? This Uchiha child's constitution is also rare in a millennium. I suspect he may possess something special as well. As he spoke, White Zetsu produced a tablet-like device, opened it, and placed it before Uchiha Madara. The next moment, several transparent virtual characters floated in midair, flickering with a faint glow. If Uchiha Shien were here, he would notice that the futuristic-looking virtual screen contained a wealth of intelligence about him, including descriptions of the various techniques and abilities he had used. A 3 tomo Sharingan at such a young age. Unfortunately, his thoughts are too self-centered, and this child appears too mature. He has already awakened his own will. As fellow Uchiha, I will not insult the will of another Uchiha. Moreover, compared to Uchiha Obito, he can never be my successor. The space-time constitution that Uchiha Obito awakened will display its true power when he opens those eyes. As for Uchiha Shien, his peak is already visible. However, he should feel fortunate to have been born in this era. Ascension, the Shinobi world, should be honored that I exist. Uchiha Madara lightly flicked his finger, closing the virtual screen, and spoke coldly. Understood, Lord Madara. White Zetsu nodded immediately, his eyes fixed on Madara with fervent adoration. Oh, I almost forgot to report this. White Zetsu numbers A13465 and D71724 found traces of Black Zetsu in the land of Kara, but he quickly slipped out of our sight. However, the moment we discovered him, we immediately sealed off the space of the land of Kara and surrounded the entire country. So Black Zetsu is definitely still hiding within the land of Kara. Lord Madara, how should we deal with him? As if suddenly remembering something, White Zetsu spoke with a smile. Black Zetsu, I have forgotten about that insect. Famir Inyang Release creation dares to pretend to be my will. Continue to seal the land of Kara. He might serve as an opportunity for Obito to master Inyang Release ahead of schedule. However, his power ultimately originates from him. You keep watch. With my power, he cannot escape. Uchiha Madara's eyes gleamed with mockery as he recalled that slime that had appeared before him, claiming to be the incarnation of his will back when he had just awakened the Rinnegan. How could he, Uchiha Madara, possess such a will? Dragging the entire Shinobi world into an illusion. Meaningless. The peace achieved that way would be merely temporary and utterly foolish. If he were to choose such peace, he might as well erase the entire Shinobi world. After all, the only difference would be experiencing a pleasant illusion, and with his power, he could easily create such illusions. Such a low-minded idea could never and should never be the will of Uchiha Madara. His philosophy was to pursue once he attained omniscience and omnipotence, peace would be within reach. Yes, White Zetsu immediately sank into the ground and disappeared. Hashirama, why don't you understand? Without human intervention, peace cannot exist. As White Zetsu departed, a sigh echoed through the dim cave. The firelight died, the crimson eyes closed, and the cave returned to darkness. At the border of the land of fire, 30 kilometers straight ahead, a squad from Sunagakure is rapidly approaching. At least one of them has chakra at the Jonin level, and about 6 are at the Chunin level. It seems our intelligence is accurate. The Sunagakure suicide squad is indeed passing through this area. Under a tree, Minato Namikaze pressed his fingers against the ground, closed his eyes, and spoke in a low voice. The Uzumaki chakra sensing technique developed from the Kagura mind's eye is a powerful perception jutsu that can be taught to others. So are we going in? Behind Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Obito's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was his second combat mission, and the first was naturally the traditional blooding mission. Idiot, didn't you hear? There's a Jonin among the enemies. With your current strength, defeating a Jonin Hiden is a pipe dream. Next to Uchiha Obito, Kakashi rolled his eyes and muttered sarcastically. He couldn't understand why Obito Uchiha and Uchiha Jin, both from the Uchiha clan, were so different. This dead last hadn't even awakened his Sharingan yet. Kakashi, who do you think you're looking down on? Hearing the familiar insult, Obito Uchiha immediately grew angry. He found that Kakashi could always easily provoke his fury. As expected, he and Kakashi could never get along. Kakashi, Obito probably means we should take on the 6th Chunin. As for the Jonin sensei, will handle it right. Rin Nohara, watching the two about to argue again, quickly spoke up. As she said this, she turned to look at Minato Namikaze, who was watching Kakashi and Obito with a gentle smile. Leave that Jonin to me. Minato Namikaze smiled warmly and said softly. After a moment, in a thicket 100 meters from the Sunagakure squad. 30 seconds later, I will teleport that Jonin away. The remaining 6 Chunin are yours to handle. Remember to stay safe, don't worry, he'll be watching over you. Looking at his 3 students, Minato Namikaze smirked and vanished from their sight. At the same time, within the slowly advancing Sunagakure squad, the words, Sword of Ninja Love, suddenly appeared on the chest of the leading Jonin. Immediately afterward, the figure of the Sunagakure Jonin vanished before the 6th Chunin. Captain Kazunosuke. Facing their captain's sudden disappearance, the remaining 6 Chunin felt a wave of panic. On the other side, it started. Kakashi drew the short blade from his back and burst forward with a shunshin. A voice came. Rin, dead last, follow me. Damn it, Kakashi, call me by my name. As for Noera Rin, she simply stopped in her tracks and raised her hand. An invisible monster instantly stepped out from behind her. Lightning-style purple lightning. Uchiha Obito was also forming C. As for Noera Rin, she simply stopped in her tracks and raised her hand. An invisible monster instantly stepped out from behind her. Lightning-style purple lightning. Fire-style great fire annihilation. Flames surged like a tidal wave, scorching the air. Purple lightning spread across the sky, following closely behind. Damn, it's an ambush. Defend quickly. Wind-style reverse wind wall. 2 earth-style mud wall. 2 wind-style fierce wind wave. 2 The 6 Sunagakure Shinobi simultaneously formed seals, releasing a series of defensive and counteroffensive jutsu. The sea of fire approached. Lightning streaked across the sky. The dense forest at the border of the land of fire was instantly illuminated by the blinding light of the jutsu. ZZZT. Purple lightning pierced through the thick rock walls, and dense electric cracks spread across the entire earthen wall. A thunderous explosion echoed through the woods. The 2 mud walls shattered and collapsed, sending debris and hot sparks flying. The remaining fierce wind wave was swallowed up by the fire before it could even get close. At the same time, the 2 jutsu slammed into the last wind wall, which collapsed. An invisible figure instantly closed in. In an instant, the encirclement defense of the 6th Sunagakure Shinobi was torn apart. Tremble before the mighty fire style of your great Lord Obito. Seeing his fire techniques, devastating power, Obito Uchiha couldn't help but laugh, hands on his hips. Idiot. Beside Obito Uchiha, Kakashi drew his blade and shunshined out. Lightning coiled around the blade, making it even more fierce. Hataki style, 3 Moon Fawn. Closing in with a shunshin, the short blade wrapped in lightning precisely flipped the kunai from the frontmost Sunagakure Chunin's hand. He swung again, but the strike was blocked by a pitch-black puppet head. Don't get cocky. I won't let you hurt my comrades. Puppet Black Ant Bite. Another Sunagakure Shinobi behind Kakashi's target raised his hand and waved several chakra threads connecting to his fingertips. At the other end was a giant black ant-like puppet. The one that had blocked Kakashi's blade was precisely the head of this black ant puppet. Die. The ground trembled slightly. The massive black ant puppet pushed off the ground with all 4 limbs, its heavy body charging forward with overwhelming force. The head that had blocked the blade was merely a forward defense. Now the entire puppet lunged forward, its sharp-spiked mandibles, wide open rows of biting teeth gleaming coldly, aiming straight for Kakashi's waist to clamp down viciously. The puppet's body was forged from refined steel, its biting force more than enough to instantly crush human bones. This was a siege puppet designed for close-quarters combat. At the same time, the Sunagakure Shinobi who had lost his weapon in the front seized the opportunity to retreat, while the other 4 immediately pressed forward in unison, gathering chakra and beginning to form seals ready to cooperate with the puppet in a pincer attack. In an instant, the situation reversed. Kakashi was trapped in a perilous position with the puppet pinning him from the front and several ninjutsu users flanking from the sides. Kakashi, seeing this, Obito from behind instantly became frantic, forgetting the quarrel over the word idiot. His right hand flew through seals and chakra surged violently in his chest. Burning fire-style chakra gathered in his throat, flames ready to burst forth. Facing the encirclement, Kakashi only let out a cold snort. He twisted his wrist, holding the short blade, and in an instant azure lightning erupted with a piercing screech. Lightning-style Chidori stream. The violent lightning-style chakra burst forth in a circular wave covering Kakashi's entire body with dense electric light, forming a blinding ring of lightning. The charging black ant puppet bore the brunt of the attack. Its hard puppet shell was instantly pierced by the raging lightning, and the intricate gears and chakra conduction lines were all destroyed by the electricity. Crack. The spiked mandibles froze and snapped shut, sparks flashing all over its body as its functions were completely paralyzed. The four Sunigakure Chunin pressing in behind were caught off guard. The moment they stepped into the attack range, they were swept by the scattered Chidori stream lightning. Paralyzing agony instantly engulfed their bodies. The four individuals stiffened in unison, their hand seals abruptly ceasing as their chakra fell into complete chaos and stagnation. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi stamped his foot and instantly vanished from his spot with a body flicker. The moment he relocated, a sea of fire descended from above. It was Yuzhibo Daitu's fire release that had descended. Crimson waves of flame blanketed the sky, instantly engulfing the four paralyzed sand-hidden Chunin along with the disabled black ant puppet lying on the ground. What the hell? The sand puppet master exclaimed, shock in his eyes as he watched his comrades swallowed by the flames. He raised one hand, unrolling a scroll, preparing to summon other puppets to rescue his teammates. Thud! Blood splattered as a transparent hole suddenly opened in the sand puppet master's abdomen. Yet from the shape marked by the blood, it was clear that an invisible claw had pierced through him. What is this? The scroll fell from his hand as he looked down at the hole in his chest, confusion clouding his eye. He couldn't understand. Three enemies were clearly in front, so where had this invisible monster come from? Ha ha, it's Lin Zhuge. So amazing, so amazing. The boisterous laughter of Yuzhibo Daitu from afar provided the answer. Damn. Watching his comrades subdued or killed simultaneously, the remaining Sand Shinobi's eyes were filled with killing intent. The Sand Chunin glared fiercely at Kakashi's figure, then raised his hand, producing a black diamond-shaped cube. Then, let's go down together. He raised his hand and formed seals. In an instant, from the places where the other Sand Shinobi had died, black diamond-shaped cubes flew up simultaneously. As the Sand Chunin completed his seals, white light flickered on all the cubes. Energy burst device, avenge us. The Sand Shinobi eyes bloodshot roared. Damn it, idiot. Stop laughing. Get Lin away from here. Seeing the rising black diamond-shaped cubes, Chimu Kakashi was the first to sense something wrong. He immediately performed a body flicker backward while shouting to Yuzhibo Daitu, who was still praising Yuen Lin. Huh. Yuzhibo Daitu turned to look, his eyes flickering with confusion at the glowing energy burst device. Just a few small black cubes, why dodge? However, since Kakashi was so tense and even told him to take Lin, he naturally wouldn't stay. Even though his mind hadn't caught up, his body had already grabbed Yuen Lin's wrist and dashed away. You can't escape. The energy burst device is a forged artifact of Lord Hai Laozong. Its power, even a Jonin cannot block it. And you absolutely cannot escape its blast radius. Ha ha ha, be buried with me. Watching the rapidly retreating Team 7 trio, the Sand Chunin's face twisted with ferocity. Yet the next moment, just as the 6 energy burst devices were about to detonate, buzz! A humming sound and 6 sealing formulas appeared out of thin air, instantly enveloping the 6 devices and then vanishing into nothing. Immediately after, a figure with yellow hair appeared before the Sand Chunin. Sorry, but I can't allow you to use such a powerful ninja tool on my adorable son. Wolfing Shuemin smiled as he looked at the Sand Chunin. The next moment, a wind blade silently sliced across the Sand Chunin's neck, leaving not even a trace of blood, and the Chunin ceased to breathe. Teacher Shuemin, shouted both Yuen Lin and Yuzhibo Daitu excitedly. Well, didn't I tell you? I've been watching you all. Teacher Shuemin, shouted both Yuen Lin and Yuzhibo Daitu excitedly. Well, didn't I tell you? I've been watching you all. With that, Wolfing Shuemin raised his hand, formed seals, and sealed all the corpses on the ground. Then he turned to look at the nearby. Xian, is that the Xian I know? Yuzhibo. Xian. When? I didn't sense him at all. Huh, there's someone else. Hearing Wolfing Shuemin's sudden remark, the 3 members of Team 7 simultaneously looked in the direction he was facing. Good afternoon, everyone. Under the gaze of the 4, Yuzhibo Xian's figure appeared on a thick branch. From the very moment Team 7 began their battle, Yuzhibo Xian had already arrived. During this time, he had witnessed Wolfing Shuemin implant flying thunder god marks on others out of thin air, perform sealing formulas without any medium, and the flying thunder god technique, which could likely achieve spatial transfer without pre-placed marks. As for Kakashi and Yuzhibo Daitu's performance, in Yuzhibo Xian's view, it was still within the realm of normal. But that summoning beast of Yuen Lin's, he had never paid it much attention, merely assuming it was some special chameleon-like creature that could turn invisible by altering its body. However, now in the vision of his 3-Demo Sharingan, that summoning beast was nothing but a living mass of Release Chakra. Such a bizarre thing was quite abstract, because as Yuzhibo Xian knew, in the ninja world, living chakra was either some peculiar monster or a tailed beast. Either way, it was extremely strange for a genin to possess such a thing, especially without a clear origin. According to Yuzhibo Daitu, even Yuen Lin herself didn't know how it appeared. Why are you here? Kakashi frowned, speaking softly as he looked at Yuzhibo Xian, who was greeting them. Since Yuzhibo Xian was here, that meant he had witnessed his embarrassing escape just now. Xian. Unlike Kakashi, who was distressed about appearing foolish in front of Yuzhibo Xian, Yuzhibo Daitu immediately trotted over cheerfully upon seeing him, and greeted him happily. Huh, Xian, why are you here alone? Where are Hong and the others? Yu and Lin looked behind Yuzhibo Xian, and seeing he was alone asked in confusion. They're with teacher Jiwei carrying out the same mission as you. Yuzhibo Xian shrugged, answering Yu and Lin's question. Huh, then what about you? You wouldn't have deserted, would you? Yuzhibo Dai too was taken aback, then rubbed his chin and exclaimed in surprise. Kakashi calling you an idiot is actually a compliment. Yuzhibo Xian rolled his eyes. Huh. Obito Uchiha was stunned for a moment. Had he misunderstood something? Obito, the reason Xian operates alone is that his strength is already comparable to a Jonin. To maximize combat efficiency, Shikibi applied for Xian to have the right to act independently. Beside him, noticing the dumbfounded Obito, Uchiha Minato Namikaze helplessly explained. Idiot. Kakashi threw in his daily insult to Obito. What a... Xian is already at Jonin level. No way. Yet faced with Kakashi's routine insult, Obito Uchiha completely ignored it. His mind was consumed by the fact that Uchiha Xian possessed Jonin-level strength. It's true. So Obito, you need to work hard too. As a fellow Uchiha, I believe you will grow quickly as well. However, I must marvel at Xian's talent. To have such power at such a young age. I suspect Xian will soon be promoted to Jonin ahead of schedule. Minato Namikaze answered Obito Uchiha's question on behalf of Uchiha Xian. My strength is still far from enough. Uchiha Xian merely shook his head lightly. It was not false modesty. Uchiha Xian truly believed his current power was insufficient. After witnessing the uncanny techniques Minato Namikaze had displayed today, Xian dared not imagine what other cage-level beings might be capable of. At the very least, with his current strength, he had no confidence in evading the inescapable flying thunder god mark. A mark placed from a distance capable of teleporting others directly. Such an operation was utterly sinister. Imagine being teleported into molten lava or the deepest ocean. TSK. Disgusting. The war continued, and the front line in the Land of Wind was far from as smooth as Konoha's high command had anticipated. In terms of individual ninja strength, Konoha inherently held an advantage over Sunagakure. However, after pushing the enemy beyond the borders of the Land of Fire, the environment of the Land of Wind turned the tables. The vast, desolate desert terrain completely reversed the balance of power. Blinding sandstorms obscured vision, the open terrain offered no cover, and unknown toxins mixed into the sand could disrupt Konoha ninja's chakra flow at any time. Moreover, the sandy environment perfectly suited puppet techniques and wind-release ninjutsu. Konoha's advance began to stall, and they even started losing ground. This desert, the ancestral home of Sunagakure, was the perfect battlefield for its shinobi. Not only that, the most unexpected variable in the war was Raza, the newly appointed 4th Kazekage. This young magnet-release ninja single-handedly suppressed the combined advance of 3 Jonin squads from Konoha. No one had anticipated that the 4th Kazekage would personally take the field. Others might not understand, but Orochimaru knew all too well. Magnet release. If utilized properly, how formidable it could be. It was a pity that the fools of Sunagakure seemed obsessed with controlling Iron Sand rather than exploring other directions, a sheer waste of potential. Nonetheless, even so, Raza's mastery of magnet release had already transcended the level of elite Jonin, reaching the realm of cage-level power. A Kage and one skilled in large-scale combat directly active on the front line. This was undoubtedly a highly troublesome match. Moreover, Sunagakure also had an old woman proficient in poison. The swirling yellow sand swept across the ravaged battlefield. Dark bloodstains soaked deep into the ravines of the dunes, layering thickly upon the sand. Broken puppet shells and shattered mechanical parts littered the ground. After just a few days of fierce fighting, the entire desert had been thoroughly ravaged by war. Amid the howling wind and sand, the aged voice of Chiyo rang out. Orochimaru, you alone are not qualified to take my... Chiyo's fingertips lightly twitched the chakra threads, and 10 exquisite puppets lunged forward in unison, their cold blade network instantly covering the entire sandy area. The 10 puppets of the Juramen attacked together, their sharp blades flashing past, cleanly severing the brown giant serpent that had emerged from behind Orochimaru. Foul mucus mixed with shredded flesh splattered onto the yellow sand. The severed snake body suddenly twisted and faded, and Orochimaru's true form stepped out from the rift in the illusion, his face dark as thunderclouds. The pre-battle tactical plan was clear. He would personally engage Sunagakure's Chiyo, locking down their top combatant. As long as Chiyo was pinned down and unable to disengage, the frontline Konoha forces could push straight through the Wind Country's defenses, tearing Sunagakure's formation apart, causing chaos and collapse. The plan should have been foolproof. But no one expected the 4th Kazekage Raza to appear on the scene, becoming the variable that completely upended the situation. A cage-level powerhouse freely unleashing wide-area attacks on weaker ninjas, completely disregarding the unspoken rule of soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Such an approach was practically aimed at creating a blood feud. Old hag, whether I'm qualified is not for you to decide. Orochimaru licked his lips, sinisterly sneering. As he spoke, Orochimaru raised his hand slightly. A low mechanical hum resonated through the air. 3 pitch-black angular cannon-studded floating turrets instantly flew in and hovered around Orochimaru, orbiting within a 3-meter radius. The snake mechanic floating laser cannon, a casual creation of Orochimaru. It could hover and follow, automatically lock onto enemies, and fire highly penetrating lasers. For Orochimaru, it was a useful auxiliary combat asset. The 3 laser cannons slowly rotated their muzzles, all aimed at Chiyo and her 10 puppets in the distance. High-energy beams were primed, blue light flickering at the muzzles. The next instant, sizzle! 3 condensed azure lasers streaked through the air. The beams instantly tore through layers of sandstorm, piercing 100 meters with pinpoint accuracy. They struck the core mechanisms, power hubs, and chakra conduits of 3 puppets in the front line. As Orochimaru's technological creations, how could they lack the most basic function of weakness scanning? The beams scorched the air, leaving glaring trails, and the wind and sand were instantly vaporized by the intense heat. Facing the incoming lasers, Chiyo merely raised her eyes slightly, her chakra threads vibrating at high speed. Clack, clack, clack. The 3 puppets in midair instantly shifted their forms, their gilded armor closed, and internal wind release cavities spun rapidly. The 3 puppets simultaneously raised appendages resembling cannons. In an instant, a massive circular wind barrier appeared. Wind release, 10,000 blade wind wall. Furious green wind stacked layer upon layer, forming a thick, rotating circular wall of wind firmly shielding the puppets. The azure lasers slammed into the wind wall, instantly erupting into a blinding light explosion. The high-temperature beams clashed violently with the raging wind, released the thunderous roar, shaking the entire desert. The surface layers of nearby dunes were blasted away by the shockwave, sending yellow sand soaring into the sky. The lasers continuously burned, penetrating the wind layers, while the gale relentlessly cut and dissipated the beams. The explosive aftermath of the energy clash radiated outward, grinding ground debris and puppet fragments into powder. In a mere few breaths, the first wind wall was pierced by laser, the second and third layers seamlessly connected. 10 puppets took turns activating the wind release defense, layering upon each other without a single gap. In the art of puppetry, Chiyo had long reached the pinnacle, even surpassing the founder of the craft. Ordinary ninja puppets might only be capable of close combat and physical attacks, but her modified Chikamatsu's 10-puppet troupe each had an independent chakra storage core built inside. If you can't even put on a decent show, don't make a fool of yourself. Such things are even inferior to the ninja tools Ebizo usually gives Sasori as toys. Chiyo's eyes sharpened as she raised her fingers again. Her 10 fingers danced wildly, the chakra strings vibrating rapidly. 7 puppets in midair opened their mouths simultaneously, their internal wind release chakra cores fully activated. Boom, 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 boom. Amid the thunderous roars, 7 colossal storms erupted from the ground. Wind release, 1,000 raging wind slash. 2. Wind release, dragon tornado collapsing heaven. 2. Wind release, sand burial prison. 7 wind release techniques erupted simultaneously. Sharp azure wind blades spread densely like falling rain from the heavens. Giant tornadoes spiraled upward, churning the desert sand into towering pillars that connected earth and sky. Chaotic gales carried gravel and blades stretching endlessly. The entire sky roared with fury, the desert's weather completely transformed. Orochimaru stood before the boundless wind prison, his expression betraying no trace of panic. He lowered his gaze slightly and formed hand seals. ZZZT. Dozens of thick, sinister black serpents burst from his sleeves, rapidly expanding in size. Each serpent was as thick as a pillar, with pitch-black scales, bone-white fangs, and flicking tongues exuding a thick, bloody foulness. Then Orochimaru formed different seals with both hands simultaneously. Summoning technique, 5 layers of Rashomon. Summoning technique, mechanical armor. Seals completed. Rumble. The ground suddenly trembled, as if a colossal beast was drilling up from the earth's core. 5 pitch-black gates, each 10 zhang high, burst from the ground. The gate panels were covered with silently screaming demon reliefs, with phosphorus flames flickering in their eye sockets, and chains entwined around the arms of ghostly figures. Boom. A violent roar echoed as the endless wind blades were blocked by the Rashomon. Then light patterns lit up on the 10 giant serpents simultaneously, and in an instant dark silver armor began to cover their entire bodies. With the mechanical armor attached, 10 armored giant serpents formally appeared before Orochimaru. At the joints of the armor, hydraulic rods pulsed slightly with each tongue flick. The serpent heads were covered with diamond-shaped steel helmets, compound eyes replaced by crimson scopes, venom fangs swapped for alloy tubes, and nozzles spitting green mist with a hiss. The side armor was segmented, each scale etched with heat dissipation slots. Where scales interlocked with steel plates, liquid metal dripped like saliva mixed with blood. The tail vertebrae were welded with a triangular drill bit, whirring with a wind howl at high speed. Toys. Then be buried under the fangs of these toys. After attaching the mechanical armor to all his summoned serpents, Orochimaru licked his lips and spoke coldly. Do you think giving these beasts an extra layer of skin can take me down? Ridiculous. Wiping the blood from his demon blade, Uchiha Shien spoke calmly, observing. Meanwhile, inside the border of the Land of Fire, scattered limbs and broken bodies lay on the ground. As expected, a Wagakure ninja have started to appear. Wiping the blood from his demon blade, Uchiha Shien spoke calmly, observing the skin features of the corpse before him. Beside him, the rest of Team 8 were all present. After annihilating the Sunagakure Suicide Squad, Team 8 had regrouped and begun carrying out other missions. Now Uchiha Shien and his team were tasked with eliminating all enemy ninja who had infiltrated the Land of Fire within this region. According to Frontline Intelligence, the main force of a Wagakure has already reached the Land of Grass. It seems the village will soon be fighting on multiple fronts. Aburame Shibi spoke softly as he raised a hand to summon countless parasitic insects to dispose of the corpses on the ground. Not only a Wagakure, but according to my elder brother this time Konoha also has to face Kumogakure, which has already declared war on us, and the usually peaceful Kirigakure. Sarutobi Asuma added his expression grim as he spoke. This time Konoha was simultaneously besieged by four major hidden villages. Under such pressure, even he understood that one wrong move could plunge Konoha into an irreversible abyss. Now, that old man must be really anxious too. Sarutobi Asuma's expression was complex. This was the first time he truly realized the difficulty of being the Hokage. I'm sure Konoha will win again this time, right, Shien? Yuhi Kurenai added. That's not for us to worry about. Shibi Sensei, since Kakashi and the others have been reassigned, does that mean we'll be leaving here too? After all, the border defense can't afford to keep so many personnel. Although most of these ninja teams are made up of newly graduated Jonin, each team still has a Jonin. Jonin are of little consequence, but Jonin are already elite forces on the battlefield. Deploying elites to clean up the trash in the rear is clearly a waste of talent. Uchiha Shien merely shook his head lightly. If this were the previous ninja world, he could guarantee Konoha's victory with confidence. But now, he couldn't say for sure. Who knew if other hidden villages had some insane trump cards up their sleeves? Ever since he encountered White Fang, Uchiha Shien had stopped taking the storylines he knew seriously. This was a real world. Both people and plots could only be used as references. Blindly trusting the content of an anime and applying it to reality was nothing short of foolish. Especially in this ninja world where the style had completely mutated. Sharp as always. I have indeed received the transfer order. Tomorrow Team 8 will head to the Land of Grass to rendezvous with Team 7. In the Land of Grass, traces of a Jinchuriki have appeared. The threat of a Jinchuriki is immense. Although Minato's strength is sufficient to handle it, I need to go as well to be safe. As for you two, you'll merge with Team 7 to carry out the mission together. Aburame Shibi glanced at Uchiha Shien in surprise, then took out a scroll and placed it before the three of them, speaking in a low voice. Then he looked at Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma. The two of us? What about Shien? Sarutobi Asuma asked in confusion. Why was Uchiha Shien excluded again? It seemed that every time Uchiha Shien's mission was different from theirs. Shien will cooperate with me and Minato. His Sharingan has a slight restraining effect on Jinchuriki. Moreover, Shien has been specially promoted to Chunin, and once his war contributions are sufficient, he will be further promoted. Shibi Aburame couldn't help but curl his lips as he spoke softly. Who wouldn't want a genius as a disciple? Alas, I happen to have one. Jinchuriki. Uchiha Shien raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Jinchuriki, no matter the time, this was an extremely oppressive term. After all, every Jinchuriki represented a powerful tailed beast. In the normal world, the power of tailed beasts was beyond doubt. But what about here? For a moment, Uchiha Shien couldn't help but feel curious. The Uchiha clan had few records about tailed beasts, only noting which villages possessed which beasts without any further details. Uchiha Shien had asked Uchiha Setsuna and his guard Uchiha Goka, but the only answer he received was, "Don't be curious." It seemed that tailed beasts were a taboo subject for the Uchiha. Boldly guessing, had someone already walked that path to its end? Yes, I'm looking at you, Uchiha Madara. Though I don't know what Uchiha Madara did back, then it certainly wasn't anything good for Konoha. Could it be that he single-handedly controlled all the tailed beasts and used them to fight the first Hokage? Yes, that might actually be possible. Speaking of which, if Uchiha Madara is still alive, then his strength should not be that strong anymore, right? In a forest near the border between Huaji country and Caoji country. After some travel, Team 8 decided to rest here. Uchiha Shien leaned against a tree, frowning at the insect egg incubator. He was pondering whether this device could hatch his spirit egg. Asuma, Sarutobi, and Kurenai Yuhi sat not far away. Shien, why did you ask Shibi Sensei for this? Is there something you need to hatch? Kurenai Yuhi looked confused as she watched Uchiha Shien staring at the incubator. Asuma Sarutobi turned his head upon hearing this. He was also curious about what Uchiha Shien planned to do with such a thing. Could it be that Uchiha Shien intended to hatch a summoning beast himself? But hadn't the Uchiha clan already signed a summoning contract with the Cat clan? The Cat clan didn't seem to be oviparous, did they? Might have an egg. I'm not sure if this thing can hatch it. Without any intention to hide, Uchiha Shien replied softly. He had no experience with such technical work as hatching, so why hide it? Besides, everyone knew what the incubator was for. It should be possible, right? After all, Shibi-sensei said he hatches hundreds of war bugs every day in Mai. Speaking of which, Shibi-sensei must be really rich, feeding an extra 100 mouths every day and still having enough spare money to treat us to yakiniku often. Kurenai Yuhi spoke, uncertainly, not sure if insect eggs and eggs were the same thing, but thought they were probably similar. Uchiha Shien simply raised his hand, producing a pale purple spirit egg with faint speckles. He opened the incubator and placed the egg inside. Watching the strange sticky green liquid, resembling mucus, continuously secreted inside the incubator, Uchiha Shien couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This stuff. Is it this disgusting? Hope the little one inside doesn't feel uncomfortable when it comes out. After placing the spirit egg in the incubator, Uchiha Shien casually put it in his backpack and slung it over his shoulder, then glanced at Kurenai Yuhi, who wore a look of Shibi-sensei is really rich. He didn't know if Shibi Aburame was rich, but with those extra 100 mouths to feed each day, it would be lucky if even 2 survived until the next day. Genetic modification combined with goo cultivation, it would take almost a month to produce a single war bug capable of combat. Even so, the weakest of these bugs was at least Chunin level. Stop being curious about the teacher's finances. Are you all rested? We need to move on. Shibi Aburame appeared beside Uchiha Shien, curiously glancing at the spirit egg in his hands before speaking with a smile. Do we have to move again? Why don't we just ride that mighty big bug? Asuma Sarutobi, lying on the ground, asked, still missing the majestic beetle. If we were going to another front, riding the beetle would be fine, but going to Tsuji country, where Yenin is stationed, is not possible. Yenin village's rapid aerial response unit has extremely long-range anti-air capabilities. If we're discovered, we'll likely be riddled with meteors, so let's just walk. Shibi Aburame gave his answer. Uchiha Shien silently rolled his eyes. First, forget why Yenin village has an aerial rapid response unit. Explain what it means to be riddled with meteors. Alas, the weak suffer. Asuma Sarutobi immediately lost his desire to ride the beetle again and uttered a remark that made Uchiha Shien turn his head. Such words. Could they come from a guy like him? Weak. Konoha is by no means weak. It does have anti-air capabilities, and after deep development by Dashawansama, Konoha's anti-air ninja tool system is far stronger than Yanyan's. Think about it, if Konoha had no anti-air, means wouldn't Yenin treat it like a shooting target? Not just Konoha. Other villages have similar methods, they just don't show them casually. Shibi Aburame couldn't help but glance at Asuma Sarutobi. Was this subordinate of his really the Hokage's son? Yuanfei Shinji Zhu wasn't like this back then. Being the Hokage's son, yet not knowing what Konoha has. Is that so? I never paid attention. Asuma Sarutobi scratched his head upon hearing this. He really didn't know. He had been too busy clashing with the old man, and then spent all his time observing Uchiha Shien. It seemed he had never truly learned about Konoha. The only time he asked the old man about Konoha was to inquire about team assignment. Enough, let's talk as we walk. Shibi Aburame lightly touched his forehead. Fortunately, Uchiha Shien and Kurenai Yuhi were less troublesome. Wind Country Frontline, Konoha's temporary command tent. The heavy canvas curtain blocked the incessant desert winds and sand outside. Inside, the tent candle flames flickered, casting dim, shifting shadows that made the densely marked battle lines on the sand table, the torn terrain maps, and the piled-up military intelligence documents appear even more oppressive and heavy. Seated at the main seat in the tent, Narashikaku, who had been brought by Orochimaru, and Jiraiya sat upright at the table, his fingertips lightly touching his brow, his eyes heavy with an unshakable solemnity. The consecutive defeats on the battlefield had left this frontline commander physically and mentally exhausted. Just then the tent curtain was gently lifted and a messenger ninja whose armor was stained with dried blood bowed and entered. Report. Lord Shikaku, the Suna forces have fully withdrawn their lines and ceased their offensive. As these words fell, the tense atmosphere in the tent slightly eased. What are the casualties? Nara Shikaku raised his hand to rub his throbbing temples, asking in a deep voice. The messenger ninja lowered his head slightly, his tone suddenly somber. Reporting to Lord Shikaku, 27 dead, 56 seriously wounded, and countless lightly injured. And this brief report fell like a heavy stone. For a moment, the tent fell into dead silence. How is Lord Orochimaru? After a moment, Nara Shikaku asked again in a deep voice. Minor injuries. That's good. Right now, Lord Jiraiya and Minato have all moved to the grass country front to deal with IWA. On this battlefield, Lord Orochimaru is the highest combat power. If anything happens to him, the situation on this front will only worsen. Unfortunately, the ninja best suited to defend this line. Nara Shikaku breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He had been worried about Orochimaru, although from his understanding of Orochimaru, even if Konoha were destroyed, Orochimaru wouldn't die. However, Chiyo's poison was different. That was a bone-corrosive poison that even a cage-level powerhouse would find hard to dispel. In the current ninja world, apart from Tsunade, no one seemed to have appeared who could neutralize Chiyo's poison. Lady Tsunade, why didn't she come to the battlefield? Isn't her power better suited to dealing with Chiyo? As Nara Shikaku's messenger, he naturally understood whom Shikaku was referring to. Thinking of the tragic conditions of their comrades in the medical unit, the messenger couldn't help but ask. Her situation is rather complicated. Don't overthink it. She should be able to join the battlefield in a while. Narashikaku shook his head lightly. He knew what Tsunade was doing now. He could only say that the timing of the war's outbreak was unfortunate. What Tsunade was currently doing was of great significance to Konoha, so it could not be easily disturbed. But Lord Shikaku, without Lady Tsunade, we currently have no way to counter the Suna ninja's poison. The messenger, unaware of the inside story, looked confused and continued. Aren't there medical ninjas on the front line? Narashikaku frowned. Can't they detoxify? The ones sent here were all personally trained by Lady Tsunade, right? None of them can do it. Medical ninjas were high in talents in every nation. After all, no one could guarantee they wouldn't get injured. In any war apart from the commanders, the most valuable were the medical ninjas. As long as there were medical ninjas, it meant countless opportunities to fight again. After all, injuries were inevitable on the battlefield. If not treated in time, even a strong jonin would suffer severe loss of combat power. Moreover, Tsunade had proven the immense value of medical ninjas during the Second Great Ninja War. Therefore, Konoha placed great emphasis on training medical ninjas. Those sent to the front line were the cream of the crop, all personally instructed by. Now, however, Narashikaku learned that even these medical ninjas trained by Tsunade could not cure the Suna poison. Lord Shikaku, it's not that we can't detoxify at all, but aside from a few poisons that Lady Tsunade has already cracked for the new Suna poisons, the antidotes developed by our medical department can only slow the spread of the toxin, not completely cure it like Lady Tsunade can. If we cannot develop an antidote, then those poisoned comrades will likely. So please forgive my rudeness, Lord Shikaku. The messenger did not continue, but his eyes were filled with grief. Among those poisoned ninjas were his own relatives. Narashikaku looked at the messenger and felt a headache coming on. Lady Tsunade, please hurry. Right now Konoha seems to need your medical ninjutsu more than ever. Meanwhile, the Tsunade that Narashikaku was thinking of was currently inside the Shikatsu forest. On a branch of a lush giant tree in the Shikatsu forest, there was a flat bluestone platform where Tsunade sat cross-legged. Beside her, the slug sage was quietly watching Tsunade's figure. Little Tsunade's natural energy is fusing very smoothly. Her talent for learning sage arts seems to have become quite good due to the awakening of Wood Release. Wood Release's bloodline can actually change a person's affinity for natural energy. Is it because the divine tree has been completely assimilated by the world, or? Watching Tsunade's current state, the slug sage was very surprised. Tsunade had been learning sage arts for a long time, but this was the first time she had fused natural energy without any resistance or error. And the reason seemed to be the Wood Release that Tsunade had recently awakened. However, Tsunade's Wood Release was completely different from Ashura's fifth incarnation. Tsunade's Wood Release was much weaker, as if missing something very important. Oh right. Little Tsunade's Wood Release lacks that devouring power that plunders the enemy's life force. As the Sage Chakra fused, a black circle appeared on Tsunade's forehead, and a curved pattern emerged on her face. So this is the power that grandfather once wielded. Sage Mode. No wonder that fool Jiraiya dared to claim he was stronger than me and Orochimaru. The boost from Sage Mode is enormous. Tsunade opened her eyes, feeling the surging power within her, and couldn't help but clench her fist lightly. Sage Mode. Only by experiencing it firsthand could one understand how immense its enhancement truly was. It succeeded, but I'm still not very proficient. I need more practice. Slug Sage, can you teach me some of the Shikatsu Forest Sage? The face paint faded and Tsunade returned to normal. Having just mastered Sage Mode, she could only enter it for a brief moment. Hey, it seems I can't open Sage Mode instantly like grandfather did. However, the power of Wood Release has also been greatly enhanced. The necklace left by grandfather actually allowed me to awaken Wood Release. How far could Senior? With a raise of her hand, without even needing to form seals, the large tree beneath her began to grow continuously. In just a moment, the platform where Tsunade stood was completely enveloped by branches. Watching the branches that surrounded her at her while Tsunade raised her hand and gently touched the dimmed pendant on her neck. There originally existed Hashirama Sunja's chakra, but now it has completely merged into her body. Of course you can. But the slug sage's tone was very gentle. If one didn't look at her slimy appearance, just by hearing her voice, anyone would think she was the type of kind older. Just what? Don't worry, slug sage. I feel that my talent for practicing sage art will be very good now. I don't know why, but after mastering grandfather's power, I feel very close to nature. I think such a feeling must be very convenient for practicing sage art. Seeing the slug sage hesitate, Tsunade thought she was worried that she still couldn't master sage art like before, so she couldn't help but speak. She was now full of confidence, especially after mastering Sage Mode. It's not about your talent. It's about Konoha. Half a month ago, my slug clone left and Konoha learned something. The war has started again. And this time your Konoha is almost facing all the remaining great ninja villages. So I think you should go back to Konoha first. The practice of sage art can wait. As the slug sage finished speaking, the confidence on Tsunade's face instantly froze between her brows. War. Tsunade repeated the words in a low voice, her voice trembling with a hint of disbelief. In the last war she had lost her love, but this time, the 4 great ninja villages besieged Konoha. These few words were so heavy that her heart suddenly felt stuffy. She knew too well what it meant. We'll go back now. Tsunade raised her hand and gently stroked the dimmed pendant on her neck, her tone firm. Konoha needed her. The land of grass. After a long journey, the members of Team 8 finally set foot on the border of the land of grass. Beyond this line is the land of grass. We don't need to rush anymore. Minato will come to pick us up soon. Let's rest for a while. Just after stepping into the land of grass, Shibi Aburame briefly confirmed the location, then raised his hand to form seals, summoning a small insect and releasing it before speaking softly. Upon confirming arrival in the land of grass, Uchiha Gen's mind inexplicably recalled a red-haired, bespectacled girl. Uzumaki survivor. In this ninja world, Yuzushio village could not escape being destroyed. In Uchiha Gen's memory, besides Uzumaki, Kushina, the only other memorable person was the red-haired, bespectacled girl. However, at this time the red-haired, bespectacled girl must not have been born yet. But her mother is probably still in Kusagakure. The Uzumaki clan with their inherently high stats, who knows what they would become in this ninja world. After a moment. Shush. Am I late? A yellow-haired figure suddenly appeared in front of Team 8. No, you're just in time. Looking at his suddenly appeared friend, Shibi Aburame smiled slightly and spoke softly. Here we could be discovered by Iwa's satellite detection system at any time. So everyone, are you ready to experience space travel? Without small talk, Minato Namikaze wore a mischievous smile and lightly raised his hand to form seals. The next moment. Shush. Uchiha Gen and the others instantly disappeared from the spot. Minato Namikaze brought Team 8 to the temporary base of Konoha in the land of grass. As soon as they landed, Asuma Sarutobi couldn't help but fall to the ground, gasping for breath. Not far from him, Kurenai Yuhi also began to dry heave. Obviously, the first experience of space travel was very Although they had crossed an unknown number of kilometers in the blink of an eye and arrived at the destination, the feeling was indescribable. However, Uchiha Gen showed no reaction, instead feeling a little wonderful inside. He had no contact with Minato Namikaze just now. To teleport people directly like this. Isn't it a bit too dark? However, at this moment, not only Uchiha Gen was surprised. Minato Namikaze, seeing Uchiha Gen's lack of reaction, also showed surprise on his face. Gen is just like Obito. He didn't feel anything at all during his first space travel. Is it because of his strong physique, or because the Uchiha clan is special? No. Fugaku also showed extreme discomfort during his first experience. Minato Namikaze thought for a moment. Jinyu and Obito might be very suitable for the Flying Thunder God technique. You can actually ignore the discomfort of space travel. Even I felt quite uncomfortable when I first used Flying Thunder God. Moreover, you might be more suitable than Obito. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique is indeed somewhat complicated in terms of formulas. Obito, on the other hand, probably can't study quietly. Speaking his mind, Minato Namikaze smiled and walked up to Uchiha Gen, saying he truly believed that Uchiha Gen was very compatible with the Flying Thunder God technique, because he could see that Uchiha Gen and Uchiha Obito were fundamentally different. Uchiha Gen fit all his definitions of the word genius. In response to Minato Namikaze's recommendation, Uchiha Gen just smiled lightly and did not respond. The Flying Thunder God technique is indeed powerful. Even during the Fourth War in the original chaotic ninja world, it had an extremely impressive performance, and even managed to catch Obito, who had stepped into the Six Paths, off guard. However, considering the feud between Tobirama Senju and the Uchiha Hiruzen Sarutobi, as a student of the second Hokage would find it difficult to teach this technique, which originated from the second Hokage to the Uchiha. Even though this ninja world is completely different, those basic interpersonal relationships still exist. Since the moment Uchiha Gen gained the observation haki and confirmed that he was being monitored with malice, he had become completely indifferent to the Konoha high-ranking officials. Therefore, he had no interest in the Flying Thunder God technique, at least not now. But if Bluffing Shuemin thought that Yuzebo Dato was also suitable to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, was it because he had discovered something different about Dato? Or did he also have the same type of eyes as Senior Shomao? Come on, is this really the legend of the eyes? I'll take you to meet Master Zillai first. Wolfing Schumann, who had not received a response from Yuzebo, Shin touched his nose and spoke softly. He was already accustomed to the personality of the Uchiha clan. Except for Dato, who was different, the rest were quite aloof. That perverted disciple of the old man. Wasn't he supposed to be the deputy commander on the Feng country battlefield? Why is he here as well? And what are we doing in Chao country? It can't be that we're helping the fence-sitting Chaoyin village resist Yinin village, can it? Yuan Fei Isama frowned and spoke upon hearing this. Among his father's 3 disciples, the one he despised the most was Zillai. He had caught Zillai peeping into the village's women's bathhouse more than once, and he had also witnessed him discussing women with his father on many occasions. This kind of thing might be taken lightly by others, after all it doesn't concern them, but who was he? He was the son of Yuan Fei Riz. Seeing his own father chatting about women with a frivolous pervert, where did that leave his mother? Moreover, he really couldn't bring himself to like a person who enjoyed peeping. Therefore, Yuan Fei Isama had no respect for Zillai. Moreover, in a sense, he and Zilai were of the same generation. Asama, you should show proper respect to Lord Zilai. My apologies, Shuman, my subordinates are rather unruly. Yun Jiwei immediately scolded in a low voice upon hearing this. Using such a disrespectful title in front of another's disciple was truly impolite, although he did somewhat agree with Yuan. However, morality was after all the last thing a ninja needed to care about. Ahaha, it's fine, Master Zilai. He is indeed a bit unserious at times. Wolfing Shuimin scratched his head awkwardly upon hearing this, as he was well aware of his teacher's character. Well done. Beside Yuanfei Asama, Yuzhibo Xian spoke softly. Yuanfei Asama, suddenly hearing praise from Yuzhibo Xian, was slightly stunned, then looked at him with surprise. Heavens! Yuzhibo Xian actually praised someone. Ahem, due to the sudden attack from Yanin village, the village naturally couldn't concentrate all its high-end combat power in Feng country to deal with Shine village. Moreover, this time, Yanin also deployed a tailed beast host, so Lord Hokage urgently arranged for Master Zilai to come here to oversee the situation. Additionally, Chao country bordered Tu country and Hua country, giving it a special strategic position, so I naturally couldn't let Chaoyin village fall into the hands of Yanin ninja. If Chao country fell, the war zone would be brought into the territory of Hua country. Fighting on home soil regardless of the outcome would cause considerable damage to Hua country's economy. After the awkwardness, Bluffing Shuimin continued to respond to Yuanfei Asama's doubts. As for what would happen to Chao country's economy, no one cared. This was the sorrow of small nations, as Pain had said. Chao country command center. What exactly does Yanin village want? Their troops have been stationed in Chao country for a long time, yet they haven't even organized a single proper attack. So annoying, so annoying, so annoying. Clearly that Orochimaru guy is smarter than me. Why does he have to compete with me over Lugio? I completely can't figure out what Daimyo wants. If Yanin didn't move, I couldn't move either. After all, facing 4 major ninja villages simultaneously, I had to preserve. If Yanin didn't move, I couldn't move either. After all, facing 4 major ninja villages simultaneously, I had to preserve its effective strength and minimize losses. But similarly, Mui's combat power here couldn't be transferred to other battlefields due to the presence of Yanin. Master Zilai Jiwei and the others have arrived. Just as Zilai was deep in thought, Bluffing Shuimin's voice sounded outside the tent. It's Shuimin and Jiwei, come in. I have some matters to discuss with you. A flicker of joy appeared in Zilai's eyes as he spoke softly. Soon the command center was filled with people. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zilai began to explain his plan. The situation in Mai is urgent, so I'll make this brief. Shuimin, I need you and Jiwei to form a temporary team and infiltrate the Yanin side to investigate their next moves. At the same time, if you have the opportunity, try to destroy as many of Yanyan's supply routes as possible. With Shuimin's Flying Thunder God technique and coordination, Jiwei, your insects can achieve maximum effectiveness. In addition, Chunin Yuzhibo Xian will also be assigned to this team. When operating deep behind enemy lines, your illusion may allow Shuimin and the others to obtain much important intelligence. Zilai spoke in a low voice, looking at the few people before him. This was the most efficient among the few solutions his mind could come up. Since Yanin was staying still and not moving, he would send a team that even Yanin couldn't handle to harass them. With Shuimin's Flying Thunder God technique, Yanin wouldn't be able to capture this team at all. Combined with Yun Jiwei's insects, Yanin would inevitably be thrown into chaos. Understood. The three named nodded lightly and accepted the mission. Shuimin, remember, if you encounter the tailed beast host of Yanin village, immediately use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. Do not engage them under any circumstances. Once the tailed beast inside him expands its alternate dimension, even your Flying Thunder God technique will find it difficult to break out of that dimension. According to the research of the second Hokage, the alternate dimensions possessed by these tailed beasts are all independent spatial domains. So do not linger in battle, understand? Zilai spoke with a grave expression. Don't worry, Master Zilai, I know. I've seen the power of a tailed beast firsthand after all. Wolfing Shuimin smiled and nodded softly, but as he spoke he fell silent. Beside him, Yuzhibo Xian's mouth twitched. He knew about tailed beasts. But what the hell was an alternate dimension? It couldn't be something like the Tianji Yuzhong, could it? What does this thing have to do with tailed beasts? When you encounter a Jinchuriki, leave immediately. Besides the threat from the tailed beast's own power, there is another point: the 2 Jinchuriki of Yanin village often act together. The threat of a single Jinchuriki is already enormous, E2 together. So as I said, never engage them, Heiden. Given the current situation of Mai, it's no longer suitable to play the game of general versus general and soldier versus soldier. So Shuimin, I entrust this to you. All the negative consequences of this mission will be borne by me. Jiraiya spoke softly with a serious expression. Jinchuriki acting together is the norm most of the time. Which village's high-end combat power goes to team fights or bullies the weak? They always insist on going solo, right, Shao? Understood. Bo Fengshui Min, pushing aside his thoughts of the Nine Tails, and Jixinai replied in a low voice. He also understood the crisis Mai was facing. Meanwhile, Yuzhibo Xian listened to Jiraiya's tactical arrangements with boredom. Such tactics were so dull. If he were the commander, he would have directly sent both Feng Shui men with Xuanhua Jixinai to set off fireworks in the enemy village. As for whether that would draw too much hatred, haven't they already maxed out the hatred? It's not like Mai is not facing the 4 great ninja villages right now. As for whether other villages have means to seal space, don't ask, because he doesn't know either. Speaking of which, check-in. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the talent False World, True Realm, pre-taken by. What the hell? With the data sound effect ringing in his ears, Yuzhibo Xian's pupils contracted sharply. Was this? What kind of hellish thing had he checked in? Could this be something that should appear in the ninja world? Then the surprise in Yuzhibo Xian's eyes vanished, all transforming into a deep smile. In terms of being hellish, none of you can outdo me. 10 kilometers directly ahead, a squad of Yanin troops is resting. Among them there are at least 4 Jonin, and one of them has traces of sealing techniques and fire release chakra fluctuation on his waist. They are most likely a supply squad from Yanin village. In the border area of Chao country, near Tu country, both Feng Shui men with one hand on the ground and the other forming hand seals closed his eyes and used a sensing technique to perceive the situation ahead, speaking in a low voice. With a distance of 10 kilometers after Shui men used the sensing technique, the enemy should have detected our presence. A squad escorting war supplies cannot be without a sensor ninja. A frontal assault. Unv Jiwei stood to the side and asked both Feng Shui men in a low voice. Sensing techniques can perceive each other. In the ninja world, except for some special sensing methods, most sensing techniques are exposed to other sensor ninjas. This is also why the Byakugan's all-terrain perspective reconnaissance is hailed as having immense strategic significance. After all, in areas with many obstructions, even with satellite detection, it is difficult to find ninjas skilled in concealment. After all, the Rishion clan's Byakugan sees with its own eyes, so it naturally has no chakra fluctuation. In this case, even sensing techniques cannot detect that they are being spied on. No, probably because this is close to Tu country, this squad has no sensor ninja. I haven't detected any chakra sensing field, so I haven't been exposed. A frontal assault. Although this is still within Chao country's territory, it's already deep into Tu country's defense line. Intense combat will inevitably attract the attention of other enemies, so we must finish quickly. Bo Feng Shui Min shook his head lightly upon hearing this. The enemy had 4 Jonin. If they chose a frontal assault, given the destructive power of Jonin, the commotion here would inevitably attract the attention of other Yanin ninjas. Ordinary reinforcements would be fine, but if the Yanin Jinchuriki came, it would easily cause problems. Xian Jiwei, I will transfer all 4 enemy Jonin in an instant, and then deal with them. The remaining Chunin will be left to you. No need to take prisoners deliberately. The intelligence they know, we assume the Jonin know the most. So we'll take the prisoners. Bo Feng Shui men formed a single hand seal before his chest, asking in a low voice to Yuzhibo Xian and Unv Jiwei. Let's go. Yuzhibo Xian grasped his demon blade, while Unv Jiwei took off the large gourd on his back and spoke at the same time. Flying Thunder God technique, reverse pitch black, suffering 2-stage, flash style. As the thunderous technique name of Bo Feng Shui men echoed in his ears, the space around Yuzhibo Xian instantly began to warp. At the same time, the Flying Thunder God seal appeared on the chests of the 4 resting Jonin, and they vanished in an instant. Positions swapped, and Yuzhibo Xian and Unv Jiwei's figures instantly replaced the 4 Jonin's location. Sun breathing third form, scorching sun, rainbow mirror. The moment they appeared, Yuzhibo Xian held the demon blade correctly and swung it horizontally at high speed, creating several streaks of flames. At the same time, purple miasma spewed from Unv Jiwei's gourd. Several giant insect shadows instantly charged out from the purple miasma toward the Yanin ninjas. Among them, the mantis-like insect that Yuzhibo Xian thought was Kazakh was also there, but its appearance had changed slightly. Its pair of sides had grown larger, and on its back a pair of elytra-like wings had appeared. The flaming slash instantly descended. The resting Yanin ninjas, noticing the danger, were completely too late. Before they could even begin forming hand seals, blood spurted from their chests. Only a few reacted instantly, using substitution or body flicker techniques to dodge. However, just as they dodged, a purple scythe had already appeared at their necks. Kazik's speed had become even faster now. Not only that, while swinging his demon blade, Yuzhibo Xian also noticed that many tiny insects were flying around Kazakh. These insects were rapidly disposing of the corpses of Yanin ninjas killed by Kazakh. Even the bodies of the ninjas he had killed were quickly covered in a layer of these insects. Not only the corpses, but also the bloodstains scattered on the ground were quickly cleaned up. These insects were like the perfect scavengers, burying all the bloodshed here, leaving not even a trace of scent. Seeing this, Yuzhibo Xian no longer held back, worried about causing a lot of blood that would be hard to clean. The 3 Tomo Sharingan instantly activated. Ocular power erupts. Susanoo armor. The jet black Susanoo armor instantly enveloped Uchiha Gen's entire body. Withdrawing the demon blade, Uchiha Gen clenched his fist and rapidly closed in on the remaining Iwanin. Thud. A dull sound echoed from the Iwanin's chest. Under the heavy blow, the sternum shattered crisply like potato chips. Fist met flesh, the crisp sound ringing through the forest. The remaining IWA Chunin couldn't even utter a word before. Whoosh. As Uchiha Jin landed his final punch, Minato Namikaze appeared beside him. The supplies are secured. Let's go. After confirming that all Iwan in here had been annihilated, Minato raised his hand once more. The familiar environment began to warp and the three of them instantly appeared in an underground cavern. Inside the cavern, a bonfire blazed vigorously. Beside the fire lay an Iwa Jonin covered in sealing formulas, glaring at the trio with murderous intent. Uchiha Jin stared at the bonfire, speechless. So in the time it took them to deal with those Chunin, Minato had not only taken down 3 Jonin in seconds, captured one alive and sealed him, but also found a place to rest and set up a bonfire. This was the fastest shinobi in the world. Indeed fast, he acknowledged it. This is the best spot for a temporary base within my perception range, about 20 kilometers underground. With Iwa's sensory capabilities, they likely won't detect this place. So it's safe. Now it's your turn, Jin. Unaware of the praise, Minato looked at Uchiha Jin with a smile. Leave it to me. Uchiha Jin glanced at the Iwa Jonin on the ground, a smirk curling at his lips. He had long wanted to try that little combo. Woo! Uchiha Jin raised his hand slightly, and a ball of flame suddenly appeared in his palm, beginning to burn. As everyone knew, the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu could be infused with in chakra that sears the soul. When the soul is burned, even the most resilient would falter. And at that moment, the Sharingan's powerful Jinjutsu could seize the opportunity. Uchiha Jin stepped forward to the Iwa Jonin, raised his hand, and the flame leapt from his palm to the Iwa Jonin's chest like a living thing. Sizzle! The flame began to burn. The next moment, the Iwa Jonin's pupils shot wide in agony. Pain. Such unbearable pain. The sensation of his soul being slowly scorched by in chakra was not something ordinary people could endure. Combined with Minato's sealing jutsu, the Iwa Jonin couldn't even mobilize his own chakra to withstand the stinging. The Iwa Jonin was now like a person stripped of his winter coat, forced to endure the biting cold. Minato, can you remove the sealing jutsu from his mouth? I'm about to begin. Watching the Iwa Jonin endure excruciating pain, without even being able to scream, a flicker of envy for the sealing arts crossed Uchiha Jin's eyes. Sealing jutsu was the fundamental logic of the shinobi world. Who knew what changes this world would bring? He so wanted it. Alright, go ahead, Minato said, raising his hands to form seals. The sealing formulas on the Iwa Jonin shifted, and the black markings on his face receded. Oh, damn it. Oh, you Uchiha are demons. As the seal was released, a piercing scream echoed through the cavern. Demons. I prefer you call us the ones who ride demons. Uchiha Jin smirked, a crimson glint flashing in his eyes. Time seemed to freeze. The Iwa Jonin, who had been screaming, abruptly fell silent. The phantom of a 3-demo Sharingan covered his eyes. Alright, ask away. Seeing the Iwa Jonin completely submerged in the Jinjutsu world, Uchiha Jin turned to Minato and spoke softly. Truly a formidable power. Minato sighed in admiration as he looked at the completely controlled Iwa Jonin. Uchiha Jin glanced at Minato, suspecting he was just showing social grace. After all, there were stronger Jinjutsu users. The Kurama clan could turn illusions into reality, a simplified version of making dreams come true. If not for the severe side effects, they would have been known as the foremost Jinjutsu clan. After the remark, Minato began the interrogation. Tell me, what is the overall tactical deployment for Iwa's advance into the eastern front of the grass country? The Kurama clan could turn illusions into reality, a simplified version of making dreams come true. If not for the severe, 3 battalions of the Doton Heavy Armor 1st Unit are stationed at the northern pass of the grass country, digging underground, connecting fortifications in the mountains to launch a surprise attack on Konoha's base and the Kusagakure village. Underground warfare. Uchiha Jin was taken aback. He hadn't expected Iwa to devise such a tactic. Then what is the composition of the vanguard force that will strike the Konoha base? Minato also paused. He had thought Iwa was merely stalling, but they were plotting behind the scenes. Underground tunnels. Iwa should be aware that Konoha has the Hyuga clan with the Byakugan. Such a tactic would hardly work, so the tunnel likely wasn't connected to the ground beneath the Konoha camp, but rather to the rear, bypassing the front. After all, Konoha couldn't possibly guard the rear airtight while dealing with 4 major shinobi villages. The main assault direction is the ruins of the old Kusagakure capital. 2 teams of explosive and melting bloodline limit ninja will serve as the vanguard, supported by a large number of Doton earth-burrowing ninja for a subterranean flanking attack. The plan is to cut off the Konoha garrison from their rear communication points while the main heavy Iwa forces press hidden to keep Konoha occupied. Our mission was to deliver detonating tags and other supplies to the Doton earth-burrowing units. The specific purpose was to prepare for a contingency. If the surprise attack failed, we would lure the Konoha ninja into the underground tunnels and then detonate all the tags to destroy the tunnel. The Iwa Jonin's eyes were hollow as he revealed all the classified deployment without reservation. The distance from the tunnel to the ground surface. Wolfeng Shuimin continued to ask. 20 kilometers. With the unique Earth Rock Rat Ninja Beast clan of Yanin village, we need not worry about collapses. 20 kilometers. Over 20,000 meters. Such a distance is beyond the reach of any perception jutsu except for Jio Zenai's Kagura's mind's eye and the fully developed Byakugan bloodline. Other perception jutsu are utterly incapable of gathering intelligence. As each piece of crucial information was laid out, a cold gleam flickered in Bluffing Shumen's eyes. Even the perception jutsu he mastered could only detect chakra reactions within a dozen kilometers, while the tunnel constructed by Yanin village. Both of you, our mission may need to change. This tunnel must be destroyed, and furthermore, we must also expose ourselves. Bluffing Shuemin raised his hand, resealed the Yanin Jonin, then spoke in a grave tone. Do you mean that after destroying the tunnel we let Yanin village know we are still in the rear, so they will stop digging? Or do you intend to act as a covert deterrent to slow their progress? Minato, this is very risky. Although Yanin village doesn't have the Byakugan bloodline, they do possess detection-type bloodline limits. The Flying Thunder God technique is not absolutely safe. As a ninja who had carried out many missions with Minato, Yanujiwei immediately grasped the meaning of Bluffing Shumen's words and responded softly. No, actually, after we destroy Yanin village's tunnel, they will most likely abandon further digging. After all, once I pass the information to Master Zillai, he will certainly take precautions in advance, rendering the tactic of continuing the tunnel useless. However, Yanin village will inevitably launch an assault on Konoha on the main battlefield. Our voluntary exposure will allow us to tie down a portion of their forces, thereby alleviating pressure on the main front. Moreover, most importantly, once the enemy learns of my Flying Thunder God technique, they will certainly deploy Jinchuriki to capture us. In that way, Master Zillai's side will face much less pressure. Unfortunately, this time Yanujiwei failed to grasp Bluffing Shumen's thoughts. Looking at the Yanin Jonin, Bluffing Shuemin shook his head slightly and spoke in a low voice. His decision would exponentially increase the danger for the team. After all, at the very least, they would face one Jinchuriki, or even two. This mission will become extremely dangerous. So Jiwei, my idea is that after we carry out the tunnel destruction together, I will immediately send you and Shin back to the rear. I will execute this mission alone. Bluffing Shuemin continued. I refuse. However, as his words fell, Uchiha Shin's voice rang out. Minato Jonin, have you ever seen an Uchiha flee from the battlefield? The Uchiha do not have the mindset of leaving their comrades to bear all the danger. Moreover, I am now actually quite strong. Uchiha Shin's lips curled slightly. If it were before, he might have struggled greatly against a tailed beast, but now, as long as his Busashoka Haki and Shuzwanunghu are tough enough to create more killing karma, as long as he has a 0.00001 probability of defeating Yanin village's tailed beast, his win rate would still be 100%. Jia Shi Jun, Jia Yu Chu Shun, check it out. Exactly. What Shin said is also what I wanted to say. Am I a coward? It's just a tailed beast. Coincident. I brought that insect this time as well. Yanujiwei gently raised his hand, adjusted the sunglasses on his nose, and as a teacher, how could he let his subordinates outshine him? I see. I apologize. I was too presumptuous. It is my honor to have you as comrades. When Bluffing Shuemin heard this and looked at Uchiha Shin, an apologetic expression immediately appeared on his face. He realized that his earlier words, though well-intentioned, were to a ninja of the Uchiha clan an insult. Therefore, Bluffing Shuemin immediately chose to apologize. Let's put aside the sentimental talk. This time, what should we do? Uchiha Shin clicked his tongue, then looked at Bluffing Shuemin. They had already extracted the location of the underground passage. Now it was about how to completely destroy it. To destroy the underground passage, one had to go deep inside and cause it to collapse entirely. But how to infiltrate? That was the problem. No. Actually, it might not be a problem. Uchiha Shin turned to look at the Yanin Jonin on the ground. Wasn't their destination exactly their target? Following Uchiha Shin's gaze, Bluffing Shuemin also realized something. The three exchanged glances, a smile forming in their eyes. Now that the infiltration method is solved, how should we destroy this path? So much time has passed. The length of Yanin village's tunnel must already be very long. Ordinary jutsu would also have difficulty inflicting linear destructive power, or rather, rely on their original idea of using explosive tags to blow up the tunnel. But the number of explosive tags seems insufficient. Yanin village's original plan was likely to blow it up in sections rather than completely destroy it, as we intend. After all, from Yanin village's perspective, destroying the tunnel in sections would make it difficult for Konoha to reopen it, but that is not the case for Yanin village. They have a mature excavation unit. Bluffing Shuemin raised his hand, took out the sealing scroll he had confiscated from the four Jonin, casually pressed it to erase the sealing restrictions, and looked at the stack of explosive tags that appeared in his hand. His brows furrowed. If it's just explosive tags, I can provide them. Uchiha Shin's lips curled upward. Explosive tags. The Uchiha had as many as they wanted. Although not as exaggerated as Shao Nen, who could produce so many at once, the Uchiha had the Maoyu clan backing them. Within the Maoyu clan, there was a branch called the Ninja Cat clan. Although the Ninja Cats did not possess the fighting prowess of the Maoyu, they were exceptionally talented in commerce and weapon manufacturing. Within the Maoyu clan, there was a branch called the Ninja Cat clan. Although the ninja cats did not possess the fighting prowess of the Maoyu, they were exceptionally talented in commerce and weapon manufacturing. Ninja world. I almost forgot about the ninja cat clan. Xian, have you signed a contract with the Maoyu clan? If possible, we need to purchase a large batch of explosive. Uchiha Xian's confident declaration immediately made bluffing Shuemin realize something. Minato Namikaze had a good relationship with Uchiha Fugaku, so he had some understanding of the Uchiha clan. No need, I happen to have some explosive tags. Uchiha Xian shook his head lightly and raised his hand to produce a stack of explosive tags. These were part of the resources that Uchiha Shun distributed to him every week. It could only be said that the Uchiha clan was surprisingly generous. That's great. Don't worry, the explosive tags you provided will be submitted, and the village will compensate you with war merits or equivalent cash. Seeing the explosive tags in Uchiha Xian's hand, a glimmer of joy flashed in Minato Namikaze's eyes. With the explosive tag issue resolved, the rest would be easy. Then let's begin. As he spoke, Minato Namikaze began forming hand seals. Chakra enveloped his entire body, and his form started to change. Transformation technique. Aburame Shibi nodded slightly upon hearing this, raised his hand, and formed seals. Several tiny insects silently flew out from the gourd, swept over the Iwanin's attire, and precisely replicated the smell of the cloth, the dust, and even the earthy mineral odor accumulated from years underground. The swarm covered his body, instantly erasing all traces of Aburame Shibi's own scent, and his form began to transform rapidly. Secret technique, mimicry technique. Uchiha Xian, recalling one of the Chunin he had killed, raised his hand to form hand. Aburame Shibi, they'll leave the placement of the explosive tags to you. After completing the transformation and briefly adapting to the new body, Minato Namikaze handed all the explosive tags provided by Uchiha Xian to Aburame Shihui and spoke softly. Among the three, only Aburame Shibi could quickly determine the optimal positions for the explosive tags. Understood. Aburame Shibi nodded gently. Then let's move out. With that, the three vanished instantly from the cavern. Within just a few minutes, relying on the flying thunder god technique, the three arrived without hindrance at the tunnel entrance hidden deep. The tunnel entrance was concealed by thick layers of rock, and several Iwanin stood guard, maintaining a high level of vigilance. Minato Namikaze and the other two emerged accompanied by several shadow clones. Yo, back already. Why are you late today? The Iwanin at the gate, upon seeing Minato Namikaze, asked casually with a lazy, "It's not slow, we have to be careful on the way." Minato Namikaze lowered his voice, deliberately imitating the rough accent of the Iwanin, as he replied indifferently. Is everything normal here? Minato Namikaze then asked proactively. How, with Master Lousy guarding this place, what could be abnormal? As per procedure, Ida, give the passcode. The guard yawned and spoke lazily. The next moment, Uchiha Xian stepped forward. A flash of red light in his eyes caused the guard's body to stiffen momentarily before quickly relaxing. Then the guard turned, raised his hand to push open the heavy stone gate, and stepped aside to let them pass. Hurry inside. Captain Sekiro has been pushing the timeline in the core area. They'll be speeding up the excavation soon. Give the explosive tags you brought back to Zichuan quickly. I can't stand seeing them so idle. The three nodded and stepped steadily into the tunnel. The interior was dimly lit with hard, thick rock walls on both sides and a smooth, well-maintained path underfoot. Countless Iwanin moved back and forth, some using earth release to reinforce the walls, others transporting stone and tools, and some monitoring the underground geological structures. Everyone was busy, fully immersed in the tunnel construction, and no one paid attention to the three newcomers. Uchiha Xian and the others exchanged glances and continued deeper inside. Throughout their advance, no one spoke to them. The 20-kilometer depth seemed to completely isolate them from the outside world, causing the Iwanin to let their guard down, believing themselves to be in absolute safety. As they moved forward, Aburame Shibi continuously released bugs that burrowed into the ground. As time passed, he nodded to Minato Namikaze. His insects were all in place. Minato Namikaze immediately formed hand seals, and in an instant the three vanished from their position. The moment they retreated to a safe forest a kilometer away, Minato did not hesitate and formed the detonation seal. Deep underground, the silent array of explosive tags was triggered simultaneously. No piercing roar broke through the surface, but a continuous dull, heavy tremor spread from the depths. The core rock layer, 20 kilometers deep, exploded instantly. The hard load-bearing pillars shattered completely, and the intricate tunnels collapsed into chaos. A chain of collapses swept through the entire tunnel. 5 branch passages fell one after another, thick rock layers caving in, crushing and fragmenting. What was once a broad, orderly underground fortress turned into a silent ruin in mere seconds. The entire mountain range shook violently. Surface rock cracked and debris tumbled down. All the secret tunnels that the Iwanin had painstakingly constructed were destroyed entirely, leaving not a single intact passage. From deep underground came the terrified screams and cries of countless Iwanin, but they were all completely buried under the thick earth and rock, fading silently into the tremors. This time the Iwanin's plan is completely ruined. But we're also in trouble. Hearing the commotion from below, Minato Namikaze showed no smile. Instead, he turned to look in a certain direction. There an extremely strong and violent chakra was rapidly approaching. At the same time the surrounding space was entirely locked down by this It's a Jinchuriki, isn't it? Following Minato's gaze, Uchiha Shien recalled the master lousy mentioned by the guard. The Four Tails Jinchuriki of IWA wasn't that lousy. The Jinchuriki of this Shinobi world. Let me see what changes you have undergone. Just as he was thinking this, a wave of heat surged toward them. You bastards from other villages. What have you done to my comrades? Along with the heat wave came a furious roar. The roar approached from afar. Uchiha Shien activated his three-tomo Sharingan, and his vision stretched to see a crimson figure rapidly closing and leaving a trail of blazing fire in its wake. The Four Tails Jinchuriki, lousy. The Four Tails chakra has fully spread, locking this space. I need time to break it. Shibi Shien, am counting on you. Buy me another 30 seconds. We need to leave before the enemy drags us into another dimension. Seeing the rapidly approaching heat wave, Minato Namikaze spoke quickly, his hands forming seals. As he did, streaks of sealing formulas spread out from behind him into the void. 1 second. Shien, stay behind me as much as possible. Shino Aburame immediately began forming hand seals. Upon hearing this, the gourd on his back, trembling violently, as if something massive was about to emerge. Stay behind. I am an Uchiha. Pupil power burst forth, and the three-tomo Sharingan instantly activated. Raising his right hand, lightning began to compress crazily in his palm, while the blade of the demon blade, 1,000 blades, instantly shattered into fragments, forming a sphere that churned violently within the lightning. 3 seconds. In this shinobi world where fights broke out on sight, Uchiha Shien had not developed the bad habit of waiting for an opponent to charge and exchanging a few words, and then starting the battle. Electric currents surged, lifting Uchiha Shien's black hair, with blue-white sparks bursting between the strands. The 1,000 blades fragments in his right hand emitted high-frequency vibrations in his palm, causing the rubble on the ground to suddenly explode with debris suspended in midair, ground into fine sand by the invisible magnetic field. Super electromagnetic cannon. BZZT. The moment the cold, stern words rang out, the 1,000 blades fragments wrapped in lightning instantly left his fingertips, tearing a burnt, scorched trail through the air. The pale purple blade dragged a half-kilometer-long electromagnetic arc, and wherever it passed, the road surface was turned up layer by layer. 5 seconds. Who are you looking down on? Facing the oncoming lightning, the Four Tails Jinchuriki Rashi, his body flowing with magma, raised his hand, and several pillars of molten lava erupted instantly into the sky. The pillars of magma roared into the sky, transforming into a dragon that howled and charged toward the incoming lightning. The magma dragon devoured the lightning. Boom. The dragon's head exploded instantly, and countless blade fragments flew back. As the fragments returned to reform the demon blade. Boom. A tremendous, earth-shattering roar exploded. A crimson magma torrent surged upward, with boiling lava flowing wildly along the crevices, and the entire terrain was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. Dust filled the air, and rock fragments flew everywhere. A towering figure like a mountain stepped through the scorching rock layers, standing steadily at the center of the magma. So it's scum from Konoha. You deserve to die. Rashi, surrounded by blazing crimson flames, his body covered in boiling magma chakra, had the air around him twisted and blurred by the intense heat, making him appear like a walking magma beast. Seeing the three-tomo Sharingan in Uchiha Shien's eyes, Rashi's gaze was filled with killing intent. Sharingan. Only the Uchiha clan of Konoha possesses it. 10 seconds. Before the words faded, Rashi stomped heavily on the ground. Boom. The entire earth seemed to tremble violently. The surface rock layer instantly cracked, and countless crimson magma erupted from the ground, turning into dozens of scorching molten serpents that lunged ferociously toward the valley entrance. Lava release, scorching stream rock. The surging magma rolled across the sky, its temperature high enough to instantly melt any steel, and in an instant it covered the entire airspace, sealing off all evasive space for the three people before him. The sea of fire descended, and the heat was suffocating. Summoning Insect 1. Beside Uchiha Shien, facing the towering sea of fire, Shibi Aburame formed hand seals, his dark eyes beneath his sunglasses showing no ripple, and his low, hoarse voice rang out indifferently. The moment the words fell, the gourd instantly exploded, and purple miasma immediately covered the entire area, separating it from the magma sea of fire. Roar. Within the purple miasma, a roar sounded. As the miasma spread, the soil beneath the trio's feet seemed to lose all vitality, and the plants that had barely survived under the scorching magma rapidly withered and turned black. The next moment, a giant insect limb covered in dark purple hard armor, with layered carapaces shimmering with a dead black light, and sharp blade-like appendages burst out from the purple miasma. Then came the entire body. A massive, terrifying head with layered mouthparts covered in fine, dense fangs, oozing toxic purple mist as it opened and closed. A pair of crimson vertical pupils were cold and lifeless, devoid of any warmth, exuding only visible hunger and a desire for destruction. I never thought I'd see this bug again. And it's become stronger and bigger. What have you Aburame been feeding it? Minato Namikaze, who was focused on breaking the spatial seal, couldn't help but show a trace of surprise in his eyes when he noticed the appearance of the giant. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shien, who had already donned his Susanoo armor, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth beneath the Tengu mask when he saw the insect. Like that bug resembling Kha'Zix, this one looked just like Cho'Gath. Once was enough, but now there's another. Are the Aburames somehow connected to the void? Beside him, Shibi Aburame seemed to have entered a certain state, exuding an aura of coldness. He raised his eyes, looked at the towering, ferocious giant insect before him, and gave a soft command. Eat him. As the words fell, buzz! Cho'Gath's crimson vertical pupils suddenly flared. Its ferocity was completely unleashed. The massive insect body leaned slightly forward, its mouth wide open, and a terrifying suction force instantly spread out. The surrounding magma was easily pulled and surged toward Cho'Gath's mouth. This sight startled Uchiha Shien. Dude, are you serious? You eat magma too. Despite his surprise, Uchiha Shien didn't stop his movements for a moment. 15 seconds. Sun breathing first formed. A dark purple blade cut through the air, sending overlapping scorching hot slashes sweeping out in all directions. Humph, that warped insect of yours is indeed similar to the Aburame clan's weapons. You must be the Aburame genius Shibi Aburame. But insects are just insects. And you, Uchiha brat, your fire is far too weak. Looking at Cho'Gath, Rashi's eyes showed a trace of disdain. Finally his gaze fell on the charging Uchiha Shien, and with a raise of his hand a magma torrent instantly erupted from the ground. In an instant the crimson fire blade and the surging magma torrent collided with a thunderous roar. Boom! The waves of fire clashed, and the intense heat exploded into a vast crimson haze. The raging magma serpents were sliced apart and shattered by the fire blade, with hot lava splattering in all directions only to instantly reform and roar back to bite. Roar! Cho'Gath swung its claws, instantly tearing apart the reformed magma serpents, the lava burning on its carapace, sending up clouds of foul-smelling white steam. Taking advantage of the moment Cho'Gath blocked the magma serpents, Uchiha Shien leaped off its claw, his body instantly erupting with dazzling lightning. Sun breathing first form variation dance flash. Wrapped in lightning, Uchiha Shien's speed broke through its limits, instantly appearing before Rashi and delivering a slash. Close quarters combat. You're asking for death. Seeing Uchiha Shien right in front of his face, Rashi laughed in anger, and his magma chakra instantly exploded. A massive surge of orange-tailed beast chakra shot into the sky, wrapped in scorching magma, with steam billowing around him, and his entire aura multiplied several times in an instant. Partial-tailed beast transformation activated. His arms were covered in thick magma armor, his skin showed red magma veins, and his whole body exuded a terrifying heat capable of burning mountains and boiling seas. Arrogant Uchiha brat, how dare you be so insolent? Then this old man will crush you with brute force. With the molten armor encasing him, the lava beneath Lao Zi's feet exploded instantly. Leveraging the force of the eruption, his figure shot forward in a burst of speed. In an instant, 1,000 June molten iron fist carrying a myriad June of immense power hurtled down with sky-high pressure and scorching wind, aimed directly at Yuzhibo Shien's head. The fist wind boiled the air and melted the rock layers. Lava release Apedog Fong. This was a pure assault of strength. The Magatama in Yuzhibo Shien's eyes rotated slightly, instantly predicting the trajectory of the punch. He sidestepped in a flash. As always, never engage a Uchiha ninja in close combat. The fist scraped past his shoulder and slammed into the ground with a thunderous boom. In an instant the entire ground collapsed, a giant molten crater exploded, boiling lava surged and sprayed, and rocks and magma scattered in all directions. The strike missed, leaving a hellish chasm in the earth. Before Lao Zi could retract his fist, Yuzhibo Shien had already closed and appearing at his side in a flash. Sword dance, flame fire, fan of the sun. Layers upon layers of blazing sword shadows unfolded, instantly dense and overlapping, slashing precisely at the joints of Lao Zi's molten armor. Clang, 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 clang. A series of harsh metallic explosions rang out. Simultaneously, Kajayas's blade also descended, hacking straight at the top of Lao Zi's head. Two attacks came at once. However, gurgle gurgle. A strange sound emanated from Lao Zi's body, and tailed beast chakra began to seep out. 20 seconds. As the tailed beast chakra overflowed, Lao Zi raised his hands, and terrifying chakra condensed within them. Visible particles of chakra formed two high-density black energy spheres. Perish. For my comrades. Holding the two high-density black energy spheres, Lao Zi's eyes gleamed with ice. Tailed beast ball. Is this how you release it? As the Sharingan clearly discerned the objects in Lao Zi's hands, Yuzhibo Shien's pupils trembled. Without hesitation, Yuzhibo Shien swiftly sheathed his blade and leaped backward. Kajayas's attack had already landed. Just as the strike hit, boom. Centered on Lao Zi. Boom. A colossal explosion like a blazing sun rising from the earth. In that instant, the flying thunder god technique seal flickered on the shoulders of both Yunu Zhuwei and Yuzhibo Shien. At that same moment, both of their bodies entered the space-time rift. In other words, they had become intangible. Yuzebo Shien, who had been about to withstand the blow with his armament haki and Susanoo armor pushed to the limit, was momentarily stunned to see the explosion rushing toward him, yet causing no harm. No way. Cam Yui's exclusive intangibility and bluffing Shuemin replicated it with the Flying Thunder God. This doesn't make sense no matter how you think about it. It's Shuemin's. Forget it, I can't bring myself to say that name. This is the bloodline limit Shuemin mastered through developing the Flying Thunder God technique considered the only two space-time bloodline limits in the ninja world. As Yuzebo Shien was astonished, Yunu Jiwei's voice appeared beside him. He turned to see the intangible Yunu Jiwei return to his usual state, standing beside him. And that Kajiasi had completely vaporized in the explosion of the two-tailed beast balls. When the blast subsided, a massive crater remained, and the terrain was utterly transformed. In the gaps of the giant pit, lava began to flow again. At the center, the tailed beast formed Lao Zi showed no damage. Seeing the three unharmed, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and another tailed beast ball condensed in his palm. But this time the tailed beast ball bore a faint silver glow. Simultaneously, the surrounding environment began to shift. The world flickered, space trembled. The space around the three rapidly switched like a slideshow between reality and a world. 25 seconds. The fourth tail's alternate dimension was about to completely cover this area. It'll interrupt him. Roughly estimating the time, Yuzebo Shien glanced at bluffing Shumin, who was surrounded by increasingly complex sealing formulas, and left a low word before flashing again toward Lao Zi, who was condensing a silver-tailed beast ball. Go! Yunu Jiwei followed suit. Raising his hand, countless parasitic insects flew from his sleeve. Secret art insect dragon vortex. At the same moment, flames erupted from Yuzebo Shin's body. Meanwhile, beneath his robe, Azura patterns began to condense on his back. Seventh sense flame control, art unleashed. As the flames surged skyward, the Azura patterns on Yuzebo Shin's back suddenly burst into a golden-red halo. The moment he spread his arms, the ground cracked into a web of fissures and flames spread along the grooves, clashing with Laozi's lava. The intense heat twisted the air itself. Immovable. Wisdom King. With a furious roar, the flames suddenly coalesced into a giant Buddhist phantom with 3 heads and 6 arms, each palm holding a spinning fireball. As the phantom took its first step, the surrounding lava began to melt. A mayfly trying to shake a tree. Lao Zi sneered, and the lava pool beneath his feet suddenly boiled, transforming into dozens of magma pythons that opened their fangs to strike at the immovable Wisdom King's phantom. Simultaneously, Yunu Jiwei's insect dragon vortex was already upon him. Millions of parasitic insects formed a black storm, bypassing the clash zone of fire and lava, and precisely entangled Laozi's limbs. These insects fed on chakra. As soon as they touched the tailed beast coat, they began to devour it voraciously. However, under the protection of the lava chakra coat, every insect that managed to bite off a tiny bit of chakra was instantly reduced to ash. The giant Buddhist phantom swung its 6 arms in unison, the fireballs in its palms suddenly expanding and crashing into the magma pythons' mouths. Get out of my way. Lao Zi roared, slamming his fist into the ground. Lava erupted and instantly covered his entire body, incinerating all approaching parasitic insects. At the same time, a suction force like an invisible giant hand tore at the immovable Wisdom King's phantom. Domain Flower Fruit Mountain. Within the lava, Lao Zi's cold voice rang out. The surrounding space, which had been flickering like a slideshow, began to slow and finally was about to freeze. 28 seconds. At that moment, bluffing Shuemin's figure appeared beside Yuzebo Shien and Yunu Jiwei in an instant. We can go now. Raising his hand to form a seal, bluffing Shuemin was about to use the Flying Thunder God technique to transport them across space. Wait. We don't need to leave anymore. But Yuzebo Shien's voice suddenly interrupted bluffing Shuemin's actions. Bluffing Shuemin turned to see that Yuzebo Shien's body had begun to emit a green flame he could not comprehend at all. Why did Uchiha Shien suddenly speak up to stop Minato Namikaze from taking them away? Because it was beginning to the lethal causality line generated by the fake world true realm preemptive body. The fake world true realm preemptive body. When this talent is activated, as long as the user engages the enemy with murderous intent, then, within the fake world created by the fake world true realm preemptive body, a projection of the enemy will be woven. When the projection dies, the enemy in the real world will be instantly annihilated. This is the preemptive seizure of the enemy's inevitable death. Shin, are you sure? Although he didn't understand why Uchiha Shien had said this, after exchanging a glance with Shibi Aburame, Minato Namikaze chose to trust him. He immediately stopped his movements and looked at Uchiha Shien, asking in a deep voice. At that very moment, the domain, Mount Huagua, unfolded completely. Vision was filled with crimson red, the surrounding space was reconfiguring. The original battlefield transformed into a boundless sea of lava with dark red magma churning beneath their feet. Bubbles burst, spewing hot waves tinged with sulfur. In an instant, Minato Namikaze immediately teleported with Uchiha Shien and the other person to a stone platform, avoiding falling into the sea of lava. I can kill him, but I need to fight a bit longer. The fatal causality line was not yet fully clear. Uchiha Shin spoke in a deep voice. Understood then. Let's try. It's a good chance to test the technique I learned. Minato Namikaze nodded lightly upon hearing this, then looked at Lao Zi who was suspended above the sea of lava. At this moment, 4 towering lava tails had grown behind Lao Zi. Not only that, there was also a giant ape beast made of lava standing silently behind Lao Zi. That was the 4 tails. The environment here really resembles Kagaya Otsutsuki's lava dimension, and that fake Goku. Can it actually leave the Jinchuriki in this dimension? Uchiha Shin watched the 4 tails behind Lao Zi with a frown. This situation was equivalent to their opponent turning from 1 into 2. Let's go. As he spoke, a light yellow eyeshadow appeared at the corners of Minato Namikaze's eyes. Sage mode. In the next instant, Minato Namikaze's figure vanished from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already behind. Sage Art Wind Release Heavenly Moving Super Spiral Tempest Tearing Pale Shuriken First Form. In other words, the Raisin Shuriken. The Raisin Shuriken crashed toward Lao Zi's tailbone with the force to shatter rock layers. At the same time, Lao Zi's lava armor swelled violently, and the 4 tails bijou cloak turned into a hard lava shell. At the moment of collision, magma splashed like a fountain, but it was instantly transferred away by the chakra flowing around Minato Namikaze. You're asking for death. Lao Zi roared and turned, raising his hand and swiping. A silver-tailed beast ball instantly fired from his hand. In an instant, the surrounding lava sea surged into 10 soft-meter-high waves. Sage Art Wind Release Extreme Split Roaring Sky Great Termination Second Form. Minato Namikaze raised his hand again, instantly condensing another giant wind release Raisin Shuriken in his left hand. The moment it was formed, he merged the 2 Raisin Shuriken instantly, with deep cyan wind release chakra spinning at high speed inside. The moment it was released, the shuriken instantly sliced through the lava wave and rapidly cut toward the silver-tailed beast ball. At the moment they touched, countless black sealing formulas rapidly spread from the core of the wind release Raisin Shuriken along the wind blades, instantly enveloping the silver-tailed beast ball. After being completely enveloped, both vanished simultaneously. Then at the place of their disappearance, a sealing formula opened. Hundreds of small shuriken flew out from it, shimmering in the air and stabbed toward Lao Zi from all directions. At that same moment, Uchiha Shin was instantly teleported to midair by Minato Namikaze with electric light flickering. Hovering in the air, Uchiha Shin's palms suddenly erupted with blinding blue lightning. The 1,000-blade fragments flying around were instantly attracted, forming a spiral electromagnetic vortex before him. The trajectory of the splashing magma was forcibly twisted by this power, even freezing into crimson crystal pillars in midair. The moment the current intensity broke through the critical value, he suddenly raised his arm, thumb pressing against his middle finger. The next moment, thousands of 1,000-blade fragments wrapped in blue-white electric arcs instantly tore through the heat waves. Wherever they passed, the lava waterfall raised by Lao Zi was split open from the middle, the cross-section as smooth as a mirror. The lava crystals on the rock walls instantly vaporized, leaving charred ravines. Even the air was ionized into purple light bands, trailing after images several kilometers long along the path of the 1,000-blade fragments. At the same time, Minato Namikaze instantly formed hand seals, and the Flying Thunder God mark was immediately imprinted on the rapidly advancing 1,000-blade fragments. In an instant, the 1,000-blade fragments carrying lightning vanished from their original attack trajectory. Lao Zi, who had raised his hands to form seals and was gathering tailed beast balls on his 4 tails to block the attack, was stunned by the sight. The attack had disappeared. How was he supposed to block it? Lao Zi, behind you. From the side, the 4 tails, who was being commanded by Shibi Aburame to have countless insects charge in a swarm to obstruct, while playing a game of burning bugs, couldn't help but call out. Here was his dimension, so the 4 tails was extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations. Sure enough, the next moment thousands of fragments suddenly appeared less than half a meter away from Lao Zi, arriving in an instant. Lao Zi reacted quickly, instantly wrapping himself completely with his 4 lava tails. Boom. Sizzle. Electric light burst lava. Under this blow, the 4 lava tails behind Lao Zi completely disintegrated, but Lao Zi himself was not injured. Good. Good. At such a young age you can wield a technique of this power. Uchiha brat, you are a true genius, but it's not enough. If this is all you have, you will surely die here today. No. It's all of you. Son, stop playing with that Aburame ninja. Kill them. Unscathed, Lao Zi flicked his hand, and the 4 lava tails reformed. Looking at Uchiha Shin, who was suspended in midair by some unknown means, Lao Zi spoke coldly. TCH, I finally got to play for a while. Fine then. Come on. The 4 tails, who had been enjoying the game of burning bugs, pouted upon hearing this. As the 4 tails finished speaking, the lava chakra cloak on Lao Zi suddenly ignited with a golden aura. At the same time, the 4 tails' body became ethereal and merged into Lao Zi. In an instant, an extremely hot aura burst from Lao Zi's body. Watching Old Purple suddenly activate a new form, Uchiha Shin simply hovered in place, residual electricity crackling at his fingertips, arcs of lightning reflecting in his pupils as he curled his lips into a cold smile. No, that's enough. The causal thread of inevitable death in the future became clear. So clear that even in the false world it could be seen. The next moment green flames completely enveloped Uchiha Shien's figure. 1 second later, "He'll kill you." With that, Uchiha Shien took a step and vanished into the lava world. Watching Uchiha Shien suddenly disappear, Bo Feng Shui-min was full of question marks. He hadn't detected any trace of time-space fluctuation from Uchiha Shien. So how did Uchiha Shien disappear? Nearby, Yunuji Wei, who had lost nearly half of his insects, remained silent now. He felt a pang of heartache. On the other side, within the false world, Uchiha Shien's figure materialized, looking at this world that was exactly the same as the lava dimension. Outside the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. When it came to being underhanded, who could outdo him? Uchiha Shien took a step forward and arrived before Old Purple's projection. Gazing at the projection, he gently raised his hand. In an instant, Old Purple's projection shattered into dust. At the same moment, Uchiha Shien's body, wreathed in green flames, reappeared in the moment Uchiha Shien materialized, Old Purple, who had just entered Sun Wukong Chakra Mode, felt a tremor in his heart, and then the world instantly went pitch black. False world, true body, preemptive future. On the stone platform nearby, watching Old Purple gradually turn to ash, Bo Feng Shui-min and Yunuji Wei were completely speechless. This scene was too shocking. Clearly, with Xian's current strength, defeating a tailed beast Jinchuriki should have been extremely difficult. How could it be? I said I'd kill you in 1 second, and so I did. The green flames on Uchiha Shien's body began to dissipate. His chakra was nearly depleted, and the azure stone statue power was rapidly crack. With a crisp sound, the surrounding lava dimension began to shatter as Old Purple died. Seeing this, Bo Feng Shui-min's expression shifted from surprise, and he quickly formed hand seals. The three vanished from the spot. As they left, the entire lava dimension collapsed. Meanwhile, within the Pure Land, the Four-Tails chakra quickly condensed into form. "I am dead, Old Purple." The Four-Tails Sun Wukong raised his hand, slightly dazed. He had no idea how Old Purple died. He had just entered a state of perfect synchronization with Old Purple, and then Old Purple inexplicably died. Was it that descendant of Indra? Right. It must be him. He seemed to have said that he would kill Old Purple in 1 second. "Son, how did you come?" Just as the Four-Tails was pondering, an ethereal voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Old man." The Four-Tails turned around in surprise, but saw nothing. However, he knew that person was watching him. "I'm here. Son, you haven't answered my question. How did you come?" "You are the first child to come here." The ethereal voice sounded again. "Oh well, I should. Yahaha, well, I'll go back now." The Four-Tails' surprise vanished, replaced by embarrassment. What was this? He was the first to die. Were the others that afraid of death? Suddenly, the Four-Tails, unwilling to admit that he had died, hastily transformed himself into a strand of chakra and swam back to the ninja world. Another new power. The world. You have truly fallen into slumber, haven't you? Truly fallen into slumber. Watching the Four-Tails leave the Pure Land, the Six Paths Sage's figure emerged. He lifted his head slightly, his eyes filled with gravity. Meanwhile, inside a volcano within the land of Earth of the ninja world, lava surged. Boom. The crater exploded violently, crimson magma, like a giant python breaking free from its shackles, rushing down the mountain walls, carbonizing every plant in its path. Black volcanic ash blotted out the sky, mixed with scorching rocks smashing into the earth. The sulfurous blast overturned distant wooden huts. The dome was stained blood-red. Magma streams formed rivers in the valley with white steam and ash churning into chaotic vortices. Within the thick smoke, the Four-Tails Sun Wukong's figure gradually emerged. The Four-Tails, who had died because of Old Purple's death, was reborn once more. Inside the familiar underground cavern, space twisted and the figures of Uchiha Shien and the other two appeared. Close call. I almost fell into the spatial turbulence along with the dimension. Upon appearing, Bo Feng Shui-min breathed a sigh of relief as the yellow eyeshadow at the corners of his eyes also dissipated. Really a close call. Noticing the change in Bo Feng Shui-min's eye corners, Uchiha Shien's mouth twitched slightly. What a well-controlled sage mode. Just now. Nearby, Yunuji Wei looked at Uchiha Shien with a hint of curiosity. The scene just now left him utterly puzzled. Uchiha Shien. What kind of method had he used to kill that rock village Jinchuriki? Old Purple's death was completely illogical. Hey Ji-Wei, some things carry weight. So how about we get something to eat? After a fierce battle, you must be hungry, right? You wouldn't want to eat army rations, would you? Even though Orokimura Zenpei's improved ones aren't too bad. Just as Yunuji Wei was about to speak, Bo Feng Shui-min reached out and gently placed his hand on Yunuji Wei's shoulders. As he spoke, Bo Feng Shui-min also shook his head lightly. They'll send a few insects to hunt. The battle must have caught the attention of Rock Village. Moreover, the death of a Jinchuriki will surely cause a huge impact. Let's lay low for a couple of days. Understanding Bo Feng Shui-min's intention, Yunuji Wei realized he had overstepped. He cast an apologetic glance at Uchiha Shien, then raised his hand to form seals and summon insects. Hunting is unnecessary, it might reveal our presence. You two, would you like some cola and instant noodles? Taking in the expressions of both men, Uchiha Shien smiled lightly. He raised his hand and produced 3 cups of Kangshifu instant noodles, asking with a grin. Tuji Guoyin, In Si Yuan. Tsuchika Jesima. Siwei has suddenly appeared in the Kerkatake volcano group. According to him, Lao Zasama has fallen in battle. A Yin-In ninja burst through the door speaking in a flustered tone. For a moment the office fell into complete silence. After a long, deathly stillness. What did you say? De Yima's voice was low, hoarse, and aged, betraying no emotion, yet it caused the temperature in the entire office to plummet to freezing point. Lao Zasama has been killed in action. Siwei's son Wukong has broken free from the Jinchuriki seal and appeared in the Kerkatake volcano group. The Yin-In Jonin gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. As his words fell, bang! A withered bony hand slammed heavily onto the stone table. The incredibly hard granite table instantly bore a deep cracked palm print with stone chips flying in all directions. De Yimu, who had always been restrained and inscrutable, was now utterly enraged. Damn it! With Lao's strength, if he wanted to escape, he could have hidden in Siwei's alternate space or held out until Han and the others arrived. This stubborn fool, what is he thinking day in and day out? This idiot. Idiot. Do you know who did it? In an instant De Yima's chest blazed with fury. He couldn't understand how a cage-level powerhouse stationed at the rear, who also possessed the power of a tailed beast, could have managed to get himself killed. According to Siwei's account, it was a child of the Uchiha clan. About 10 years old or so. Sensing De Yima's anger, the Yin-In Jonin lowered his head and spoke haltingly, uttering words he himself could hardly believe. A child of 10 or so had killed a veteran cage-level Jinchuriki. If this were told to anyone, who would believe it? But this was indeed what Siwei himself had said. A child of the Uchiha clan. Ridiculous. Even Uchiha Madara in his youth could not have defeated a cage-level Jinchuriki Hiden. Uchiha. Konoha keeps a tight watch on the Uchiha ninja. The old timers we know well on the battlefield couldn't be involved. The killing of Lao Zi by a 10-year-old is most likely a Jinjutsu, a subconscious reality-altering Jinjutsu, by that Shiri Jinhong of Konoha. Or is it the dream replacing reality of that old fox, Shimura Danzo? No, that shouldn't be. Lao Zi and Siwei had achieved perfect synchronization. They were completely immune to Jinjutsu. Moreover, since Siwei has been reborn, his memory is intact. Unless that child possesses eyes like Uchiha Madara's. Wait, that Uchiha brat. Could it be? Hedo, make arrangements. I'll go ask Siwei myself in a moment. Upon hearing such absurd information, De Yima's mind raced, quickly dismissing the truth of this report. In the end, unable to reach a conclusion, De Yimu chose to personally question Siwei about Lao Zi's death. Thanks to Lao Zi, Siwei was relatively friendly toward Yin-In village, otherwise the Yin-In Jonin could not have obtained intel. Yes. Hedo received the order and immediately vanished using the body flicker technique. Damn Konoha. As Hedo left, De Yimu gritted his teeth and spoke coldly, each word dripping with bone-chilling killing intent. Before even fully engaging in war with Konoha, they had already lost a high-level combatant and a core asset like a Jinchuriki at that. Such a setback would inevitably deal a heavy blow to Yin-In village's morale. However, anger was useless. The dead could not return. De Yimu quickly suppressed his inner rage and turned his gaze toward the volcano group where Siwei was located. We need to find a new Jinchuriki. This war requires Siwei's power. Currently the village has suitable candidates. De Yimu walked over to a cabinet nearby, gently opened it, and took out a sealed scroll. I didn't expect. It's so soon, Lao Zi. Inside an underground cavern, before a campfire, Wolfeng Shuimin held a piece of paper, his expression somewhat complicated. He was pondering how to write the mission report. Beside him, Yinu Zhuwei, knowing what was troubling Wolfeng Shuimin, wisely remained silent. He feared that Wolfeng Shuimin would pass this thorny problem to him. Better to sacrifice others than oneself. Pop. The sound of a cantab being pulled rang out. Beside him, Yuzhibo Xian took a leisurely sip of cola, and seeing Wolfeng Shuimin's troubled expression, he felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. The look on Wolfeng Shuimin's face reminded him of a child who didn't know how to do his homework. Just write it normally, Jonin Shuimin. After all, the Uchiha clan has many strange techniques. It's perfectly reasonable that there's now a technique that can one-shot a tailed beast, right? Not wanting to see Wolfeng Shuimin struggle any longer, Yuzhibo Xian shrugged and spoke. He indeed was not worried about exposing too much. Not to mention that it was wartime and most of the Uchiha clan stood behind him. Even considering his fake world true realm preemptive body, if the old bastards in Konoha truly wanted to make a move against him, with such offensive and evasive abilities, he was genuinely unflustered. Moreover, although Yuanfei Risen was also wary of the Uchiha clan, he was not a fool. He would not allow any internal strife in Konoha at this time. Otherwise, Konoha would surely become the next Wuchao village, with the other villages watching closely. This war would certainly not end in a short time. In a few years, when the war concluded, his strength would surely be sufficient. By then it would be him who didn't eat beef, not those old geezers coming after him. Shin, you are still young. Some matters. Regarding the matter between the Uchiha and the village, Shin, just leave this alone. He'll take responsibility for the Siwei incident together with Jiwei. Sorry for taking your credit, but please trust us. We are not arbitrarily trying to take your credit. I will compensate you. Looking at the carefree expression of Yuzhibo, Shin bluffing Shumen's eyes flickered with complexity as he spoke softly. What the hell, absolutely clear-minded Shumen. Looking at Bushue Shumen, who had a complex expression, yet a sincere-faced Yuzhibo Xuan, was somewhat surprised. Bushue Shumen was this clear about the rift between the Uchiha and the old fogies in the village. Not only did he know he actually wanted to help him. Shouldn't you normally be on the Hokage's side? As for having his merits stolen, Yuzhibo Xuan didn't really care. The war merits given by Konoha were essentially useless to Uchiha ninjas. What the Uchiha needed couldn't be obtained through war merits. However, there was one thing the Uchiha did need. It's unnecessary, Jonin Shumen. I know your goodwill, and that of teacher Shikahi, but as I said before, I am an Uchiha. This is the glory I rightfully deserve. Why should I abandon it because of some people's malice? As an Uchiha, I would surely be laughed at if I shunned glory. If that happened, it would be truly terrible, wouldn't it? Jonin Shumen, you wouldn't want a youth with such a fragile heart like me to be mocked. He casually tossed the empty can into the fire, a faint smile spreading across his face as he spoke softly. I see. I understand. Since this is your decision, Shikahi, and I will naturally respect it. Bushue Shumen paused for a moment, looking at the smile on Yuzhibo Xuan's face, then smiled and replied. He respected everyone's decisions, and at the same time, he would protect all his comrades in Konoha. For you, perhaps the one you were waiting for is not me, but your own clansmen. By the way, Jonin Shumen, what are we going to do next? We can't just hide underground eating instant noodles forever, right? Yuzhibo Xuan asked again. Although he could grow stronger even by lazing around, it still depended on the environment. Compared to a comfortable bed, the environment of this underground cavern was far from ideal. The death of the Four-Tails Jinchuriki is no small matter. Let's observe for another 2 days to see the Iwanin's attitude toward that underground tunnel. If they confirm abandoning that tactic, we'll immediately return to camp. Given the current situation, it's indeed unsuitable for us to continue the mission. The Wagakure will surely tighten security, and chances are they'll launch a frontal assault on Konoha. Bushue Shumen wrote something on the slip of paper in his hand, without looking up, speaking in a low voice. They had already exceeded their mission objectives, and it was time to return. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the intelligence sent back by Bushue Shumen and took a deep drag of his pipe. The Four-Tails Jinchuriki of a Wagakure was dead, killed by the combined efforts of Bushue Shumen, Yonu Shikahi, and Yuzhibo Xuan. Among them, Yuzhibo Xuan was the main force. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no doubt about the truth of this information. He trusted Shumen. So Yuzhibo Xuan indeed possessed cage-level combat power. A 10-year-old cage-level powerhouse. And not even an ordinary cage level. This child, what should I do? Sensei. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the wall of his office where portraits of all the previous Hokage hung. His gaze fell on the portrait of Senju Tobarama, his eyes filled with complexity. An Uchiha so young, yet possessing such strength, was too easy to remind him of a certain person. A person who had once nearly destroyed the Land of Fire. Uchiha Madara, also bearing the surname Uchiha, the same bloodline, and possessing such talent. Although this youth had never shown any malice toward Konoha, but wasn't Uchiha Madara the same back then? Madara was even a founder of Konoha, and the name Konoha itself came from his mouth. But what was the result? In his youth, he had once witnessed that earth-shattering battle. Even standing thousands of miles away and observing through remote means, he could still feel how awe-inspiring that terrifying battle. And now the talent displayed by Yuzhibo Xuan truly made him feel that the Uchiha might very well produce another Uchiha Madara. But could Konoha produce another first Hokage? Tsunade. Although Tsunade had also awakened, would release was fundamentally different from the first Hokages. What about himself? He was afraid that wouldn't work either. Even with the title of Professor of Forbidden Techniques and mastery of the Sarutobi clan's 5-element fusion secret arts, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew too well that such power was beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. Although he was confident that his strength could match any Kage from other villages, when compared to ninjas like Uchiha Madara, he had no confidence at all. At this point in time, the only way to deal with him would be assassination. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan. Konoha absolutely cannot have any problems now. Let Danzo handle it. No. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan naturally counters his dream release, and having rude act would likely be discovered. Or, let Shumen. No. Given Shumen's character, he would definitely refuse, and even become suspicious of me. Shumen's strength is sufficient, but in his understanding of the will of fire, he has his own ideas. This matter needs careful consideration. Thinking of Uchiha Madara, the thought of eliminating Yuzhibo Xuan flashed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. After considering several plans, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, inwardly rejecting all ideas. If he forcibly took action or pinned a crime on Yuzhibo Xuan leading to his death, the Uchiha clan would surely riot. Even the pacifist Uchiha would not accept such. By then, internal conflict would inevitably erupt in Konoha. As for assassination, given Yuzhibo Xuan's strength in killing the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, he couldn't find a. For now, I can only hope that you are an Uchiha like Kagami. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were filled with worry. He really couldn't think of how to handle this ticking time bomb that might or might not explode. Yuzebo Schwan. It could only be said that the timing was too delicate. Konoha could not afford any change. The frontline outpost of the Wind Countries, Sha'in Village. Within the temporary meeting room, a solemn silence reigned, the atmosphere heavy, and every face was clouded with gloom. The reason was simple: ever since Gangs Ho-ji of my village suddenly appeared on this battlefield, Sha'in's advantage vanished. Qiandae's poisons were completely deciphered in less than 3 days. Moreover, the wood release, suddenly unleashed by Gangs Ho-ji, elevated the morale of all my ninja to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, Hai Laozang's various mechanical ninja tools were also showing signs of decline under Dashwan's counter-suppression. Under such circumstances, Sha'in Village suffered successive defeats. Not only that, but their new Wind Shadow had also been defeated in a recent attack by the wood release enhanced by Gangs Ho-ji's. If it were not for the magnetic field rotation formed by the magnet release to forcibly withstand Gang's house attack, they might have had to select a 5th Wind Shadow. For a moment, the faces of the top echelons around the meeting table were shifting unpredictably, and their gazes toward the 4th Wind Shadow were somewhat delicate. This 4th Wind Shadow, is he truly qualified as the spiritual pillar of a village to have fallen like this? Everyone, if you have something to say, just say it. Luosha was appointed in a time of crisis. He cannot bear so many expectations from you. If you have any thoughts, speak directly to me. It was Qiandai who spoke. At this moment, she sat beside Luosha with a grim face. As the one who had personally pushed Luosha onto the position of Wind Shadow, although she was not quite satisfied with him in her heart, but given the current state of Sha'in Village, the one most suitable to become Wind Shadow could only be him. It was not about strength, but the symbolic significance of the magnet release bloodline limit. As Qiandai spoke, the entire meeting room fell into a brief silence, obviously showing Qiandai's extremely high status. Lady Qiandai, the current battle situation is clearly unfavorable for us Sha'in. Perhaps we should let Fanfu come out. The current Sha'in Village is exactly when we need the power of Shoha. After a moment of silence, a high-ranking official cautiously spoke up. Release Fanfu. What a foolish idea. Releasing a tailed beast at this stage is itself a sign of weakness. This time Sha'in Village is not facing only Mai as an enemy. Not to mention the restless Yunin, just the suddenly appearing Wu-in Village ninja require us to be extra vigilant. Once we deploy the tailed beast to the Mai battlefield, then Wu-in Village and Yunin Village will surely realize that our Sha'in Village is extremely vulnerable. By then, what about the village? Qiandai cast a cold glance at this high-ranking official, and then spoke icily. Wars in the ninja world were never a unknown fight between two villages, they were more of a chaotic melee among several villages. Whoever showed weakness first would be the first to be bitten. The attitude of Wu-in Village is already very clear. Their targets besides Mai are us Sha'in Village. Therefore, Yetsong, you will lead the 4th Puppeteer Unit and the 7th Ninja Unit to intercept them. Remember, it is to intercept, not to engage in large-scale combat, but focus on delay. As for Yunin Village, according to intelligence, they also seem to have shifted their focus onto Mai. So there is no need to worry about the Yunin side. Soon the pressure on us from Mai should greatly decrease. Luosha also spoke up at this moment. Although most of his power was held by Qiandai, he was still the 4th Wind Shadow, so these prearranged tactics were naturally spoken by him. Yes. As Luosha finished speaking, a female ninja, sitting in the corner with her entire back exposed, stood up and nodded lightly to accept the mission. But Wind Shadow. Sir, if we divert some of our combat power to deal with Wu-in Village, now how should we handle the current Mai situation? Although we know that Yunin Village is also targeting Mai, this cannot change our current disadvantage on the front line, can it? After your defeat, the village's morale has nearly hit rock bottom. This battle, how are we supposed to fight? Or rather, how can we on the front line stop Mui's attack? At this moment, a high-ranking Sha'in official who had not spoken stood up, his eyes filled with gravity. The core issue of this meeting had not been resolved. Have you all forgotten that we Sha'in also have allies? Beside, Qiandai spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, the meeting room fell into dead silence. Sha'in's allies, if I remember correctly, they are currently fighting, aren't they? Not Mai. The Supreme Overlord Inyang Assembly of Huajigua signed an alliance treaty with Sha'in Village 50 years ago. It's understandable that you forgot, since we did not seek aid in the last war. Seeing the reactions, Qiandai spoke slowly. But will they come this time? And with Mai ahead? A high-ranking Sha'in official's eyes showed doubt. Their village's credibility was not high, asking an ally to help them fight another ally they had betrayed. They will. So-called alliances are driven by interests, and we Sha'in happen to have what they need. Hold on at the front line for a few more days. The messenger from the Tiyuman family arrived at Sha'in Village yesterday, and has already returned to Huajigua. Now, reinforcements will arrive soon. This time Sha'in will definitely win against Mai. Qiandai's eyes were icy as she spoke in a low voice. Beyond Myoji of Huajigua, no wonder sister shows no sign of panic. Hai Laozong sitting beside, Qiandai was lost in thought. Although reinforcements are coming, victory in this war is not guaranteed. New strategies must be devised. Ignoring the other tactical discussions in the conference room, Hai Laozong lowered his head and pondered. The plan to sabotage Mui's logistics failed earlier, but it can be revived. Mui's manpower may not be as abundant as before. Coincidentally, I have upgraded the energy bomb and paired it with the A-13 mechanical flying bird. After a moment of contemplation, Hai Laozong cast a meaningful glance at his elder sister. Qiandai caught it and gave an almost imperceptible nod. Between the siblings existed a unique bond of understanding. The meeting concluded swiftly. Soon inside Qiandai's private tent, she asked, "You want to reorganize a suicide squad to infiltrate the Fire Country and sever Konoha's supply lines?" Frowning slightly, Qiandai looked at Hai Laozong and spoke in a low voice. Although the Inyang masters from the Land of Calamity have joined this war, we must admit, even with them the probability of our victory remains dismally low against Konoha's strength. After all, at this stage Konoha's high-level combat power has yet to be fully deployed especially. The disparity in strength between Sunagakure and Konoha was still far too vast. A cradle of geniuses. The disparity in strength between Sunagakure and Konoha was still far too vast. A cradle of geniuses. What do you intend to do? At these words a blazing hatred surged in Qiandai's eyes. To her, her current fate was entirely the doing of the White Fang alone. If the White Fang had not killed her son and daughter-in-law, Scorpion would not have lost his parents. If Scorpion had not lost his parents, he would never have done such things. I plan to. Hai Laozong, sensing his sister's agreement, began to unveil his plan. It is feasible, but suddenly diverting so many elite forces. If something like last time happens. Hearing Hai Laokang's plan, a trace of sorrow flickered in Qiandai's eyes. If an unexpected change occurs similar to the last time. The last time her son and daughter-in-law had carried out a similar mission, but they had encountered the accursed White Fang of Konoha. No, this time is different from back then. Konoha's strength was at its peak in those days, but now after the attrition of the previous war their power has also suffered losses. Moreover, this time Konoha must face the simultaneous assault of the 4 great ninja villages. Their forces are spread thin, so if we assemble a single powerful squad combined with my ninja tools, this mission will surely succeed. As for the issue of combat power loss on the front lines after dispatching the suicide squad, that is precisely why I am discussing. Apart from worrying that those blabbering fools whose minds are full of dung might inadvertently leak the information, there is another point I intend to go along myself. Hai Laozong glanced toward the meeting room, his eyes brimming with disdain. In his view, Sunagakure's leadership was no different from Konoha's Hokage advisors, all brainless. If the village's framework did not require this structure, he would have already joined forces with Qiandai to oust them all. What a... Absolutely not. Hai Laozong, I will never allow you to risk yourself. I have. Only you left now. Panic surged in Qiandai's eyes, and she immediately raised her voice to stop him. She would never agree to her brother venturing deep into enemy territory. Sister Sunagakure must win this war, or else the village will have no future. Without answering Qiandai's question, Hai Laozong gently grasped her trembling hand and spoke softly. He knew what his sister feared, but sometimes someone had to step forward. To ensure the success of this mission, he had to go. With his strength, as long as he did not encounter opponents of the White Fang or Hiruzen Sarutobi's caliber, he could complete the task flawlessly. At the same time, he could bring new hope to Sunagakure. He had no intention of destroying all of Konoha's supplies. Sunagakure was still too barren. But Qiandai's eyes were filled with sorrow. She understood the village's situation. She was also selfish. She feared the 9 million chance she never wanted to face. If that happened, she would truly be left all alone. Rest assured, I am the brother of Sunagakure's flower, Qiandai. Hai Laozong smiled gently, placing a hand on his sister. Deep in the dense forests of the Fire Country, a ninja squad laden with supplies was swiftly advancing toward the Wind Country. For Shinobi, transporting supplies was an extremely simple task. After all, with sealing scrolls, any material could be sealed into a tiny scroll. However, sealing scrolls could not be nested within one another, and scrolls with large internal spaces were quite valuable, so they were naturally not used for everyday supplies. Thus, the squad carried only ordinary sealing scrolls, and to meet the year-long consumption of the front lines. Even with sealing scrolls, nearly 1,000 ordinary ones were required. Therefore, ninja supply transport appeared simple, yet it was not so straightforward. Ahead of the transport squad, Yashuxi Zixiao observed the surroundings with a grave expression. He was the leader of this escort mission. Senior Dai, we have only 1/3 of the journey left. I entrust the remaining leg to you. After carefully confirming that there was no unusual activity nearby, Yashuxi Zixiao turned to a middle-aged shinobi clad in a green jumpsuit and spoke earnestly. Leave it to me. Though my strength is ordinary, I will protect these supplies with my life. These are the necessities for the heroes on the front lines. Since the Hokage has entrusted me with this weighty responsibility, I will not disappoint him. Maidadai responded with a booming voice. He felt a profound sense of duty for the mission assigned to him. Though these were merely basic daily necessities in wartime, even such supplies were of the utmost importance. The Hokage's decision to have him join this transport mission was not only a recognition of his ability, but also a sign of trust. Kai, do you see? Your father is also living his youth. Senior Dai is as enthusiastic as ever. Looking at Might Dai, whose body seemed to be wreathed in flames, Yashuxi Zixiao could not help but murmur softly. A warrior elevated to elite Jonin by the third Hokage solely through taijutsu. One can only imagine the pinnacle of his physical prowess. It was said that in a pure contest of strength, even the famously powerful Tsunadeheim was no match for him. No enemy attack. Yet, just as Yashuxi Zixiao was marveling, Might Dai suddenly looked up at the sky and bellowed. What? Where? Yashuxi Zixiao froze, instantly scanning the heavens for the foe, but saw nothing. Before his words faded, countless missiles rained down like a storm. In that instant, before Yashuxi Zixiao could even react, Might Dai grabbed him by the collar and hurled him away, while he himself was swallowed by the explosive torrent. Senior Dai? The deafening blast drowned out Yashuxi Zixiao's cry. Not dead yet. You deal with the remaining Leaf Ninja. The one below is mine. High above, Hailazang's voice, tinged with the hum of electricity, echoed through his mechanical armor. He hovered 20 meters in the air, a device resembling an arc reactor on his chest, blindingly bright, its crimson energy radiating deep red ripples. That power seemed to originate from Tailed Beast Chakra. Yes. At Hailazang's command, several Sand Jonin flashed out from the forest below, swiftly sunshining toward Yashuxi Zixiao and his companions. Before his words faded, countless missiles rained down like a storm. In that instant, before Yashuxi Zixiao could even react, as Hailazang's order fell, a roar erupted from the fading explosion's glow, and in an instant a surge of green aura shot skyward. The moment he activated the 8 gates, Might Dai stomped the ground, sending a millstone-sized rock flying. With a single punch, the rocks split into countless uniform fragments, and driven by the force of his fist, they shot toward the sky, like laser beams mixed with soil. Hailazang, seeing this, overloaded his thrusters, spewing 2 streams of white-hot flame, barely dodging the stone ring. The fragments scraped against his armor, leaving deep gouges. What the hell is that? Glancing at the scratches, Hailazang's eyes flickered with shock. Such a casual strike was far beyond. Casually igniting a pale green chakra to erase the marks on his armor, Hailazang gazed down at Might Dai, who was This guy is not right. Hailazang's voice finally carried a note of gravity. As he spoke, 6 auxiliary thrusters unfolded from his armor's back, rhomboid energy shields deployed from his shoulders, and the originally yellow-black shell began to be covered by a dark gray composite armor, its thickness doubling in 3 seconds. This was a power-type enhanced form he designed specifically to counter Tsunade's brute strength, every inch of material infused with specialized mineral metal fibers. He had tested it before. With this armor, its defensive power was sufficient to withstand a portion of the Third Wind Shadow's magnetic release bombardment. Though Hailazang had never truly fought Tsunade, he did not believe this green-skinned frog's strength could surpass hers. But the next moment, Might Dai's crouched body launched upward like a runaway battering ram, slamming the ground, and instantly taking off toward his position, leaving a chaotic trail of dust behind. Leaf Fistbone cut. What? Seeing Might Dai's attack, Hailazang quickly adjusted his posture to evade, but the speed was too great. He had no choice but to block. The next moment, Might Dai's fist, wreathed in green aura, struck the shield with a sharp, piercing sound. The moment fist met shield, the blue-white energy shield cracked like glass struck by a hammer, instantly covered in a web of fractures. Hailazang was sent flying, crashing through 7 birches in a row before stopping his back thrusters, spewing black smoke from the violent impact. Shoha Chakra Shield, remaining Chakra 61, a left shoulder armor deformation, thruster 3 failure. Lying on the ground, the armor's auxiliary system calmly reported. Hailazang slowly rose, repaired the armor again, and spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. Now his eyes were utterly clear. The leaf is truly brimming with talent. Such strength could not be nameless, but it doesn't matter. You will all die here. As he spoke, Hailazang raised his hand and fired several micro-missiles toward Might Dai. The missiles exploded in midair, releasing a large-scale, high-density, liquid nitrogen spray. The mist descended, its low temperature instantly freezing the ground, even the falling leaves crystallizing into ice. Within the cold, Might Dai's movements noticeably slowed, frost forming on his skin, but the hindrance lasted only half a second. The next moment, the surging steam from within Might Dai's body rapidly melted the frost, and his exposed skin even glowed with a hot red radiance. 8 gates technique, second gate, gate of rest. Open. The aura around Might Dai instantly turned a mix of green and red. What's happening? His body temperature is soaring. His chakra is burning. No, this is a technique similar to the 7 days breathing method. Through his data monitoring visor, Hailazang frowned deeply. This was a cold that could instantly freeze even an ordinary cage-level ninja. Yet in the moment of Hailazang's frown, Might Dai's form had already reached him. What? So fast? A single punch. Leaf Fistbone thrust. Boom. A thunderous roar, the earth trembled violently. Within a 30-meter radius of the impact point, all trees were snapped, soil and with debris blasted into the sky, forming a small mushroom cloud. Heilazang was embedded in a 5-meter-deep crater. His chest armor was completely dented, the arc reactor-like device on his chest flickering dimly, with tailed beast chakra beginning to leak out in wisps. He could feel the sharp pain in his ribs. His refining release chakra was frantically repairing the armor's damage, while inside the armor a special serum from Chio was being injected to mend his internal injuries. But more troublesome was Might Dae's hand had already grabbed his helmet. Sorry, I need to finish you quickly because my comrades are still in danger. This technique might be a bit cruel. As he grabbed Hai Laozang's head with one hand, a trace of reluctance flickered in Might Dae's eyes. As he spoke, a crimson aura quickly enveloped his palm. Hai Laozang drove his armor's kinetic energy to the maximum, attempting to break free from Might Dae's grip, but as the words fell with a thunderous roar, Might Dae slammed Hai Laozang's head violently into the ground. The impact force, wrapped in crimson steam, tore through the entire land, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly in all directions, directly smashing a bottomless giant pit into the hard rock ground. The armor on Hai Laozang's body cracked inch by inch under the immense pressure, shattered pieces mixing with soil and rocks exploding outward. Without any chance to resist, he plunged straight into the deep pit, and the rock layers collapsed with a roar, burying him deep underground. After doing all this, Might Dae observed a half-second of silence toward the pit before swiftly turning and dashing toward the position of Yashuxi Zixiao and the others. He must protect his comrades of Mai. The moment Hai Laozang's head was shattered into pieces. Deep inside an underground laboratory in the Cheyenne village of the Foam, after an unknown duration of dark silence, an icy bone-piercing sensation spread through his limbs, and the faint hum of instruments gradually pulled back his scattered consciousness. Hai Laozang, who should have been dead, suddenly opened his eyes, his murky, old eyes instantly focusing. He was not in the deep pit punched out by that fist, but lying in a secret laboratory buried deep beneath Shine. Pale cold light filled the sealed space. A transparent nutrient fluid tank enveloped his body, with various fine tubes connected all over. A steady stream of gentle pale green chakra was repairing his body, filling the days brought by death. This. The nutrient fluid slowly drained, and the cabin door slid open silently. Hai Laozang propped up his weak body and sat up, his aged brows filled with shock. He looked around. In this vast underground laboratory, dozens of sealed cultivation pods were neatly arranged. In each pod, a silent body of the same figure was immersed. These were all Hai Laozang. The next moment, countless memories began to surface in his mind, and a trace of terror appeared in Hai Laozang's eyes. Damn, don't those my people respect the old and cherish the young? But the Wanshin technique is correct. This way, Big Sister won't have to worry about being lonely. As his memories fully returned, Hai Laozang couldn't help but fearfully hug his own head. After confirming that his head was still there, he slowly calmed down. That my ninja's strength is definitely not ordinary cage level, damn it. Where did this monster come from? Is it really so favored by the heavens? Even I was instantly killed, Huangsha and the others. Damn. After calming down, a look of regret appeared in Hai Laozang's eyes. If nothing unexpected happened, the Sand Jonin who accompanied him on this mission had likely been annihilated as well. It's fine. There's still the A-13 mechanical bird and the upgraded detonator I placed in advance. Even if we didn't seize the supplies, destroying them still counts as completing the mission. And with the strength of that green-skinned ninja, it's still a profit. After the regret, Hai Laozang quickly formed hand seals. The next moment, his consciousness instantly crossed tens of millions of miles to connect to a small mechanical bird far away in the Fire Country. But the next instant, his consciousness instantly returned to his body. Hai Laozang's expression turned grim. His A-13 mechanical bird had been destroyed. Fire Country border. Jonin Bluffing Shuiman. I never expected to meet you here. You're a huge help. Yashuxi Zixiao, clutching the sword wound on his abdomen, looked at Bluffing Shuiman with surprise in his eyes. Just moments ago, when he was being besieged by two Sand Jonin, Bluffing Shuiman suddenly appeared and instantly killed them. If not for Bluffing Shuiman's timely rescue, he would likely have been in danger. Jonin Bluffing Shuiman, thank you for your help. I had already sped up, but still fell short. Jonin Zixiao, I'm sorry. This is my responsibility. Nearby, Might Dae looked at Yashuxi Zixiao's wound with a guilty expression. In his view, the reason Yashuxi Zixiao was injured was his responsibility. After all, his mission was to protect the supplies and ensure the safe passage of his comrades. No, please don't think that way, Senior Dai. This has nothing to do with you. Yashuxi Zixiao quickly spoke up in panic. Might Dae could say that, but he must never think that way. If not for Might Dae throwing him out of the explosion range at the first moment, it was uncertain whether he would still be standing here. No, this is my responsibility. Senior Dai, this is not your responsibility. No. Senior Dai. Nearby, Bluffing Shuiman watched the two taking responsibility from each other, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He then turned to look at Yuzahao Xian, who was playing with a mechanical bird in his hand. Xian, how is it? Is it the same kind of ninja tool as this? As he spoke, Bluffing Shuimin raised his hand and took out a black four-sided cube. Same as before. They all contain a large amount of violent chakra. I didn't notice it before, but now over 20% of the chakra inside comes from tailed beast chakra. Yuzahao Xian's 3-tomo Sharingan reflected a faint crimson light. He carefully observed a black cube held in the mechanical bird's claws and spoke in a low voice. This thing is a pre-made miniature tailed beast ball that can be activated manually. By the way, Jonin Bluffing, Shuimin Jonin Jiwei, and this. Achunin Xian, how did you suddenly appear here? Didn't Jinhong say you were assigned to the grass country? While Yuzahao Xian was studying the thing in his hand, Yushuxi Zixiao and Mai Tai Dai also stopped their back-and-forth argument. After briefly treating the wound on his waist, Yushuxi Zixiao looked at Bluffing Shuimin with curiosity and asked, "The situation in the land of grass has stabilized for now. Kimogakure suddenly launched an attack on the land of earth, so the pressure on the grass country front has eased considerably. Therefore the front line in the land of grass remains in a state of mutual observation. After that the Hokage granted us a week's leave. Taking advantage of the holiday, I thought I'd go back to see Kushina." Minato Namikaze smiled gently as he spoke. When mentioning Kushina, a trace of longing shimmered in his eyes. It had been a long time since he and Kushina had seen each other. "I see, 1 week. For others it might just mean resting in camp, but for you it's a direct trip back to Konoha." Mitarashi Zixiao couldn't help but feel a flicker of envy. Space-time ninjutsu was indeed incredibly convenient in many situations. Nearby, Uchiha Xian casually stowed the detonator in his hand and turned his gaze to Might Guy, father of Might Guy. It was known that after opening the 8th gate of the 8 gates, Might Guy could kick 6 paths Madara, though he didn't win. So what about this man before him in the present ninja world? He must be equally absurd, no doubt. After all he had just seen through observation, Haki, this man, with only 2 gates open, easily kicked the sand ninja clad in mechanical armor to death. Although he didn't know the exact strength of that sand ninja, judging by the lingering cold mist on the ground nearby, that ninja's power was probably not weak. "Zixiao, we need to continue our mission." Noticing Uchiha Xian's gaze, Might Dai grinned at him, gave a thumbs up, then turned to Mitarashi Zixiao and spoke. "You're right. Then Minato will continue with the mission. Fortunately these supplies are still intact. You've been a great help this time." Mitarashi Zixiao snapped back to reality, glanced at the undamaged supplies nearby, and spoke softly with gratitude. "Since we've met, let me send you off. It'll be faster. Hey Shinshibi, please wait a moment. Don't worry, you'll be quick." Minato Namikaze smiled slightly and began forming hand seals. "Hey, Matt, wait." Mitarashi Zixiao shouted in panic, having experienced the dizziness of space-time travel before. But the Flying Thunder God technique was already appearing on his body. Whoosh. In an instant, except for Uchiha Xian and Aburame Shibi, everyone else vanished from the spot. "Minato is as warm-hearted as ever," Aburame Shibi remarked softly. "I don't think so," Uchiha Xian retorted. With Minato's reflexes, he couldn't have missed Mitarashi Zixiao's shout. That sunny boy seemed to have a mischievous side too. Less than half an hour later. In Konohagakure, Minato Namikaze, enjoying a rare holiday, brought Uchiha Xian and Aburame Shibi to the village gate, left it cheerful, have fun, and vanished in an instant. Where he went was not hard to guess. "Tisk, the sour smell of love," Uchiha Xian commented. "You're still young, so naturally you don't understand the feeling of love. Well, neither does your teacher. Speaking of which, I've been so immersed in the research lab that I wonder if I..." Looking at Uchiha Xian, Aburame Shibi suddenly realized that all Uchiha seemed to share a common trait. They rarely paid attention to girls when young. Well, except for Minato's disciple. "Let's go." Too lazy to deal with a lost in thought, Aburame Shibi, Uchiha Xian waved his hand lightly and vanished in a body flicker toward the Uchiha clan. "Let's go." Too lazy to deal with a lost in thought, Aburame Shibi, Uchiha Xian waved his hand lightly and vanished in a body flicker toward the Uchiha clan grounds. The moment he set foot on Konoha's soil, the annoying surveillance gaze returned. The feeling of being watched irritated him immensely. "Just wait, you old bastard. Once I brew something big, he'll finish you off." Walking along the road of the Uchiha clan compound, feeling the surveillance gaze disappear, Uchiha Xian's eyes flickered with a murderous intent. The bluestone paths stretched out in all directions. The walls along the way were all emblazoned with the flame-patterned fan emblem. The lantern flames flickered along the path. Cherry blossoms, swept by the wind across the road, crushed underfoot. He walked deeper into the clan grounds, the surrounding noise isolated by his solitary steps. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a small amount of pupil power. Hearing the data sound effect and a faint coolness, a flash of crimson flickered in Uchiha Xian's eyes. Soon, very soon, those eyes would awaken. But he wondered if the Azure Stone power could replenish his pupil power. Lost in thought, Uchiha Xian's steps halted 10 meters from his home. A figure stood before his door. Sakumo Hataki leaned against the wall, a light-colored outer garment loosely draped over his shoulders. His figure seemed a bit rounder than the last time they met. Sakumo Hataki looked up at Uchiha Xian, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "Yo, you're back. Why are you here?" Uchiha Xian stepped forward, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although the Uchiha clan grounds were not off-limits to outsiders, Tsukumo Hataki's identity was rather special. Wasn't he worried about provoking that one-eyed elder by coming so openly into the Uchiha clan? I sensed your chi while shopping, so I came to check on you. Not bad, your strength has grown again. Tsukumo Hataki smiled and spoke softly to Uchiha Shien. In his vision, Uchiha Shien's talent had increased significantly. This was the first time he had encountered someone whose talent could chi-yoi. Uchiha Shien was taken aback. Normal perception involved chakra killing intent and such. What was this chi? Did your father teach you that? Just a name I made up. After practicing swordsmanship for so long, I somehow awakened a power that can sense the presence around, and these presences manifest as various sizes of chi. Honestly, as a sensing ability, it's not as good as the Byakugan, but it's quite remarkable for strengthening one's will. Once you awaken your sword potential, you can try to learn this too. This power should suit your Uchiha clan, although I'm not sure how to. Tsukumo Hataki shrugged and spoke lightly. Feeling the chi. It has a strengthening effect on willpower. Don't tell me you've awakened something akin to sword heart clarity. Uchiha Gen's mouth twitched involuntarily. So how strong exactly is Hataki Tsukumo? Let's talk inside. Completely immune to the abnormalities of this ninja world, Uchiha Gen didn't dwell on whether Hataki Tsukumo had awakened sword heart clarity. He stepped forward and opened the door. Entering the house, Uchiha Gen took out a pair of celadone teacups, scalded and cleaned them, picked a pinch of dry tea leaves, and dropped them into the pot, then slowly poured in boiling water as white steam rose gently. After letting it steep for a moment, Uchiha Gen handed the tea to Hataki Tsukumo. You're not a ninja anymore. Watching Hataki Tsukumo take the cup, Uchiha Gen suddenly asked. Taking a gentle sip of the tea brewed by Uchiha Gen, Hataki Tsukumo raised an eyebrow. This tea was unexpectedly good. Why do you ask? Setting down the teacup, Hataki Tsukumo looked at Uchiha Gen with a smile and spoke softly. You've rounded out. Looking at Hataki Tsukumo's cheeks, which had grown rounder than he remembered from their last meeting, Uchiha Gen chose his words carefully before speaking. Hearing this, Hataki Tsukumo touched his face and chuckled. Really? I guess so. Seems I need to cut back on grilled meat recently. Alright, you just returned to Konoha, so I can postpone the diet for a while. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Gen remained silent, quietly savoring his tea. He didn't get his answer. You kid, why hasn't your personality changed at all? Can't you chat more with this lonely old man? Looking at Uchiha Gen, who was quietly drinking tea and clearly not planning to respond, Hataki Tsukumo felt a bit helpless. I truly don't plan to be a ninja anymore. Although I don't care about what happened before, but... Besides, I'm a bit tired of the ninja life. Compared to continuing with fighting and killing, I'd rather just watch Kakashi grow up properly. As he spoke, Hataki Tsukumo raised his hand and pointed to his forehead, where the Konoha headband was no longer present. You can't just quit being a ninja whenever you want, you should know that. Uchiha Gen curled his lip in the direction of the Hokage building. Even honest people get angry sometimes. Speaking of which, how is Kakashi now? Hataki Tsukumo just smiled. He knew what Uchiha Gen meant, but he was still quite confident in his own abilities. Not bad. He's probably getting a taste of being a squad leader Jonin ahead of time. Seeing that Hataki Tsukumo didn't want to continue the topic, Uchiha Gen didn't try to steer the conversation back. He just followed Hataki Tsukumo's lead and talked about Kakashi. Meanwhile, Kakashi, in a dense forest in the land of grass. The branches in the dense forest suddenly trembled, and several earth spears shot out from the slope. Iwanin ninjas burst out from the soil beneath the trees. Just as Lord Jiraiya's intelligence indicated, the Iwanin are indeed infiltrating this direction. Asuma Obito. Kakashi stood on a branch holding a short blade in reverse grip, calmly watching the approaching earth spears as he spoke in a low voice. Understood. Fire style, great fireball technique. Coming through. Earth style, earth swamp. The two ninjutsu were unleashed almost simultaneously. Uchiha Obito stood on a thick branch to the left as chakra surged violently in his chest. In an instant, he opened his mouth and spat out a blazing white-hot fireball. Rolling flames wrapped in scorching heat waves swept down, dyeing the entire dim forest gap red, and precisely engulfed the three Iwanin who had burst out of the ground. Below, Obito Sarutobi Asuma pressed his palm firmly onto the damp forest ground, channeling chakra frantically. Instantly, the entire ground violently undulated, collapsed, and churned. The soft soil rapidly liquefied, turning into a sticky, muddy swamp that spread instantly to the feet of the Iwanin. The few enemies who had just landed felt their feet sink, and their legs were completely trapped in the mud. Their bodies were firmly locked, their movements abruptly hindered, leaving them unable to dodge the incoming great fireball. Hataki-style flash slash. The moment Obito and the others unleashed their techniques, Kakashi also moved instantly. A flash of white light, and all the earth spears were shattered in an instant. The Iwanin caught in the fireball clearly had coordinated plans. Facing Obito's great fireball, they showed no panic. Earth-style triple earth flow wall. The leading ninja shouted sharply, forming hand seals. The moment his words fell, three thick, sturdy earth walls rose before them, stacked layer upon layer to block the attack. The scorching fireball slammed into the earth walls, exploding with a roar. Fire fragments and chunks of earth flew in all directions. The deafening blast shook the surrounding leaves, causing them to fall, and billowing smoke and dust instantly filled the entire forest. Before the smoke had cleared, an invisible figure had already moved. In the forest behind Kakashi, Noira Rin raised her hands. An invisible figure dove down like a phantom. The next moment, the figure instantly closed in on the enemy. The Iwanin Chunin on the far right sensed something and hastily raised his hands to form seals, intending to counterattack, but the next moment his body suddenly stiffened. In his vision, all his comrades turned into trees, extending branches that coiled toward him. Jinjutsu tree binding. The one who struck was Yuhi Kurenai, who had been evading nearby. Her crimson eyes shone with a ruby-like light as the Jinjutsu she cast instantly took over the enemy's senses. An invisible claw pierced flesh, blood splattering. At the same time, Kakashi's short blades swiftly slashed the throat of the remaining Iwanin. As for the Iwanin trapped by Kurenai's Jinjutsu, the group did not attack immediately. Take him back. Hatake Kakashi sheathed his blade calmly and spoke softly. Hey, Kakashi, why do you keep stealing the kills? My fire style was already formed. As Hatake Kakashi sheathed his blade, Uchiha Obito jumped down from the tree beside him, looking displeased. TCH with your seal speed. Give it a rest. Sarutobi Asuma also came over, taunting Uchiha Obito. Huh, the Hokage's son, you're fast at forming seals. Wanna fight? Hearing this, Uchiha Obito immediately redirected his anger towards Sarutobi Asuma. He felt that Sarutobi Asuma was even more annoying than Kakashi. Damn, Deadlast. I told you I hate being called that. Fight if you want, who's afraid of you? Sarutobi Asuma, having his sore spot poked, also got angry and immediately shoved his face toward Uchiha Obito, shouting. Alright, you two, stop it. Although the information relayed by Lord Jiraiya's forest frogs indicates that only these few Iwanin are here for safety, Sake, we should hurry back to camp. As Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Obito were about to clash face-to-face, Noira Rin stepped in from the side, gently pulling them apart with a soft voice. They'll let it go this time for Rinshin, Sake, son of the Hokage. Pushed aside, Uchiha Obito snorted coldly and quickly moved to Rin's side, always heeding her words. Yet he had no intention of holding back his verbal barbs. Sarutobi Asuma immediately retorted in anger. You Deadlast, who hasn't even awakened the Sharingan, do you want to die? Alright Asuma, stop arguing. Let's head back to camp, as Rin said. Speaking of which, Lord Jiraiya's intelligence network is incredible. He knew ahead of time that an Iwanin squad would infiltrate here. Nearby, Yuhi Kurenai stepped forward and gently tugged Asuma's arm to calm him down. Then she looked at the Iwanin lying on the ground, subdued by her Jinjutsu. I heard from Minato Sensei that Lord Jiraiya is a disciple of Mount Myaboku, one of the sacred lands. Through his connection with Mount Myaboku, he can communicate with all frogs in the Shinobi world. In the land of grass, there are countless tree frogs. Except for the Iwanin outposts that have been thoroughly cleansed, Lord Jiraiya can know of any movement in any place where tree frogs exist. Nearby, Kakashi sheathed his clean ninja sword and said flatly, a sacred land. How could I forget that Minato Sensei mentioned this? But a sacred land, it sounds so impressive. Too bad I haven't yet undergone the trial of the cat clanning, otherwise I might have acquired a formidable summoning beast myself. Uchiha Obito scratched his head. As a fellow disciple of Minato, how could he have no memory of this? That was before you graduated. Back then, I was Minato Sensei's only student. Kakashi glanced at Obito and lifted his chin. I've had a summoning beast for a while now. Speaking of which, aren't you curious about Jin's summoning beast? I remember he had an egg, and he asked Shibi Sensei for an incubator. But an Uchiha who neither contracts with the Cat Clan nor the Crows, but instead hatches an egg. How strange. When the topic of summoning beasts came up, Sarutobi Asuma, who had long signed a contract with the Monkey Clan, had something to say. He had been with Saramaru since early on. As he spoke, Asuma recalled the egg Uchiha Jin had once shown. What could be inside that egg? Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan compound inside Uchiha Jin's home, Jin stared intently at the Pokemon egg within the incubator. All the nutrient fluid in the incubator had been completely absorbed. Now the egg inside was gently trembling. Crack. With a faint cracking sound, the smooth lavender eggshell was covered in fine web-like lines. The cracks spread and expanded along the shell. Wispy, hazy purple mist seeped through the gaps, drifting ethereally around the shell, carrying a cool, hazy aura. A louder sound of shattering burst forth, and the entire eggshell split apart completely. A soft, pure white light radiated from the broken shards, enveloping everything around. Uchiha Jin instantly activated his 3-Demo Sharingan, his eyes fixed on the white light. As the light slowly faded, a translucent floating figure began to take shape. Its round body was a misty pale white with a pair of huge pure white eyes that stood out strikingly. Tiny pitch-black pupils quietly gazed forward, and from its slightly open mouth, 2 sharp tiny fangs peeked out. It floated lightly above the broken eggshell's fine white mixed with purple mist constantly drifting from its body, silently landing before Uchiha Jin. A Gaisai. Or a white Gaisai. Shouldn't a normal shiny Gaisai be a bluish-purple similar to the original? Little one, have you become abnormal along with this shinobi world? Looking at his Gaisai, whose coloring was completely different from a normal one, Uchiha Jin smiled and gently tapped its forehead with his finger. Goei, touched by Uchiha Jin, the Gaisai stared at him with wide eyes curious. Sensing his scent, it happily flew up and rubbed against his cheek. Even when it was still an egg, it could feel Uchiha Jin's presence, so it was familiar with his scent. From now on, please take care of me. Uchiha Jin gently took the Gaisai from his face and held it in his palms, speaking seriously. With the growth rate of Pokemon and their numerous unique abilities, they would undoubtedly be of great help in this shinobi world. Goei, seeing Uchiha Jin's serious expression, the Gaisai nodded happily. At that moment, a vast surge of dojutsu power rushed toward him. Uchiha Jin instantly stood up, green flames igniting on his body, and he immediately tossed the Gaisai into his shadow. Pushing his observation haki to its limit, Uchiha Jin abruptly turned his head toward the entrance. The source of that dojutsu power was right at his doorstep. As the dojutsu power spread, Uchiha Jin felt the ground beneath his feet twist violently. The furniture and decorations around him seemed like crushed watercolors, all scenery pulling and dissolving simultaneously. Everything in his vision turned into flowing, blurred patches of color. All sounds were completely cut off, leaving only a silent chaos. In an instant, the distorted space calmed. Uchiha Jin's room vanished entirely, replaced by a vast empty stone platform shrouded in faint blood-red mist. The surroundings had completely changed. Seeing this sudden change in environment, Uchiha Jin kept the green flames burning on his body, ready to enter the fake world at any moment. But for now, he wanted to see what the owner of this dojutsu intended. Such power could only be the Mangekyo Sharingan. Such power does not come from the bloodline of the Uchiha. Uchiha Jin, who are you? A deep voice echoed within the empty space. As the sound rang out, a figure clad in a dark blue short jacket appeared before Uchiha Shin, accompanied by a distortion of space. Clan leader Fugaku barging into my home like this. Isn't it a bit too rude? Looking at the newcomer, Uchiha Shin narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke softly. His Mangekyo, even according to the anime version, shouldn't it have awakened only during the mid to late stages of the Third Shinobi World War? Why now? As he spoke, a deep surprise was buried in Uchiha Shin's eyes. Because at this moment, Uchiha Fugaku, he has the Mangekyo Sharingan. How did he awaken it? Because there are some things that need to be confirmed, so I had no choice but to do this. My sincerest apologies. This is the Mingzuan domain opened by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Within this space, no means of detection can perceive what happens here. Rest assured, I bear no ill intent. Uchiha Fugaku's expression was indifferent as he spoke in a deep voice. What do you want to do? After a moment of silence, Uchiha Shin frowned at Uchiha Fugaku and asked in a low voice. Uchiha Fugaku was not lying. His observation haki indeed detected no trace of hostility. Mangekyo Sharingan. Mingzuan domain. So is this domain something every Mangekyo Sharingan has, or is it Uchiha Fugaku's personal dojutsu? Uchiha Shin, you have changed the predetermined future. Without answering Uchiha Shin's question, Uchiha Fugaku simply looked at him with a complex expression and spoke softly. Predetermined future. Clan leader, perhaps you could try to be clearer. Being a riddle speaker is not a good behavior. Uchiha Shin frowned upon hearing this and spoke in a deep voice. Tianjin Yen, the dojutsu that dwells in my left eye after I awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Its function is to perceive all the futures I wish to see. That is, after opening these eyes, I saw the destruction of the Uchiha clan. And the one who carried out the clan annihilation was my newly born child. Uchiha Fugaku continued. After seeing that future, my first thought was to directly strangle Itachi to death. But the future did not change as a result. The clan annihilator still existed, only shifting from Itachi to another child named Uchiha Shisui. After that, I also thought of killing Shisui as well, but equally the result was still the Uchiha clan being destroyed. In the end, I tried many methods, but in the future shown by Tianjin, the final outcome of the Uchiha clan was always extinction. Even in the most tragic future, our Uchiha clan left not even a single drop of bloodline, and also caused Konoha to be destroyed together by other ninja villages. Uchiha Fugaku narrated these somewhat horrifying words with a calm expression. As his words fell, the surrounding space began to distort, revealing scenes of bloodshed. That was the scene of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Watching the bloody scene around him, the Threedemo Sharingan in Uchiha Shin's eyes began to spin rapidly, almost forming a continuous line. His dojutsu power surged. A crack seemed about to split open. Precognition of the future. Tianjin Yen. So this is why Uchiha Fugaku did not resist at all in the future. Because he knew that no matter how he resisted, it would be futile and could even lead to worse outcomes. But after I learned of you from Elder Setsuna, the future seen by Tianjin Yin began to change. At first, you only killed Itachi during the clan annihilation, took my eyes, and then led a group of Uchiha clan members to defend. Later, as time passed, this future changed again. In this war, you killed over 3-tailed beast Jinchuriki, and even captured the one tail of Sunagakure by unknown means. Then in the year you turned 15, you controlled me and became the clan leader of the Uchiha. After that, you led the Uchiha clan to launch a coup. You won, and you became the 4th Hokage. But at the same time, this coup triggered another outbreak of the Shinobi World War. As for why, you should know. And this time the scope was no longer limited to the 5 great ninja villages. The other small countries also joined the battle. That was a battle covering the entire ninja world. Countless small countries were annihilated in the war, but Konoha still survived under your leadership. However, it was merely survival. After that I could no longer see. A power far surpassing the Mangekyo Sharingan obscured the subsequent future. I could sense that it was also a dojutsu power. However, this future no longer matters because, after you and Minato returned yesterday, the future also changed again. Uchiha Fugaku stared intently at Uchiha Shien's eyes with a calm expression. Seeing the rapidly spinning 3-Demo Sharingan within Uchiha Shien's eyes, a flicker of shock passed through his own. As the only current Mangekyo Sharingan user of the Uchiha clan, he knew what this meant. Uchiha Shien was about to become the second Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. A new future. What is it like? Uchiha Shien asked in a deep voice. He himself didn't know he was so capable of stirring things up. With a casual move he directly triggered a war covering the entire ninja world. Wasn't this way more impressive than Obito toiling away like a beast of burden? The new future. Is this green flame on you? Due to some unknown reason your power has become stronger, and naturally the future has changed. However, I cannot see it. Just as I tried to see what this brand new future was like, my dojutsu power instantly diminished by more than half. To avoid this pair of eyes going blind before they've been used much, I stopped peering into the future. Uchiha Fugaku shifted his gaze to the green flame burning on the upper body of Uchiha Shien and spoke in a deep voice. This power. What exactly is it? And the ever-changing future. Uchiha Shien. Who exactly are you? So what do you want to verify? A glint of understanding flickered in Uchiha Shien's eyes as he heard this. Uchiha Fugaku's Tianjin Yin could indeed foresee the future, but the future it predicted was not absolute. At least his visions were always confined to the current variables, and the things Shien obtained from his daily sign-ins were exceptions. In other words, because he was signing in every day to acquire new items or powers, the future that Uchiha Fugaku saw changed accordingly. I want to verify who you really are. However, your eyes have given me the answer. Looking at the 3-Demo Sharingan still faintly spinning within Uchiha Shien's eye sockets, Uchiha Fugaku raised his head slightly and spoke. The image of the clan's annihilation that appeared around them was deliberately created by him. Initially, Uchiha Fugaku had doubts about Uchiha Shien's identity, specifically whether Shien was truly a member of the Uchiha clan. And now, sensing the surging pupil power of Uchiha Shien, the answer was clear. Only a true Uchiha could see such content resonate with it and enhance their own pupil power. Is that so? Then I suppose I'm honored. A sarcastic smile curled at the corner of Uchiha Shien's lips. To use such content to provoke a child of 10-odd years. It had to be said the reason Uchiha Itachi became such a stubborn madman was rooted in the source. I apologize. This is something I must do as the clan head. After all, with such a future, I need to confirm your sense of belonging to the clan. As it stands, you are the only variable at present. I do not wish for you to merely use the clan. Though I know that for certain reasons Elder Setsuna and the others do not favor me, I am still the leader of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku spoke in a low tone. Uchiha Shien, if you wish to continue doing the same thing, then this time you do not need to control me. A pair of Mangekyo is after all a formidable combat asset. However, I hope this time you can postpone it a little. Your talent still has room to be realized. Only by minimizing the impact can we possibly prevent the war that will engulf the entire ninja world. Crack. As his words fell, the sound of a mirror shattering echoed. The surrounding images of the clan's annihilation shattered instantly, and Uchiha Fugaku himself began to crack. The domain broke and space shifted. Uchiha Shien returned to his own room, while Uchiha Fugaku had already left. Is this what they call being a ruthless Fugaku? Looking at the closed door at the entrance, Uchiha Shien couldn't help but recall the seriousness with which Uchiha Fugaku had said he wanted to strangle Uchiha Itachi the moment he was born. That guy really hadn't been joking. Uchiha Fugaku spoke in a low tone. Uchiha Shien, if you wish to continue doing the same thing, then this time you do not need— What a vindictive little brat. He couldn't even spare me a bit of face. As his words faded, Uchiha Fugaku's figure instantly vanished from the street lamp. At the same time he used the body flicker technique, a single drop of blood tear fell and hit the ground. He had just used his pupil technique again. On the Hokage rock, a figure with blonde hair was quietly gazing at the Konoha below. Shun. Uchiha Fugaku's figure appeared behind him. How did it go? Minato Namikaze turned around looking at the distinct bloodstain on Uchiha Fugaku's cheek and asked with a smile. You were right. Wiping the blood from his cheek, Uchiha Fugaku gave a slight nod. I told you long ago. Since Shien earned the recognition of Lord Tsukumo, he couldn't possibly be problematic. Being possessed by the remnants of a fallen god. Impossible. After all, Lord Tsukumo's eyes are in some ways even more formidable than your Mangekyo Sharingan. Minato Namikaze pulled out a handkerchief with a tomato pattern from his pocket and handed it to Uchiha Fugaku with a smile. I had to be cautious. After all, our Uchiha clan is rather special. Thanks, but no need. Uchiha Fugaku just stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Minato, looking down at the Konoha below as he spoke in a low voice. As for the handkerchief Minato offered, he did not take it. That pattern, it must have been from Mikoto's violent best friend to Minato. Uchiha Fugaku was not oblivious to social cues. Speaking of which, I've always had a question. That Uchiha ancestor of yours, how many divine powers did he blend into the Uchiha bloodline? Your Sharingan is indeed far superior to other bloodline limits, especially after awakening the Mangekyo. Hearing this, Minato put the handkerchief back into his pocket and asked with curiosity. I don't know either. Ever since I awakened these eyes and saw those memories of the ancestor, I've been somewhat dazed. The Uchiha clan, known as those who wield the power of the gods, truly possess divine power. That ancestor named Indra. While destroying the residual thoughts of the fallen gods who had died, he also absorbed their power. These powers have been passed down through the Uchiha bloodline and reside within the clan's bloodline limit. And the key to truly unlocking these powers is the Mangekyo. Uchiha Fugaku gently raised his hand to cover his right eye socket. Within it resided a powerful destructive pupil technique named Amaterasu. Although he had never used it, Uchiha Fugaku could sense its might. It was absolute flames of destruction. What a remarkable bloodline limit. Minato couldn't help but murmur in admiration. At the same time, it is also a cursed one. Minato. Actually, I once entertained the thought of killing that child. Uchiha Fugaku lowered his hand from his eye socket, following up on Minato's remark, and suddenly uttered a statement that surprised Minato. Fugaku. Minato fell silent. He really hadn't expected Uchiha Fugaku to harbor such thoughts. Minato, all Uchiha have a trait. They place absolute trust in their own eyes. I am no exception. Initially, when I confirmed that the future these eyes showed me could not be altered no matter what I did, I felt mostly despair. After all, it was not only the annihilation of a clan, but also the shattering of a family. Father and son drawing blades against... A trace of pain lurked in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Every future he saw was not merely seeing. It was far more than that. So I simply gave up. Since no matter how hard I struggled, there was no result, what was the point of struggling anymore? Then, just as I had given up, Elder Channa found me and demanded that I open up resources to train a child of the clan. At that moment, my eyes felt the same piercing pain as when I first awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and it was also the moment I learned of Uchiha Shien. Tianjinyan saw a future that had undergone an unprecedented change. At that moment, I was undoubtedly overjoyed. Because it meant the Uchiha clan didn't have to face extinction and Itachi, and I wouldn't have to come to blows with our blades drawn. But at the same time, after the joy, I began to think, why had the future of Tianjinyan changed? Why did it change? So I turned my gaze to Uchiha. At first, I didn't pay much attention until I saw his future. At that moment, I began to doubt. I suspected that Uchiha Shien carried the lingering remnant of a fallen deity, which affected my eyes. After all, the memories of my ancestors told me that they possessed such power. So I developed a killing intent toward Uchiha Shien. At the time, I believed that changed future was a trick played on me by the fallen deity's remnant. And just as that killing intent arose, the future seen by Tianjinyan changed again, and a battle erupted between Uchiha Shien and me. The result of the battle was that I killed Uchiha Shien twice while he killed me 17 times. 17 uses of Izanagi nearly rendered my Mangekyo completely blind. And he instead awakened the Mangekyo during our fight, and after his first death, he immediately became immune to my Amaterasu. You must understand. When I decided to kill him, he was only 11 years old. 11 years old. Except for the first time we met, when I beat him so badly he had no chance to fight back and died once. After that, he used a forbidden technique other than Izanagi to revive again, and after the revival, he instantly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and became completely immune to my fire release and Amaterasu. And after he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, the balance of victory shifted. I was no match for him. His Mangekyo was too powerful. After realizing the outcome, I stopped peering into the future. Though it's embarrassing to admit, it was clear that I was no match for him. So I abandoned the idea of killing him. And the moment I gave up, the future changed once more. After that, I understood, this kid was special. Afterward, I continued to slack off, thinking that even though the future was still terrible, at least the clan wasn't wiped out. That was until you came to see me yesterday. And after that, my Tianjinyan could no longer see Uchiha Shin's future. Every time I tried, a green flame began to burn my dojutsu. Aside from consuming a huge amount of dojutsu to see my own future and catching a few fragments of him, the rest I couldn't see it all. Looking down at the Konoha below, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes hid a deep gloom. Seeing the future often wasn't a good thing, especially such a rotten future. Though it had changed now, who knew what it had become? Seeing the future wasn't a good thing, but seeing the future and then having it change only to become invisible again was even worse. I understand your worries, but trust him. He is also an Uchiha, isn't he? Looking at the gloomy Uchiha Fugaku Namikaze, Minato smiled softly, reached out, and placed his hand on Fugaku's shoulder, speaking in a gentle voice. Yes, he is an Uchiha too. But forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Anyway, there's no other way. Uchiha Fugaka muttered softly. In the past he would have believed those words without a doubt, but now, was Uchiha Itachi an Uchiha? Yes, not only was he an Uchiha, he was his son. Was Uchiha Shursui an Uchiha? Yes, he was. But the final result? Heh, but what else could he do if he didn't believe? He had truly run out of options. The next day, at Uchiha Shin's home. Like this, and then chakra is refined. Got it. Uchiha Shin sat cross-legged on the bed, personally demonstrating to Gaisai how to refine chakra. Gaisai watched Uchiha Shin very seriously. Then a familiar energy appeared on Guase's body, as if by magic. That fast. Uchiha Shin raised an eyebrow at the chakra coalescing on Gaisai. He had only attempted to teach Gaisai chakra out of boredom as a casual experiment. Normally, Guase's body didn't possess the chakra refinement ability unique to the ninja world. Thus, Gaisai shouldn't have been able to master chakra, but the fact was that Gaisai had grasped the energy in less than a minute. Moreover, unlike normal ninjas, Guase's chakra was stored directly inside Guase's body. Guase, you say you didn't refine the chakra from within your body but from the surrounding air. Is there chakra in the air? Uchiha Shin understood everything Gaisai said. Upon hearing that he was undoubtedly, ever since he first refined chakra, he had never sensed any chakra in the air. As everyone knew, the air in the ninja world only contained natural energy. And natural energy was not chakra. But beyond doubt, the energy on Gaisai now was chakra. Having mastered chakra for so many years, Uchiha Shin certainly wouldn't mistake chakra for something else. So, where did this chakra come from? Was the ninja world becoming stranger and stranger? Chakra should be the product of refining physical energy and spiritual energy together. Where in the air could physical energy and spiritual energy come from? Although unable to understand why there is chakra in the air for Gaisai to absorb, as long as Gaisai can master chakra, that's fine. As for the rest, he didn't know what was going on anyway, so he just went with the flow. This shinobi world had too many strange things. If he tried to delve into every detail, it would only waste a lot of energy. There was no need. Gaisai, from now on stay in my shadow, and cultivate slowly. I look forward to the day you can help me. Uchiha Shin reached out, and gently tapped Guase's head, speaking softly. Jinguist's many skills were hard to defend against, but he didn't know if those annoying skills would have the same effects in this shinobi world. By the way, how does trait evolution work? Guage. As Uchiha Shin pondered, Gaisai happily rubbed against his cheek, and then quickly disappeared into his shadow. For a Pokemon, being able to help its trainer was a very happy thing, so he had to work hard. After settling Gaisai, Uchiha Shin stood up and opened the door. Today he had arranged to practice swordsmanship with Hatake Tsukumo, but it was really just a fight. Nothing else. Uchiha Shin was curious about what level Hatake Tsukumo's strength was at. Moreover, the most important thing was about sword aura. He had been wielding a blade for so long, yet he had no clue about it. He really didn't know how to grasp such. Although Uchiha Shin was not particularly eager for sword aura since he didn't lack offensive techniques. In fact, he had too many. Sword aura. Just hearing the name, he knew it was something cool. And he was an Uchiha. Uchiha and coolness. They were a perfect match. Moreover, he didn't want to awaken sword aura later than Kakashi. That would be too embarrassing. 2.5 minutes later. On the public training ground of the Uchiha clan, Hatake Tsukumo stood there holding an ordinary ninja sword in one hand, smiling as he waited for Uchiha Shin's arrival. Chua! A black shadow flashed. Uchiha Shin appeared on the training ground in the position facing Hatake Tsukumo. Shin, you're a bit slow. Looking at Uchiha Shin, Hatake Tsukumo said with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Boys, being too fast isn't good. Uchiha Shin smirked and lightly clenched his hand. A faint purple light flickered and the demon's sword fell into his hand. I agree with that, but we need to modify it. When it's time to be fast, you have to be fast. Hatake Tsukumo nodded in agreement. He stood there, his posture as steady as a mountain rock, with no aura leaking out. But as soon as Uchiha Shin sensed it with his observation haki, he could detect a sharp restrained force that could tear apart mountains at any moment. For example. Now, before his words faded, Hatake Tsukumo's figure suddenly vanished. With a Shuinpa start, the blue stone under Hatake Tsukumo's feet cracked into fine lines. The white fang short sword slashed out with a deafening roar. Pale blue lightning coiled along the blade, each inch of the edge trembling with explosive sounds that tore the air. The sword aura fell like a thunderbolt from the heavens. Not chakra. The moment Hatake Tsukumo moved, Uchiha Shin instantly activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. At the instant he opened his eyes, Uchiha Shin suddenly realized that the lightning on Hatake Tsukumo's blade was not chakra. A thunderbolt pierced the sky, the blade's edge aiming straight for the boy's head. Uchiha Shin raised the demon sword Senbon, with one hand, crimson flames surging wildly along the blade, unleashing the full power of fire control. The entire blade blazed with brilliant fire. Uchiha style, sword leap flame. Whispering softly, his 3-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly in his eye sockets. Uchiha Shin pushed off the ground, leaping into the air, his body precisely dodging the core of the white fang's blade light. The demon sword Senbon swept horizontally, layers of fire blade after images spreading out. The scorching heat directly distorted the approaching lightning airflow. Clang! The blades of lightning and fire clashed violently, the piercing metal impact echoing across the training ground. A visible shockwave erupted from the point of contact, spreading outward, and the blue stone ground cracked like a spiderweb. The ground beneath Uchiha Shien's feet sank in layers. The lightning on Hatake Tsukumo's blade pressed forward along the short sword, spreading along the blade and surging toward Uchiha Shien. Kid, I'm going to get a bit serious. Feel carefully. This sword aura, I call it thunderclap. Looking at Uchiha Shien, Hatake Tsukumo curled his lips into a sly smile. Twisting his wrist, the short sword spun out 3 consecutive lightning blades, each layer advancing and striking in succession. The lightning grew stronger with each strike, every blade carrying a thunderous roar, as if multiple lightning bolts were striking without giving any breathing room. Come on, I'm no weakling. Uchiha Shien's eyes narrowed and the flames on the demon's sword in his hand burst forth again. At the same time, the demon's sword Senbon quickly split and reassembled with tiny blade fragments forming a ring of fire around him. Flames flowed over his body, and the crimson blaze expanded several feet, forcefully blocking the 3 consecutive lightning blade strikes. The so-called sword momentum in its crudest form is to integrate the awe-inspiring might of natural mountains and rivers into one's swordsmanship, where each strike layers power upon power, advancing step by step, making it difficult for the opponent to parry. With a flick of his hand, he shattered all the flames unleashed by Uchiha Shien. Amidst the reversing lightning, Chimu Shimao withdrew his ninja's sword and spoke. Seizing the moment when Chimu Shimao retracted his blade, Uchiha Shien stomped the ground fiercely, his figure lunging forward abruptly. The demon blade's 1,000 edges blazed with fire as he slanted upward. The familiar sword leaping flame. The blaze surged along the blade, erupting into a towering wave of fire that lunged straight at Chimu Shiomo's face. Uchiha-style fire release ninja sword technique. In response, Chimu Shiomo calmly crossed his blade to block. The thunderous sword momentum enveloped the short sword surface. With a twist of his wrist, the pale blue lightning on the blade instantly condensed into a solid barrier. A slightly stronger usage is to transform this momentum into a force akin to chakra to be wielded at one's command. Such a usage allows for techniques similar to ninjutsu, though this usage is merely a bit stronger. As the lightning barrier formed, Chimu Shimao spoke again. He was demonstrating to Uchiha Shien what sword momentum was and how to wield it. The wave of fire from sword leaping flame crashed against the lightning barrier. The searing heat and electric force corroded each other, red and white light intertwining and flashing, sending up a vast expanse of white steam. As for the strongest usage of sword momentum, no, I prefer to call it the most correct usage it is. Amidst the rising steam, Chimu Shiomo's low murmur followed. The next moment, boom, the sky suddenly darkened and a piercing thunderclap exploded. Chimu Shimao stood still, his fierce sword momentum erupting to its fullest. Silver and purple lightning swirled around the blade, surging and rolling. In an instant, the majestic sword momentum expanded into an invisible thunder domain. A sharp intent turned into lightning that tore through the sky and earth. Countless fine bolts of lightning roamed like blades, dense and numerous, sealing all directions. Transform it into an independent domain constructed by one's own sword momentum. Within this domain, everything follows one's will. In other words, I say what is a sword, and what is a sword becomes that. As Chimu Shiomo's words fell, Uchiha Shien felt a sharp intent fill the then scratches began to appear on Uchiha Shien's clothes. At the same time, a tingling numbness emerged within his body. This scene startled Uchiha Shien. His observation haki had detected nothing, and the Sharingan could not see the source of the attack. The appearance of these scratches seemed as if the very air around him had turned into blades, and most importantly, that sudden tingling sensation inside his body. What was that? What the hell? Is this something that exists in the ninja world? Or, what the hell does this have to do with ninjas? Uchiha Shien's eyes were filled with shock. Whether it's the Uchiha fire release ninja sword technique or your own breathing method with its accompanying swordsmanship, both focus too heavily on technique. The ultimate purpose of so-called swordsmanship is merely to draw the sword. Well, it's probably hard for you to understand that. Looking at Uchiha Shien's clothes covered in dense sword marks, a hint of mischief flashed in Chimu Shiomo's eyes. Then he raised his hand and sheathed his ninja. Looking at Uchiha Shien's clothes covered in dense sword marks, a hint of mischief flashed in Chimu Shiomo's eyes. Then he raised his hand and sheathed his ninja sword. The moment he sheathed the blade, the surrounding invisible domain dissipated. At the same time, the inexplicable tingling numbness inside Uchiha Shien's body also faded. Isn't this still a technique? What does this have to do with awakening sword momentum? Uchiha Shien's eyes held a trace of confusion. It has nothing to do with it. I don't know how to awaken sword momentum either. It's pure randomness. Chimu Shiomo shrugged and said with a smile. Then why are you? Uchiha Shien was speechless, a vein popping on his forehead. What was he wasting his effort for? You don't know, and you're just going on like this. Oh, isn't this just to see how far your swordsmanship has progressed? And besides, I wanted to get closer to you. You wouldn't want to see a lonely old man bored in the village, would you? As for sword momentum, although it depends on talent, it's more about luck or Fate. After all, as far as I know in this ninja world, only 4 or 5 people have truly awakened sword momentum. 2 of them are samurai from the Land of Iron. Compared to ninjas or other professions, samurai who have always pursued the way of the sword are indeed more likely to touch sword momentum. Chimu Shomao scratched his hair and said with a smile. Uchiha Shien fell silent. He should have known. Chimu Shomao was never a serious person. Anyone who could call Might Due a monster parent and invent techniques like the 1,000 years of death couldn't. Ahem, although I can't help you awaken sword momentum, my earlier suggestion is worth considering. Both of your sword techniques originate from external sources. If you don't transform them into your own internal ones, you probably won't go very far on the path of swordsmanship. Of course, if you only want to use swordsmanship as a tool for killing and don't seek sword momentum, you can ignore this advice. It will be very energy-consuming. Seeing Uchiha Shien's speechless expression, Chimu Shomao coughed awkwardly and then spoke seriously. Playfulness aside, important matters must be emphasized. I understand, Senior Shomao, but I have a doubt. What was that tingling numbness inside my body just now? Looking at the now serious Chimu Shomao, Uchiha Shien nodded slightly. Then recalling the tingling numbness that had emerged in his body, he couldn't help asking. That sensation which erupted directly inside his body had gone undetected by both his observation haki and Sharingan. All that. Remember what I said, within the domain, everything follows one's will. After the sword domain is expanded, all momentum and intent within this area are under my control. And aren't you also within this domain? Hearing this, Chimu Shomao spoke with a smirk, uttering a terrifying statement. What kind of hellish nonsense? At the sound of this, Uchiha Shien's mind was left with only this one thought. What do you mean by everything follows your heart is truly everything? So, that tingling sensation inside my body was your sword intent directly running into me. Excellent. Sword intent is good. Sword intent is wonderful. Sword intent must be obtained. If before Uchiha Shien pursued sword intent only because he thought it was cool and wanted to awaken it earlier than Kakashi, then now he genuinely wanted to try mastering sword intent. Such an ability is too overwhelming. Considering that Hatake Shomao had only roughly demonstrated the function of sword intent if it were truly applied in combat. Indeed, anything that is somewhat mysterious and idealistic is inevitably linked to the underworld. Of course, not all sword intents are like this. The reason my sword domain has such power is mainly due to the chi I mentioned to you earlier. After comprehending that ability, my mastery over sword intent also became extremely high. At the same time, communication between the shocking thunder sword intent and nature became much simpler. Combined with some other factors, I was able to do what I just did. As far as I know, the domains of warriors like Mifune tend more toward the pressure and mental intimidation derived from normal sword intent. Seeing the longing in Uchiha Shien's eyes, Hatake Shomao spoke up in time to explain. He did not want Uchiha Shien to unnecessarily delve into dead ends. That ability, Sword Heart Enlightenment. Uchiha Shien was startled and blurted out. Sword Heart Enlightenment. A good name. I was wondering whether to name this ability, but now I see it's good I didn't. You have a nice name. Minato also gave it a name before, which was also pleasant, but I thought it was too long and hard to remember, so I temporarily didn't adopt it. Hatake Shiomo's eyes lit up. Sword Heart Enlightenment was a perfect name. It suited him however you heard it. Temporarily. Not adopted. Heh. Uchiha Shin's mouth twitched. Being able to appreciate a name coined by Minato Namikaze was like a low mountain and foul water encountering thunder. Haha, don't make that face. I genuinely think the names Minato gives to some techniques are quite nice, just a bit long. If they were shorter, they'd all be fine. Say, want some grilled meat? My treat. Hatake Shomao scratched his head and said with a smile. Let's go. Holiday time always passed quickly. 7 days flew by in an instant. The land of grass. Mist filled the air. A team of IWA ninja was moving swiftly. Ahead is the third outpost established by Konoha in the land of grass. Everyone speed up. Before Konoha reacts, we need to eliminate all of Konoha's outposts ahead. In the white mist, an IWA ninja wearing a red headband spoke in a deep voice before the others. Yes, Lord Hongtu. Wait. Lord Hongtu. Something is coming. Suddenly, an IWA ninja turned to look in a direction beyond the white mist and shouted. The next moment, countless shuriken wrapped in green wind blades tore through the white mist and rushed toward them. Lava release, scorching rock wall. At the first instant of his comrades' warning, the IWA ninja named Hongtu slammed one hand onto the ground. Lava erupted from the ground, forming a wall of molten rock that blocked all the shuriken. An elite jonin with the lava release Kekiai Genkai. As always, Jiraiya Sensei's intelligence is accurate. Shien, are you sure you want to take this? At the same moment, all the shuriken were blocked. A voice filled with laughter reached the ears of Hongtu and the others. Leave it to me. I've rested enough, though I need to stretch my limbs. Blazing red lotus. Hongtu's face changed drastically. Damn, our operation has been exposed. Another intelligence leak. Where does Konoha's intelligence network come from? You all scatter and evacuate quickly. They'll hold them off. For a ninja, a leak of intelligence is no different from a death sentence because no one can act without preparation. The enemy's blatant approach proved that in their eyes this team was nothing but fish on a chopping board. So Hongtu's first thought was to make the team flee. But unfortunately it seemed too late. Because at this moment a massive blazing red lotus had already formed in the sky, its petals swirling with scorching flames. The fire lotus plummeted from the sky, distorting and heating the air along its path. Upon impact it exploded with rolling waves of fire, a searing shockwave sweeping in all directions. The ground blackened and cracked, and the heat wave thick with dust filled the surroundings. The dense white mist that had originally shrouded the mountains and obscured visibility was instantly vaporized by the terrifying heat, scattering into fine water vapor that rose into the sky. Blackened fissures crazily spread from the point of impact. The grass on the ground carbonized and turned to dust. The residual heat made the air violently distort. At the same time, everyone present was completely exposed in the open woodland. The flames subsided. A layer of lava resembling an eggshell appeared before Uchiha Shin's eyes. A pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan slowly rotated in their sockets, his gaze locked firmly on the eggshell before him. An elite jonin with the lava release Kekkei Genkai. Uchiha Shin was no longer surprised to encounter someone with a Kekkei Genkai at every turn. After all, in Konoha, methods for developing Kekkei Genkai were taught at the Ninja Academy, and other villages were likely no different. An Uchiha ninja. As the eggshell receded, Hongta's livid face slowly appeared. Seeing Uchiha Shin's distinct Uchiha features, Hongtu immediately averted his gaze to avoid meeting his eyes. Upon confirming the opponent was an Uchiha, Hongta's expression sank to the depths. As everyone knew, encountering an Uchiha ninja required a siege by 5 ninjas of the same level for any chance of victory. And remember, that was only a chance. Now clearly there was only himself here, the other IWA ninja. As for Uchiha Shin's youthful appearance, Hongtu paid it no mind. Konoha was not foolish enough to send a child to certain death when they knew he was an elite jonin. Thus in Hongta's eyes, Uchiha Shin was most likely in the same situation as that guy from Kiri village. Although he knew he was doomed today as an elite jonin, Hongtu would naturally not simply raise his hands and surrender. The moment the eggshell melted away, scorching hot winds and heat waves instantly swept across the entire battlefield. Surface gravels were slightly reddened by the invisible high temperature, and the air twisted and shook violently. Lava Release Chakra Mode. In an instant, Hongta's body was boiling with scorching red lava. Without any reservation, after activating the Lava Release Chakra Mode, Hongtu abruptly lifted his foot and stomped heavily on the ground. In an instant, hot magma gushed out from the earth. Lava Release Great Eruption. With a roar, Hongta's right arm instantly transformed into a torrent of lava. The lava poured down violently, a surging magma flood like a red tsunami, crushing forward, melting rocks and earth instantly wherever it passed. For a moment, the entire area was filled with blinding red light. Changing the terrain was a trivial matter for an elite jonin. Tisk, don't let chakra mode become too common. Watching Hongtu, who had entered Lava Release Chakra Mode, Uchiha Jin's eyes spun rapidly, with 3 Tomo, his Sharingan, immediately capturing the landing point of the magma attack. The next moment, Uchiha Jin's body suddenly shifted sideways, his jet black hair wildly blown about by the heat wave. He reached out with one hand. Susanoo, Armored Chakra Mode. Then, crackle. Lightning burst forth, a sharp thunderclap instantly exploded. The piercing lightning, like a blade tearing through the night, slammed violently into the scorching lava. A heating clash. There's a chance. Seeing that, Uchiha Jin not only did not dodge his attack, but even used a lightning release ninjutsu to counter it. A hint of delight flashed in Hongta's eyes. If Uchiha Jin were to engage in a drawn-out fight with him, he would absolutely have no chance of winning. After all, the negative effects bestowed by the Sharingan were too powerful. After all, his lava release was no ordinary lava release. As Hongtu was pondering, their lightning and fire clashed fiercely in midair. After all, his lava release was no ordinary lava release. As Hongtu was pondering, their lightning and fire clashed fiercely in midair. Scorching heat waves wildly swept in all directions, centered on the two. At the same time, a black ash mist began to spread with the heat wave. Pay for your arrogance, you mad dog of Uchiha. Lava Release Oxygenless Country. Hongta's eyes were filled with madness. He knew he definitely wouldn't survive, but take one down with him. Hongtu raised his hand and pressed it on the ground. In an instant, the ash mist crazily spread with the scorching heat wave like a silent tide, devouring the surroundings. This was not ordinary dust, but a deadly toxic gas formed by lava release, similar to that carried by high-pressure underground volcanic eruptions, mixed with high concentrations of carbon dioxide and sulfurous poison. In an instant, a heavy pressure dropped over the low altitude of the battlefield, forcibly expelling all oxygen from the area. In a mere moment, a radius of 100 meters was completely transformed into a sealed dead zone. This was the oxygenless country. The originally howling hot wind suddenly fell silent. The air became thick and stagnant, carrying a pungent, burning metallic sweetness. Suspended dust slowly fell, and even the airflow was completely cut off. Hongtu bathed in lava, his eyes filled with ferocious determination. Not far away, Minato Namikaze frowned upon seeing this, raised his hand, and formed a seal in front of his chest, ready to teleport Uchiha Jin away at any moment. The moment the ash mist spread, Uchiha Jin's face was instantly covered by a Tengu mask, and he held his breath. Feeling his chest suffocating, Uchiha Jin raised an eyebrow. In this ninja world where even sword-hard enlightenment has been brought forth, there are still small fries like you who develop your own ninjutsu based on science and common sense. I am very comforted, but unfortunately, in this world one must be a bit cunning. Your purity is too low, so rest in peace. With that, Uchiha Jin's body suddenly ignited with green flames. Uchiha Jin gently raised his hand, just about to directly annihilate Hongtu Wen. Suddenly observation haki was driven at full power. An image of his own body being instantly annihilated by an invisible force appeared in his mind. Without any hesitation, Uchiha Jin immediately entered the false world. The next moment, boom, a square gray-white void appeared at the spot where Uchiha Jin had just stood. Minato Namikaze was startled. His figure flashed as he quickly shifted his position. The next moment, a square gray-white void appeared at the spot where he had just stood, just like the one at Uchiha Jin's previous position. Minato Namikaze, who had appeared on another tree, looked at the gray-white void with a hint of fear in his eyes. That thing, if touched, even a little, would instantly decompose. The fear vanished in a flash. Minato Namikaze quickly turned his head and shouted loudly at the spot where Uchiha Jin had disappeared. Jin, prepare. It's Anoki. The third Tsuchikage of Awagakure Anoki is here. Although Uchiha Jin's body had disappeared, and he couldn't even sense him, Minato Namikaze didn't think that Uchiha Jin had died at Anoki's hands, because he knew that Uchiha Jin also possessed techniques similar to time-space ninjutsu. Tsuchikage-sama. The Tsuchikage-sama has actually come. Compared to Minato's panic, Hongtu, who had been preparing a large-scale eruption ninjutsu, was full of excitement. However, the next moment the excitement on Hongtu's face froze. He gently raised his hand, his eyes full of confusion. Is this Jinjutsu? The reason Hongtu was puzzled was because his body was dissipating in a way he could not understand. Crackle. At the same time as Hongtu's body began to dissipate, a green flame ignited out of thin air in the sky, and at the same time a fragment of a purple blade wrapped in lightning shot toward the high altitude. You can actually detect my position. My dustless bewildering cover technique shouldn't be visible even to your Sharingan, Uchiha. Did you kill Laozi using the same method you killed Hongtu? A flash of white light passed, and the demon blade fragment wrapped in lightning was instantly decomposed. The air twisted and Anoki's figure appeared. He just floated there high in the sky with his arms folded, a small short potato-like figure, yet full of pressure. Inside the false world, through a green flame, Uchiha Jin looked at Anoki outside with a grim expression. Damn it, a village's big boss directly appears. Isn't this too shady? Is your Awagakure out of people? Do you need a Tsuchikage to personally fight? What a joke. Uchiha kid, I know you're hiding in that other dimension. Come out and die. If you die, it'll allow the other two to leave. As he spoke, Anoki raised his hand and pulled out a white transparent cube. The cube instantly expanded several times, enveloping the entire area. Minato Namikaze immediately raised his hand to prepare to leave with Shibi Aburame, who was hidden in the shadows. However, the moment he sensed the flying thunder god mark the connection between him, and the mark was erased by an invisible force. For a moment, Minato's expression darkened. Anoki possesses means to counter space-time techniques. I know you. You are Minato Namikaze, disciple of Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninja of Konoha. You master the same flying thunder god technique as the second Hokage of your village. Your talent is remarkable, but unfortunately the space-time continuum around here has been completely annihilated by my dust release. You can't escape. So honestly, call that Uchiha kid out. Sensing Minato's movement, Anoki turned and stared at him calmly, speaking in a deep voice. Shin, can we kill him? Facing Anoki's coercion, Minato merely took a deep breath and spoke coldly. Then a hint of yellow color began to appear at the corners of his eyes. In an instant, Minato entered sage mode. Yes, but it will take a long time. During this time, I must deliver enough attacks to Anoki. They don't need to cause damage, but they must hit him. However, given the light wall that appears around him at any moment, hitting him is obviously very difficult. He has developed dust release to be both offensively and defensively too strong. So, I plan to try another method. But it will probably take some time as well. As for exactly how long, I have no idea. A wisp of green flame ignited beside Minato's ear, and an extremely low voice followed. Then let's give it a try? Betraying comrades is not something I should do. Shin, from what I can see, Anoki has no way to deal with your space-time abilities, which is why he didn't directly eliminate us, but instead tried to threaten you. If I die here, then I entrust you to deliver a message to Kushina. Tell her I broke my promise. As he spoke, Minato's form instantly moved. With a wave of his hand, a pitch-black spatial slash instantly appeared behind Anoki, but it was immediately decomposed by a flash of white light. At the same time, in the forest, a thick purple miasma began to churn. Shibi Aburame made his move. It seems you've made your choice. A pity. At the same time, in the forest, a thick purple miasma began to churn. Shibi Aburame made his move. It seems you've made your dust release detachment of the primitive world technique. No casting delay. And what are those gray-white cubes? They just stay there forever. Inside the false world, Uchiha Shien couldn't help but curse as he saw the instantly formed cube barrier. As he cursed, the green flame on Uchiha Shien began to burn fiercely. Under the flame's coverage, he almost completely turned into a small green fire figure. Uchiha Shien fully activated the false world true realm preemptive body, and time within the false world began to accelerate madly. Within Uchiha Shien's eye sockets, the three-tomo Sharingan spun so fast that his eyes nearly turned into a red base with black pupils. His dojutsu power increased bit by bit. Uchiha Shien wanted to preemptively acquire the future where he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all these years of Sinan's, the dojutsu power I've gained has nearly pushed my three-tomo Sharingan to its limit. The Mangekyo Sharingan is an inevitable future, since Kakashi's father could make everything within his sword domain be his sword then. Within this false world, I can surely master everything and preempt the future. As he spoke, Uchiha Shien's entire body was covered by green flame. Art false world, true realm preemptive body. Preempt the future. If intense emotion and extreme release chakra are the keys to unlocking the Mangekyo, then Uchiha Shien's choice was to directly kick open the door that had been reduced to a thin layer of wood by the expansion of his. Within the green flame, a strange red light flickered. The three tomos slowed from fast to slow until they completely stopped. The environment within the false world began to change. The accelerated time paused. One eye after another emerged in the air and began to reflect Uchiha Shien's dojutsu power. Before this, only less than half a second had passed in the outside world, but after the accelerated time paused, time within the false world and the outside world began to synchronize again. Blood tears streamed down his cheeks. Extreme dojutsu power filled the entire false world. The world with dojutsu power was consumed rapidly. The Mangekyo Sharingan that Uchiha Shien had just awakened began to turn gray. However, the next moment a blue light suddenly lit up on his body. The power of the Azure Stone statue. His dojutsu power began to recover. The false world continued its transformation. Crack. A faint sound gently echoed in Uchiha Shien's ear. The false world seemed to have hatched. Something had undergone a new birth. Outside the false world, Minato Namikaze's expression was extremely cold. He rapidly formed hand seals. Countless sealing formulas surrounded him, while several pitch-black slashes appeared around Inoki, cutting layer upon layer. The extremely sharp spatial cutting blades tore through the air, slashing fiercely around Inoki, only to be completely annihilated by dust release. Harsh explosions shattered heaven and earth. Space-time slashes capable of cutting everything and dust release capable of annihilating everything wore each other down. Facing Inoki's dust release, Minato, protected by the sealing formulas, did not dare to slack off and remained in a state of intangibility throughout. Although the space-time continuum in this area had been destroyed, it did not mean the space itself was destroyed. Minato was simply unable to teleport across space. He could still use other space-time techniques. But maintaining such a state of intangibility consumed a huge amount of chakra. Not everyone had a permanent blue buff like Uchiha Shien, nor did everyone have a Huiri inside their body. Chakra is down to 30. If Shien isn't done by the time my chakra is completely exhausted, then I'll have to use that technique. With this thought, a hint of resolve and reluctance flickered in Bo Feng Shui Min's eyes. Jiu Xin Nai. Bo Feng Shui Min was not afraid of death, but he dreaded not being able to stay by Shien with Jiu Xin Nai's side. The sealing technique of the Xuanhua clan. It seems that Yuan Fei fellow was also involved in the Wuchao village incident, or rather, it's that shady one. No wonder. No matter how we searched, we couldn't find the death god container of Wuchao village. Now that thing must be in. Kid, your time-space bloodline limit is almost infinitely close to my dust release. Just for a Yuzhibo brat, is it worth risking? Watching the sealing formulas swirling around Bo Feng Shui Min, a glimmer of understanding flashed into Yimu's eyes. After muttering softly, he looked at Bo Feng Shui Min and spoke in a deep voice. Faced with Yimu's provocation, Bo Feng Shui Min merely twitched his fingertips, and several highly condensed spatial slashes burst forth instantly. The spatial blades, as thin as cicada wings, sliced through the air, accurately striking forward before vanishing into the alternate space in an instant. Obstinately stubborn, then die. Dust released detachment of the primitive world. Seeing this, Yimu frowned. With a raise of his hand, several layers of transparent crystalline barriers layered forward. In an instant, a large-scale annihilation field expanded with destructively layered power, advancing relentlessly. Seeing this, Yimu frowned. With a raise of his hand, several layers of transparent crystalline barriers layered forward. In an instant, a large-scale annihilation field expanded with destructive. As an old-timer Kagede, Yimu naturally could see that although Bo Feng Shui Min seemed to be in front of him, his body was actually hidden within the alternate space barrier of his time-space bloodline. But it's meaningless before his dust release. Flying Thunder God 4th Stage Flash Barrage, Transcriber, Lightless Roar Burial. Upon seeing this, Bo Feng Shui Min quickly formed hand seals. In an instant, the sealing formula array rapidly spread outward, completely enveloping Yimu's annihilation field in the blink of an eye. Since the Yimu's dust release could annihilate space, he would directly expand the transfer range and instantly swap the entire space containing the annihilation field with another space. With a flash of the sealing formula's light, the Yimu's annihilation power instantly vanished from before Bofeng, Shui Min, and transferred to the side. Flying Thunder God. Qian Shoufei Jian's Flying Thunder God technique shouldn't have such a long name, right? Did you come up with it yourself? After a moment of silence, the Yimu spoke with a strange expression. This my ninja. Is he fooling around? What lousy names are these? The false world. Deep green flames, wrapping around the youth's slender figure. His dojutsu power was rapidly depleting, but each time it neared the brink of blindness, the power of the blue stone statue pulled it back. Centered on Yu Bo Xian, the entire false world began to undergo visible changes. That was the world moving toward reality. As his dojutsu power was consumed and replenished, then consumed again, the originally rigid and stagnant illusions of the false world began to loosen layer by layer. All the fabricated projections of the ninja world created by will began to tremble, flow, and shed their deliberately forged hollow texture. The originally fixed and unchanging forms of all things gradually became lively. The false bubbles of light and shadow broke and dissipated one by one, replaced by layers of condensed faint sense of life. The illusory world was no longer thin and transparent, it began to breed a thick life force unique to the real world. All floating illusory dust annihilated, replaced by absolute reality. The false world. The area spreading outward from Yu Bo Xian was moving toward the real world due to the dojutsu of Yu Bo Xian's Mangekyo Sharingan. Outside, a beam of white light descended from the sky, dispersing the sage art wind release Raisin Shuriken thrown by Bofeng Shui Min. The Yimu floated leisurely in the sky like a cat toying with a mouse, raising his hand to release one after another annihilation beams of dust release. He was indeed toying with him. He knew that Yu Bo Xian must be hiding in the shadows watching. He didn't believe that a Yuzhibo would abandon a comrade. He considered himself quite familiar with the Yuzhibo clan. Meanwhile, on the ground, Bofeng Shui Min's figure kept flickering, dodging the Yimu's attacks. Chakra. Less than 10% left, just enough for that technique. Xian. Jiu Xin Nai, I entrust her to you. Dodging the dust release annihilation light, Shui Min turned and began forming hand seals. In an instant, Bofeng Shui Min's remaining chakra burned away completely, and a special bond was untied. Dodging the dust release annihilation light, Shui Min turned and began forming hand seals. In an instant, Bofeng Shui Min's remaining chakra burned away completely. See, such a sight made the Yimu's heart leap. Who knows the feeling of playing cat and mouse only to have the mouse suddenly pull out a mutual destruction technique? Well, the Yimu understood. Although what was here now was only a raw clone of his, the technique Bofeng Shui Min was performing would affect not just this clone. My brat, stop. You should know the consequences of summoning that thing without a sacrifice. Do you want the entire Chao country to be buried? With your sensory ninjutsu, you should be able to tell that this is just a rock clone. If you do this, have you considered that my camp is also in Chao country? The Yimu shouted angrily with a grim expression. He knew what technique Bofeng Shui Min was unleashing. It was summoning the sacrificial spirit of the Xuanhua clan. In the past, he had witnessed the lethality of that thing. At that time, the entire Chao country was almost lifeless, with only a few people escaping. And their allied forces, if they hadn't realized something was wrong in advance and left using the Cloud Village's heaven-sending technique, would have suffered many deaths there. With this thought, the Yimu raised his hand, and the formless white annihilation field instantly expanded. Then countless white lights appeared out of nowhere and quickly gathered, shooting out like meteors. He wanted to try to kill Bofeng Shui Min before he summoned that thing. Rest assured, I am the sacrifice myself. He will be satisfied. Bofeng Shui Min, upon hearing this, not only did not stop, but accelerated his hand seals. At that instant, an invisible force spread out. A palm wreathed in green flames reached out from the void and grasped the annihilation beam shot by the Yimu. Crack! The formless annihilation power was instantly crushed, as if it had become tangible. Next, let me hand. A familiar voice rang out, and Bofeng Shui Min's actions immediately halted. Finally, just in time. In the next instant, the surroundings transformed into a twisted and shattered void, with violent currents surging around. A massive vortex tore through the heavens and earth, and the black and white spatial barriers were covered with fine cracks. The surging dark aura around Minato Namikaze instantly calmed due to the abrupt change in the environment. Inoki stared at his crumbling dust release, his eyes filled with shock. His own dust release was crushed. At this moment, Inoki wondered if he had fallen under a genjutsu. As the owner, Inoki naturally knew best what the power of dust release was. It was the power of dark matter annihilation, an invisible force that decomposed all tangible things into chakra for him to command. But now, the invisible force was crushed. Ryup. With the spatial shift, the green flame arm moved slightly, and the surrounding space seemed to be torn open. A figure completely enveloped in green flames appeared. At the same time, a pair of eyes appeared, ones that Inoki was extremely familiar with. The moment he confirmed those eyes, his clenched fists began to tremble. He was the Tsuchikage, the strongest of a Wagakure, and even among the entire shinobi world, he was one of the top tier. His life could almost be called a complete legend. He had confidence in facing almost everyone in the shinobi world and had a high chance of winning. But there was one person who was the sole exception in his entire life of growth. It was a fear buried deep in the depths of his heart. At the same time, it was a fear that he could not forget, even though he possessed the unique Kekkai Toda of Dust Release. He knew that even though he mastered Kekkai Toda and possessed the power to annihilate everything in front of that person, it was meaningless, because that person, although the pattern was different, there was no mistake. This was that person's eyes. Mangekyo. Sharingan. Without a moment's hesitation, Inoki raised his hand, and countless white lights appeared around him, instantly shooting out with a roar. He absolutely would not allow those eyes to reappear in the shinobi world, to allow another Uchiha Madara to emerge. At the same moment, far away in the land of Earth, Inoki instantly flew out of his office in a Wagakure and rapidly approached this location. An Earth clone could hardly be a match for a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. He must personally intervene. Facing the countless white lights shooting towards him, Uchiha Shien merely raised his head slightly, his Mangekyo Sharingan gently rotating. In an instant, everything around seemed to freeze as if pressing a pause button. Then Uchiha Shien extended his hand and slowly snapped his fingers. Inoki's body instantly turned to dust. Victory and defeat were decided in a single moment. As Inoki's body disintegrated, time around began to flow again. Shien, what was that just now? Although everything around was frozen, Minato Namikaze still retained his memories, clearly seeing what had just happened. Inoki died like that from a snap. Although it was just an Earth clone, it still depended on who it was. That was Inoki. Mangekyo Sharingan, you should be familiar with it. Uchiha Fugaka must have shown you his eyes. Uchiha Shien turned his head and quietly looked at Minato Namikaze. The moment he acquired the Mangekyo Sharingan, countless memories not his own and the inheritance of some techniques also appeared in his mind. And the source of those memories and techniques all pointed to one person. Indra. Full name Otsutsuki Indra, the eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, elder brother of Ashura, the progenitor of the Uchiha clan, and the creator of ninjutsu in the shinobi world. In that memory, Uchiha Shien learned a small part of information from that era. Gods. And those who had been stripped of their authority by the world and lost their wisdom. The so-called old gods, or as Indra called them in that memory, the fallen gods. What the hell are these? Are these things that should exist in the shinobi world? Moreover, after those so-called fallen gods had been slaughtered by Kagaya Otsutsuki, then jointly cleaned up by Hagoromo and Himura Otsutsuki, and then Hagoromo, under the pretext of training, assigned Indra and Ashura to clean up the remaining fallen gods, they could still survive in the form of residual thoughts of the fallen gods. Being able to withstand the repeated torment of this family, he acknowledged their vitality. However, there was one point that made Uchiha Shien very concerned. That was the power of the Uchiha clan Sharingan seemed to also originate from those so-called fallen gods. No, or it was obtained by Indra absorbing the power of those fallen gods and merging it with some power not present in the memory. Moreover, the techniques that Indra left within the bloodline power, aren't they a bit too unreasonable? Izanagi, a technique that originally consumed a Sharingan, has become one that only consumes ocular power. Doesn't that mean that once the eternal Mangekyo is awakened, one becomes truly eternal? Not exactly. Apart from the limitation of lifespan, as long as the ocular power is exhausted and the eternal Mangekyo's ocular power hasn't recovered, it seems one can still be killed. But a pair of eyes directly granting so many revive tokens is already extremely shady. And there are other Mangekyo techniques. After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Shien also understood that the other dimensional domain that Uchiha Fugaku had used was an ability that every Mangekyo Sharingan possesses. The Mingzuan domain extends outward from the user, creating a domain absolutely favorable for Uchiha combat. As for the function of this domain, in truth it was not much. Its essential ability was to forcibly drag an enemy into a duel arena, entirely advantageous to the Uchiha clan. As for how advantageous, that was not for you to question. Regardless, Uchiha Shien's mood was quite delightful. Although he had added another layer of doubt towards the bizarre ninja world, the power gained from awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan allowed him to finally set his heart at ease. Now, even if a true boss blocked his path, he was no longer panicked. Just moments ago, the power with which Uchiha Shien crushed Inoki's particle style was precisely the dojutsu within his left eye, and at the same time, it was also the key to the transformation of Uchiha Shien's false world. Dojutsu, Yoru no Izumi. Using the power of his eyes, he completely constructed the Meizuan domain into a real world entirely under Uchiha Shien's control, and then merged all the power of this world created by the dojutsu wielder into the wielder himself. Originally, this was merely a dojutsu that allowed Uchiha Shien to master pure numerical values. But Because it was pre-acquired within the false world, the construction target of this dojutsu shifted from the Meizuin domain to the false world. How vast was the false world? In a certain sense, its boundaries relied entirely on Uchiha Shin's perception of the entire ninja world and the strength of his own power. As for its limits, the moon and many other planets should also be considered within the false world. Thus, the activation of this dojutsu instantly caused the power of Uchiha Shin's newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan to be nearly completely drained. Because the false world was too vast, far too vast for the power of a single pair of Mangekyo Sharingan to fully transform. Fortunately, Uchiha Shin had other things on his person. The Azure Stone Statue Power. As Uchiha Shin had anticipated, the Azure Stone Statue Power could indeed restore all types of power associated with Mana Bar. The power of the Sharingan was essentially the unique Mana Bar of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Therefore, Uchiha Shin directly entered a wondrous state of stepping on his own feet, gaining exponential growth. The region of his false world that had now completely transformed into a real world was already 1/4 the size of Konoha. The power generated by concentrating world power of that size into a single person's body. Not only that the transformation of the false world was still ongoing. As long as Uchiha Shin activated Yuru no Izumi, the false world would continue to consume his eye power and transform until the entire false world completely turned into a real world. And mastering a world not only increased Uchiha Shin's own power, but also brought about a change in his own status. With the world merging into himself, Uchiha Shin became a somewhat incomplete world. This was the reason why he could directly grab Inoki's particle style with his bare hand, because that small amount of particle style power was utterly incapable of decomposing an entire world, even if that world was beyond these uses. Uchiha Shin could sense that Yuru no Izumi should have other functions, but he had not yet developed them. As for the dojutsu in Uchiha Shin's right eye, he currently did not know. However, he could perceive that this dojutsu was absolutely related to time. Because although that dojutsu had not yet fully manifested, Uchiha Shin discovered that he could already control time within the Meizuin domain. Although the consumption for temporary time control was immense and the duration of pause was very short in some battles, even a half-second pause could instantly determine victory or defeat. Moreover, this was merely the power at the manifestation stage of the right eye dojutsu. As for the means Uchiha Shin used to obliterate Inoki's rock clone, it was not a dojutsu, but another power derived from the Mangekyo Sharingan. No, to be more precise, it was a technique. Izanami. By consuming eye power, the target is pulled into an infinite loop within a past fragment they have experienced. Note that the infinite loop here occurs within a real illusion. What is a real illusion? It means that everything you experience is false, but the trauma you suffer is retained and amplified. And in that instant, because Inoki was trapped in an infinite loop within a single fragment, sufficient karmic ties of killing were established. At the moment the karmic line of killing fully manifested, because a region of the false world had merged into Uchiha Shin himself, he could instantly obliterate Inoki along that karmic line without even entering the false world. This was also the reason why Inoki's rock clone instantly turned to dust. However, it was unknown whether the karmic line of the clone was connected to the original body. But probably not. In this ninja world, clones were essentially a piece of oneself directly split off. Whether it was shadow clone or any other clone technique. Apart from the clone technique, among the three basic techniques, which was somewhat normal, the other clone-type ninjutsu always seemed to be on the level of external incarnations. At the very moment Inoki's clone was obliterated by Uchiha Shin hundreds of kilometers above the border between the land of earth and the land of grass, Inoki, who was flying at high speed, suddenly stiffened and plummeted downward. Just moments ago the memories of his clone had all been transmitted back, and his consciousness was suddenly pulled into that most terrifying memory of his. That man had insulted him with the exact same words a total of 7896 times. Among them, after he could no longer bear it and attempted to counterattack, he was insulted by that man with absolute power 3 times. 3 attempts made his fear of that man even greater. After that there was an infinite cycle of insults and contempt, an infinite fear. If not for a sudden force that erased that segment of his consciousness, he would have had to continue reliving that memory. During his descent, Inoki's body began to tremble violently. Boundless fear silently spread through his entire being. Uchiha Madara, is it you who has returned? I should have realized it long ago. I should have thought of it earlier. If only the original body had gone then. During his descent, Inoki raised a hand, and a stone spike instantly pierced through his palm. He attempted to use the pain to alleviate his fear of that man. Blood splattered, and Inoki's trembling body finally steadied somewhat. His falling figure then halted abruptly, and suspended in the air. Inoki's expression was grim. He was momentarily uncertain whether he should still proceed to the grass country. Logically, even if he harbored some fear of Uchiha Madara, it should not have elicited such a reaction. His current state could only be attributed to the memory of nearly 10,000 humiliations, that memory, which had amplified his original fear of Uchiha Madara, thus causing him to feel this way. Uchiha brat. Hovering in midair, Inoki's eyes were filled with murderous intent and a barely concealed fear. After agonizing in the air for a full 2.5 hours, Oanoki finally found a reason to convince himself and flew back toward the hidden stone village. I don't need to act. That old fool Sarutobi and that sly old fox will certainly not let such an Uchiha go unpunished. However, I need to spread some news in advance. People like Uchiha Madara are not the only ones who wish to see him vanish. It seems this war needs more stakes. The fragmented words dissipated in the air, and Oanoki's figure vanished as well. What do you mean you encountered Oanoki? Why didn't I receive any intelligence? No, Oanoki can fly directly in the sky, and there are no frogs up there to relay information to me. Wait, the key point is that you encountered Oanoki and still managed to escape unscathed. Even if I ran into him, he'd probably kill me in an instant. The old man said that Oanoki's dust release achieves the pinnacle of offensive power for a ninja. Minato, can you elaborate? In the grass country at the Konoha camp, Jiraiya stared in shock at Minato Namikaze, who was scratching his head. Just moments ago, his beloved disciple had spoken a truth that sounded like a lie. Why did he think so? Because he was well aware of Oanoki's strength and abilities. Without exaggeration, if Oanoki wished, a full-powered dust release could instantly erase anything he desired. This was intelligence Jiraiya had personally gathered. Yet now his disciple claimed that after encountering Oanoki, they not only escaped unscathed, but even killed him in return. Though it was just an Earth clone, a clone still possessed nearly half the original strength. Although Jiraiya clearly understood Minato's talent, at least for now Minato's potential had not yet fully manifested. So, he was eager to know what had happened. In theory, he should have been able to obtain intelligence from Minato's area, but for some reason, all the frogs there had disappeared. According to the surviving frogs, the others seemed to have died from oxygen deprivation. Thus, he had lost his source of intelligence. For Jiraiya-sensei, I apologize, but I cannot disclose what happened. Minato Namikaze lowered his hand and shook his head softly. Just like Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Jin's Mangekyo Sharingan was also to be kept secret. After all, he knew too well that if his teacher learned of it, the Hokage would too. Based on his understanding of that Hokage, if he discovered that the Uchiha clan possessed 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, then the village would inevitably fall into conflict, especially considering Uchiha Jin's current age. If it were fully exposed, the impact would be too great. Thus, Minato Namikaze chose to remain silent. But Oanoki also knew that Uchiha Jin had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Would he spread this news? Minato Namikaze had no confidence. Is that so? Jiraiya fell silent for a moment. As Minato's teacher, he naturally knew his disciple's character well. He actually agreed with some of Minato's thoughts, but after all, he was raised by the old man, so all he could do was stay neutral. Then go rest for now. As for this mission report, just write something casual, and he'll glance over it. Oh, and one more thing, this won't be recorded. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya looked up and spoke with a smile, his eyes carrying a hint of favoritism toward Minato. Understood, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato Namikaze paused for a moment, then quickly bowed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Jin was in his tent. It was exactly 6 in the evening. The thrilling daily check-in was about to begin. So, here goes. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the special ability, Green Lotus Core Flame. Awesome. Hearing the data sound effect, and feeling the sudden warmth flowing through his body, Uchiha Jin leaped up from his bed. The Green Lotus Core Flame. Anyone who has read novels would have heard of this flame. Am I going to cosplay as Xiao Yin of the ninja world? The moment he stood up, Uchiha Jin raised a hand, and a wisp of green flame shaped like a lotus gently flickered in his palm. With the 7th sense of fire control combined with the Green Lotus Core Flame, his combat power had increased exponentially, although he wasn't exactly lacking in combat abilities. Who could resist cosplaying as Xiao Yin and unleashing a Buddha's Fury Lotus to let others taste its might? It was a pity that Amaterasu hadn't become the basic ability of this world's Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, he could play with 2 more distinctively colored flames. The stats of this thing seem a bit exaggerated. Such high temperatures. Looking at the lotus-shaped flame in his hand, Uchiha Jin's eyes flashed with surprise. So now he possesses both mechanism and numerical value. I am now the complete Ein. Dispelling the flames in his hand, Uchiha Shin couldn't help but smile. Ah, this feeling. So wonderful. No, I can't get carried away. This ninja world is abnormal. The smile on Uchiha Shin's face had barely bloomed when a trace of illusionary dojutsu which he had planted back in his ninja academy days was instantly activated within his mind. As the illusion activated, Uchiha Shin instantly entered a state of absolute calm, also known as Sage Mode. I almost got carried away. Indeed, the Uchiha bloodline has its quirks. Luckily, little me had foreseen this and set up a suggestive illusion in advance. Although my current strength is decent, who knows what other weird things might appear in this ninja world. At this time, there's still an Uchiha ancestor watching from the shadows. So play it safe, don't get cocky, and set another one. With that thought, Uchiha Shin immediately took out a mirror, gazed at his own Mangekyo Sharingan in the reflection, and began to cap. These eyes so cool. Still in a dimly lit underground cave known to none. Oh my lord Madara, the Uchiha clan you asked me to watch now has a 2nd pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. And it's that child who unlocked the 3 Tomo early. In front of Uchiha Madara, a white Zetsu emerged from the void speaking with a weird laugh. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes. Is that so? A low voice sounded softly, and a hint of purple flickered in the depths of Madara's eyes. With a mere lift of his finger, the illusionary projection of Uchiha Shien, who was far away in the Konoha camp in the grass country, instantly appeared before him. At that moment, the projection showed Uchiha Shien using the skeletal hand of Susanoo to practice calligraphy. After unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Uchiha clan Susanoo also gained a new Gundam-like form. However, this Gundam far surpassed the normal Susanoo in both hardness and functionality. Watching the illusionary projection of Uchiha Shien playing with a brush using Susanoo, even Uchiha Madara with his temperament couldn't help but feel speechless. This kid, is he a bit off? His body. How interesting. It seems your inference was correct. He indeed has some other special things on him. Let me see. What, exactly you are? The Uchiha clan should not have such flames on them. Watching the illusionary projection of Uchiha Shien, Uchiha Madara slowly stood up. In an instant, a vast ocean-like dojutsu power filled the entire underground space. The next moment, countless silver-white threads appeared in Madara's vision, and all these threads were connected to the illusionary projection of Uchiha Shien. With a burst of dojutsu power, Uchiha Madara lightly raised his hand and pointed. The illusionary projection of Uchiha Shien immediately began to rewind, as if time itself was flowing backward. Just as the projection was about to rewind to the frame where Uchiha Shien had just obtained the Qinglian Earth Core fire and jumped up from his bed, a surge of green flames erupted from the illusionary projection. In an instant, all the silver-white threads simultaneously ignited with green flames. Is the future you covering for the current hue? Moreover, it can so clearly sever my Huang Quan Jin link. So, have we already crossed paths at some point in the future? Interesting. In that case, let me have a good look at what abilities and secrets you, my junior, possess. I, Uchiha Madara, will not be stopped by anyone when I want to see some. Watching the green flames burning on the illusionary projection of Uchiha Shien, a flicker of surprise passed through Madara's eyes, followed by delight. The next moment, the 3 Tomo Sharingan in Uchiha Madara's eyes turned completely gray-white. At the same time, the phantom of the Rinnegan instantly reflected over those gray-white 3 Tomo Sharingan. Dojutsu Juyin Pigu. The dojutsu power erupted mightily, and the entire underground space seemed to fall into a vacuum. The powerful dojutsu and that green flame began an invisible confrontation. At the same time, far away in the rain village, Nagato suddenly covered his eyes in pain. In an instant, drenched in cold sweat, he covered his eye sockets and looked up toward the grass country. The next fateful guidance has appeared. In the grass country. Yahiko, should we go? Jiraiya Sensei is also there. Nagato's voice trembled as he turned to look at Yahiko beside him. The grass country. That place, like the rain country before, is suffering from war, right? Let's go take a look, but only to the grass country. The people there need our help. Oh, great God of the country, can we go? Those people also need to be saved, right? Hearing this, Yahiko also turned to look towards the grass country, a hint of compassion in his eyes. He then whispered to some unknown entity. Little Yahiko, isn't this my mission? Just as when I saved you and made you swear an oath, aren't your current thoughts fulfilling? As Yahiko's words fell, a gentle voice softly echoed in his heart. I understand. Thank you, oh great God of the country. Konan Nagato, let's set off tomorrow. Meanwhile, inside Uchiha Madara's underground cave. Interesting, very interesting. Ha ha ha. Good. Uchiha Shien, you have successfully caught my attention. To cast such a technique on me across the river of time. Your eyes are definitely not just Mangekyo, or rather, the secret's on you. Uchiha Shien, I look forward to the future when we formally meet. Of course. It is the future where you have already grown strong. As you are now, you are still too weak. In this ninja world sealed by Hashirama's self-imprisonment, you might be one of the few who can bring me amusement. Uchiha Madara raised his hand, gazing at his palm now charred like a dry stick, a maniacal and expectant smile in his eyes. Crack. He gently snapped the withered hand off with a single motion. In the next instant, the severed half of his hand regenerated in the blink of an eye completely, without any visible healing process. It was as if in an instant a broken hand had become a perfectly intact one. Such flames are far more interesting than the Amaterasu of that other Mangekyo. But unfortunately, the ultimate yang fire does not suit our Uchiha eyes. Boy, don't stray down the wrong path. He gazed at his fully restored hand for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Oh my lord Madara, your time has leaked away a little more. How terrifying. White Zetsu wriggled over and scampered beside Madara, inspecting him up and down before letting out a strange laugh. It doesn't matter. I must find some amusement in this dull existence. After obtaining that thing from that worthless Otsutsuki, the amount of time left is no longer important. Now, I only need to wait for Obito to fully awaken the power within him and then awaken him. And devour him. With a flicker of his form, Madara returned to his stone throne and spoke in a grave tone. Before, what he lacked most was time. Now what he lacked least was also time. Wow, I'm so excited. By the way, Lord Madara, Black Zetsu has escaped again. He used Edo Tensei to summon the second Hokage of Konoha. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, he slipped right through our blockade. Now he's appeared in the Land of Calamity and taken control of the special grade on Myoji, their Tsuchimikado Tsukiyo. Should we do something? White Zetsu continued, but as he spoke he kept twisting his body, as if it brought him great comfort. Madara had long grown accustomed to White Zetsu's eccentricities. However, at the content of his words a strange smile curled at the corner of his lips. You say? That Inyan creation used Edo Tensei to summon that useless Senju Tobarama. Madara's eyes sparkled with amusement, as if he had just heard a joke. Yes indeed. Our Moss brother saw it himself. Moss brother is the most reliable, unlike Sister Dandelion, who just lets her children fly everywhere and never shares any intelligence with us. As if tired of twisting, White Zetsu abruptly stopped and flopped onto the ground, speaking softly. Head Tobarama Senju is a waste, but if he were actually controlled by his own technique, that would be the real joke. That fool must be up to something again after all. This isn't the first time he's escaped from the Pure Land. During the last World War he relied on Self-Edo Tensei to visit other villages and steal their forbidden techniques. Ha, truly a rat in the gutter. Death hasn't changed his nature. Madara's eyes were filled with scorn and contempt. He held Senju Tobarama in utter disdain. Oh, so that's how it is. Lord Madara is so clever. White Zetsu scrambled back up from the ground and resumed twisting his waist. Withdraw. Send a squad of White Zetsu to monitor Uchiha Shien and report his strength to me at all times. Watching the twisting White Zetsu, Madara closed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. Whoosh. A cold wind swept through, plunging the underground cavern back into darkness. Having received his orders, White Zetsu twisted his body and melted into the void. Inside the land of grass within the Konoha camp, Uchiha Shien, who had been practicing calligraphy with a skeletal giant hand, suddenly stopped. Just now his observation haki had detected something, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Uchiha Shien would never doubt the ability of observation haki. If such an inexplicable situation occurred, it meant that something dangerous had set its sights on him. By general reasoning in the ninja world, any bad premonition could be attributed to Shimura Danzo. After all, he was the Did Inoki leak my information? It's possible. At the time I never thought to wear a colored contact lens, so he must have seen my Mangekyo Sharingan. Given the paranoid nature of those fanatics in the village, once they learn that I awakened the Mangekyo at 11, they'll inevitably start concocting all sorts of theories. So, was that reaction from observation haki because of Shimura Danzo's murderous intent toward me? No, that shouldn't. With my current strength, unless Danzo has been enhanced to an absurd degree, he shouldn't pose a threat to me. Moreover, according to the Uchiha clan's intelligence on Danzo, his bloodline limit dream release is heavily suppressed by the Sharingan. Given that inherent counter-relationship, now that he knows I've awakened the Mangekyo, he certainly wouldn't make a move himself. Could it be Madara Uchiha? Is it because I awakened the Mangekyo at 11 and performed too brilliantly, so he's preparing to put me through the same script as that idiot Obito? Could it be Madara Uchiha? Is it because I awakened the Mangekyo at 11 and performed too brilliantly, so he's preparing to put me through the same script? What should I eat later? Instant noodles. No, I've eaten too much. Self-heating hot pot. Maybe. Or should I ask teacher Shirhui or Hunter to catch some wild game for me? After a moment of deliberation, Uchiha Shien simply abandoned the thought and turned his mind to another important matter. There was no use in endless speculation. He would deal with things as they came. After all, he was rather eager to test the power of the Green Lotus Earth Fire. While Uchiha Shien was pondering what to eat in the land of fire Konohagakure, in a non-existent dream realm, the heavens and earth were shrouded in a hazy gray-purple glow, the entire space a blend of reality and illusion. Countless shattered illusion fragments floated on the ground, each reflecting a myriad of phantoms. Now the streets of Konoha, now the tall towers of Amigakure, and other chaotic scenes in disorder. Pale white threads hung down from midair, entangling the entire space like a spiderweb, with scattered black phantoms floating among them, their crimson eyes slowly opening and closing, emitting a faint glimmer. Beneath the countless shadows, a tall figure stood silently in the depths of darkness, a wide robe draping down to cover the ground. His form was partially merged with the gloom, his outline blurred and indistinct, yet his presence was wrapped in an unyielding somber solitude. Everyone despises nightmares, seeing them as shackles of the inner demon. But to me, nightmares are the most honest advisors. They reveal all hidden dangers and expose the decay beneath every gentle facade. Abandon the illusion of sweet dreams, embrace the trials of nightmares. Only then can you cast aside futile pity and make choices that safeguard the greater picture. Hiruzen, judging from the current outcome, my decisions have always been right. You have made another mistake. A Mangekyo Sharingan, just like Kagami's. Such power has appeared in the Uchiha clan once more. Shimura Danzo gazed calmly at the dream fragments before him, his expression indifferent as he spoke. On the dream fragment was displayed the dream of an ordinary jonin from the Hidden Stone Village. In the dream, Inoki was seen sending out the news that Uchiha Shien had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Do you need our help, my dear? Other self. As Shimura Danzo spoke, a strand of black mist swirled around him, slowly taking shape into a malformed humanoid monster that stopped behind him, grinning as it spoke. Yanmei seemed to have grown a bit bolder. Shimura Danzo, upon hearing this, tightened his grip on the cane, turned around, and stared coldly at the monster before him. As the words fell, a cold metal cage descended from the sky, trapping the monster, named Yanmei, inside. At the same time, chains materialized from thin air, locking the cage securely. See, you're getting worked up again. You know we are all nightmares, so naturally we are one. You are me, I am you. Oh no, we are all you. The imprisoned Yanmei showed no signs of panic. Instead, it pressed against the cage bars, still grinning as it spoke to Shimura Danzo. You are merely tools for me to achieve that goal. Shimura Danzo's face twisted with disdain. He would never admit to being one with these things. Is that so? That's quite heartbreaking, don't you think? Yanmei tilted its head, then dissolved into a puff of black mist that slipped out of the iron cage. It reformed into its solid shape, lounging on the chains above the cage, looking up at the other shadows in the sky, feigning hurt. Listen, they are hurt too, my dear other self. You can't escape. From the moment you accepted us, you became one with us. We are nightmares. Absolute calamity. Ha ha ha. You can never remain human. With that, Yanmei transformed into black mist, once more soaring into the sky, and becoming another shadow floating there. Nightmares are never calamities. They are the truths hidden in people's hearts. People fear the blood and defeat in dreams, struggling to open their eyes and escape. But they refuse to admit that nightmares are merely the obsessions they dare not face. You are nothing more than beings born from unfulfilled desires deep within. I don't need your help with Uchiha Shien. I want it. Shimura Danzo lifted his head slightly, gazing at the countless shadows in the sky, his expression still calm as he spoke. As the words ended, countless butterflies with purple illusory light flew out from his body, and Shimura Danzo's figure vanished from the space. With Shimura Danzo's departure, the entire space echoed with laughter like that of infants, yet the laughter carried an eerie Konoha. Root headquarters. Shimura Danzo opened his eyes. A butterfly fluttered before him, scattering faint purple scales of light. Shimura Danzo rose indifferently, picked up his cane, and walked slowly toward the door. His movements were deliberate. As the door was pushed open, the scene behind it transformed into the corridor outside the Hokage's office. Inside the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, staring intently at the intelligence report before him. You know, he asked in a low voice without looking up. I intend to take his eyes. Shimura Danzo's body seemed to phase through the office door, and he spoke without any pretense. We cannot act against him now. The Uchiha clan has just departed for the border to confront the mist. If something happens to Uchiha Shien, it will cause unrest in the clan. As for his Mangekyo, are Kagami's eyes not enough, Danzo? What kind of dream have you woven? You should know. He is still here. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped his pipe, raised his head, and spoke coldly. Even if it's him, he would understand me. After all, back then he had even more extreme ideas, didn't he? And what I have done. Never mind, you don't need to know. Hiruzen, since the Uchiha clan has gone to the mist battlefield, Uchiha Shien, as a ninja of the clan, must also go. Issue the order. Shimura Danzo's eyes flickered with fear for a moment, but he quickly suppressed it, turning to Sarutobi Hiruzen and speaking in a low, stern voice. He cannot die at the hands of his comrades in Konoha. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes and spoke solemnly. You are as hypocritical as ever. And that's why I didn't bring you along to execute the perfect plan. Shimura Danzo's eyes flashed with contempt as he turned and walked back the way he came. But this time Shimura Danzo did not phase through the office door, he opened it directly. Similar to before, the scene behind the door was now the root base. Shimura Danzo stepped forward, a faint purple glow flickered, and the office door remained tightly shut, as if no one had opened. A spark of fire flickered, and as white smoke drifted, the entire Hokage's office was engulfed in thick smoke. Phone country. My camp. Yes, it was indeed the Phone country. After Gangs Ho joined this battlefield, the My Side had been suppressing the Shine village all the way, driving them out of the Chuan country, and successfully breaking through the border of the Phone country to enter its territory. Although the desert environment of the Phone country caused a stagnation in Mui's advance for the time being, Mai is the completely dominance. Gang's house dominance over the Shine village as a single combatant was quite evident. However, has the old man's brain become addled with age? I was fighting well here, why suddenly send me to the Wuin village? Even if they lack a commander, can't you Dashawan go? And that place has been taken over by the Uchiha clan now, right? Let me command the Uchiha in battle. Is he out of his mind? If something goes wrong with the command, won't I be cursed behind my back? Whoever wants to go can go, but I'm not going. Isn't this pure nonsense? Is he out of his mind? If something goes wrong with the command, won't I be cursed behind my back? Whoever wants to go can go, but I'm not. You should know, although my currently has the advantage here, most of it is because I completely counter the various poisons of the Shine village. If I leave, and that old woman Shinsho comes up with some stronger poison, our advantage will definitely be reduced again. So you go there. The main command room of the My camp. Gangs Ho slammed the table in front of her into pieces, angrily speaking to Dashawan, who was quietly watching the virtual screen beside him. Not interested. After the Shine began to turtle and rely on the terrain for guerrilla warfare, I have more time to do research. Since he chose to send you, why should I waste my own time? Moreover, I am also very interested in the Sage mode, and that also takes time. Staring at the virtual screen, Dashuin tapped his fingers lightly, and a virtual model resembling a satellite, but with a long cannon barrel slowly rotated in his palm, while a series of dizzying data rapidly changed beside the model. Really can't. Gangzhou raised an eyebrow and asked softly. Can't. Dashuin replied calmly. I can lend you my second grandfather's research notes. Gangzhou glanced at the virtual model in Dashuin's hand and continued. Dashuin fell silent. To be honest, Dashuin was tempted. Those were the notes of Qianshou Feijian. Although Dashuin considered himself the absolute genius of this era in scientific research, he certainly wanted to see the notes of the previous generation's genius. But this matter cannot be casually decided by a simple transaction. Their teacher. Huh. How about it, tempted? I knew you wanted this. I went through a lot of trouble to find it from my second grandfather's laboratory. He hid it very deep, but fortunately with Juxune's help, her Kagura mines, I was especially useful for finding things. Seeing Dashuin fall silent, and even stop the movement in his hands, a smile appeared on Gangzhou's face. Seeing Dashuin fall silent, and even stop the movement in his hands, a smile appeared on Gangzhou's face. I admit I'm tempted, but still no, Gangzhou. The old man has his reasons for sending you to the Wuyin village battlefield, so just accept it. As for the Uchiha clan, they are not as narrow-minded as you think. Dashuin snapped his fingers, lightly dismissing the virtual screen in front of him, shook his head gently, and spoke softly. What reason could there be? You're just old and senile. Fine, if you want, go, then don't. Here'll give you the thing. I'll go talk to the old man myself. Besides, after so many days of exhaustion, I deserve a break. Gangzhou was stunned for a moment, then with an impatient expression, she took a small blue notebook from her chest and threw it in front of Dashuin, then turned and walked out. Gangzhou was stunned for a moment, then with an impatient expression, she took a small blue notebook. A moment later. Old man, Gangzhou is right, you really have a bad brain. After muttering softly, Dashuin directly raised his hand and formed seals. The next moment, a huge snakehead suddenly emerged from the ground and swallowed him whole. When he opened his eyes again, Dashuin had already arrived in a laboratory full of a sense of technology. The spacious and open laboratory glowed with a cold metallic silver-gray soft cool white light, filled the entire space, and a sense of technology that did not belong to the ninja world rushed forward. Countless transparent holographic virtual screens floated in midair, scattered and interwoven, without physical borders, thin and almost illusory. Various structural diagrams, energy data, mechanical parameters, and three-dimensional models rolled rapidly on the screens, with flowing data lines constantly flashing, reorganizing, and iterating. Welcome back, Lord Dashuin. As Dashuin appeared, an electronic sound effect immediately echoed throughout the laboratory. Snake, 1 has the calculation of the energy equipment for the satellite orbital cannon been completed. Dashuin casually took off his ninja vest, put on a white lab coat, walked to a laboratory table, and tapped lightly. Instantly, countless blue lights combined into a familiar modeling structure. This was the virtual model similar to a satellite that Dashuin had been fiddling with in the command room. Completed. Currently, 737 plans have been calculated. According to your request, 733 plans with high probability of infeasibility have been removed. The remaining 4 plans have a feasibility probability exceeding 37.64. The electronic voice continued. 4 sets. That's 3 more than I expected. Display them. Dashuin looked up, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, a huge virtual screen immediately appeared in front of Dashuin. Primary recommendation, Tailed Beast Chakra. Tailed Beast Chakra contains a large amount of cursed power, and the cursed power and chakra form a perfect combination to create a special chakra energy. After rough calculation, and using the 8 tails chakra you collected as an experimental pilot, this energy fully meets the energy requirements for driving the satellite orbital cannon. As the huge virtual screen unfolded, a 3-dimensional virtual model of a massive satellite orbital cannon also appeared in front of Dashuin. At the same time with the electronic voice's words, the virtual satellite orbital cannon began a simulated startup. Dashuin squinted his eyes as he watched the satellite orbital cannon, which had shown no issues during the simulation startup. Tailed Beast Chakra, Currently, the easiest tailed beast to obtain should be the 7 tails of Longing Village, but a tailed beast is still a tailed beast. With my current strength, it is not difficult to defeat a tailed beast without a Jinshin, but it is obviously impossible to capture a tailed beast quietly. Once the news of my capture of the 7 tails is exposed, Continue. After a brief consideration, Dashuin directly abandoned this plan. Tailed beasts were good, but not something he could handle at the moment. Secondary recommendation, Sage Chakra. Sage Chakra contains an immense amount of natural energy for non-living beings. It can also be utilized through the energy converter currently under development. However, the natural energy required by the satellite orbital cannon is extremely huge. It is difficult to achieve startup merely through the air channel's transmission. Rough estimate 7 equivalent energy units using Manda as the energy unit are needed to fire 1 orbital cannon. The electronic data voice continued. Hearing this, One couldn't help but reach out and rub his forehead. Clearly this plan was also infeasible at the moment. Forget it, set aside the satellite orbital cannon for now. Bring up my sliced clone cultivation data. Gently rubbing his temples, One waved his hand to dismiss the large screen in front of him, then continued speaking. Yes. The land of grass. Let Xian go to the mist battlefield. Why? Basui Shuemin frowned, looking at Zilai Yi in front of him, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The hidden mist village suddenly attacked our fire country's border defenses and directly carried out a large-scale assassination of the management of one of the border cities, Miyun City, leaving no survivors. Zilai Yi spoke in a deep voice. They attacked the management of a civilian gathering area? Aren't they afraid of the water country daimyo's wrath? And Zilai Yi Sensei, what does this have to do with sending Xian to the mist battlefield? Basui Shuemin listened, a flicker of shock flashing in his eyes. Normally in the ninja world, the ninja system and the civilian system are basically separate. Moreover, the various countries and villages generally tacitly agree that ninjas should fight among themselves and never attack civilians without reason. This is to avoid directly disrupting the economic systems of the various countries and causing widespread unrest due to war, and it is also a form of restraint. If you don't act recklessly, then naturally we want either. It's like soldiers against soldiers and generals against generals. But now the Hidden Mist Village has actively broken this hidden rule. They did this. Basui Shuemin found it hard to imagine that this would be agreed upon by the Water Country daimyo, because among the ninjas who blocked the Hidden Mist Village this time, the old man specifically arranged for members of the Uchiha clan. Not only Uchiha Xian, but also your subordinate Uchiha Daitu need to go. Not only that, even the two of us need to change places. The position of commander-in-chief here in the Land of Grass will be taken over by someone else. You and I need to lead a team to deal with the cloud hidden of the lightning country. Zilai Yi stood up, walked over to Basui Shuemin, gently pressed his shoulder, and spoke softly. I see. Basui Shuemin lowered his head slightly upon hearing this. He always felt that Uchiha Xian's sudden assignment to the mist battlefield was not that simple. Uchiha Xian's Mangekyo Sharingan. Had it been exposed by Daiyemo? If it had been exposed, then he must make some preparations in advance. The village's stability cannot allow any accidents. The eastern front of Konoha. The commander-in-chief is Nara Lugio, one of the current generation's Ino Shikacho. Originally, given his strength and status, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to hold the position of commander-in-chief. However, Konoha now has few people available, and with the guarantee of Nara Lugio's father, the previous Nara clan had the position of commander-in-chief fell on him. However, even though Nara Lugio's strength was not outstanding, no one thought there was any problem with him being the commander-in-chief. After all, the reputation of the Nara clan speaks for itself. A commander-in-chief does not necessarily need to possess extremely. Moreover, with the tense situation, now having a smart commander-in-chief to build the defense line is something everyone wants to see. After all, it is different from other battlefronts. The war between Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village has almost entirely occurred within the Fire Country. Unfortunately, unlike other countries that have some small nations as buffer zones between the Fire Country and the Water Country, there is only a vast ocean. Fighting the Hidden Mist Village ninjas on the open sea is obviously impossible. Therefore, to avoid the geographical advantage issue, Konoha had to release a region as a landing point for the Hidden Mist Village. As for why not guard the coastline? Wave after wave of large-scale water release ninjutsu can completely trigger a tsunami. Without an absolute defense system, the coastline is simply impossible to hold. Time passed. At this moment in a forest on the eastern battlefield, Uchiha Xian, sitting cross-legged on a tree branch, opened his eyes. How is it? Found it. I told you we should borrow a Rishang ninja. Perception ninjutsu is not that easy to learn. Also annoying, another day of missing Lin. As soon as Uchiha Xian opened his eyes, Uchiha Daitu, standing beside him, couldn't help but start muttering. Just 2.5 weeks ago, the two of them had come to the Eastern Front together, and under the arrangement of Uchiha Fuyue, temporarily formed a 3-man team with Uchiha Gonghua to carry out missions. How is it, Xian? Found the target. Ignoring the muttering Uchiha Daitu beside him, Uchiha Gonghua asked Uchiha Xian, found it. Uchiha Xian slightly curled his lips and stood up. Hey, why are you ignoring me again? Huh. Found it. You actually have the same perception method as Shumen Sensei. Seeing that Uchiha Xian didn't even bother to respond to him, Uchiha Daitu was momentarily annoyed. But just as he opened his mouth, he realized what Uchiha Xian had just said and looked at him in surprise. We are all the same age. How can you be so overwhelmingly superior? Quiet down, Obito. Don't forget why we're here. Looking at the shocked Obito, Uchiha Gonghua Uchiha spoke in a low, helpless tone. Sorry, I got carried away. Xian, where's the target? How dare this mist ninja assassinate people from the Land of Fire so recklessly? He's too arrogant. When we meet him, I'll make sure he tastes the power of me, the great Obito. Upon hearing this, Obito Uchiha immediately covered his mouth and apologized to Gonghua Uchiha in a muffled voice. Then he turned to look at Shien Uchiha, who was gazing at the sky, and spoke angrily. Is that so? The target is hanging right above our heads. Hearing this, Shien Uchiha couldn't help but curl a smile at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the confident Obito Uchiha, Shien stretched out his hand and pointed at a spider hanging upside down on a branch, speaking. As his words fell, the spider that Shien Uchiha pointed at suddenly began to tremble slightly. The next moment, countless tiny water senbons shot out from the small spider's body, raining down like a storm upon Shien Uchiha and the other two. Humph. Seeing this, Shien Uchiha reached out and pulled Obito Uchiha back. The next moment, two surges of ocular power erupted simultaneously. Ganhwa Uchiha and Shien Uchiha both completed Susanoo armor coating. Ding ding ding. Not even needing to dodge, the water senbons landed on the Susanoo armor without leaving a single mark. So cool. This is the power of the Sharingan. No matter how many times I see it, I can't help but envy it. Pulled behind him by Shien Uchiha, Obito Uchiha looked at the armor on Shien and Ganhwa with sparkling eyes, his gaze filled with deep envy. He also wanted to awaken the Sharingan. Damn, it's you Uchiha ninjas again. A cold and sinister voice came from the spider. The next moment, the spider exploded. Under the cover of the spider's scattered remains, a drop of water splashed away into the distance. Before the Sharingan, you have nowhere to hide. Ganhwa Uchiha snorted coldly and instantly used body flicker to chase after the direction the water droplet had splashed. That water droplet was exactly their target this time. Fire-style Great Blaze Dragon Fire technique. As Ganhwa Uchiha moved, Obito Uchiha immediately followed. While using body flicker, Obito threw two kunai with one hand and performed a single-handed hand seal. The next moment, two fire dragons burst from his mouth and roared toward the distant water droplet, biting at it. At the instant the fire dragons appeared, Obito Uchiha formed another hand seal. The next moment, the positions of the fire dragons and the kunai were instantly swapped. Taste the substitution reversal I developed myself using the substitution technique. In an instant, the fire dragons swapped places with the kunai and appeared on either side of the water droplet, opening their mouths to bite. Bang! A wave of water exploded, engulfing the two fire dragons and stirring up white mist. Nearby, Shien Uchiha, who was slacking off, watched Obito Uchiha's performance and raised an eyebrow. Just now. Did Obito Uchiha just pull off something like a time-space ninjutsu? Don't think I'm really afraid of you. As the water wave exploded, the cold voice sounded again. The next moment, a huge hand made of water suddenly reached out from the white mist, grasping at Ganhwa Uchiha, who had already body flickered to the front. Fire-style Great Fire Sword. Facing the huge water hand, Ganhwa Uchiha instantly ignited a flame in his hand. The next moment, the Susanoo armor extended along his arm. A Susanoo straight sword appeared in his hand. He gripped the sword and swung it. The huge water hand was instantly split in two. At the same time, the unique Release Chakra of the Uchiha clan covered the giant hand. The next moment, a scream came from within the water mist. Damn it. That's why I hate you, Uchiha. Damn. Feeling the sharp pain in his head, Guei Deng, sure hidden in the water mist, couldn't help but curse angrily. However, cursing aside, he still had to run. Facing two Uchiha with Freedomo Sharingan, he stood no chance. The moment his curses ended, thick white mist exploded instantly. In the blink of an eye, the entire forest was shrouded in white mist. Meanwhile, Guei Dengshi's figure became transparent instantly with the appearance of the mist. Under this hidden mist technique, you can keep being blind. I'm not playing along anymore. I'm out. After performing the hidden mist technique, Guei Deng had no intention of staying to counterattack the three Uchiha. He immediately shrank back into a water droplet and began fleeing in a chosen direction. As long as he reached the sea, he would no longer fear these three Uchiha. As for now, he didn't dare to stay and confront three Uchiha, even though the hidden mist technique could somewhat counter the Uchiha Sharingan. There was no other way. The Uchiha's fearsome reputation was known throughout the ninja world. Facing three Uchiha, each capable of taking on 5 enemies, he wasn't stupid enough to stay and get himself killed. However, just as the invisible Guei Deng rushed out of the mist-covered area, a black-haired figure suddenly appeared in his. He stood calmly on a branch, quietly gazing at the white mist. Damn, it's that Uchiha who mastered sensory ninjutsu. Can he detect me? Looking at Shien Uchiha's figure, Guei Deng felt a surge of unease. Just now it was Shien Uchiha who had discovered him hiding inside the spider. Are you ready to die? The next moment, Shien Uchiha's words amplified Guei Deng's unease. Guei Deng, who was in the hidden mist state and compressed to the size of a water droplet, felt his heart leap upon hearing Shien Uchiha speak. The hidden mist technique will last for over an hour before dissipating, but those two Uchiha ninjas inside will surely break it quickly. Estimating half an hour. Then I have half an hour too. Damn it, you Uchiha brat. What are you being so arrogant about? Half an hour. That's enough for me to kill you. With a furious roar, a wave of water erupted and Guei Deng's body instantly appeared and rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, a water humanoid the size of an elephant appeared before Shien Uchiha. Secret technique, shield hat tech, big, big, big. Then with each shout of big, Gue Dangshi's body continued to expand, turning into a true Dai Uchiha. Transformed into a water giant, Gue Dangshin fiercely punched at Shien Uchiha. Facing this punch, Uchiha Shien merely shifted his body backward, evading it effortlessly. Die. He saw that, and immediately grabbed a large boulder nearby, water bursting from his palm instantly, imparting a thrust to the boulder. Under the impact of the water, the boulder shot toward Uchiha like a meteor. In response, Uchiha Shien merely raised a hand, lightning compressing at his fingertips into a thin blade. He pointed out. A cross-shaped flash of lightning instantly flickered across the oncoming boulder, the razor-like lightning splitting it into 4 pieces. Small. The moment the boulder was cut, the giant water figure instantly compressed into a tiny point, passed through the gap, and shot through the boulder like a bullet toward Uchiha Shien. Playing with size manipulation here. Watching the shrinking Hozuki Shitsu again, Uchiha Shien reached out to grab. Watch me trick you with Tangi. Fire release, small fireball technique. As Uchiha Shin's words fell, a wisp of cyan flame ignited in his palm and compressed into a small fireball. Damn, Uchiha using such a low-level jutsu against me. Secret technique, great water arrow. Hearing that Uchiha Shien was using the most basic fire release, Hozuki Shitsu, who was charging at full speed, became furious. In his eyes, Uchiha Shien was clearly looking down on him. With anger, Hozuki Shitsu's shrunk body instantly transformed into a water arrow shooting toward Uchiha Shin's forehead. As for the small fireball flying toward him, Hozuki Shitsu completely ignored it. Although the rank of a jutsu mostly reflects the difficulty of learning, it also indirectly indicates the power of the technique. In a toy jutsu like a small fireball, he could easily shatter it. As for the release chakra inherent to the Uchiha clan, with just a small flame like that, how much could it hurt? Fizz, a soft sound, the water arrow that Hozuki Shitsu had transformed into, and the fireball collided instantly. Then there was nothing. The moment Hozuki Shitsu touched the fireball, his body was instantly vaporized. Even though this is a small fireball technique, I never said the fire I used was ordinary. However, this technique of freely changing body size is somewhat similar to Ishiki's Sukune Kona, but it seems he can only enlarge and shrink himself. Sensing that Hozuki Shitsu had completely vanished without a trace, Uchiha Shien shrugged and spoke. The Azure Lotus Earth Heart Flame had no useful mechanism for Uchiha Shien, but it possessed absolute temperature values. Scatter. Having dealt with the target, Uchiha Shien turned to look at the white mist still lingering nearby. He raised his hand and pointed, and a wisp of cyan flame flew into the mist. As the flame entered, the white mist immediately turned into water vapor and evaporated. Then the figures of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Steelfire were revealed. Did Senior Steelfire's technique take effect that fast? Amazing. Seeing the white mist dissipating around him, Uchiha Obito's face lit up, and he immediately turned to look at Uchiha Steelfire, who was holding a hand seal. It wasn't me, it was Shien. Shien is the target dealt with. Uchiha Steelfire lowered his hand and shook his head slightly, then asked Uchiha Shien. Let's go next. Huh. Again, Shien. Shien, what level are you now? You're not stronger than Teacher Minato, are you? The Sharingan is indeed amazing. Once I awaken, it'll definitely be this strong too. That's true. Ha ha ha, Shien, you think so too, right? Whenever I say that to that idiot Kakashi, he always mocks me. Indeed, it's we Uchiha who understand the power of the Uchiha best. Meanwhile, in the land of calamity, inside a private room in a tall building. First time seeing so many on my OGN. Most of them have power almost at the level of elite jonin. Indeed, the growth of curse energy is completely consistent with chakra. Tobirama Senju, in his impure world reincarnation state, followed behind a man wearing an onmyoge's hunting robe, watching the numerous onmyoji around and silently thinking. These people are here because they want to capture a suddenly revived being. Although these fellows are all beings whose bodies were annihilated by the Great Mother. But, in the present, perhaps only by borrowing the power of these wastes like Indra only then. Could it be possible to rescue Mother? The young man standing in front of Tobirama spoke in a low voice. The man was handsome and didn't look particularly old, but at this moment half of his face was covered with an unknown black substance. It was precisely this layer of black substance that made the young man look slightly eerie. But perhaps this place is also being watched by that damned fellow. I must quickly take it away, so must accelerate his awakening. With that, Black Zetsu turned his head to look at the expressionless Tobirama. Tobirama, stared at by Black Zetsu, kept his expression unchanged, but his mind was filled with confusion and doubt about what Black Zetsu had said. He knew that his elder brother had often chatted across the ages with Indra's brother Ashura, and he also knew that Uchiha Madara could communicate with that Indra, though not as frequently as his brother did. But he didn't know more, because due to some restrictions what his elder brother knew couldn't be told to him. So this lump of sentient chakra creation, what exactly does it want to do? Take away the things whose bodies were annihilated by soul bodies. But shouldn't all soul bodies be forced to enter the Pure Land? Could it be that they are existences like him who have signed a contract with the Pure Land? No, there is another kind. That is the so-called gods like the death god from his sister-in-law's family. However, gods all have conceptual restrictions, so how could he take them away? And Why would he voluntarily speak these words? What does he want to express? From previous interactions, this chakra creation doesn't seem like a being that would voluntarily reveal any information. Tobarama's mind raced. The fragments of Black Zetsu's words added more questions to Tobarama's thoughts. However, the next moment Tobarama's thoughts came to a sudden halt. Because Black Zetsu, who had been staring at him, suddenly spoke. You? Actually, you haven't been controlled by me, have you? Facing Black Zetsu's words, Senju Tobarama remained motionless and expressionless, as if he had not heard a single word. As a former Hokage and a powerful ninja, he possessed an unshakable mental fortitude. If my divine art, Calamity Replacement, had truly taken control of its target, I would have mastered everything about them. But you. I cannot manipulate you at will. For instance, immediately after I summoned you through impure world reincarnation and took control, I ordered you to use the Flying Thunder God technique to flee the land of calamity. Yet you did not act instantly. Instead, you hesitated for 2 seconds, only executing the command after I had spoken the instruction. So, Senju Tobarama, you are not actually under my control, are you? Though I do not understand how a man of ordinary lineage can resist my divine art still. Let us strike a deal. Seeing Tobarama still as stone, Black Zetsu continued. As he spoke, Tsuchimikado Gecko under his control raised his hands and formed a seal. Talisman after talisman flew from his sleeves, enveloping the entire private room. Golden light shimmered, and the space within was sealed completely. Is this why you rushed to the land of calamity at the first opportunity? Because this young man possesses the power to seal space. Tobarama ceased his pretense, turning his head to survey the talisman barriers around him. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Not at all. This is merely a welcome surprise. His name is Tsuchimikado Gecko, the most gifted Onmyoji of the Tsuchimikado clan. At only 17, he has become a special grade Onmyoji, and furthermore, he possesses the power to communicate with Shikigami. Those Shikigami are my true objective. Moreover, we both know that if you were alive, sealing space might have been effective against you, but now you are dead. As a dead man, you can rely on the pure land to transfer your consciousness. The reason I have sealed this space now is merely to converse with you. As I said before, I wish to make a deal. After all, if I did not seal this space, given your nature, you would likely use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave immediately, and I would have to find another partner. A 17-year-old special grade Onmyoji. His life must have been quite painful. So what is the deal? Speak, and I will see if it interests me. Tobarama crossed his arms and cast a pitying glance at Tsuchimikado Gecko, who was under Black Zetsu's control. Being who he was, how could Tobarama not have studied the composition of curse energy? Thus he understood perfectly what a teenage special grade Onmyoji would have endured. Curse energy was far from as gentle as chakra. I can awaken Hashirama Senju anew, freeing him from the influence of Azura's chakra, allowing him to become a normal person. Black Zetsu spoke softly. The moment the words fell, a thunderous boom erupted. A violent surge of chakra exploded within the room. The golden talismans trembled, and every piece of furniture was hurled against the barriers, shattering into dust. The source of this chakra was Senju Tobarama. His eyes were now icy as he stared intently at Black Zetsu. What? Do you know? Tobarama's voice was frigid. As he spoke, countless invisible blades materialized within the room. You must have suspected it long ago. Given the deep-seated hatred between the Senju and Uchiha clans, how could your elder brother remain indifferent to the death of your younger brother? Moreover, he has been in constant communication with an unknown entity. So, your brother must have been influenced. I believe you have already formed your own speculations, haven't you? Facing Tobarama's sudden outburst of chakra, Black Zetsu remained unperturbed and continued in a low voice. Go on. Tobarama's voice was ice cold. The one who communicated with Hashirama Senju is named Azura, the son of the sage of 6 paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. He is a man of extreme hypocrisy, and the reason your brother became that, well, compassionate and benevolent figure is because of his influence. After all, not everyone can reconcile with someone who harmed their own bloodkin without cause. This Azura, the son of the sage of 6 paths, had an elder brother named Indra. Just as Azura found your brother, Indra also found a person in your era and influenced him with his will. And that person is someone you know well. He is Madara Uchiha. That is why 2 clans steeped in generations of enmity suddenly ended their hatred under the leadership of these 2 men. Spare me the useless talk. The Senju clan has completely merged into Konoha. Today's ninja world no longer has a Senju clan. So I have no interest in why the Senju and Uchiha reconciled, or why their personalities differed from ordinary Senju and Uchiha. I only want to know what you mean by awakening my elder brother. Or rather, where did my brother go? After his battle with Madara in the Pure Land, he returned less than half a month later, left only a message saying take care of Konoha, and vanished without a trace. What happened in that battle? And what are you? How do you know so many secrets? Senju Tobarama stared coldly at Black Zetsu, his eyes filled with suspicion. Given his nature, how could he trust such a dubious being? His initial reason for following Black Zetsu was merely to study why this clump of black mud, a chakra construct, possessed consciousness. But even if he did not believe, as long as he could learn something about his brother, it would still be worth it. Your brother is not dead. He sealed himself for unknown reasons. And the place of his seal is the moon. Black Zetsu abandoned his other fabricated stories and directly revealed his core message. The moon. Tobirama frowned at the words.